Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2435 to Chapter 2492. Right now, all of them were still within the enemy's range. They had to leave this area as soon as possible. Even though they were still tens of thousands of miles away from the first bridge, they were already one step closer to the first bridge. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to failure, defeat, and death. Just think about it. If everyone went through untold hardships and finally broke through to the first bridge, but they were only one step away, and were annihilated in front of the first bridge. What kind of feeling would that be? Then, they would know how important it was to take this step in advance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this step would determine life and death. There were precedents like this in the past. In fact, it was unknown how many peerless experts had failed at the final moment when success was at their fingertips. Because of this, because in this process, he only took one step less, just one step. When Xianxia made this decision, he didn't even take a second look. He didn't know that Chu Yang was looking at him with admiration at that moment. He felt that Xianxia's wisdom was unfathomable. It was as if he was looking at Mo Tianji, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Because no matter if it was in terms of improvisation, cautiousness, timing, strategizing, etc., Chu Yang felt that Xianxia was almost on par with Mo Tianji. If there was a difference, it would be the cold-blooded calmness in Mo Tianji's bones. Other than this, Xianxia was almost another Mo Tianji. Under Xianxia's command, everyone flew up. Amidst the flying dust and thick smoke, they flew out at an extremely fast speed. The entire process was silent. However, that awe-inspiring aura almost lifted up the entire smoke-filled sky. Damn it! Father! When the golden-crowned heavenly demon saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of situation should not have happened at all. This formation shouldn't have happened at all. Otherwise, how could they have succeeded when they fought against Protector Purple Cloud? They only needed to attack from afar, and they would have been blown up. They would have even implicated many of their companions. What's the point of fighting then? In that case, it wouldn't be self-destruction, but collective internal strife and collective suicide. The so-called self-detonation attack also had a formation requirement, and there was also a combat power in charge of covering. But now, there was only one possibility. Suzuki Seiji had changed the basic tactics on his own accord. The reason why he changed his tactics was obvious. He didn't want to die, therefore, he wanted to try his best. If this wave of attack could succeed, Suzuki Seiji, as the commander of the army, would no longer have to face those terrible enemies on the battlefield. Because he himself knew that facing such enemies was almost certain death. No, there was no almost, it meant that he would die without a doubt. The fluke mentality and the fear of death made Suzuki Seiji make the stupid judgment. He's like a father. Mute. The golden crown heavenly devil was so angry that his entire face turned red. He could not say anything. At this moment, if Suzuki Seiji was in front of him, he might even swallow him alive. Suzuki Seiji. You really live up to the name your father gave you. The golden crown demon was furious. You really became too, Sir General, that group of people. They broke out of the encirclement. Looking at Ji Huitian and the others flying away like a sharp arrow, the golden crown demon's face darkened. He said angrily, Suzuki Seiji. Do you want to eat shit? Hurry up and go. Below, Suzuki Seiji's face showed extreme madness. His eyes almost popped out, and he screamed, Rush up. Rush up. At this moment, Suzuki Seiji had gone crazy, the muscles on his face spasmed, and his eyes emitted a terrible black light. His pupils seemed to have dilated. The reality had driven him crazy. He knew that he was finished. The mistake just now had completely ruined his future and determined his final fate. Facing those 14 people, Suzuki Seiji knew clearly that as long as he rushed up, he would have no chance to come back alive. No matter how many people were around him, no matter what tactics or strategies he used, it was all meaningless, these people in front of him. Perhaps they were not as strong as any of the 8 Purple Cloud Guardians, but their combined strength was definitely stronger than the Purple Cloud Guardians. No, it should be much, much stronger. They were even stronger than the combined strength of the 8 Purple Cloud Guardians. You want to use your mere 200,000 men to kill the other party? That was simply a bastard's way of thinking. It was a fantasy, a pipe dream, a mission that was absolutely impossible to complete. He believed that the master did not expect him to succeed. His purpose was to use the sacrifice of himself and 200,000 heavenly demons in exchange for understanding their strength. Of course, it would be more ideal if he could cause a little damage to them, and, it was only, a little damage. Through the defeat of him and the heavenly demon horde, he could further observe the real strength of those people. In other words, he was just a cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. At most, he was just a high-level cannon fodder, but if he did not rush up and shrink back, the master would never let him go. There was no way to advance or retreat. The omen was unavoidable. Suzuki Seiji rushed up with tears streaming down his face. All the soldiers under Suzuki Seiji's command came out in full force at this moment, and they rushed over from all over the mountains and plains. Suzuki Seiji's desperate and sonorous voice shouted crazily, "Everyone, rush up! Everyone, use the jade-shattering tactic! Today, we are loyal to the Emperor. Our names will be engraved in the passing shrine forever. Our glory is immortal. Our glory is immortal. Our noble spirit lives on forever. Yeah. This sentence made all the heavenly demons go crazy as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. One by one, they rushed up while howling crazily. Only Suzuki Seiji, who had issued the order, was left behind. At this moment, he was full of tears. I don't want my name to be engraved in a shrine. That's a place that scams people to death. Damn it, I'm already dead, so what's the point? Even if there's such a thing, what's the use of it? As for keeping my heroic soul forever, that's even more nonsense. The greatest use of that place is to chant someone's name when they go to the toilet, but it won't be my name that's being chanted. It'll only chant the process of defecating. Thinking of this, Suzuki Seiji was even more sorrowful. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. But he still rushed up with his subordinates. As soon as Suzuki Seiji moved, the other 14 people on the other side noticed him at the same time. They couldn't help but notice the abnormally dense and powerful demonic aura on the other side, as well as the distinctive bulging wings, the sharp horns on his head, and the way he gave orders. There was no doubt that this guy was a leader, and definitely not an ordinary heavenly demon soldier. The difference between an army with this guy's support and an army without this guy's personal command was not just a little bit. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This was basic common sense, and everyone knew it. But how to execute it and how to capture it was a very good idea. Almost at the same time, countless hidden weapons rushed toward Suzuki Seiji, but there were plenty of meat shields in front and behind him, so they couldn't hurt him at all. In the face of the large-scale indiscriminate hidden weapon attack, Suzuki Seiji grabbed and threw his subordinates out to meet the concentrated attacks aimed at him. In a very short period of time, no less than hundreds of people had been thrown out by him. With such a high frequency and highly targeted defense, he blocked all the attacks without missing a single one. Meanwhile, Suzuki Chingji simply allowed his subordinates to be smashed into pieces in front of him, but he just bravely moved forward in such a bloody storm without caring about anything else. His forward speed didn't decrease at all. Suzuki Seiji's strength was still considerable, as he could become the commander of an army of heavenly demons, so he was naturally not weak. Demonic fog filled the sky. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. With a thought, the divine soul of tribulation, which had never shown up, quietly appeared, turned into a cloud of black fog, and merged with the demonic aura in the sky without any repulsion. It quietly approached Suzuki Seiji in the half-cloud and half-fog. Yan Fei, Ching Fei, and the others were at a loss. Their attacks were extremely sharp, and they were confident that as long as they could hit Suzuki Seiji, this guy would definitely die, and he would follow in the footsteps of the previous heavenly demon horde. But the problem now was that they could see him, but they couldn't hit him. The attacks that they were sure to hit were all blocked by the meat shields. Although they still caused a considerable amount of damage, they didn't cause any harm to this most threatening leader. This situation was too depressing. 200,000 soldiers would only be able to kill and injure a few thousand people at the moment. It would be like scooping up a scoop of water from the ocean. What was the use of that? At this moment, Mo Qinggu shouted softly, "Heavenly dance, a dance of heaven and earth." Then, her red clothes fluttered as if riding the wind, and two red sleeves spread out, as if there was another rainbow in the sky between heaven and earth. in that beautiful and intoxicating dance, as her long sleeves fluttered, a red light flew out and disappeared in a flash, and at this moment, Suzuki Seiji had gradually approached to a distance of about 300 feet. This distance was already an effective distance for self-detonation. Suzuki Seiji screamed and roared ferociously. At this moment, even he himself didn't know what he was screaming about. He just rushed up with despair. Gold-cloaked heavenly guards, I'm doomed to die today, but even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Attention, everyone. In fact, Suzuki Chingji only said half of the word explode. Because he had to say the word completely, he would inevitably open his mouth in the second half. However, at that moment, Suzuki Chingji sadly found that he suddenly seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. He couldn't move at all, he just stood there with his mouth wide open in an impassioned manner. There was clearly no enemy in front or behind him, but he really felt that his body was tightly clamped by something. He couldn't even do such a subtle action as closing his mouth. What's going on? Did I encounter a ghost? Thinking of this, Suzuki Seiji felt a heartfelt fear in his heart. He couldn't help but want to shout and run hysterically with all his heart, soul, and spirit, and immediately wanted to launch a self-explosion. This kind of fear was unbearable. His body suddenly swelled to the limit. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed. The hidden weapon released by Emo Qingwu accurately drilled into the vital part of his throat. Emo Qingwu's hidden weapon was actually a small dagger, but its lethality couldn't be underestimated at all. The red light flashed. The dagger drilled into Suzuki Chingji's mouth and came out from the back of his head. Then, with a poof sound, Suzuki Chingji's head was instantly torn apart like a broken watermelon. But his body was still upright, maintaining its original state. If one wanted to launch a self-explosion attack, one must first destroy one's own cultivation to the limit and fill the whole body with vitality until the body couldn't bear it. This state was equivalent to turning one's own body into a human bomb, and the detonation material was one's own vitality that had been destroyed to the limit or even exceeded the limit. It was precisely because of this that this method of attack could cause damage that was several times more than the limit of one's own attack. However, there were also many limitations to this method of self-destruction. For the target, whether this self-destruction was too early or too late, it wouldn't be able to unleash its maximum power. Only by choosing the right time could it cause the most effective damage. Therefore, the detonation point at the last moment was the most crucial part of the entire self-detonation attack. There could not be any mistakes. For first-class masters, this kind of self-explosion process was actually reversible. The more powerful a master was, the better he could control the movement of his own pneuma. Even if the self-explosion had started and the pneuma had filled the body, if the target of self-explosion suddenly disappeared, he could still guide the dispersed pneuma and restore himself to the normal state. Although his pneuma would be damaged greatly, it was not certain that he would die. However, this kind of method of guiding the dispersed pneuma was also limited. For example, at this moment, Suzuki Seiji was at the last moment before the self-explosion, so he could not complete the reverse guidance at this time. His body, which was brimming with yuan qi to the extreme, suddenly opened a big hole in that instant. His self-detonation power was still a little bit away from being able to form an explosive attack. But at this subtle moment, a vent suddenly appeared. Puff! Suddenly, a round blood column gushed out from Suzuki Seiji's neck. The blood column, together with his internal organs, shot straight up into the sky like a rocket. The next moment, his whole body shriveled. He was like a mummy. Of course, if his head was intact. Not only were the heavenly demons surprised by this sudden change, but it seemed that even the heavenly tribulation brothers of the past were also confused. What the hell is going on? How could this extremely threatening self-detonation attack at the level of the heavenly demon leader be destroyed by him? Previously, all the brothers had used all their means and attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't hurt him. In the end, they were smashed into pieces by a little girl's flying dagger, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Are you mocking us with your life? Are you mocking us for being incompetent? But do you have to go to such lengths just to mock us? Since you put in so much effort, let's accept our incompetence. It's really strange. This guy is obviously a very crazy, fierce, and unscrupulous cold-blooded existence. Previously, he had used his subordinates as meat shields to block all the attacks, all so that he could rush forward and fight to the death with them. He was so cold-blooded, so cruel, and so unscrupulous. But now, when he finally rushed to the front and reached the effective attack range, he suddenly stopped at the last moment. Not only did he stop, but he also seemed to have turned into a piece of wood. He even opened his mouth deliberately, as if he was cooperating with the enemy's attack. He was afraid that the enemy would not be able to attack his vital parts. Then, he could have self-detonated at this time, but he didn't. Instead, he gathered all his power and flushed his blood and internal organs into the sky in a soul-destroying way. This way of dying. He couldn't die more. He was too. Sacrificing himself for others. Dad. The heavenly demon with the golden crown, who witnessed the whole process, roared furiously. He struck out with his palm, and blood splashed in front of him. Not only was he dissatisfied with the result of the battle, but also because the blood and internal organs that flew out of Suzuki Seiji's body rushed up to the sky, and flew straight towards him, as if to assassinate the heavenly demon with the golden crown. The speed was as fast as lightning. It had to be said that the coincidence was too scary. The other heavenly demon generals all stretched their necks neatly and widened their eyes, looking at this sudden scene in confusion. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Suzuki, what the hell are you doing? You're dying, you're dying, you're dying, and you're still doing this. Are you taking revenge on the Lord now? Not to mention that it's absolutely impossible for his name to enter the shrine after his death. Even entering the toilets of various places will become an extravagant hope. Opportunity. Kill them." Suecho Yunfu was invigorated. There was no doubt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Regardless of the reason for this opportunity, it had appeared. Since it appeared, they couldn't let it go. Suzuki Seiji was deader than dead, and his subordinates were in a situation where they had no leader. Even the follow-up self-detonation attack was only the first wave, and the later ones were like headless flies, shooting off aimlessly. This situation was really a gift from the heavens. In this situation, there was no possibility of the enemy luring the enemy in. Moving forward quickly was the most important thing. As for what had happened, they could just ask Emo Chingguo after the battle. There was no need to worry about it now. In fact, the leader was dead, so it didn't make more sense to ask about it. The team of 14 people rushed into Suzuki Seiji's team like a raging dragon, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, with irresistible force. How could an army that had lost the command of its supreme leader resist 14 super first-class experts? Only a few thousand people had time to successfully self-detonate, and the lethality caused was really limited, and didn't constitute any effective damage at all. While these self-detonation attacks stirred up dust and smoke, the Tribulation Brothers had already rushed into the large army behind, and started a massacre, launching a one-sided massacre. When the effect of the explosion was completely over, the 14 people had already broken out of the encirclement formed by this army, leaving behind only blood, broken limbs, and corpses scattered all over the ground. The group of people walked on the vast earth as if they were flying. They rushed to the next camp at top speed. In midair, Tian Xiaogan, who was sent to hold the line, was scared silly by this scene. He opened his mouth in a daze, and just watched these people break out of the encirclement, with black lines on his forehead. Hold the line? What need is there to hold the line? There was no chance to hold the line at all. Suzuki Seiji was done for when he rushed up. Then it became a situation of complete defeat. "I haven't had time to set up the battle array on my side, and your side has been defeated so thoroughly. What the F***ck do you want me to do? Damn it, father, 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 you are so dead, I can't even find a target to complain and curse." The bugle horn in the sky kept sounding. The heavenly devil army in front of them surged up like a tide, blocking the way of Chu Yang and his team. At the same time, the heavenly demon army in the other directions was also moving rapidly. They gave up on blocking the other directions and gathered at the front. The leader of the heavenly devil army could already confirm that the goal of these guys was very obvious, just like when they came. Their direction was very simple, which was to go back. They wouldn't go in any other direction, so they just needed to guard this path and not let them rush over. It was only the first day of rushing out of the Purple Imperial City, but the number of interceptions that Chu Yang and his team encountered was already more than any battle that Chu Yang had ever fought before in his life. It was even almost more than the total number. In the Battle of Mo Yuntian, he had also faced millions of troops at the same time, but it was not like now, where he had to fight millions of troops with only a few dozen people. But the current situation was really like this. One had to say that this was really too crazy, a lineup of only 14 people facing the encirclement and interception of the enemy's army of more than 10 million. This kind of situation was simply inconceivable in the basic understanding of the lower three heavens battle for supremacy. If it really happened, it would be a legend, a myth, but in this place, it was actually happening. Moreover, the enemy's army of more than 10 million had been eliminated, and the dozen people on the other side were still unharmed. If this was said in the lower three heavens, they would definitely be scolded as crazy. How could there be such a thing in the world? If there was really such a person, he could destroy a country with one punch. What was the point of having so many troops, even if it was a legend, a myth? Please be a little more reliable, okay? But the fact was right in front of them now, 1 against 10,000, maneuvering in all directions. With the strength of these 14 people, any one of them could go to the lower three heavens and overthrow the dynasty without much effort. Maybe it would be done with just a wave of the hand. This was also not a boast, but a real fact. The crowd surged forward, and heads fell to the ground. Yellow sand rolled up and became a yellow dragon roaring in the sky. Almost everyone in the heavenly devil horde went crazy. They surrounded this almost invincible yellow dragon from all directions and attacked with all their strength. They fought desperately, blocked desperately, and fought desperately. The sound of self-explosion was endless, and the rumbling almost became one. It did not stop from the beginning to the end. Under the command of the golden-crowned heavenly devil horde, the heavenly devil horde was gradually divided into countless waves. Only the tens of thousands of people at the front were desperately fighting with Brother Jia, while the others were extending outwards and forming a line of defense, because he also saw that even if tens of thousands of people really went up together, there would not be more than 2,000 people who could really fight with Brother Jia. At this moment, the side with fewer people had an absolute advantage. 2,000 people at one time was obviously not enough. The enemy could easily kill them all without any effort. Therefore, 40 to 50,000 to 100,000 people at one time was the most effective human wave attack. Any more and it would only cause a waste of fighting strength. It would not pose any threat to the enemy. 100,000 people continued to fight here, and another group of 100,000 people waited outside the line. Once Ji Huitian and others broke through the first group of 100,000 people, then they would immediately fight another group of 100,000 people. It would be endless. They would not leave any chance to rest and recover between the two waves of fighting. Then, the other team set up layer after layer of defense outside. Every team had a corresponding master to form a team to fight for their lives. After the self-explosion, it was a continuous human wave attack. You have high cultivation? Okay, it's okay. You can kill people? Okay, it's okay. You can kill. I have people. Even if I can't kill you, I will tire you to death. I will drag you to death. If you have the ability, kill all the heavenly devil horde here. If you really kill all of them, I will really admire you. The only strange thing was that Suzuki Seiji's team didn't have any reinforcements. Instead, they just kept on fighting like crazy. The other heavenly demon armies watched coldly from the side. It wasn't until the last man in the army had been reduced to a pile of corpses that another group of people charged forward. Apart from the demon soldiers who died at the hands of Brother Tribulation, there were about thousands of defeated soldiers who fled in all directions because of fear. Brother Tribulation intended to break out of the encirclement, so he naturally did not intend to pursue further. But to his surprise, those defeated soldiers were all killed on the spot by the local army of sky demons. Chu Yang and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines when they saw such strict military discipline. In these eyes of extraterrestrial demons, there was no sense of camaraderie, sympathy, or even humanity. All they wanted was victory, only victory. The only outcome of failing to complete the mission was death, even if the enemy you are facing is hard to resist and hard to contend against. However, as long as you go up, don't even think about coming down. You can only persevere to the end, until death. Either the enemy dies, or you die. There wasn't a third possibility. Such harshness and cruelty made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of worry. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that the extraterrestrial demons were a great threat to the heavenly imperial court. They had already traveled about 4,000 miles away from the purple imperial city. Even Zhuoqiu Yunqiuo, who had the best memory, couldn't count how many times they had fought along the way. All in all, they had been fighting all the way, they had almost never breathed a sigh of relief, let alone stopped for a moment, not to mention Chu Yang and the others. It was also the first time for Ji Huitian and the others to experience such a high-intensity battle in their lives. There was a phrase that was described as killing until one's hands went soft. He had always thought that this sentence was just a simple description. But this time, after this battle, it was indeed true to its name. It was killing until one's hands went soft. Luckily, they were killing heavenly demons. If it were the humans of the Heaven Imperial Court, no matter how much hatred there was, they probably wouldn't be able to take it psychologically. Ji Huitian actually regretted it now. Because the current situation was completely different from the original plan. According to the original plan, they wouldn't be able to return to the first bridge base at all if they encountered such a crazy attack. There wouldn't be any possibility or chance at all. At this stage, everyone had basically reached their limit just by rushing to this point. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Qinggu, that little girl, had a huge amount of heavy pills on her, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until here. And it was precisely because of Mo Qinggu, this unexpected and powerful source of replenishment, that they didn't have to worry about running out of fuel. But now, a new problem had arisen. And that was, where did Mo Qinggu get so many heavy pills from? The little girl's space ring was like an endless supply of heavy pills. At least 100 heavy pills had been consumed during this period of time. Even when she was following Big Brother, she didn't seem to have so many heavy pills. How many heavy pills did Big Brother refine in the Heaven Imperial Court for so many years? That was a number. Heavy pills required a great medicinal herb as the guiding ingredient. Even in the current Heaven Imperial Court, great miracle medicines were extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth. Back then, Big Brother, who was blessed with luck, only got 2 types of great medicinal herbs. He refined all of them and didn't burn out 100 heavy pills, and just on this day, this little girl had consumed at least 100. Looking at her face without any worry, it seemed that it wouldn't be difficult for her to take out another 100. Also, the effects of the heavy pills that Mo Qinggu gave seemed to be a little too strong, right? At the beginning, everyone didn't realize this point at all. Later on, they remembered that the heavy pills had the miraculous effect of reviving and prolonging one's life, but that was only for the state they were in at the Heaven Imperial Court. Now, compared to when they were at the Heaven Imperial Court, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The most conservative estimate was that the difference was at least 1,000 times. The heavy pills that Mo Qinggu gave, as long as one took them, their injuries would be healed instantly and their physical strength would be restored to full. That was fine, but even a large amount of depleted energy would be restored instantly. This recovery rate was a little too much. No, it should be too much. This was definitely not a heavy pill in the ordinary sense. It was simply a super heavy pill, super heavy pill. What was going on? The more Ji Huitian, Xianxia, and the rest thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. This matter seemed to be too bizarre. Amidst the intense battle, Ji Huitian stealthily approached Xianxia and asked in a low voice, "I say, Xianxia, do you think this little girl could be the first generation's Calamity Sword Master? Otherwise, where did she get so many heavy pills from? And such an exaggerated amount of heavy pills?" Xianxia swung his sword with his left hand, shattering the bodies of more than 20 heavenly demons that were coming at him. His right hand still scratched his head unconsciously, and he said in confusion, "I thought of this possibility just now, but even if she's really the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation, she shouldn't have so many heavy pills. The effect of her heavy pills is probably more than 100 times higher than the heavy pills that our boss had. To get such heavy pills, how many rare herbs would she need to consume? What kind of luck would she have to have? I've also thought of these things that you've thought of, but if she's not the Tribulation Sword Master, wouldn't it be even more bizarre and unreasonable?" Ji Huitian was very dissatisfied with Xianxia's answer. "But there can't be a female Tribulation Sword Master, right?" Xianxia frowned and asked, raising another doubt. "Why can't there be a female Tribulation Sword Master? Who said that the Tribulation Sword Master must be a male?" Ji Huitian didn't stop fighting, and he transmitted his voice secretly, multitasking. Xianxia said angrily, "Your thinking is simply unreasonable. This is absolutely impossible." Ji Huitian said, "Then why do you think she knows so much about the operation of the Tribulation Battle Formation?" Why are there so many tribulation pills? Tell me why. All the above signs point to her being the tribulation sword master of the first generation. Not to mention that her brother is the brains of the first generation tribulation. There has never been anyone with the same surname as the tribulation sword master. If she's really the tribulation sword master, where's her tribulation sword? Xianxia was also suspicious, but it was in a different direction. The two of them discussed as they fought. It was just that Ji Huitian's suspicious gaze was always on Mo Qingguo. However, Xianxia's suspicious gaze often flitted past Chu Yang, who hadn't fought even once until now. Gradually, there was a kind of blazing light in his eyes, he even felt his nose tingle. He remembered something. Back then, it was Chu Yang who arranged for Xianxia and Mo Qingguo to enter the two tribulation sword formations. And from the martial techniques and battle techniques that the two of them used, the effect of the two of them joining in was also immediate. They complemented each other and were extremely compatible. If Xianxia and Mo Qingguo exchanged battle formations, they might not be able to achieve such a seamless effect. Why does he know so much about the tribulation battle formation? And, the three of them were together. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that these two outstanding beauties were Chu Yang's women. Other than the tribulation sword master, who else in this world deserves to enjoy such endless luck with women? Xianxia thought wishfully. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart was set, vaguely, there was a kind of hot blood rushing up. But he didn't say anything. He just continued to command the battle and charge forward. He used all his means to maximize the number of enemies and minimize the damage to his brothers. Xianxia ran his hand through his mind. One thought disappeared, and another rose. In an instant, he was filled with determination. If you are, then I'll let you see that we, the Tribulation Brothers, did not disgrace our boss. We didn't disappoint our boss. If you are not, then we'll also let you know that Tribulation's glory has never ended, no matter what, no matter who you are, no matter if you are that person or not, even if we die in the end, we will fight to perfection and glory, because we are, the Tribulation Brothers, the Eternal Tribulation Brothers. Xianxia's blood was boiling, the battle was still going on. Under the lead of Xianxia's all-out planning, the Tribulation think tanks racked their brains and constantly adopted subtle changes in the formation. Although the overall formation was always a constant Tribulation 7 stars formation, the people in each position were changing from time to time like a revolving lantern, and every time they changed, they could always preserve the strength of the formation to kill the enemy, and during the process of changing, those who changed to positions where they encountered fewer enemies finally had some space to breathe. In such a high-frequency battle, getting a moment to adjust and recover was undoubtedly a great help to the recovery of one's state, and it could effectively further enhance one's ability to continue the battle, and during this period, there wasn't a single mistake at all. Even Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo were flabbergasted to be able to do this in such a cruel battle atmosphere. Tribulation think tank. They were indeed Tribulation think tank. As they fought, they calculated and commanded, making the entire formation watertight from beginning to end. Although all of their eyes were bloodshot, every decision they made was still clear and powerful, and they were still extremely smart. The battle was once again in a stalemate, and it continued until now. This continuous battle that almost didn't have a break had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights so far. On Tribulation's side, there really wasn't any time to rest at all. From the moment they rushed out of the Purple Imperial City, they had already traveled more than 10,000 miles in this battle. And the most conservative estimate of the number of fallen extraterrestrial demons along the way had already exceeded 3 million. In other words, at least 30% of the enemy's 10 million troops had already been lost. They had practically used the corpses of the extraterrestrial demons as a path to charge over. Tribulation's brothers were still cheering and fighting. His fighting spirit soared. There wasn't the slightest hint of weariness. Chu Yang was also amazed. However, the happiest ones in this battle were not Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, Xianxia, or the Tribulation Brothers. Of course, it was even more impossible for it to be the Heavenly Demon Horde. At the beginning, the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Horde had confirmed that all the gold-robed Heavenly Guards had infiltrated their camp and were dead for sure. But now, the casualties caused by the gold-robed Heavenly Guards had already caused the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Horde to be extremely shocked and heartbroken. In fact, there was only one person who was the happiest about this battle. Or rather, it could be said that this battle had made a person successful. That was, the divine soul of a calamity. The essence of the divine soul of a calamity was already a pure energy body, and it could only grow further by absorbing the aura of death. At the level of the divine soul of a calamity, the requirements for ordinary aura of death were extremely high, be it in terms of quantity or quality. Ordinary places would not be able to satisfy him. But the aura of death derived from the battles along the way was not only huge in quantity, but also extremely pure and high quality. The self-explosion attack was to condense one's own vital energy to the limit and forcibly raise it to the level that one's physical body could no longer bear. Only in this way could one unleash a terrifying attack that was several times more powerful than one's own strength. Under this attack mode, regardless of whether the attack could cause harm to the target, the purity of the attack energy that burst out would be extremely high. And the army of heavenly demons continuously attacked Tribulation's formation with almost continuous self-explosion attacks, hoping to cause effective damage. One could imagine the amount of energy that dissipated. Such a huge amount of high-purity energy was really enough for the divine soul of a calamity to absorb to his heart's content. He turned into a gray fog and merged with the demonic haze in the sky. He gradually hovered in the sky and absorbed to his heart's content, absorbing limitlessly. Occasionally, when there was a crisis somewhere, he would immediately rush over to provide support. After dealing with it silently, he would immediately soar up and continue to enjoy the feast. Except for Chu Yang, no one else discovered his existence at all. The layer of demonic haze that appeared because of the army of heavenly demons was absolutely a natural cover for the divine soul of a calamity. The divine soul of a calamity even felt that in front of him, the originally boundless future of cultivation had once again appeared a shore that should not have appeared. It seemed to be in the vast sea, but he could finally see the existence of a continent in a very, very distant place. This was undoubtedly great news for the divine soul of a calamity, although it was still very far away. The shore that he could already glimpse undoubtedly proved that, as long as he could reach that realm, he could break through the shackles of this world and reach the level of an expert like De. To him, this was a good thing that he had never dared to dream of before. But now, although it was not at his fingertips, there was finally a glimmer of hope that he could anticipate. Following little ancestor Chu Yang was indeed the right choice. The divine soul of a calamity was so excited that he was about to cry, mainly because he had no tears. If he had tears, when would he cry if not now? The so-called crying tears of joy was nothing more than this. The golden-crowned heavenly demon had been watching this fierce battle coldly from the sky all along. It was not that he did not feel heartache for the sacrifice of the heavenly demon horde. So many warriors had died in the hands of the enemy just like that. Until now, there were already more than 3 million heavenly demon horde whose souls had dissipated forever. But the enemy did not have a single casualty, and no one was even injured. This was simply an unbelievable thing. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe no matter what methods they used, no matter what targeted tactics they used, the enemy seemed to never know fatigue. They only killed, a one-sided massacre. This matter was really too strange. He admitted that these golden-robed heavenly guards were all experts, all first-class super experts. Even if he personally went into battle, he could only resist one of them at most. But even if he were to use himself as a reference, he would definitely not be able to last more than half a day in the face of such a high-intensity continuous battle, even if they had the power of the array to increase their strength, even if their combined strength had a special enhancement. But there was no reason for them to be able to last for such a long time, right? As long as their battle strength did not show any signs of weakening, they would not dare to recklessly use their trump cards to attack. Because the golden-crowned heavenly demon also understood one thing: those people on the other side still had a considerable amount of strength left, in case of an emergency. They had even long prepared the medicine to deal with his strongest attack head-on. If even that attack failed, then with the current strength of these people, breaking through to the next level of interception would definitely be a piece of cake. If this large-scale interception operation ultimately failed in the end, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the entire heavenly demon horde. The layers of defense laid down by 10 million heavenly demon horde actually could not stop a team of 14 people, not to mention anything else. Just a mouthful of saliva from each demon was enough to drown them. When that time came, even in front of the emperor, he could only take the blame and commit seppuku. Incidentally, seppuku was a very high-standard method of suicide in the heavenly demon race. and ordinary people did not have the right to enjoy such a method of suicide. Even the most perverted way of dying for a perverted race was perverted, only when the ability of these dozen people was reduced to less than 30% of their peak standard could the group of experts he had prepared defeat them in one fell swoop. That was the result he had just calculated, but if a series of self-detonation attacks did not pose a threat, what else could he do to reduce their battle strength? This matter is really very strange. A general beside him was grinning, full of suspicion. How could they possibly do this? Even if the kings of our various races were here, they could not possibly have such a strong ability to sustain a battle. The golden-crowned heavenly demon's gaze focused. In your opinion? How do you explain this phenomenon? The general shrank back. These fellows are all freaks. The golden-crowned heavenly demon did not blame him, and instead looked pensive. Coincidentally, it was at this moment that he saw the people below fighting. There was a disharmonious situation that should not have happened. Those people were actually gradually passing a water bag. Whoever received it would fiercely drink 2 mouthfuls, and then pass it to another person, and so on. The golden-crowned heavenly demon immediately noticed this little anomaly. In fact, such water sacks had appeared many times before, but he had never noticed it, thinking that it was a very simple and ordinary drinking to quench his thirst. But now, it clearly felt that something was not right. Because, after drinking the water, these fellows seemed to recover all their strength almost instantly. No matter how tired they were before, after drinking 1 or 2 mouthfuls of water, they immediately became 100 times more spirited and full of vigor. In fact, the golden-crowned heavenly demon even noticed that one of the scholarly figures, whose face was originally rather pale, a symptom of being so tired that he was about to collapse, was immediately emitting a divine light after drinking 2 mouthfuls of water. His face was also somewhat rosy, and the paleness from before was nowhere to be seen. Just a short rest under the protection of his comrades, and he was once again full of vigor and vigor. Water sack? The golden-crowned heavenly demon was deep in thought. Suddenly, he shouted, "All troops pay attention, no matter the cost, get that water sack for me. I want to know what's the mystery behind it." This water bottle was, of course, taken out by Xianxia. What was inside was naturally not ordinary water, but the purest spring of life. Xianxia had long realized that if they continued to fight like this, even if the number of heavy pills in the tribulation space was not small, there would be a moment when they would run out. It was definitely not a good idea to just sit and wait like this. He had to think of a way to increase his supply and reduce his expenditure. After some consideration, Xianxia thought of the best substitute, the spring of life. Although the spring of life did not have the magical effect of reviving and prolonging one's life with heavy pills, it had special effects for recovering fatigue, vitality, energy, and even cultivation. In the current situation, it was even better than heavy pills in some aspects. Not to mention other things, just from the taste alone, on this battlefield where the smell of gunpowder was extremely intense, a mouthful of water was definitely more comfortable than a pill. As for the spring of life, he had a whole lot of it in his space. That was truly an inexhaustible supply. In any case, it would be quite difficult for a dozen people to drink it all with their bellies wide open, so, Xianxia chose 2 empty spots and found the right opportunity to put more than 10 bottles into Emoqingwu's and Xiaxia space rings. As long as there was time, he would take it out and let everyone drink a few mouthfuls. The 3 of them distributed the spring of life in 3 directions, and only 1 bottle appeared each time. Their actions were very secretive. Ji Huitian and the rest were all battle-hardened people. How could they not know that this was a crucial thing? They must not let the extraterrestrial demons know about it, so everyone was very careful. The spring of life, no matter which plane it was in, was definitely a good thing. With the spring of life, as long as they were not seriously injured, they did not need to use heavy pills. The amount was also so sufficient. If they felt tired, they could drink a mouthful. They would instantly feel refreshed and even have a lasting effect on the battle. With this as a foundation, everyone was secretly happy. Ji Huitian even smacked his lips and transmitted a message to Zhuoqiu Yunqiu. "I really don't know where they got so many good things. The heavy pills are still fine. But that spring water, why does it look like the spring of life? If it's really the spring of life, then it's too exaggerated. In my opinion, that thing is even rarer than heavy pills." How can they have so much of it, so much that they drink it like plain water? Did they rob the elves? He smacked his lips. Forget it, it doesn't matter who they rob. Now I can finally relax. I even feel that as long as I have the spring water, even if I have to fight for my entire life, it won't be too hard. Zhuo Yunfu rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could it be similar? That was clearly the spring of life. Do you really think you're drinking plain water? He actually wanted to drink it for his entire life. What a fool's dream. This guy has lived for nearly 100,000 years. He has lived like a dog. He doesn't have a single bit of human brain. It's really shameful to be associated with him. With such powerful material support, everyone was a high-level saint, and their powers were endless. The only thing to worry about was the exhaustion of their bodies. But now, he could recover at any time. Furthermore, he could recover to his peak condition. The more he fought, the more excited he became. If it wasn't for the unpleasant smell of the battlefield, everyone would have thought that it would be good to keep fighting like this. Under the siege of tens of millions of enemies, a mere dozen people actually came up with such a crazy idea. One had to say, this was really a miracle. The next moment, Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because the attacks of the heavenly demons suddenly became even more frenzied. But the heavenly demon horde didn't launch any self-detonation attacks anymore. They simply charged forward ferociously, therefore, at this moment, the threat to everyone decreased. Only the intensity of the attacks increased by 10 times. Also, the heavenly demon horde's goal was no longer to kill or injure everyone. Instead, they shifted their target to the water sack in everyone's hands. Chu Yang instantly pondered. Eh? This bunch of heavenly demon horde isn't stupid. How long has it been? They actually realized that there's something wrong with the water sack. At this moment, the water sack was in Yan Fei's hands. He raised his head and poured the last bit of the spring of life into his throat. Then, he laughed loudly and casually threw the water sack away. Actually, there was really nothing left in the water sack. It was just an empty container. But at that moment, no less than hundreds of heavenly demons chased after the water sack that was flying in the air. Idiot! Xianyuan Chongkong couldn't stop them in time. He stomped his feet and scolded. The heavenly demon horde's actions clearly show that they want to know what's in the water sack. That's why they came up to snatch it. Why did you throw it away instead? The other brothers knew that the situation was urgent. They all flew up to snatch the water sack, but countless heavenly demons knocked them back as if their lives depended on it. They were actually using their lives to stop them. The water sack was about to fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. Yan Fei was stunned. But there's nothing left in there now, Xianyuan Chongkong sighed. His tone was full of disappointment. They don't need anything too specific. As long as they get it and smell it, they can roughly know what's inside. We're all old foxes. Don't tell me that you don't even have this bit of common sense? Yan Fei was shocked. He hurriedly flew over to save the water sack. But it was destined that it was too late. One of the heavenly demons had already snatched the empty water sack into his hands. Just as everyone was complaining about the terrible situation, they saw that heavenly demon and the water sack exploded in the air without any warning. During this period of time, there was absolutely no one who could pose a threat to it. But it exploded just like that. It was the divine spirit of the calamity. However, the divine soul of calamity's attack had almost exposed his existence. In fact, the few higher-ups of the heavenly demons above were frowning in confusion. What's going on? We've clearly gotten it. Moreover, the people who tried to stop us were all stopped. There's no threat at all. Why did it suddenly and inexplicably die? Could it be that there's still a hidden enemy? All the demons looked around suspiciously. Chu Yang didn't want to expose his trump card too early. His eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. It seemed like this was an opportunity. After a while, everyone seemed to be a little tired. Chu Yang suddenly took out a water sack from his ring and shouted, "Everyone, drink some water before fighting." As he spoke, he threw the water sack in Mo Qingwu's direction. But this throw seemed to have been accidentally hit by someone. Instantly, it lost its accuracy and deviated to an unimaginably terrible degree. The water sack that was originally flying toward Mo Qinggu actually landed in the arms of one of the heavenly demons with a loud bang. "Oh no!" Chu Yang exclaimed. He hurriedly rushed over to snatch it. "Oh no!" Seeing this, the heavenly demons were also shocked. The whole formation almost showed a flaw. Because of this momentary pause. If the heavenly demons knew the secret of the spring water, they would probably change their tactics immediately. They wouldn't be as relaxed as they were now. What kind of person was this? How could this guy be so reckless? It's fine if he didn't contribute, but how could he help? But now was not the time to blame Chu Yang at all. Several people left the formation and went forward to snatch the water sack. That heavenly demon was originally preparing to snatch the water sack later. He was eyeing it covetously and was always ready. Once a water sack appeared, he would immediately rush over without a care for his own safety. But who would have thought that the thing he had been dreaming of would actually fall into his arms just like that? He only felt that at that moment, he seemed to have bumped into something in his arms. In this chaotic place of fighting, his brain actually short-circuited for a moment. His subconscious reaction caused him to throw out the water sack in a daze. "Dad! Pig!" Thousands of heavenly demons at the side scolded together. There was actually such an idiot. F***ck. In such a short time, the thing that we couldn't snatch even after sacrificing no less than thousands of heavenly demons was in your arms, and you actually threw it away carelessly. For a moment, everyone jumped up and tried to snatch it with all their might. Chu Yang pretended to snatch the water sack after it flew out, but who would have thought that this guy would actually be so brainless and throw it back? This was too weird. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. F***ck. You don't even want it when it's given to you. Seeing that the water sack was about to return to his hands, Chu Yang was extremely sick of it and cursed in his heart. What a F***king weirdo. How can I continue acting like this? F***ck, your heavenly emperor has educated a bunch of brainless things like you. I gave you face, but you didn't want to be slapped. I gave you a bun, but you didn't want to eat it. You just had to eat sh*t. Fortunately, at this moment, Ji Huitian rushed back on his sword in time, and sword light flashed. Chu Yang screamed, and his body seemed to have been attacked by something. He fell sideways and coincidentally blocked Ji Huitian. In his fluster, the tip of his foot also coincidentally kicked the water sack. Thus, the water sack flew out again. The heavenly demon who threw the water sack was desperately rushing forward to snatch it, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, the water sack would return to his arms. The joy of regaining something that he had lost was too shocking. Suddenly, his thoughts short-circuited, and he subconsciously blurted out, "What the F***ck?" He was still confused. F***ck, why is this water sack so fated with me? Only when he thought of this did he come back to his senses. He hugged the water sack and turned to run. But dozens of sword lights had already attacked fiercely from behind. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, although Zhuo Yunqiu and the others were also fighting for it. After seeing Chu Yang's actions, they immediately slowed down. Chu Yang must have a reason for doing this, but even so, the attacking power of a group of high-level saints was still quite strong. The guy who snatched the water sack fled desperately, and the surrounding heavenly demons desperately blocked and attacked for him. Unexpectedly, all the skin and flesh on his back were scraped off, and even 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. Only then did he luckily escape the pursuit and fly into the sky. Blood splattered all the way to the sky. This water sack was really not easy to snatch. Fortunately, Elder Yu still made a great contribution. Ignoring the serious injuries on his body, he hurriedly rushed forward and knelt down as if he was presenting a treasure. He presented the water sack and said, "Sir, your humble servant, dog-raising dog, has not let you down. In Guangzhou, 37 Games was playing here. Last night, the plane was late, and when he arrived here, he was drunk. Didn't they say that Southerners can't drink? I came here with the mentality of sweeping, but in the end, I was swept away here." When this dog-raised dog D said this sentence, there was a hint of complacency in his tone. I can even use such a profound phrase like "I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." It can be seen that I've improved a lot now. I can't just call myself Guanyang Dodi anymore. I should call myself Guanyang Dodi. Such a resounding name should be the name of His Majesty. The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded with satisfaction and said, Quan Yang Do Di. Well, you've done well. Quan Yang Do Di's face was full of glory. He stood at attention and said loudly, It's all thanks to you, my lord. The golden-crowned heavenly demon rolled his eyes. When did I say that I'm going to cultivate you? Ignoring him, he took the water sack and shook it. There was no sound inside. Then he said, I'd like to see what magical thing is inside. The high-ranking heavenly demon generals around all craned their necks to take a look. They were all full of curiosity. What magical thing is it? Just one sip can restore all the strength. Such a treasure of heaven and earth. If I don't take a look at it, I won't be able to sleep in the future. The cork of the water sack was opened in an instant. It was very easy. The next moment, a group of heavenly demon leaders gathered around and looked at it. What's inside? Without any warning, with a whoosh sound, a mass of grayish-black fog gushed out from inside. In the blink of an eye, the dense fog had already filled an area of no less than 100 feet, including the golden-crowned heavenly demon and the 7 generals present. None of the 7 people were spared. They all took a deep breath. They were watching excitedly with their mouths open. It was really not easy not to breathe. Ouch! A shrill scream instantly rose to the sky. A general covered his eyes and screamed first, My eyes, my eyes. It was the gray fog that rushed out. This guy was the most unlucky. Not only did he suck in a mouthful of the fog from his throat to his lungs, but his eyes were also touched by the fog. The effect of the thick fog was really good. It could be said that the effect was immediate. There was an intense stinging sensation in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his eyes actually started to rot. As everyone knew, the eyes were actually a layer of tissue wrapped around a bag of water. They were always watery. If they were poisoned, especially if it was the kind of poison that had the effect of rotting, the effect would be immediate and immediate. What's more, when Minister Chu was preparing for this show, for fear that it wouldn't act up quickly enough, he not only added in Chu Lu Erzanate poison, but also Wu Juoqing's shadowless poison. Lastly, he even added in the decaying corpse poison. It was as if Minister Chu had included all 3 of the most powerful poisons in the world in one go. Not to mention these few heavenly demons, even if their heavenly emperor suddenly smelled it, he would also curse loudly. The golden-crowned skyfiend somersaulted out as he cursed angrily, Dad. This is highly toxic. That dog raised by a dog was currently bowing and preparing to accept the reward from his superiors. When he saw this turn of events, he was instantly dumbfounded. Sir. This, it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, he immediately attracted the attention of the 7 people. In an instant, new and old hatred surged in their hearts. Everyone couldn't wait to skin him alive. Damn it, if not for you bastard, would we be able to poison them? And such a sinister super poison at that. Originally, we were guarding the formation at a height of several thousand feet. There was no wind and no danger. The enemy was busy escaping and wouldn't come up to fight with us no matter what. Who would have thought that you would directly send the highly toxic poison down our throats? This is really. Dad. 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 Anger rose in their hearts. Evil grew in their guts. The 7 of them struck at the same time and beat up this dog raised by a dog who was asking for rewards on the spot. King dog raised by a dog. You're really raised by a dog. You're really a dog raised by a dog. After cursing, they felt that something was wrong with their throats. They had actually started to speak hoarsely. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at each other. Only then did they see that the insides of each other's throats were already pitch black. Furthermore, the insides were squirming and rotting. The situation seemed to be getting worse. How could this be? What kind of poison is this? The golden-crowned skyfiend cried out in fear. Originally, although he knew that the thick fog was poisonous and extraordinary, but the golden-crowned skyfiend was confident in his cultivation. He didn't take this poison seriously and didn't even try to expel the poison at the first moment. But at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. He tried his best to suppress it. But even with his supreme demonic skills, he still couldn't do anything about this poison. Not only was he unable to expel it, he couldn't even suppress it. Other than that, he also clearly felt that because of the breath he took earlier, a lot of the poison had already entered his lungs. Now, his internal organs were all in great pain. Presumably, they were all being corroded by the highly toxic poison. The one who was in the most serious situation was still that sky fiend who had his eyes sprayed by the poisonous fog. Right now, he was completely out of control, screaming and rolling around in pain. He who had lost his rationality desperately used his hands to grab at his eye sockets. With one grab, he pulled out 2 of his eyeballs. However, he didn't realize that even the blood that flowed out had already turned black and then turned into air. He screamed so miserably that it didn't sound like a human's voice. He grabbed at his eye sockets and grabbed at his head. With one grab, he pulled out white bones. Then, he screamed all the way as he tumbled down from the sky. The group of Skyfiend higher-ups screamed collectively. They looked at their most unlucky comrade who had fallen down in fear. The group of Skyfiends had never dreamt that the degree of this poison could be so terrifying. Everything that happened earlier was still vivid in their minds. It was as if they had experienced it themselves. In addition, all of their internal organs were already burning and they were in great pain. If they didn't take any measures quickly, a shining example would be right in front of them. That golden-crowned sky fiend had the highest status here. He actually forcefully held back the scream that was about to leave his mouth. But without another word, he fled at full speed without any warning. He disappeared in a flash. In this situation, they couldn't care less about any battle. Their own lives were more important. If they didn't think of a way to deal with such a terrifying poison that they had never heard of before, they might really die here for no reason. But the golden-crowned Skyfiend's cultivation was exquisite and could still suppress it. But that didn't mean that the other Skyfiend generals could do the same. The other generals were already screaming miserably, and their faces were all twisted in agony. Blood gradually seeped out of their 7 orifices. Their eyes were overflowing with extreme fear. That was a kind of fear towards death and a desire to live. Other than that, there was still a serious question. What kind of poison was this? How could it be so poisonous? After so many years, they had never seen such a poison before. Where did it come from? The effect of the poison in this water bag was unexpectedly good. It actually wiped out all the higher-ups of the Skyfiend generals in one fell swoop. Other than the golden-crowned Skyfiend who managed to escape without a trace, the situation of the other Skyfiend generals was already very clear. It was absolutely impossible for them to survive. When they were most unprepared, they directly sucked the poison into their internal organs. This was something that even the gods couldn't save. Even Xianxia himself didn't expect that this thing that he had done on the spur of the moment would actually suddenly establish an unprecedented merit. It really didn't take long. Puff, 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 one by one, they fell from the sky. When these Skyfiend generals fell to the ground, it was really a tragic sight. They actually directly turned into a pile of minced meat. It couldn't be helped. Who asked their tyrannical cultivation to be completely depleted in such a short period of time because of the battle with the poison? So much so that they couldn't resist the impact of falling from the sky and were directly smashed into pieces. The tyrannical high-level Skyfiend demonic body was completely useless at this moment. This extremely strange phenomenon that outsiders couldn't understand was only seen by a relatively small number of people for the time being. Most of the Skyfiends were still ignorant and completely unaware that a major change had occurred in their higher-ups. There were indeed not many people who paid attention to this change, but there were still a few people, such as the strategists of the Calamity Battle formation. They were the group of people who paid the most attention to the big picture and the minute details. How could the strange change in the sky escape from this group of people who were observant? The battle was still going on, but Xianxia and the others were already greatly relieved. The other party was already a group of dragons without a leader. As long as they discovered that there was no Delian commanding them after a period of time, they would naturally collapse and disperse. It was just that the strategists of the Calamity also underestimated Chu Yang's scheme in their hearts. This scheme of Chu Yang's wasn't a very brilliant method, but the effect was unexpectedly good, and the result was even more shocking. It made the situation develop in the most ideal direction. It was simply inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. In this world, there were indeed things that couldn't be thought of, but there was nothing that couldn't be done. Ji Huitian flew forward quickly and killed a bloody path. He forced his way to the place where those Skyfiend generals had died. He cut off their heads with his sword and held them in his hand. Then, he whizzed back with his sword. Within a few hundred miles of the Calamity Battle formation, it was directly a flesh and blood mill. Countless lives died here. Some died, and some had their souls scattered. The battle was extremely fierce. However, after a period of continuous battle, until Chu Yang and the others broke out of the encirclement, the generals of the Skyfiend army suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why haven't we received any new orders? Without any new orders, what should we do next? Why isn't anyone talking? Demon cubs. Those bullshit generals of yours have all been killed by me. At this time, Ji Huitian actually left the Calamity Battle formation. He was holding 7 or 8 heads in his hands. He laughed wildly and flew forward at high speed in the sky, deliberately letting the Skyfiend army see the faces of the bunch of heads in his hands. This matter completely destroyed the fighting spirit of the heavenly demon army. General. It's really the general. It can't be. Then you? It's really the general's head. The general is dead? He's really dead? How can this be? What should we do? Then you, the expected beginning of a rout finally began at this moment, and it was out of control. In a large-scale battle between two armies, the commanding general was always the morale and courage of the soldiers. Whenever the commanding general was killed, the morale of the soldiers would inevitably be greatly affected, and the situation of total collapse could occur at any time. When these few heads appeared, the only surviving heavenly demon with a golden crown didn't appear to preside over the situation. The morale of the heavenly demon army instantly collapsed, and they lost their fighting spirit. They still had to face the all-out charge of dozens of high-level saints. The millions of people instantly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Instead, they crashed into the defensive line at the back. The news of the general being killed spread like a plague, rapidly spreading to all the heavenly demon army. The morale of the heavenly demon army instantly collapsed. Faced with such an advantageous situation, Chu Yang and the rest naturally had high morale. They advanced triumphantly and chased madly. As a result, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared. There were only dozens of people in total, but they were chasing millions of heavenly demons wantonly. This situation was really so strange that it made one's scalp tingle. If anyone saw this scene, there would only be one question in their heart: how fierce were these people? As he chased, Chu Yang sighed with regret in his heart. Today's matter is really such a pity. Why wasn't the one who used the poison just now Chu Lu herself? If that cousin of his was here, the results would definitely be more than just this little bit of battle results. After all, in terms of using poison, I'm probably not even an amateur. I'm just making up the numbers. She's the professional, and it's appropriate to have her own specialization. If the heavenly demons knew what Chu Yang was thinking at this moment, this army of millions would probably vomit blood and die at the same time, without the need for Chu Yang and his brothers to chase after them. King water sack, a bullsh T plan that can't be put on the table, and you've wiped out all the higher-ups in one fell swoop, causing the total defeat of our army of millions, and you're still not satisfied. What more do you want? Humans can't be so shameless. You have to have a bottom line. After charging out for a while longer, the Sky Demon army had completely dispersed. Apart from a few scattered soldiers and many corpses, most of the demons were nowhere to be found. Only now did everyone stop and gasp for breath. After the alarm was lifted, they suddenly relaxed. They were shocked to realize that the tiredness that had accumulated over the past few days of continuous fighting made them feel dizzy. Many of them sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. A person's energy, physical strength, cultivation, and even life force could be replenished by external forces. The only thing that couldn't be replenished was the spirit. Once the excitement was over, the spirit would dissipate, and the previously neglected fatigue would double. This was also because these people's cultivation was extremely high, and they had been nourished by heavy pills and the spring of life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange for a few of them to suddenly die. Hey! Ji Huitian staggered over and slapped Chu Yang's shoulder. It's so small, but it's still good. Just a single water sack was enough to instantly disintegrate an army of millions. What a good plan. Fine. Respect. Good job. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled. You're too kind. A certain king of hell was rarely modest. He also knew that his water sack plan was really a bit crude. It really didn't deserve such high praise. He was completely lucky to be able to succeed this time. So, Minister Chu knew his own limits. What do you mean by that? It's absolutely amazing. It's so amazing. The other guy winked at Chu Yang. Then, he raised his thumb high under Chu Yang's nose. Brother, I'll tell you the truth. I was scolding you in my heart all the way here. You said that you didn't even make a move on such a long road. You said that you were inferior to those two girls. I never expected that you would make such an earth-shattering move. You can't hide your intentions from your face. You're amazing. You're really amazing. Chu Yang listened with black lines on his forehead. Is this guy praising me? Ji Huitian laughed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder vigorously. He didn't regard himself as an outsider and said, Tell me, what kind of mechanism is in that water sack? What magical things are in it? It actually made a high-level saint flee for his life and 7 saint-level generals die from the poison? You've just said that you're rich and everything is done. You're really too domineering. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled. Haha, that water sack is just an ordinary water sack. There's really no mechanism inside it. I just put a little bit of innate poison. That's all. What? Innate poison. Everyone bared their teeth. That thing was a legendary poison that had been lost for God knows how many years. This guy actually had it? Yes, I was afraid that the effect wouldn't be good, so I added a little bit more shadowless poison. Chu Yang coughed. Everyone was stunned. What the heck? That shadowless poison was the trump card of the legendary Venerable Poison Master millions of years ago? It was recognized as the #1 poison in the world? It was even more famous than innate poison. No wonder, this group of extraterrestrial demons died so quickly. 2 strange poisons were used at the same time. It really didn't make sense that they didn't die. While everyone was sighing in their hearts, they heard Chu Yang say a little embarrassedly, after all, the target had a high-level saint. I was afraid that the 2 poisons might not be enough. So I added some decaying poison. Everyone widened their eyes in unison and sucked in cold air. They felt a toothache. They looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a legendary prehistoric monster that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In terms of reputation, the decaying corpse poison was far inferior to the other 2 poisons. However, regardless of whether it was the innate poison or the shadowless poison, they were both top-notch poisons. They could take a person's life in an instant. Although the decaying corpse poison also had the effect of destroying a person's life, it was more of a corrosive and persistent poison. Its main use was to continuously inflict damage. In terms of viciousness, the decaying corpse poison was the best of the 3. After all, the first 2 poisons only took a person's life. The decaying poison not only took a person's life, but also caused a person to die miserably. When these 3 poisons were used together, one could imagine how terrifying and vicious the culprit was. It's really. Ji Huitian bit his teeth as if he had a toothache. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After saying really for a long time, he said, It's really, too vicious, too insidious, too vicious, too, yes. Yan Fei rushed up excitedly. Let me tell you, brother. There are not many people in my generation who can make me respect. But now, old Chu, you are definitely the #1. This is really, how did you come up with such a vicious method to end your family's bloodline? Do you often do this kind of thing? Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead again. He didn't hide his anger at all as he stared at this guy. He almost wanted to kick this guy to the southern heavenly gate. Do you know how to speak? Do you know how to praise people? Do you have to say it so bluntly and unpleasantly? You're right. There were actually more than 20 tribulation brothers. It's really too vicious, really too insidious, really too inhumane. It's really the first time I've seen such a vicious character. Then, everyone laughed together. But I like it. Ha. Chu Yang's handsome face darkened as he stared at this group of shameless people. He could only smile bitterly. The few people who didn't participate in the praise of Chu Yang made up for it. Suoqiu Yunqiuo, Shiman Wanli, Xianyuan Chongkong, Zhuge Xiao, Dongfang Duwu, and Dugu Wulei. These three tribulation think tanks took a step forward in unison. Chu Yang raised his head in shock. Shiman Wanli's eyes were filled with deep respect. The other 5 people's eyes were shining with disbelief and excitement. They looked at him like this, but it was as if they were looking at another person they hadn't seen in a long time. Suocho Yunquo's Adam's apple moved. He said dryly, "Very good. Very good. Thank you." His voice was actually trembling slightly. Then, everyone bowed together. They bowed to the ground, they didn't get up for a long time. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Why do you have to do this? I'm also a part of this battle. It's my duty to destroy the enemy. Shouldn't I?" Everyone straightened up and smiled at the same time. Their faces were flushed with excitement. However, they still didn't reveal Chu Yang's true identity despite being well aware of it. However, their expressions clearly told Chu Yang, "We already know your true identity." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Which one of these people wasn't a world-shaking talent? Wisdom that could turn this situation around? Which one of them would be inferior to any hero or wise person in the world? It would be fine if he didn't make a move. But he had made 2 moves in a row. The first time, he arranged for Mo Qinggu and Zi Shiqing to enter the tribulation battle formation. The second time, he set up a trap to kill the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons. And so many heavy pills appeared. If this person still couldn't guess his identity, then, it would be really strange. But everyone was wise after all. Of course, they wouldn't reveal Chu Yang's identity at this time. Once everyone knew, even if they kept it a secret, there would still be clues in their minds. It wouldn't be good if the enemy found out, therefore, even though everyone was excited, they all maintained a tacit understanding. In the next 3 days, the heavenly demons didn't make any moves at all. But everyone could clearly feel that there would be an even more tragic battle waiting for them in front of them. It was a feeling that a storm was coming. Everyone was a veteran of the battlefield. They could feel this feeling very clearly. The pressure was intense, and in this rare short period of time, everyone also seized the time to recover their cultivation. Every moment, they were accumulating strength to prepare for battle. Everyone knew that the next time they came into contact, it would definitely not be like the previous wave of various situations. The next battle would be the one that would decide their life and death. The previous wave was, in fact, just an ambush by the golden-crowned heavenly devil. It could be said that they had come prepared. However, their overall strength was relatively weak. Moreover, they had been wiped out by Chu Yang without dispatching any of their high-end fighting strength. This was the biggest reason why there had been a one-sided massacre in the battle. But when they were prepared for the next wave, it would definitely not be so easy. And along the way, what puzzled the others the most was Suocho Yunquo and the rest's attitude towards Chu Yang suddenly changed greatly. The other Tribulation brothers changed their view of Chu Yang because they approved of Chu Yang and felt that this little guy was very compatible with them. Internally, they treated him like a good friend. However, Suocho Yunquo and the rest's attitude was a kind of faint respect. Although they had already tried their best to restrain and conceal this respect and did not show it too obviously, the feeling of returning after tens of thousands of years was really hard for them to contain. They still could not hide it perfectly. This made Ji Huitian and the others, who were still confused, even more confused. After walking forward for about half a day, that unusually strong and oppressive feeling actually became more and more intense. This place was at most only 1,000 miles away from the first bridge. After almost crossing the mountain in front, they arrived in the blink of an eye. And behind them was a boundless forest, which was the place where they met the 2 survivors of Purple Cloud Heavens. And after crossing this mountain, they would once again enter that uninhabited death zone for 1,000 miles, where there were eerie white bones everywhere on the battlefield. Until now, the heavenly devils still had not taken any action. Chu Yang and the rest of the Tribulation's think tanks could basically guess with certainty that the opponent's next wave of action was in front of them. They would definitely not allow them to return to the first bridge safely. All of a sudden, Suocho Yunquo and Ji Huitian, who were walking at the front, both stopped at the same time. They quietly looked at the mountain peak that was close at hand and said softly, "They're here." Following this sentence, as if it had been prearranged, there was suddenly a loud boom on the mountain peak. Demonic aura filled the sky, countless heavenly devils appeared at the top of the mountain. It actually appeared with the force of a huge mountain. The two leading heavenly devils in golden robes and golden crowns stood in the sky with their hands clasped behind their backs, coldly looking at Chu Yang and the others at the foot of the mountain. The aura of a sovereign overlooking the world arose spontaneously. It's actually the heavenly demon king. Ji Huitian smiled bitterly and said, this time. I'm afraid we're really in big trouble. They actually sent out 2 heavenly devil king level experts at once. These 2 heavenly demons are 2 of the 8 heavenly demon kings. Suoqiu Yunfu sighed deeply while his gaze was heavy, and he didn't conceal his unprecedented vigilance in the slightest. Are they very powerful? Chu Yang also felt the terror of these 2 guys. So, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He's more than powerful. Suoqiu Yunfu sighed softly and soundlessly. These 2 heavenly demon kings, according to the ranks of the Heaven Imperial Court, are almost equivalent to the level of 2 emperors. Facing these 2 people at the same time is almost. Zhuge smiled and said softly, facing the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress at the same time. Even though their actual strength is most likely not comparable to the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress, they're definitely stronger than the Extreme Heaven Merciless Emperor. That's to say, they're basically equivalent to 2 heavenly emperors of black clouds, Yuan Tianji? Chu Yang asked in a heavy voice. More or less. Suoqiu Yunfu nodded heavily. His Chu Yang took in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, he felt an extreme sense of danger and oppression coming at him. An unprecedented crisis appeared at the border of the safest area. Chu Yang was well aware of Yuan Tianji's true strength, even though he didn't really fight with Yuan Tianji at his peak state. The strength that Yuan Tianji, who had been weakened layer by layer and whose original strength was less than 10% of his peak state, was already so terrifying. He and his brothers were almost completely wiped out, and that was in the Heaven Imperial Court, his home ground. But now, at this moment, he actually met 2 heavenly demon kings who were in perfect condition and had millions of demon soldiers supporting them. They showed up forcefully and cut off their escape route. Even though the comrades by his side were much more powerful than the brothers back then, the situation was not optimistic at all. On the contrary, it was even more dangerous because when faced with such powerful enemies, there would be the danger of all of them being wiped out at the slightest move. The 2 great heaven demon kings in front of him were almost as powerful as the East Emperor and the Demon Empress. When faced with such super experts, did they really have a chance? Chu Yang's heart suddenly calmed down. He was as calm as a 1,000-year-old ancient pond, without a trace of fluctuation. Fear, these negative effects wouldn't help at all. They would only make his heart more chaotic, and he would have less chance of winning and even less chance of survival. Only when he didn't panic, would there be hope. While Chu Yang was calculating in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Suoqiu Yunfu quietly came to Chu Yang's side in an extremely secretive way. He looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He secretly used a secret voice transmission and said, "Brother Chu, if the situation isn't good later, we'll try our best to create an opportunity. You take Miss Mo and Princess C and leave first. We can't create more than 2 opportunities. You must seize them." Chu Yang smiled and said, "What kind of tactic is this? Do you want me to be a deserter?" Suoqiu Yunfu smiled and said, "Brother Chu should know that I don't mean that. And the situation now is very dangerous and bad. Even though it's only 1,000 miles away from our base, with these demon soldiers blocking the way, it's no different from looking at thousands of rivers and mountains. We can only look at it but not reach it." Chu Yang said lightly, "Why can't we look at it but not reach it? Is it the mentality of a tribulation to be afraid before the battle? Didn't you all face enemies stronger than you all back then? Do you all have the same mentality? And your big brother, did he abandon you all during the battle back then?" Suoqiu Yunfu's body shook. After a long while, he said, "No matter what kind of strong enemy we face, we'll always live and die together. We'll never leave each other." Chu Yang nodded and said decisively, "Then what else is there to say?" Suoqiu Yunfu said quietly, "Times are different from the past. It's really not a wise move to sacrifice yourself for nothing." Chu Yang said lightly, "Where the heart is at peace, where the righteousness is." Suoqiu Yunfu didn't say anything else and only sighed. Chu Yang changed the topic and said in a deep voice, the closest ones are parents, the closest ones are husband and wife, the most reliable ones are brothers. He didn't use a voice transmission to say this. Even though his voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it and turned to look at him. Suoqiu Yunfu was dumbfounded. Oh? I heard that this kind of thing often happens. Chu Yang said calmly, when a child is beaten, scolded and bullied by others outside, he can endure all the pain and humiliation. But one day, he's scolded harshly by his parents in his own home. Because of this, he develops a boundless hatred for his parents. He even runs away from home in anger and doesn't return home for many years. Suoqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly. Everyone else also looked thoughtful. To others, he can resign himself to adversity and fight back unyieldingly. But to his own family, he can develop a boundless hatred just because of a few words. Why is this? Chu Yang said softly, as the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more the blame. Parents treat their children this way and vice versa. Because the other party is the person closest to them, the hurt from the person closest to them is the most unbearable, unforgettable, and indelible. Suoqiu Yunfu was still smiling bitterly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. So, back then, there were some things that you brothers, or at least you think tanks, should be able to react to quickly. But you still couldn't figure it out. Because that hurt is the deepest. The so-called heart-wrenching pain is nothing more than that. Chu Yang said, I shouldn't have said these words before the big battle. But, instead of letting you fight with such a knot in your heart, and facing an enemy that is almost unrivaled, I might as well say it out loud, and let you truly understand what happened back then. You will have to face what you have to face. It's just like your parents. They gave birth to you, and painstakingly raised you. Even if they verbally say that they want to throw you away and regret giving birth to you, so what? How do they actually treat you? Chu Yang faintly smiled, isn't it the same for brothers? Since you've been through life and death together for a long time, and have been through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives together for a long time, then, the reason why there are misunderstandings and hatred is because, they are the people you care about the most. Because you care, you misunderstand. Because you care, you hate. Because you care, you won't forgive. You won't think of forgiving. Chu Yang said slowly. Everyone sighed in unison. They could only look gloomy. And they looked at Chu Yang with a complicated look in their eyes. Yes, what he said was right. But the misunderstanding had been formed, and the people were gone. Nothing is absolute in this world. Maybe they didn't die. Chu Yang looked quietly at the extraterrestrial demons on the mountaintop and said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. The countless extraterrestrial demon army was slowly descending under the leadership of the two kings. It was like a boundless dark cloud that covered the sky was descending from the sky. The atmosphere became even more tense, but Chu Yang's words were like thunder and lightning that could completely shatter this boundless dark cloud. It exploded in everyone's hearts and was deafening. At this moment, so many high-level saints felt as if they were struck by lightning. They felt dizzy. Maybe they didn't die. What did this mean? Maybe, probably, it meant, boss didn't die. Boss didn't die. In that instant, everyone completely forgot that there was an invincible enemy in front of them. They only felt that they were seeing stars. Waves of indescribable ecstasy rose from their hearts and they could no longer suppress it. Especially those few think tanks, after they had guessed and confirmed Chu Yang's identity, the weight of Chu Yang's words had already risen to an unparalleled height. They should have been the most suspicious few because they were the think tanks. They had the highest intelligence and were the most scheming. But now, when all the brothers were still in ecstasy and half-doubting, they had already believed in Chu Yang completely, because they could not believe in Chu Yang, but they would definitely believe in the Tribulation Sword Master. They would believe in every word he said, just like back then, they believed in their own boss. Because they did not believe in their own boss, it led to the nightmare that had haunted them for tens of thousands of years. And they would definitely not make such a mistake again, and a kind of belief began to rise, if boss is really not dead, then all the more I cannot die. I want to see him. I want to admit my mistakes to him and express my repentance. I must live on, to see boss. And just as this shock and excitement rose, an untimely voice had already sounded. It carried a hint of arrogance and condescension. Gold-robed heavenly guards are indeed extraordinary. After tens of thousands of miles of breakout, all of you are still unharmed and in perfect condition. Gold-robed heavenly guards indeed. Seeing them in person is even better than hearing about them. This seemed to be full of praise, but the arrogance and haughtiness in his bones seemed to be innate and natural. It was as if his words should make the gold-robed heavenly guards, as the people involved, feel extremely touched and overwhelmed by the favor, and shed tears of gratitude. That was the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Because he had been in a high position for a long time, he had cultivated the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Just as Ji Hui Tian was about to speak, Suoqiu Yunfu had already stopped him and stepped forward. Facing such a powerful enemy, even talking to him required wisdom. With Ji Hui Tian's recklessness, if a single sentence or even a single word was too extreme, it would be interpreted by them to mean something else and expose their side's true strength. The gains would not make up for the losses. Golden-robed heavenly guard is just a term of endearment. We don't deserve such praise. However, may I ask which of the 8 heavenly demon kings are the 2 heavenly demon kings who came this time? Suoqiu Yunchu's voice was clear, and there was a faint sense of confidence in it. It was a kind of conceit that came from having absolute confidence in oneself. The 2 celestial demon kings looked at each other in surprise. Then, one of them smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, I am the current flying demon king, Tenjin Fujin. The other said, I am the lord of spirit demons, Kurai Fuku. It's an honor to meet you. Suoqiu Yunchu nodded. Your excellencies have come here personally. I believe you must have made up your mind not to let us return safely? Tenjin Fujin said calmly, indeed. Once the golden-robed heavenly guards enter the first bridge, they will be too much of a hindrance to us. Although eliminating you guys won't be of much help to our attack on the entire Heaven Imperial Court, and I believe Cloud Master will still send other people to guard us. However, your rash attack this time has given us an extremely rare opportunity. Since you guys have come to our territory, it would be inexcusable if we don't destroy you. Suoqiu Yunchu said sharply, your territory? When have we ever been to your territory? This is Purple Cloud Heaven. It's ours. It will always be ours. It will never become yours. We're just walking on our own territory and killing some invaders along the way. Suoqiu Yunchu's voice was stern. Kurai Fuku laughed mockingly and said, didn't you say it? At least now, it's our people who have taken over this place. What about your people? Other than the dozens of you, where are the others? Suoqiu Yunchu's expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, invading is never something to be proud of. You have to know that your life is not destined to be yours. Even if it's temporarily yours, it's just an illusion. One day, you'll lose it again. Tenjin Fujin smiled faintly. Possessing it temporarily is possessing it. It doesn't mean it won't last forever. Most importantly, invading gives me the great pleasure of conquering. Young man, perhaps you understand my words, perhaps you don't, but one thing is certain, and that is, whether it's you humans or our Heavenly Emperor clan, from the beginning to the end, the history is essentially a history of invasion. This world has always been one of invasion. It was like that in the past, right now, and in the future. It will be like that forever. No matter what realm it is, it will always be, only those who have the ability to conquer it. The Lord of the Flying Demons was elegant and calm. He said, the prosperity of a race will inevitably be accompanied by the destruction of another race. This has been the general trend since ancient times, and there will be no exceptions. Now, our race has the ability and strength to occupy this part of the world. Then, the purple cloud heavens will be ours. It doesn't matter if it's temporary or an illusion, it's the truth. As for when it will be yours, Tenjin Fujin said calmly, that will have to wait until you've chased all of our people out. Perhaps only then will it be meaningful to say this. Suoqiu Yunchu nodded slowly. That's right. On this battlefield, right and wrong are never that important. However, you have to pay for the heinous crimes you've committed after coming in. No one will be able to escape. Kurai Fuku's face was filled with a mocking smile. He looked at Suoqiu Yunfu with a mocking gaze and said, but if we win in the end and become the victors, then all of our people who have killed humans in this war will become heroes. Their souls will enter the shrine and be worshipped by our ancestors. Suoqiu Yunfu said sharply, enter the shrine? Ha ha ha. That's just the name of the latrine in our heaven palace. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. So there really is such a coincidence. As he said this, the atmosphere in this space suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Suoqiu Yunfu's words were equivalent to opening the prelude to the war. Previously, he had been stalling for time. He was waiting for the news that their leader was still alive to create an explosive excitement among his brothers. And that explosive excitement would turn into a high-spirited battle prowess. At the same time, it was a belief that they would not die. As long as this belief was formed, there would be hope today. And now, at this very moment, he could clearly feel that the belief "I cannot die" was already formed, it was already forming, it was already about to turn into a storm. And what Suoqiu Yunfu wanted to do now was to fully ignite this war when the spiritual storm arrived. He wanted to turn this unparalleled battle strength and unprecedented tribulation energy into the purest battle strength and enter this war. Therefore, when he sensed the emotions of his brothers, he simply threw out this sentence. Enter the shrine, it's just the name of our latrine. It was undoubtedly trampling on the other party's million years of spiritual belief and pride. To the heavenly demons, this was a great humiliation that no one would allow or accept. The two heavenly demon kings' faces darkened at the same time. Their previous calmness and elegance instantly disappeared. They quietly looked at Suoqiu Yunfu. Suoqiu Yunfu did not show any signs of weakness. He smiled faintly and raised his head to look at them. He said seriously, so coincidences are this scary. But what I said is true. Really, it's just the name of our latrine. Xianxia's eyes suddenly emitted a violent light. He shouted in a deep voice, die. A ray of black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. It actually condensed into a substance and rushed towards Suoqiu Yunfu at an extremely fast speed. Ji Huitian shouted loudly. His body and sword became one. His entire person and his sword turned into a flickering storm and met this ray of black light. Poof, a muffled sound rang out. After this clash, Ji Huitian's sword light scattered. He retreated a few steps and landed on the ground. His entire face was flushed red. Ji Huitian actually had to use all his strength to resist the ray of black light that shot out from Xianxia's eyes. Although he succeeded in neutralizing the opponent's attack, he was forced to retreat and was even almost injured. What kind of frightening cultivation was this? Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Without exception, all of them turned pale with fright. They had long heard that the 8 heavenly demon kings of the heavenly demons were super experts on the same level as Di Ho. However, no one had actually fought with an expert of Di Ho's level before, therefore, they had never thought that Di Ho's level was actually at such a terrifying level. Chu Yang frowned and made a prompt decision. He couldn't drag this on any longer, otherwise, once the 2 heavenly demon kings took the initiative to attack, there would definitely be casualties on his side. Even if the 2 heavenly demon kings didn't take the initiative to attack, everyone's courage and confidence would gradually disappear under such a demonic aura. At this moment, the 2 heavenly demon kings already said coldly, move. One could imagine that the other word that wasn't spoken out and the previous word together was an order, move. However, at this moment, a clear and melodious sword sound suddenly rang out. An extremely bright ray of light appeared in the sky without any warning. Like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly cut through the endless haze. The entire purple cloud heavens was almost illuminated by this dazzling sword light. A biting cold murderous aura suddenly surged out like a sudden storm and engulfed the entire sky. This murderous aura caused the expressions of the 2 great heavenly demon kings to change. That was a merciless murderous aura that wouldn't even frown if it slaughtered the entire world. Merciless sword aura, a voice with a domineering aura recited, heavenly tribulation, it's lonely at the top. Chu Yang understood very well, if he was heavily injured, he could recover instantly. As long as he didn't die, he could recover immediately. However, if the brothers behind him were heavily injured, it would be impossible for them to recover. They didn't have such convenient conditions, so Chu Yang could only face it head-on. He immediately felt that his internal organs were about to rupture and his body was about to collapse. The tribulation sword almost flew out of his hand. As his vision turned black, a big mouthful of blood rushed to his throat. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he really spat out this mouthful of blood, Chu Yang's vital energy would collapse. Not only would his internal injuries explode, but his body would also disintegrate. Chu Yang shut his mouth tightly, a heavy pill and a mouthful of blood were swallowed back at the same time, life and death in an instant. As the heavy pill entered his throat, life reappeared. As for the tribulation space, with Chu Yang's full output, the spiritual energy, medicinal power, purple crystal power, medicinal power, yin and yang power, as well as the vitality of the spring of life filled the tribulation space. With the momentum of a river bursting its banks, it forcefully poured into Chu Yang's dantian with an earth-shattering momentum. Chu Yang's body, Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang instantly went from a severely injured state to a state of rapid recovery. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. The remaining power of that move continued to carry Chu Yang and the others forward like lightning. However, he had only advanced a short distance. They met with another obstacle. The barrier this time was different from the previous ones. This time, the barrier was as grand as a mountain and was almost unshakable. It was as if there was an insurmountable mountain in front of them. It was solemn and unshakable. They couldn't pass through here anymore. Immediately, Chu Yang clearly felt that the sword energy that was advancing forward suddenly met with an impenetrable obstacle. Looking closely, it was Kurai Fuku's mountain-like body, and those two hands were like two complete mountain ranges, one left and one right, slapping down from above, immovable like a mountain. As expected, even heaven and earth can obstruct me here. It can also be cut off. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. To be able to force Fujin Tianyuan back in one move, one could imagine its power, but its momentum was exhausted. As the saying goes, a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, and it had reached the point where it could no longer pose any threat to Kurai Fuku. Just as he forced back a heaven fiend king, another one came forward. Chu Yang's eyes were about to split open. He opened his mouth and madly sucked in a breath. With this breath, he sucked in almost all of the surrounding air mixed with the stench of blood. For a time, the area within a radius of several thousand feet seemed to have become a vacuum. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his lungs were about to explode at this moment. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth. Suddenly, he let out a desperate roar. His eyes suddenly turned crimson red. Sword of Calamity! Chu Yang screamed with all his might. His voice was so shrill that it seemed as if it was going to shatter the entire sky. It also seemed as if his internal organs were going to be spewed out. Slaughter the world. So what? It was the ultimate move that combined all of Calamity Sword's offensive moves. Finally, it exploded in Chu Yang's hands again. Extreme eruption. An extremely sharp sword aura shot out like a long dragon, with a mighty and unstoppable momentum. It seemed as if it was rushing forward, towards the end of the world. If it was a human in front, it would kill. If it was a demon in front, it would slay a demon. If it was a sun in front, it would dim the sun. If it was a world in front, it would destroy the world. Wherever the sword aura reached, the air in the entire space suddenly boiled intensely at this moment. It was like a pot of boiling porridge. All around, the heaven fiends that were attacking within a radius of 1,000 feet screamed at the same time. In reality, they weren't really touched by the sword aura, but just the sharpness of it was already unbearable for them. Those that were close to it directly turned into ashes like snow being poured into boiling soup, disappearing without a trace. All the heaven fiends within a radius of 3,000 feet also screamed at the same time and covered their eyes. That dazzling light almost made them all blind at this moment. It was as if they were blind, their eyes stung, as if thousands of silver needles had pierced into them at the same time. At this moment, the blazing sun in the sky seemed to have lost its light and was extremely dim in comparison. The brilliance of this sword was above heaven and earth, covering the past and present. Although it wasn't known if this sword was the last, it was definitely unprecedented. Because ever since the Heavenly Imperial Court existed, such a sword had never appeared. Domineering and sharp, it had reached the extreme. Even the heaven fiend King Fujin Tianyuan, who was recuperating at the side, couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this sword with his own eyes. There was actually such a sword in the world. His confidence that Kurai Fuku would definitely be able to intercept Chu Yang and the rest was completely shaken at this moment. Then, he felt that something was wrong. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he quickly flew up and was obviously going to turn into a gust of wind to intercept Chu Yang again, but it was already too late. In a battle between experts, a slight difference was already the difference between heaven and earth. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, his face full of desperation and ferocity. Together with his sword and that unparalleled sword light, he crashed into Kurai Fuku's body without hesitation, on the body that was as huge as a mountain. behind him, the huge sword formed by the 13 people followed Chu Yang. None of them hesitated at all. Without hesitation, they all crashed into Kurai Fuku's body. There was no turning back. Ouch! Kurai Fuku let out a scream filled with shock. He could clearly feel an intense pain coming from his chest. Before he could even react, he saw a huge hole in his chest. A transparent hole appeared on his body that hadn't been hurt for God knows how many years, and Chu Yang and the rest, who were supposed to be intercepted, had actually disappeared without a trace. At this moment, his hands that were suspended high in the air didn't have time to slap down. He was only a short distance away from where he wanted to slap. Immovable mountain was indeed an unparalleled defensive technique, but the only flaw of this technique was that its attack speed was relatively slow. Kurai Fuku's immovable mountain was indeed as stable as a mountain and difficult to shake, but Chu Yang didn't want to shake it completely from the start. Under the premise that I don't have the strength to move a mountain, it's impossible. But I can try to punch a hole in this mountain to pass through. Using extreme sharpness and a fierce charge, I can directly punch a hole in your immovable mountain body. That's still possible. Immovable mountain had another weakness, turning the entire body into a mountain. It was extremely majestic. But, at the same time, you're also scattering your strength. Chu Yang gathered all his strength and attacked a single point, a sharp point attack. And, it was mixed with an extreme speed that exceeded the speed of light, and a kind of unflinching determination to succeed or die. Finally, a huge hole appeared on Kurai Fuku's body. Chu Yang brought the sword formed by the 14 people and pierced through with a boom. Just as they pierced through, the 14 people cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. The impact of the collision just now could be said to be a complete head-on collision. The intensity of the collision was several times greater than that of Fuku's Tianyuan, and this wave of extremely fierce impact, not to mention Chu Yang alone, even if Chu Yang activated the entire power of the Calamity Sword formation and neutralized it, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, everyone was injured, and the courtyard was filled with injured soldiers. Luckily, Mo Qinggu was prepared. She gave everyone a heavy pill and put it in their mouths. At this time, it came in handy. With a gulp, the heavy pill entered their stomachs. Their situation immediately turned for the better, and they had the strength to continue fighting. Although the price for this fight was not low, in that instant, the long sword that Chu Yang and the others had transformed into successfully broke through Kurai Fuku's interception. They still maintained the extreme speed of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world. With a flash of meteor light, they charged courageously into the ranks of the heavenly devil horde behind Kurai Fuku. Before Kurai Fuku could react and was still shocked by his injuries, and before Fuku's Tianyuan could react, he didn't have time to form a gale and counterattack again. Chu Yang and the others rushed forward at least 20,000 feet like a stream of light. Only at this moment did a white smoke appear behind the 14 people with a swoosh, along with a burst of sonic booms. This was extreme speed burning the air and creating sonic booms due to the friction. This kind of terrifying speed, and facing the obstruction of 1,000,000 soldiers, was simply inconceivable. And until now, the ultimate momentum of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world had not completely disappeared. They were still rushing forward. Along the way, all the heavenly devil horde who dared to come up and block, or who couldn't dodge in time, were all turned into pieces at the first moment. They didn't even have time to scream, they didn't even see the enemy's shadow. They only saw a light in front of their eyes, and seemed to feel a stabbing pain. Then, in the next moment, they didn't know anything. Their souls were destroyed. In just a moment, Chu Yang and the others had already rushed to the top of the mountain with a whoosh, and at this time, the gale formed by Fuku's Tianyuan had time to form again. Kurai Fuku's body had also returned to the size of a normal person, and the hole in his chest was also healing. But his face was extremely pale. Obviously, the accidental recovery this time had consumed a lot of his energy. The two heavenly demon kings had never expected that their joint attack would be broken through by the enemy, and that the enemy would leave just like that. And, in terms of cultivation, none of the enemy was as good as them. What made the two heavenly devil kings even angrier was that even if all of the enemy's powers were added together, they still wouldn't be able to match up to them, but in the end, they just broke through and left. Chase. The two heavenly demon kings turned around in anger and humiliation. It was almost as if the other party's heart was about to explode from anger at this moment. There's something strange about their sword, Fujin Tengen said as he chased. Very strange. Very strange. That's right. Kuraifuku gritted his teeth. A large part of the problem lies with that sword. When I used a movable mountain, even the Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Heaven sword might not be able to cut open a bloody wound on my body. However, under the other party's sword, it was able to cut open a huge hole in my body. That sword is definitely their trump card. Snatch it. We must snatch it. The two Heavenly Demon Kings saw greed in each other's eyes. There's one more thing. Fujin Tengen said, it's really strange. In the fight just now, when they broke through my hurricane seal, I clearly felt that they had used up a considerable amount of their life force to break through my barrier. Furthermore, that moment of weakness was definitely not a deliberate show of weakness. It was completely meaningless. Fujin Tengen frowned. Logically speaking, even you and I would be in a temporary state of weakness after using such a forbidden technique. However, the opponent was able to follow up with an even more powerful technique. This is absolutely illogical. The two of them discussed as they chased. This is really inconceivable. Kuraifuku smiled bitterly. Isn't that so? It's because of this that we fell for it. If we had known that this would happen, we would have been prepared. We would have gone all out from the start and attacked together. How could they have slipped through our fingers? In a hopeless situation. When everyone thought that they were exhausted, or at least had no more trump cards left, they suddenly burst out with a decisive sword attack that far exceeded the upper limit of their known strength. This is the most terrifying thing. Fujin Tengen smiled bitterly. This matter is even more important than that sword. Yes, that's right. That young man who didn't stand out at all in the intelligence reports. He's actually their most important character. They really hit it well. Kuraifuku's expression was heavy. The two Heavenly Demon Kings chased with all their might. They were getting closer and closer to Chu Yang and the rest. Chu Yang seemed to be fighting with his life on the line. What's the harm in slaughtering the entire world? After the sword move broke through the barrier, the remaining momentum brought everyone flying 30,000 feet away. Then, it gradually slowed down. At this moment, everyone had already broken through the Heavenly Demon's tight encirclement. They came to the top of the mountain. Up ahead, there were only a few Sky Fiend soldiers. However, Chu Yang spat out a big mouthful of blood at the same time as the sword momentum dissipated. He almost fell into a coma in an instant. The after effects of the two extreme outbursts could no longer be suppressed. Although he had the heavy pill and the tribulation space, which were two powerful sources of replenishment, he still couldn't recover immediately. He needed a relative buffer time. Mo Qingguo and Zi Shiqing each held Chu Yang's hand. They supported Chu Yang and gave him some leeway. As for Ji Hui and Jun Wei Ling, the two of them used their twin swords combination to open up a path and continued to advance rapidly. However, in this way, the speed of their advancement was almost twice as fast as when they used the sword technique to bring everyone along. At this speed, not only could they not maintain the distance that Chu Yang had pulled apart earlier, they were gradually being chased by the two Demon Kings from behind. A gust of wind rose behind them. The two Heavenly Demon Kings had already caught up. The two of them turned into rainbows, like shooting stars across the sky. They were about to catch up. The other party's speed could be said to be extremely fast, but their movements and postures were still so elegant. The opportunity that Chu Yang had created to escape was about to be taken back by the other party again. The Tribulation Brothers were all unwilling to accept this. The Sword Master spared no expense to bring us away. Are we going to implicate the Sword Master and die together with him? Ji Huitian panted heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, but he had nowhere to exert his strength. This battle made the usually arrogant golden-robed Heavenly Guards truly witness the terror of the Heavenly Demon King-level super-experts. Everyone knew that as long as they were caught, they would die without a doubt, and they would all be wiped out. Ji Huitian roared, I'll go back and block them. You guys go first. After saying that, he was about to rush back. Ji Huitian had already made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let the Tribulation Sword Master die here. If he died, as long as the Tribulation Sword Master was still here, the brothers would have a backbone. At least, they would have spiritual sustenance. The other brothers also had the same plan, so they didn't dissuade him. Everyone even had this plan in their hearts: if Ji Huitian was the first to die, then they would be the second to bring up the rear. Even if they had to sacrifice all their brothers here, they couldn't let the Tribulation Sword Master die here, especially the Tribulation Sword. They definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. Chu Yang struggled and shouted, "Don't go, there's still a chance." Mo Qinggu reached out and grabbed Ji Huitian. She still rushed forward with her head lowered. In the blink of an eye, just as the two heavenly demon kings were about to give chase, they suddenly stopped without any warning, as if they had discovered something strange. Then, in the air, they began to bombard the area with seemingly aimless explosions. The reason was actually very simple: the divine spirit of the tribulation. The divine spirit of the tribulation was the key to Chu Yang's plan this time, and it was also an indispensable part. With the divine spirit of the tribulation as the final trump card, it could at least buy some time for Chu Yang and the others. Sure enough, the two heavenly demon kings met with a completely unexpected obstruction. They roared and attacked at the same time. The divine spirit of the tribulation was also thinking of using all its strength to fight with all its might to verify the realizations it had in the past few days. It wanted to see if it could close the gap between it and the experts behind DE. So it didn't dodge at all. It turned into a cloud of gray fog and went up to fight. However, after Fujin Tianyuan attacked, he immediately withdrew. He let Kurai Fuku fight with the divine spirit of the tribulation alone. He ignored the divine spirit of the tribulation and forcibly broke through the gray fog's obstruction. He descended rapidly from the sky, and his target was Chu Yang and the others. With another long roar, a strange guy that looked like a cat and a tiger suddenly appeared to intercept them. Brother Hu. At this crucial moment, Brother Hu finally appeared. He went up against Fujin Tianyuan. Chu Yang and the others took advantage of this critical moment to rush forward. Chu Yang raised his head and swallowed 2 heavy pills. This was the first time he had swallowed so many heavy pills in a battle. There were already as many as 1 in total. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. The most important thing now was to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the full speed of the tribulation sword, no matter how brilliant the previous battle results were, it was still meaningless. Everyone would still die here, the distance from the first bridge. But it was only 300 miles, but these 300 miles. It was as if they were separated by an infinite boundary, so unreachable. Only by using the tribulation sword at full speed could they cross this boundary. Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the tribulation would definitely not be able to stop the two for too long. They would be defeated. The divine spirit of the tribulation was not a big problem. It would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. But Brother Hu could not. At least, he would definitely be seriously injured. Being able to hold on for 1 or 2 breaths was already his limit. Sure enough, with a whoosh, a small yellow object flew over at high speed. The moment it fell into Chu Yang's arms, it was already completely unconscious. The current Brother Hu was still not a match for the heavenly demon king. After using all his strength to force the other party back, he had already fainted from exhaustion. He used the last bit of strength to escape back, but he had no strength to move at all and fell into a deep coma. In fact, he couldn't even open his eyes. There was also a bang in the distance. There was also a roar and a strange cry. Chu Yang felt that there was an additional weak soul in his body. It was the divine spirit of the tribulation. Although he had an immortal body and his cultivation had improved greatly, his real strength was still a distance away from the heavenly demon king who had reached the level of emperor. At this moment, although he held on for a while, he was still completely defeated. Even his spiritual fog-like body was almost shattered. He fled back to Chu Yang's side immediately, but he had already lost the ability to fight. At this point, the 2 trump cards that Chu Yang had hidden all along had lost their battle power at the same time. However, the time that the divine spirit of the tribulation and Brother Hu had bought was only 2 breaths worth of time. Chu Yang and the others were already running for their lives, but now, they were still at least 200 miles away from the first bridge, and the heavenly demon king who was chasing behind them was almost within reach. I only need 1 more breath's worth of time. Then I can activate the tribulation sword again. Chu Yang was extremely angry. Heavens, are you also so stingy with this 1 breath's worth of time? After Fujin Tianyuan and Kurai Fuku repelled the divine spirit of the tribulation and Brother Hu, they did not waste any more time to catch their breath and caught up. The two heavenly demon kings were experienced people. How could they not know that a long delay would bring more trouble for such an opponent? If they could get rid of him at the first moment, they must do so at the first moment. Even if it was just one more sentence, one more word, it could cause unnecessary changes. The two heavenly demon kings obviously realized one thing: these golden-robed heavenly guards might still improve, but the space for improvement was already very slow. However, the real biggest threat now was that little guy who called himself the Tribulation Sword Master. That young man's potential was truly terrifying, if he was allowed to live and grow, and one day his cultivation was able to take another step forward, coupled with the peerless sword in his hand. Even a powerhouse like him might not be a match for him. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that another strong enemy had appeared? An enemy that was even more terrifying than the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor back then. Such an enemy should be eliminated in the bud first. The Heavenly Demon Clan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen, because to the Heavenly Demon Clan, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Chu Yang, the Tribulation Sword Master, must be killed. After I finished writing the first chapter, I uploaded it and then buried myself in writing the second chapter. When I finished writing the second chapter and logged into the author's platform, I realized that I had drawn a lot. The first chapter was still being reviewed and was not published successfully. I hurriedly cancelled it and uploaded it again. Only then was it published successfully. Oh, tears streaming down my face. You can't blame me for this. Back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor had killed two heavenly demon kings by himself. They were the two commanders of the hundreds of millions of otherworldly demons that had attacked the Purple Firmament Heavens. Then, he self-detonated his wounded body, making the other three heavenly demon kings who had come as reinforcements die with him. It was equivalent to one person dragging 5 heavenly demon kings to the Yellow Springs together. If another Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor appeared, an expert even more terrifying than him, what would happen to the Heavenly Demon Clan? That was something they didn't even dare to think about. And this Calamity Sword Master in front of them clearly already had that kind of potential. Since they had the chance and ability to kill this kind of person, when would they wait? They were about to catch up. Ji Huitian and the rest tried their best to run forward, but they had already made up their minds. As long as you catch up, I'll turn around and self-detonate. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least stop you for a while. Many of the past Calamity brothers had already started to move, and their bodies gradually showed signs of swelling. That was clearly the prelude to circulating their divine techniques at full strength and preparing to self-detonate. Although Zhuqiu Yunqiu and the rest saw it, they didn't say anything. From the looks of the current situation, there was only one way left to escort the Calamity Sword Master and the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor's princess back. Boss, we've let you down, but we're willing to die for the Calamity Sword today. We're willing to die for the Calamity Sword Master. No complaints or regrets. Where are you going? The two heavenly demon kings descended from the sky, and their calm and dignified voices sounded. With an indescribable cruelty, Ji Huitian and the rest were about to turn around and self-detonate to block the strong beam. But they were very surprised to hear a soft shout, and a clear voice shouted, "Eternal Purple Firmament." Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light between heaven and earth. A seal as glorious as the heavens turned into a huge mountain and descended from the sky. It fiercely smashed towards the two heavenly demon kings. In the middle, the words "Eternal Purple Firmament" flickered with a strange light that illuminated heaven and earth, as if from ancient times until now. Together, they illuminated brightly. High up in the sky, yellow light suddenly flickered, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Instantly, it filled the universe. Suddenly, the sky was filled with multicolored light, and the words "Eternal Purple Firmament" appeared. It stood tall in the sky, motionless. The entire purple cloud heaven suddenly fell into silence at this moment. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the two celestial demon kings, Fujin Tenjin and Kurai Fuku, screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor? Suddenly, his eyes flashed with disbelief and extreme fear. At the same time, they stood still and faced the attack with all their might. The purple jade seal, the two great celestial devil kings feared neither heaven nor earth, but towards the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor who slaughtered the celestial devils until their blood flowed like rivers back then, they had a kind of fear that came from the depths of their bones. Both of them had participated in the invasion of the Purple Cloud Heavens back then and had witnessed the might of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor with their own eyes. He was very familiar with the power of the Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal. It was also because of that incident that he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, seeing the Purple Cloud Imperial Jade Seal in the depths of his memory again after 1,000,000 years, the fear that was deeply embedded in his soul suddenly rose. The first thing that came to mind was that there was no need to resist. Instead, it was an escape, but it was too late. The Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal brought with it a brilliant aura as it came crashing down. Boom! It smashed into the combined defense of the two heavenly demon kings. The words Eternal Purple Firmament suddenly shone brightly. Straight to the sky, boom, the two great heavenly demon kings combined their strength to resist, but half of their bodies were smashed into the ground. However, they looked at each other and were genuinely surprised. Why was the Eternal Purple Firmament this time so weak? To be honest, the two heavenly demon kings were already prepared to be injured or even seriously injured. Just by looking at the aura of the Eternal Purple Firmament, they felt that as long as they could stay alive, it would already be a great fortune. The two great heavenly demon kings couldn't be blamed for being too cautious. One must know that this move, Eternal Purple Firmament, could be said to have become famous in a single battle back then. Several super experts at the level of heavenly demon kings had lost their lives because of this move, and the few heavenly demon kings who died were not inferior to the two of them in terms of strength. They were even stronger than them. Therefore, when facing this famous move, how could they not be wary and fearful of it? But what they didn't expect was that they were actually not injured at all, and even caused the sudden appearance of the Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal to suffer a great reverse impact. On the other side, there was an inexplicable muffled groan. The white fog suddenly dispersed and turned into the beautiful figure of Xianxia in white. She fell from midair unconsciously. In her hand, the Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal had already turned back into a small seal. She held it tightly in her palm. One of her jade-like arms was already completely shattered. She was severely injured. With a long roar, Xianxia leaped up and caught Xianxia. He had already stuffed a heavy pill into her mouth. Then, he put her into the space of tribulation to recuperate. It was precisely because of Xianxia's desperate attack that Xianxia had won a crucial moment of time. Although Xianxia had the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament and could activate the Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal, she was far from being able to unleash its full power. Moreover, the attack just now didn't borrow the power of the Tribulation Formation at all. It was purely based on Xianxia's own cultivation and the power of the Purple Firmament Imperial Jade Seal. Therefore, the injuries caused by the reverse impact this time were exceptionally severe. Other than one of her arms being instantly shattered, her internal organs were also ruptured. She was seriously injured to the point of death. Even this injury was caused by the two great heavenly demon kings' fear of the name Eternal Purple Firmament. In that fight just now, most of their power was reserved for defense, and only 10% or 20% of their power was instinctively used to counterattack. Otherwise, Xianxia would have already been smashed into pieces and died. Xianxia roared with extreme heartache. Tribulation Sword Formation. The Tribulation Sword Formation that was already slightly scattered just now instantly took shape again. Xianxia leaped up and sword light sword. The two great heavenly demon kings roared and pulled themselves out of the ground. They pounced over like lightning. Now, not only that young man had to die, but also that person who could use the Eternal Purple Firmament. They definitely couldn't let such a person grow. Such an existence was definitely a super existence that had the potential to destroy the heavenly demon clan. She had to die. Especially, the Eternal Purple Firmament could only be used by those with the bloodline of the Purple Firmament. That woman was definitely a descendant of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament. There was such a person. To the remnants of the Purple Firmament, she was an unparalleled spiritual pillar. She had to be eradicated. The distance between the two parties was only 1,000 feet. To experts of such cultivation, this distance could be covered in a flash. Although Xianxia had recovered some of his battle power, he still didn't dare to be negligent. He shouted, "A ray of cold light." He only said 4 words. Then, the tribulation sword danced at a crazy speed. A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep will never change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. For ultimate sword moves were used one after another without regard for the cost and consequences. They were used at full speed just to escape. Succeed or die trying, the two great heavenly demon kings rushed over desperately. But they saw a bright flash of light in front of them. With a swoosh, there were continuous sonic booms, a ray of sword light rose and went straight into the sky. It had the momentum of supporting the clouds and the sky. Then, with a long tail, it was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It instantly exceeded their line of sight. They were only half a step away, or even less than half a step away. The two of them could launch a fatal attack. But with such a short distance, Chu Yang's tribulation sword showed its power again. It directly left the battlefield in a state of being one with the sword. Its speed was so fast that the two great heavenly demon kings couldn't react in time. Chase. The two great heavenly demon kings were unwilling to give up just like that. They quickly used their movement techniques and turned into two long rainbows, chasing after their tails. Both of them knew that once Chu Yang and the others left, they would definitely become a great threat to the extraterrestrial demon clan when they returned, whether it was the young man who called himself the Master of Tribulation Sword or the woman who used Eternal Purple Cloud. They were both great threats to the extraterrestrial demon clan. They had to be eliminated. Even if they knew that the chances of catching up were extremely slim, they still had to chase after them with all their might. Just as they were chasing after them, suddenly, a burst of cheers erupted from the dense forest 500 kilometers behind them. This sudden sound was as violent as the sky falling and the earth cracking. Then, they saw a large number of people in ragged clothes pouring out of the dense forest from afar. It was almost endless. Even with the eyesight of the two great heavenly demon kings, they couldn't tell how many people there were over there. The few people at the front had tears in their eyes. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Eternal purple cloud. Eternal purple cloud. Ancient purple clouds, they were so excited that they couldn't speak. Although the power of Xianxia's purple cloud imperial jade seal wasn't very powerful, its aura was unparalleled. In an instant, it shone for thousands of kilometers and illuminated the universe. Everyone saw it. To the remnant citizens of Purple Cloud, this was equivalent to the most powerful stimulant. For a moment, it was as if their hearts were about to explode from excitement. Our Purple Cloud heavens, our heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, the heavenly emperor's bloodline still remained in the human world. The descendants of the heavenly emperor of this world are coming to take back Purple Cloud heavens. Endless remnant citizens of Purple Cloud rushed out of the dense forest. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be filled with them. There were still countless people coming out from inside, pouring out, such a battle array. How could there be only millions of them? Fujin Tianyuan and Kurai Fuku sighed helplessly as they looked at the enemies pouring out like a tide. Both of them were injured now and were not in a good condition to fight. The remnant citizens of Purple Cloud also had many experts. And the most important thing was, this battle was completely a one-sided battle, especially under such special conditions. The remnant citizens of Purple Cloud's military strength now far exceeded that of the heavenly demon army present. This wasn't a situation that could be changed with just one or two super experts. The two great heavenly demon kings sighed sullenly and shouted angrily, "Retreat!" The hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon army retreated in an orderly manner like a tide. They disappeared without a trace in an extremely short time. The two celestial demon kings stood side by side at the peak of the mountain. They stood with their hands behind their backs. Looking at the incoming enemies, they sneered with disdain. If they wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them. The Purple Cloud remnant army was about 1,000 feet away when a horn sounded. They stopped in an orderly manner. Although they were remnant citizens, they obeyed orders strictly. An elder transformed into a rainbow and arrived in a flash. He shouted, "Fujin, Kurai, so it's you two demons." The two celestial demon kings snorted. The elder asked, "Who were you fighting with just now?" His expression and tone actually had some unconcealable nervousness. Feng Jian sneered and said, "Congratulations, it turns out that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor back then, actually still has descendants left in this world." Everyone was an expert of the same level. All the lies, deceit, and arguments were meaningless. Fujin did not try to hide it. "The heavens have mercy." The elder's eyes were brimming with tears. He was trembling all over. Suddenly, he roared, "The heavens have blessed Purple Cloud." With a single roar, tears streamed down his cheeks. Unfortunately, you're still very weak. Kurai Fuku said coldly, your purple cloud princess was severely injured by my palm. I'm afraid she's not far from death. The elder sneered, you? Suddenly, his body flashed, and he rushed forward. A long rainbow suddenly appeared, and only the sound of pung pung could be heard. The two of them were already fighting fiercely like two whirlwinds. After a while, the rainbow flew out again and transformed back into the elder's figure. He laughed and said, retreat. Millions of remnant citizens retreated at the same time calmly. They dispersed in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Kurai Fuku stood there with an ugly expression on his face. The elder's voice came from afar. The heavens have blessed my master. The purple cloud celestial emperor's bloodline is still alive. I've confirmed it. Ha ha ha. Kurai Fuku's arm still has traces of fighting with the purple cloud imperial jade seal. This is definitely true. The day of purple cloud heaven's return is not far away. Suddenly, cheers came from all directions. There were traces of the purple cloud imperial jade seal. This meant that the emperor's bloodline was still alive. There were still descendants. Let's retreat for now, preserve our strength and wait for an opportunity. The elder's voice boomed like thunder on a clear day. When His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's imperial jade seal appears in the sky above purple cloud heaven once again, all the heavenly devils will be killed. Resplendent purple clouds. Kill all the sky fiends. Resplendent purple clouds. Majestic voices rose and fell from all directions, and this group of people had already retreated into the dense forest like a receding tide. In an instant, the world returned to silence. The two heavenly demon kings looked at the dense forest and remained silent for a long time. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were malicious. We have to get rid of these old guys first. The two of them had the same idea at the same time. Then, the two heavenly demon kings turned around and left. His back view was already somewhat bleak. After all, the injuries of the two celestial demon kings were definitely not light. In addition to physical injuries, there were also psychological injuries. Whether it was the descendant of the purple cloud celestial emperor or the young man who called himself the master of Calamity Sword, they were all serious problems. The moment Chu Yang and the others stepped onto the first bridge, they felt as if they were dreaming. Especially the past generations of Tribulation brothers, they had never thought that they would actually be able to come back alive this time. When the 4 moves were made just now, Chu Yang could be said to have exhausted himself to the extreme. If not for the fact that he didn't dare to release his last breath of vital energy, he would have immediately fallen into a deep coma. To put it bluntly, he was so tired that even breathing was strenuous. He was on the verge of fainting at any time. This situation made all the Tribulation brothers feel a kind of heartfelt shame. Back then, they had agreed that they would use their lives to protect Chu Yang and the other two on their way to and from the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor safely. After this trip, they were really safe. However, the ones who were safe were all the Tribulation brothers. Chu Yang and the other two, one was seriously exhausted and couldn't hold on at any time, the other was seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Only Imochinggu was still in good condition. Protecting others had become being protected. This feeling was undoubtedly extremely uncomfortable. But more than that, it was a sense of belonging. There was also a sense of happiness, a long-lost feeling of happiness. Boss had never really abandoned us all along. And Calamity Sword had never left us either. We saw the master of Calamity Sword again, whether they were exhausted or seriously injured, with the tribulation space that was like a cheating device, countless elixirs and heavenly treasures. Chu Yang and Zixing wouldn't die no matter how close they were to death. And in these few days when they were recuperating, they were taken care of in every possible way by the Tribulation brothers. After his injuries recovered a little, Chu Yang immediately started to comprehend the experience of this battle after crossing hundreds of thousands of miles. This time, he had fought with a super expert at the level of DE with real swords and spears. Compared to the battle with Yuan Tianjia back then, it was definitely not the same. The benefits to his combat attainment were naturally extraordinary. In addition to experiencing the battle experience himself, he also sparred with the Tribulation brothers at the same time. Although the cultivation of the Tribulation brothers couldn't be compared to the super experts at the level of Heavenly Demon King, any one of their strength was above Chu Yang's at this stage. In terms of sparring opponents, they were the most suitable for Chu Yang. At the same time, he waited here for Imo Tianji and Chu Lu'er to arrive. But after waiting and waiting, the two still didn't come. Not only did they not arrive, but there was also no news at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chu Yang had more or less absorbed the gains from this battle. Tribulation's godly soul and Brother Tiger had both recovered. Minister Chu was progressing at a very fast pace. And he was also spending his days in comfort. As long as he was free, he would chat with Xianxia and Mo Qinggu about small matters and small affairs, flirting with the two great beauties. He enjoyed listening to Xianxia's thunderous roars and enduring the torrential beatings of the two great beauties. Seeing Mo Qinggu's face flushed red from his flirting, Minister Chu was even more elated and overjoyed. If he hadn't been worried about where Imo Tianji and Chu Lu'er had gone and why there was no news, Minister Chu would have been so happy that he almost forgot about home, practicing martial arts, drinking tea, tasting wine, chatting, flirting with beauties. When he had nothing to do, he could even go to the bridge and fight with the extraterrestrial demons to vent the energy he had accumulated. Where else could he find such a heavenly life? But finally, on this day, Minister Chu couldn't sit still anymore, because, from the inside of the heavenly imperial court, there was an absolutely shocking news. This news shocked Chu Yang so much that he saw stars on the spot. He almost fainted from the shock. He really couldn't sit still anymore. The moment he heard the news, he was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Although his mouth wasn't crooked, it was almost completely cracked to the back of his ears. It wasn't laughter, but shock and shock. In the face of such shocking news, Minister Chu made a prompt decision. He immediately set off and hurried back to the heavenly imperial court. And Tribulation's brothers didn't persuade him to stay. The path of the Tribulation Sword Master was ultimately up to him. And now, they were shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the first bridge. Even if something big really happened, they couldn't leave. There was nothing more important than guarding the first bridge at the moment. And Chu Yang obviously couldn't stay here to guard the first bridge, at least not now. When I come back again, I'll definitely come back with hundreds of millions of troops and take back Purple Cloud Heavens in one fell swoop. Exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he said this. That was a kind of absolute confidence. And the eyes of Tribulation's brothers were also shining. They didn't doubt at all that Chu Yang could do this. An expert who could confront the extraterrestrial demon king at the age of 20, the creator of countless miracles. There was no reason to doubt such a legend anymore. Sword Master, please, find out the whereabouts of our boss. Suecho Yunqiu made this request on behalf of all the brothers. Heroes won't be buried. Chu Yang nodded seriously. Everyone reluctantly said goodbye. When Chu Yang left the first bridge and climbed up a big mountain, he looked back and saw that there seemed to be a few small black dots at the misty first bridge, motionless. Those were the brothers watching the departure of the Tribulation Sword Master. The news Chu Yang received was actually very brief. The Heaven Imperial Court was in chaos. Actually, it wasn't that all the heavens and earth were in chaos. The main thing was that the big western sky, green cloud heavens, and extreme sky, these three big heavens and earth were in chaos. There was a peerless swordsman called Gu Duxing who set off a monstrous tide of anger in the big western sky. He fought a direct battle with the big western sky imperial court, and not only did he not lose, he didn't even fall into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it wasn't that Gu Duxing's strength had truly reached the level where he could confront one side of the heavens and earth by himself. It was more appropriate to say that he could confront one side of the heavens and earth with two people's strength. Because this solitary swordsman who had always liked to be alone, this time he made an exception and had a powerful ally. His ally was called Bulu Qing, the absolute heaven sword art that everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court coveted finally appeared in the mortal world. It joined hands with Gu Duxing's chaotic heaven sword art for the first time. Gu Duxing's chaotic heaven and Bulu Qing's absolute heaven, the combination of the two swords was known to be invincible under the heavens. The two joined hands to attack, shaking the big western sky. Gu Duxing called himself Emperor Duxing, starting an uprising. leading his own subordinates to officially provoke the big western sky's official power. You won't go out to battle the heavenly demon, I will. You don't deserve this position, I'll sit. This was Gu Duxing's declaration of war against the crazed sword heavenly emperor Wu Yequan. This declaration was straightforward to the extreme. It didn't have any elaborate language, and it also didn't have any wanton abuse. It only had the most simple literal meaning. When the news spread out, the universe shook. Another great battle of the century was on the verge of being staged. At the same time, no one knew that while Tianji Intelligence Department was earning money, they were also providing information on this side to the other side. In fact, the information provided to the other side was even more detailed than the information provided to this side. What was even more outrageous was that the information was completely free. Under the manipulation of so many people behind the scenes, it would be inexcusable if the world wasn't in chaos. When Xu Yang and the other two saw such explosive news, they immediately decided to leave purple cloud heavens. They traveled day and night and hurriedly rushed to the extreme heavens. Among the three heavens and earth, the extreme heavens was currently in the most dangerous situation. After all, the extreme heavens had a saint overseeing it. If the two sides really got into a conflict and the saint intervened, it wouldn't be a joke. Xu Yan didn't expect to see a familiar face after he had traveled for thousands of miles. Two people whom he had been eagerly looking forward to meeting but had yet to appear. Mo Tianji and Chu Lu'er. These two people were dressed in white. They stood quietly under a tree by the roadside and smiled as they watched Xu Yang and the other two come over. It was as if they already knew that Xu Yang and the other two would definitely take this path, so they waited here. When Xu Yang saw them, he was greatly shocked. This guy, who was behind the scenes and stirred up a storm in the world, was actually here as if he had nothing to do with it. You can't go overboard like this, right? Big brother. Chu Lu'er's pretty face was a little red. She looked at Mo Qingwu with a complicated expression. Second brother. Mo Qingwu's expression was also a little complicated. She looked at Mo Tianji and then at Chu Lu'er. She was also a little helpless. Beast. When Xu Yang saw them, he didn't have time to be surprised at their reunion. He shouted and pounced forward, grabbing Mo Tianji and giving him a beating. Mo Tianji was really caught off guard by this calculation. He was already thrown to the ground by Xu Yang and was beaten into a panda with just a few punches and kicks. Mo Tianji screamed. Chu Lu'er hurriedly went forward to mediate. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you beating him up? Tianji, what? What did you call him just now? You actually called him Tianji? You beast. Xu Yang shouted angrily, tell me, what did you do to my sister? How could you make her call you that? You beast. Chu Lu'er's face immediately turned red. She covered her face and retreated to the side, stomping her feet continuously. I didn't. Mo Tianji did his best to defend himself. I didn't. I really didn't. Xu Yang punched him again and again with great force. He cursed as he punched, you beast. Hooligan. Pervert. Scoundrel. Shameless. What did you just say? You haven't. You beast. The more he fought, the more he vented his anger. The more he fought, the more energetic he became. This bastard has been hindering my relationship with Mo Qingwu for the past few years. Now, it's finally time for him to return the favor. The feeling was really great. Mo Tianji finally couldn't take it anymore and fought back. The master of the Tribulation Sword and the strategist of the Tribulation Sword were fighting like street thugs. If anyone who knew the identity of the two saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out. Mo Tianji finally realized that Xu Yang wasn't worried about his sister at all. He was purely taking revenge on him for some of his past actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become more and more aggressive. Naturally, he couldn't stand being beaten one-sidedly and naturally fought back more and more vigorously. Dust filled the air as they fought. They twisted and turned, rolled, and screamed incessantly. On the side, Zi Xiqing smiled as she watched the two brothers fight. She didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping them. She was just watching the show. On the other side, Mo Qingwu and Chu Lu'er were facing each other. Both of their faces were a little red. Finally, Mo Qingwu asked first, in the future, Will you call me sister-in-law or should I call you sister-in-law? Chulu snorted and said, do you dare to call Mo Tianji uncle? Mo Qingwu was stunned. Then do you dare to call Chuyang that? Chulu snorted and rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything. Since the first time the two girls met, they were somewhat at odds with each other. They didn't give in to each other and were still at loggerheads. Now that Chulu finally got together with Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu instinctively thought that it was time for her to vent her anger. She didn't expect it to still be a stalemate. I'm your sister-in-law and you're my sister-in-law. Chu Yang's brother-in-law is Mo Tianji and Mo Tianji's brother-in-law is Chuyang. What a messy relationship. Mo Qingwu frowned for a long time and finally came up with a compromise. Why don't we each talk about our own matters? No one should think of being superior to the other. How about that? Chulu looked up at the sky and said proudly, that won't do. There's a fundamental difference between the two. Mo Qingwu was confused. What difference is there in essence? What's the difference? Chulu rolled her eyes and said, the situation is completely different. How can we generalize? You and my brother, it's you who wooed my brother. Me and your brother, it's your brother who wooed me. And I haven't agreed yet. Mo Qingwu burst into tears in an instant. That useless second brother of mine. Is it so difficult to pick up a girl? That's not right. When did I woo Chuyang? Back then, it was Chuyang who wooed me. That's right. Mo Qingwu was a little lacking in confidence and retorted with puffed cheeks. You know very well what exactly happened. Chulu looked at her triumphantly, as if she had won a battle. Mo Qingwu snorted and said, that's still not right. Back then at Moyun Heaven, everyone could tell what you were thinking. It was clearly you who wooed my second brother. What's the difference between the two of us? Chulu's expression didn't change. She said boldly, is there such a thing? Why don't I remember? You must have remembered wrongly, right? The two women went back and forth, and it looked like a stalemate was about to form. Chuyang and Mo Tianji had already stopped fighting by now. Their fight was a small matter. Right now, a big matter was about to develop. They looked at the two women fighting with each other with a huge headache, feeling speechless and at a loss of what to do. Looking at the situation, there was no way to even mediate the fight. Chuyang looked. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was his wife. Mo Tianji frowned. On one side was his wife, and on the other was his sister. The two of them were usually wise and resourceful people, but in the face of such a situation, they could only pretend to be deaf and mute, pretending not to hear anything. However, even though the two of them shrank back, Mo Qingwu and Chulu wouldn't let the matter rest. Mo Qingwu pouted and walked over. She hugged Xu Yang's arm and asked threateningly, tell me, was I the one who wooed you back then, or was it you who wooed me? I remember that you took the initiative to give me a saber and a lot of other things. You even told me many stories. Xu Yang's forehead was full of sweat. He hurriedly explained, yes, I was the one who wooed you. Yes, I was the one who wooed you. Mo Qingwu snorted triumphantly and rolled her eyes at Chulu. Chulu snorted with great dissatisfaction. She walked up to Mo Tianji with her hands on her hips, looking like a standard queen. She asked in a deep voice, was I the one who wooed you, or was it you who wooed me? The pitiful brainiac immediately lowered his head. He hurriedly raised his hands and said with a fawning expression, I was the one who wooed you. Hee. With a fawning expression and a fawning smile, Chulu then turned her face and looked at Mo Qingwu with her nose in the air. She snorted softly. Mo Tianji and Chuyang were both wiping their sweat. Your sister is really fierce. Chuyang looked defeated. Isn't your sister the same? Mo Tianji's forehead was full of cold sweat. Your sister. Chuyang sighed. Your sister. Mo Tianji sighed. The two men saw the storm of their future life at the same time. No matter if it was a hero or a commoner, the most troublesome thing was family discord, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discord. Now, the two of them were at odds with each other. All of you, shut up. Xianxia shouted angrily. What's there to argue about? Chuyang was about to slip away when he was stopped. Let me ask you, was I the one who wooed you, or was it you who wooed me? Xianxia's expression was very dangerous. Obviously, she was triggered by the fact that someone gave her a lot of things when they were wooing her. I wooed you, of course I wooed you. Minister Chu said hurriedly. He smiled fawningly and shook his head while wagging his tail. Humph. Xianxia snorted and waved her hand. Let's go. As for the matter between the two of you, you still have a generation to fight for. What's the hurry? Mo Qingwu and Chu Lu'er looked at each other and snorted at the same time. One of them turned her head to the left while the other turned her head to the right. They followed Xianxia and left. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were speechless. They were covered in cold sweat. The two of them followed behind the three women dejectedly. They felt that even their intestines were tangled into a ball. They thought that Xianxia was here to mediate. Who would have thought that the conflict she started with one sentence would lead to a generation of guidance? They thought that they might have to choose between their sister and their wife for the rest of their lives. The two smart people felt that they would rather die than live, men. Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. It's not easy. Mo Tianji's face was solemn as he finished Chu Yang's sentence. Sigh, sigh, the two of them sighed at the same time. How can we make your sister take a step back? Why is my sister the one taking a step back? Why doesn't your sister take a step back? Do you still have a conscience? Do you dare to say it in front of her? Do you dare? Am I the one without a conscience or are you the one without one? You're a heartless thing. The two of them glared at each other. Damn you. Chu Yang turned his head and strode forward. Damn you. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and strode forward confidently. They hadn't walked far when they heard the sound of chatter and laughter in front of them. They stared and saw the three women gathered together again, gesticulating and discussing happily. There was even laughter from time to time. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other and felt a great sense of defeat at the same time. Damn it, we were still worried that the two of them would continue fighting like this. Women, oh women. Hearing the laughter coming from the front, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji sighed in relief. They looked at each other and smiled, incomparably peaceful. Just as they were about to let out a sigh of relief, they heard the two women in front of them arguing again, with red faces and thick necks. Then, the two people's hearts were raised again. Then, after a while, the two beautiful heads were together again, jabbering and gesticulating. Along the way, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were completely in the same situation, let out a sigh of relief, want to take a breath, then suddenly raise it up. Then, let out another sigh of relief, take another breath, then suddenly raise it up again. This kind of endless vicious cycle. The two men who were unrivaled in their respective fields, who looked down on the world, simultaneously felt that their brains were about to turn into paste. Their mental illness could erupt at any time, and they were about to reach a kind of brain-damaged state. Men with high IQ really didn't have high EQ. The two with high IQ could only choose to change the topic in response to this phenomenon, turning a deaf ear to other issues as they discussed other issues. Why are you waiting here? I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes. We saw Wu Juqing before. Wu Juqing's strength has increased very quickly in this period of time. I learned about the first bridge from him. But, I don't want to go to the first bridge right now. Yes, I understand. So, I'm waiting for you here. Yes, what's going on with the three big worlds? Haha. I'm actually waiting for you to talk about this matter. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Mo Tianji. Because, just from these words, he could hear that the main culprit who instigated the rebellion of the three big worlds was standing in front of him at this moment. I originally didn't want to face the three big worlds so quickly, mainly on Gu Duxing's side. Bu Luqing suddenly appeared, and even killed Wu Yiquang's subordinate generals. The big Western sky officials were shaken, and several attempts to kill him were to no avail. Finally, the big Western sky fully encircled and suppressed him. During this period, Gu Duxing coincidentally helped him fight a few battles. Finally, he got burned and became a wanted criminal together. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. And after I learned of this news, I suddenly thought of the words in for a penny, in for a pound. Chu Yang frowned and grinned. Oh? As soon as I think of it, I'll do it. I'll simply use this idea as a basis, and I'll use everything that I can currently use. I'll start stirring up wind and rain in the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department. The first step is to unite all of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's powers in the Great Western Sky, and dispatch experts to secretly move out. I'll completely wipe out all of the Western Sky's official and civilian intelligence forces in one fell swoop. Mo Tianji had a pretentious look of disappointment on his face. Actually, I didn't think that I would succeed so easily. Since I've already started, in for a penny, in for a pound. I conveniently uprooted the intelligence network of the Extreme Heaven Sect and the Green Heaven Sect. Mo Tianji sighed. Facing Chu Yang's crazy gaze, he said, actually, you also know that sometimes, when one's strength is too strong, one will instead feel very frustrated, because there's no opponent. It's really distressing. Invincibility is really a lonely thing. I didn't do it on purpose. How did I become invincible? Chu Yang's face was distorted. It seemed as if he wanted to vomit. Since things have already come to this, the war in the Extreme Heaven Sect is definitely going to break out. So, I've already started, in for a pound, in for a pound. Mo Tianji said casually. Since you're already invincible, why don't you just start with the other heavens and earth? Why only these three? Aren't you afraid of using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Qi Yang asked sarcastically. For the time being, don't think about becoming fat in one go. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed to death. Mo Tianji pretended to be sanctimonious as he lectured, it's not advisable to do it in one go. Rice has to be eaten one mouthful at a time. The road has to be taken one step at a time. I thought you understood this principle, wretch. Qi Yang finally couldn't help but vomit. So, you also understand this principle. Then, why did you start the war between the three heavens and earth? Who's the one who wants to be stuffed to death? No. Although my current strength is still slightly insufficient, with the help of the other heavens and earth brothers, I can handle it. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. If this matter can succeed, of course, it'll be for the best. Even if it doesn't, I still want to find that place in these heavens and earth. Qi Yang raised his head abruptly. That place? Your real goal is actually. That's right. Mo Tianji said, after careful calculation, I believe that Myriad Saints' True Spirit's base camp can only exist in the extreme sky, clear sky, and big western sky. Now that there's an opportunity, of course, we have to make a move. The sooner we get rid of this huge hidden danger, the better. Qi Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he asked cautiously, is it reliable? There's a 70% chance. Mo Tianji pondered for a moment. After careful consideration, he gave this number. Qi Yang was silent. Then, he slowly nodded. Mo Tianji said that there was a 70% chance. Then, it proved that the reliability of this matter had already exceeded a 100% chance. Mo Tianji was never one to speak confidently. If this matter is true, then, this battle will definitely be earth-shattering. Because, this is undoubtedly digging up the foundation of the Saint Monarchs. Qi Yang let out a long sigh. So, when the time comes, we must contact the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress through you. Only then will we have a certain chance of victory. Mo Tianji said, this is the main reason why I've been waiting for you here. Qi Yang nodded silently. Also, during this period of time, other than Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun, and Dong Wushang, the subordinates of the other brothers can secretly participate and help. However, they cannot appear in person. Mo Tianji said solemnly, including you, me, Qing Wu, and the others must also not appear. This is to avoid alerting the enemy. Qi Yang frowned and said, if that's the case, with just the strength of the three of them, wanting to go against the three heavenly courts, I'm afraid it's too difficult and too weak. Mo Tianji said, I'm watching, and the Heavenly Army Intelligence Department is watching, there should be no problem. Mo Tianji said, if they can't grow in adversity, what right do they have to be supreme in the world? Qi Yang let out a long sigh. After a long time, he said, all right. I can endure it, but you may not be able to. Mo Tianji said, once Gu Duxing or Dong Wushang are in danger of certain death, you will definitely take action. And once you take action, it will definitely involve the appearance of too many people. When the brothers see you take action, they will definitely not sit idly by. So, the other reason why I'm waiting for you here is, Mo Tianji fixed his gaze on Chu Yang for a long time and said, expel you, from the heavenly imperial court. You can go outside and play. CK. Chu Yang was exasperated. To put it more clearly, you want me to find a place to behave for a period of time? Mo Tianji smiled faintly. That's right. Wait until we confirm that place. Then, you can appear out of nowhere and turn the tide. Chu Yang did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he scolded, you bastard, you're indeed the #1 sly person in the world. Mo Tianji smiled. You flatter me, you flatter me. Actually, it's not just you. I also have to tuck my tail between my legs. From now on, I won't appear in the martial world rashly for a period of time. On the surface, let the three of them stir up all the trouble. Most of the other forces have to be hidden in the dark. According to the official statement, my Tianji intelligence department still has a lot of enmity with the three of them. During this period of time, we have also suffered a lot of losses. Chu Yang was speechless for a long time. You are a god and a ghost. Continue to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Mo Tianji still smiled. You flatter me. I like being the person behind the scenes the most. Letting the enemy sink into ignorance until they die has always been my favorite thing to do. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, you must ensure the safety of the brothers. Mo Tianji shook his head. I really can't guarantee this. Chu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred. Mo Tianji, are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Even if you are addicted to being the mastermind behind the scenes, you can't just give up like this, right? Mo Tianji was silent for a long time after hearing this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, you don't know the current situation. The current situation is very delicate. To tell you the truth, even if I have the ability to guarantee, I can't guarantee it. Or rather, I shouldn't guarantee it. That's because, we've all reached a level that's relatively at the peak. If we take one more step forward, we will all be at the level of the world's dominators. Mo Tianji's voice had a kind of indescribable dullness. At this level, we are no longer existences that can be controlled by anyone. Therefore, even though everyone has the same goal and is working hard for the same goal, everyone has their own way of doing things. We can't rashly interfere and intervene. Misfortune, fortune, life, and death, only we can bear it. After crossing this level, there will be a long road in the future. We have to walk it ourselves. Mo Tianji raised his head and looked at Chu Yang seriously. If you and I continue to blindly protect like this, the consequences will not be optimistic. In fact, it will be unimaginable. Our crisis is actually greater than the crisis that our brothers have experienced in the past. We can't be mentioned in the same breath. Mo Tianji sighed. Chu Yang was also silent. Mo Tianji's words were very obscure. There were even some vague metaphors. But Chu Yang was able to understand. Yes, if they continued to protect like this, sooner or later, there would be a day when someone would fall behind. At that time, they would fall behind. It would be an irreparable loss. And all the protection now, in the long run, was actually harming them. It was the main culprit that pushed them to a dead end. That's good. There are still many roads in the future. Indeed, we need to walk on our own in order to walk steadily. Chu Yang nodded silently. Mo Tianji said, how could I not know that you value relationships? It's inevitable that you'll feel uncomfortable when you hear this. But, sometimes, your discomfort now is for the sake of everyone's happiness in the future when we're together forever. If someone suffers irreparable harm, we'll take revenge for them. Mo Tianji's lips trembled and he said, but we've already reached this stage. There's no turning back. Every single one of us has to bear the responsibility for everything. If you want to reach the peak of the world, you can't rely on others. You can't rely on external help. Mo Tianji's last sentence made Chu Yang completely give up on this idea. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally agreed. Yes, if you want to reach the peak of the world, you can only rely on yourself. You can't rely on others to help you. To them, it's a shame that can't be washed away, everyone is proud and arrogant. Who would accept being helped by others to reach the position of supreme martial artist, even if they are good brothers, even if they know each other well? They can't do that. I'm going to the Demon Emperor Heaven now to settle some matters. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Since he had already made a decision, he should immediately carry it out. Hesitating and not moving forward would only ruin things. After I've gone to the Demon Emperor Heaven and settled the various matters, I'll bring Qinggu, Butian and the others to the Eastern Royal Heaven. We'll leave the Celestial Imperial Court through the path that Shui Leihan had opened up. We'll make a trip back to the Heaven Imperial Court. Just as well. I'm going to the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with deep longing. Not only for the Lake of Despair, but also for his friends, brothers, parents, and family there. All right. Mo Tianji nodded. Lu'er and I will also hide behind the scenes. We'll see what these three fellows can do to the three worlds. Will they succeed or die? Only after chaos can there be great governance. The Heaven Imperial Court's current situation is really chaotic. We can't guarantee that there aren't other spies in the upper echelons of the Heaven Imperial Court. If we want to defeat the heavenly demons in the future and eliminate them, we don't have any confidence at the current stage. Only by grasping as much power as possible in your own hands can you have a greater chance of success. Mo Tianji said indifferently, therefore, this chaos is necessary. The chaos will continue to expand. It may even expand to the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, in such a chaotic situation, it may not be a bad thing if the heavenly demons attack. The Heavenly Imperial Court really needs to wake up. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Mo Tianji had already considered all of the possible scenarios. Everything had been planned out thoroughly. Even the worst-case scenario was almost ready. Wait until you reach the heavenly layer. Mo Tianji hesitated for a moment and finally smiled bitterly. There was a look of longing in his eyes, but he didn't say anything else. I know. Chu Yang smiled comfortingly. Even if he missed home, how could his brothers not miss home? He would be able to return this time, but none of them would be able to leave. These missions would all be on his shoulders. This unexpected reunion, the time they spent together was really short. The five of them traveled together for less than 3 days before they went their separate ways again. They probably wouldn't be able to contact each other for a long period of time. However, Chu Yang was still very relieved. Other than trusting Mo Tianji's ability, it was also because Chu Lu'er seemed to be really happy. When she was with Mo Tianji, Lu'er clearly held the absolute dominant position. Although Chu Lu'er tried her best to hide it and was very shy, Chu Yang could still clearly feel the happiness and satisfaction in his sister's eyes and some other details. Chu Yang was very happy about this. He was really very happy. Of course, other than being happy, he also felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that the master of calculation and manipulation, who has the world in his hands, who has the wisdom of a generation's calamity, who can devise strategies to determine victory from 1,000 miles away, would finally fall into a family of henpecked men. Fate makes fools of people. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In addition, Chu Lu'er once secretly told Chu Yang that she had already surpassed her master, Wu Juqing, in terms of cultivation and poison. When the little girl spoke, her face was full of pride, looking forward to being praised. Of course, Chu Yang wouldn't let her down. He praised her to the best of his ability and also asked about Wu Juqing's recent situation, especially his mentality. From Chu Lu'er, he found out that Wu Juqing's mentality was pretty good now. Also, his brothers had collected countless heavenly treasures for him to cultivate. This old brother was currently in a secret place very close to Purple Cloud Heavens, cultivating and improving himself with all his might. Although Wu Juqing's poison techniques weren't as fast as Lu'er's, he was still improving day by day. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could return to his brother's camp with his strength. His brothers were also looking forward to the arrival of that day. With regards to his disciple surpassing him, Wu Juqing didn't feel any disappointment or anger. Instead, he felt that it was normal. Moreover, he didn't feel ashamed to ask his disciple about the more profound way of using poison. At this point, Chu Yang was completely at ease. However, he still couldn't help but warn Chu Lu'er, poison is ultimately just a means. Perhaps it can be used within a certain range of cultivation. Furthermore, it can be very effective in intimidating the enemy. However, there are too many capable people in this world. When the difference in cultivation is too great, no matter how good one's poison techniques are, it's useless. One's own cultivation is ultimately the most important key. Chulu bowed her head and accepted his advice. This girl was a smart person to begin with. Regarding this point that Chu Yang had mentioned, not only had Chu Yang mentioned it before, Mo Tianji had also mentioned it and Wu Juqing had also mentioned it time and time again. Naturally, she would remember it in her heart and wouldn't dare to forget it. Chu Yang sighed softly. When he said these words, he actually felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. Based on the current situation, Lu Er's poison was a great threat to the vast majority of martial artists. As long as one was an expert below the high-level saint level, they would be threatened by the poison. This point had already been proven in the previous Heavenly Demon Great Battle. The effects were excellent. However, Lu Er's poison techniques were within the range of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Basically, she had already reached the peak and the limit. It was very difficult for her to make any further breakthroughs. The poison power that she could unleash was already very ineffective against experts at the level of DE and the others. In fact, it was basically useless. This was also the biggest reason why Chu Yang had never thought of using poison to counter the two Heavenly Demon Kings when he was facing them. Once the effect was minimal or even completely ineffective, he would only waste the opportunity to strike, or even create a flaw in his own defense. It would be a complete failure. There were also experts at a higher level like Master Cloud and the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The so-called poison power was a joke to them. At least, with Chu Lu'er's current level of poison techniques, it was really a joke. Therefore, when one reached a truly profound level, everything ultimately depended on one's own true strength. No matter how domineering or invincible a poison was, it was still completely meaningless to them. There were also some people at a higher level, such as the person who created the Calamity Sword and that black-robed man. Even if it was any sharp or strange poison in the universe, it was completely meaningless to them, let alone Lu'er's poison. Thinking of that realm, Chu Yang suddenly felt very fascinated. But it was only fascinated because Chu Yang firmly believed that he would definitely be able to reach that realm in the future. These few days, Mo Tianji's only companion was Chu Yang. Most of the time, he was in a state of solitude. Chu Lu'er stuck to Chu Yang's side all day long. Mo Qingwu and Zi Shiqing also kept following Chu Yang. Mo Tianji could only sigh. He looked at other people's younger sister and then looked at his own younger sister. Why was the gap so big? It was too awkward and too depressing. Finally, on the last day, Mo Qingwu seemed to have noticed her second brother's dejection and came over to chat with Mo Tianji. In just a short while, the great master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, was actually excited for a very long time. He was a little overwhelmed by the favor. For the entire afternoon, he was smiling and happy. Finally, Mo Tianji left contentedly. Chu Lu'er and Mo Tianji disappeared from sight. Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu and Zi Shiqing continued on their journey. But this time, their speed was much, much faster. They were almost rushing with all their might, like shooting stars chasing after the moon, rushing straight to Demon Emperor Sky. Mo Qingwu's expression was a little downcast but also a little gratified. She was disappointed that her second brother no longer belonged to her. She was gratified that her second brother had finally found happiness. The wind blew and the rain blew in the three heavens and earth, the clouds, and the moon spanning 180,000 miles. When Demon Emperor Sky was finally in sight, Chu Yang simply had the urge to return home. This time, he felt very different from the last time he was here. Demon Emperor Sky now seemed to be in the midst of reorganization. Troops were being trained everywhere. The atmosphere of an impending war was obvious and not concealed at all. At the docks, there were already solemn rows of troops beginning to gather. Murderous aura filled the sky. The leader was an elder of Demon Emperor Sky, an expert of the demon race, Xian Bao. What are they doing with such great fanfare? Chu Yang asked. The first wave of the Demon Emperor army will be going to Purple Cloud Heavens. Xian Bao's voice was like a bell. Ah? May I ask how many people are going? Chu Yang frowned. 1 million. Xian Bao was full of confidence. This time, we are going to be the vanguard. First, we will find out the details of the extraterrestrial demons over there. The few of us naturally do not have the qualifications to fight them to the death. We still have this bit of self-awareness. When we reach there, we will defend and wait for reinforcements. We will conserve our strength and wait for the arrival of our army before we officially start the expedition. Xianxia nodded. Such an attack strategy was indeed an experienced strategy. It was neither greedy nor rash. It was just right. Looking at the army that was full of fighting spirit, Xianxia couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He wrote a letter and asked Black Leopard to bring it to Ji Huitian. He strictly instructed, after you go there, listen to Xianxia's advice. Do not attack rashly. Black Leopard solemnly agreed and carefully kept the letter. Black Leopard was one of the few generals in the Demon Emperor Heaven, and his status was roughly the same as Meng Wuya's in the past. He had been through hundreds of battles, so how could he not know that this trip to the purple cloud heavens would be filled with dangers and dangers? He also understood the benefits of having someone who was familiar with the geography and environment to help him. Since this person was able to gain Xianxia's favor, he must have some outstanding aspects. Following Black Leopard's order, the million-strong army of Demon Emperor Heaven set off, banners fluttered and murderous intent filled the air. Wave after wave, they disappeared into the sea of clouds. Boss Chu. A voice came. Xianxia turned around and saw that it was Xianxia of Demon Emperor Heaven. This time, it was actually this Demon Emperor who came to send the army off personally. Why did you think of sending the army out at this time? Xianxia asked, puzzled. This is the decision made by my mother. I'm just a representative. Xianxia was clad in golden armor and looked valiant. However, the moment he saw Xianxia, he immediately jumped up and down. The solemn and dignified look that he had earlier disappeared without a trace. But as a representative, you're no small matter. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the guards beside Xianxia, Xianxia knew that from Yao Huantian's departure this time and from the fact that his grandfather had sent him off, a new round of power had already begun. The era of the Demon Empress leading the demon race was about to pass. And the era of the next Demon Emperor had begun. Perhaps today was the day of the new Demon Emperor. The army had already set off. Xianxia had nothing to do if he stayed. He simply followed Xianxia to Luohua City. Didn't my heavenly armament pavilion send troops to help this time? Xianxia asked as he walked. Someone once suggested, but sister-in-law rejected it. Xianxia said, Butian Sa said that the time is not right yet. Right now, the heavenly armament pavilion is training as if their lives are on the line. Every bit of strength they raise will increase their survivability in battle. Speaking up to here, the Grand Elder sighed, the two sisters-in-law are really capable. How long has it been, and the strength of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's ragtag army is already above our Demon Emperor Heaven's regular army. Xianxia grunted and said, I'm afraid that there's still the issue of unifying the commands. The phenomenon of being free and undisciplined. There's still a long way to go for a regular army to follow orders and enforce prohibitions. Boss, your words hit the nail on the head. Xianxia said in admiration, sister-in-law said the same thing. Therefore, the most important thing for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion now is discipline. Well, I think it's about time. Xianxia laughed. Xianxia moved closer and said flatteringly, but... Boss, when your Heavenly Armament Pavilion's training is successful, then, give me tens of thousands of people. Such an army is really coveted, get lost. Xianxia glared at him unceremoniously, get lost. While he was at it, he kicked the Grand Elders but hard. Xianxia screamed and was thrown away. He smiled apologetically, if you don't want to give, then don't give. Why did you hit people? It's wrong to hit people. On the other side, the accompanying experts of the Demon Emperor Heavens all widened their eyes as if they had seen a monster. This guy is really awesome. Facing our Grand Elder, he actually hit and scolded him as he wished. He didn't show any respect at all. And after the Grand Elder was hit and scolded, he still had to smile apologetically. This guy is simply too powerful to the point of being unreasonable. In half a day, the group arrived at Luohua City. In fact, the news of Xianxia's arrival had already been sent back. At this time, at the gate of Luohua City, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already lined up to welcome them. Beside the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there was already a person who stood out from the crowd and stood upright. This person was at least half a head taller than the tallest person beside him, but his physique was even thinner than the thinnest person beside him. His green robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an oversized human-shaped bamboo pole, with an unrestrained and pretentious air about him. It was the Tang clan's third young master, the new god of wealth of Luohua City, Tang Yongwei. The Tang clan's third young master was now extraordinary. His whole body was covered in jewels, and there was a fist-sized gem hanging on his neck. It almost broke his slender neck into two pieces, but it was still shining brightly. His whole body stood there, incomparably eye-catching. There were actually several gemstones on the top of this fellow's head, a green transparent bracelet on his wrist, and a belt on his waist that was also full of jewels. There was even a whole string of gemstones hanging from the belt. The most amazing thing was that there seemed to be a shining gem on the side of his nose. When Xu Yang saw it, he was dazzled by the colorful jewels, and his eyes were dazzled. Boss Chu. The Tang clan's third young master rushed up excitedly, and his eyes were almost filled with tears. I'm rich, me. Xu Yang suddenly covered his eyes with his hands. He was caught off guard, and the light refracted by the jewels on the Tang clan's third young master's body shone into his eyes. He was dazzled, and tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but murmur, F***ck. Third young master, you're really rich, ha ha ha. The Tang clan's third young master laughed strangely like a duck. He was overjoyed. You don't know, but I've been elated, high-spirited, and complacent these days. Xu Yang painfully wiped his tears and rubbed his eyes. He was seriously allergic to the jewels on the Tang clan's third young master. Let's talk about it later. Let me recover first. Your jewels are really dazzling. They're simply the strongest visual killer. The Tang clan's third young master laughed loudly, and chattered endlessly, and continued to show off his achievements. During this period, the Tang clan's third young master was indeed in charge of all the general business of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, including all the procurement. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master had really made a fortune. He naturally had the upper hand in the clan's struggle. He had thoroughly trampled on his elder brother. It could be said that he outshone the others, and was infinitely awe-inspiring. It was said that when this guy walked, it was as if he had a hernia. They chatted along the way, and finally returned to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's encampment. The Tang clan's third young master had a matter to attend to at the last minute. So, he left behind a sentence before he left, Big Brother Chu, I'll come and drink with you tomorrow. Oh my god, Chu Yang sighed in so much pain that he wished he was dead. If you do it again, I'm afraid I'll be blinded by the jewels on your body. I kill her. At the door, two stunning beauties stood there quietly. One was graceful and luxurious, and had the inviolable dignity of a king. The other was cold and incomparable, and had a faint awe-inspiring majesty. But, both of them had the same heavenly beauty, and were unparalleled in this world. They were Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang's heart warmed, and he took large strides forward to greet them. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were already fixed on Chu Yang's body. Gradually, glistening teardrops flickered in their eyes. But, they restrained themselves and waited with a smile. It had been a full year since they parted this time. Chu Yan had also been worried about these two women every day. Now that they had met again, he suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. These two women had always been like this. When he went out to make a living in the Jianghu, they silently guarded his back. When he needed them, they would definitely step forward bravely. They would go through life and death with him, through thick and thin, and would never leave him. They wouldn't deliberately fight for glory with anyone. But, he could rest assured about anything that was in their hands. As long as it was something that was entrusted to them, no matter whether it was a big or small matter, they would always be able to handle it properly. Chu Yang took large strides forward. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stretched out his hands and fiercely hugged the two delicate bodies into his arms. In an instant, he felt that both sides of his chest were soaked with tears. Mo Qingwu and Zi Shiqing smiled at each other. They didn't disturb him, nor did they try to blend into this scene. They said softly, let's go and watch Tan Tan train his troops. Okay. I heard that this guy is actually leading the troops during this time. I'm a little worried. He won't turn all the soldiers under his command into narcissists like him, right? You're right. Let's go and take a look quickly. Maybe we can stop him. The two women disappeared with a whoosh sound. Chu Yang and Xianxia had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and accompanied each other day and night. But Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian could only anxiously wait at home. Now, they had finally returned. This period of time belonged to them. It completely belonged to them. Chu Yang hugged the two lithe bodies. His body flashed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were so embarrassed that they moaned. They were about to resist when they realized that they had already returned to their rooms. It's hard for a heartless guy like you to remember that I live here. Wu Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears, but she pretended to be jealous with a trembling voice. Chu Yang chuckled. Senior Marshal Sister Wu's room is always so fragrant. He lowered his head, and with lightning speed, he bit Wu Qianqian's rosy cherry lips. Wu Qianqian moaned, and her whole body softened. Tai Butian's face turned red. She struggled hard and said in a panic, "You guys continue. I have to go out for a while." There are many things. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yang had already changed his position. He covered her mouth and said vaguely, "No matter what important things you have to do now, it's not as important as what we have to do. Your Majesty. It's been such a long time. Don't you miss me serving you? How can we delay such an important matter? It's harmonious now. I'll definitely be reported if I continue to write. Besides, I'm a pure man. I won't write that. So, I'll omit 7 million words, in addition. I recommend a new work. The book number is Great Immortal Tomb 314-4241. Brothers who like to read counterattack plots can read it. If you feel that it's not good, you can curse it to death. If you feel that it's good, haha, it means that my eyesight is good." Tai Butian snorted. Her slender hand had already pinched the tender part of Chu Yang's waist. However, she was immediately countered by Chu Yang using the same method. She could only hear Minister Chu mumbling something in his mouth during this period of time. "I've been stifled to death." Tai Butian started to tremble all over. She couldn't control herself. During this period of time, Chu Yang had been really stifled. He was obviously guarding two heavenly beauties, Xianxia and Mo Qingguo, but he could only look but not touch them. The result of being able to look but not touch them was that the more he looked, the stronger the fire in him became. The more the fire burned, the more he had to stifle it, and so on. Every time he wanted to make a move, he would be jointly resisted by the two ladies. Helpless, Minister Chu could only turn his desire into motivation to practice martial arts, practicing martial arts in cold water, forcefully. Suppressing a certain fire, during this period of time, his cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds. However, the impulse that belonged to a man was getting stronger and stronger. A certain fire was only being suppressed, but it had never been vented. At this moment, he finally saw Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Finally, he had a chance to vent. That impulse had reached its peak in an instant and could no longer be suppressed. This was actually the relationship between a man and a woman. If they didn't have a substantial relationship, although they would be affectionate after a long separation, they would never go so far as to have sex and fight at close quarters. No matter what, they should have a heart-to-heart talk, a meal, and reminisce about their parting, before doing something else. But now, when Chu Yang came back, it was only noon, but in the blink of an eye, the moon was already in the sky, in Wu Qianqian's bedroom. That intense storm had just come to an end. After doing that to his heart's content, Chu Yang lay comfortably on the bed in a state of sleep. Beside him were two people in the same state. Panting heavily, the two women were as soft as two puddles of fragrant mud. At this moment, Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian were so weak that they didn't even want to move their little fingers. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Chu Yang sighed with great satisfaction. It had been more than a year. It was really not easy. Finally, he was full for once today. Only then did he begin to talk about everything that had happened when he left. Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian listened with sleepy eyes. But, they only listened. They really didn't have any strength. She waited until she heard that Chu Yang had returned to the heavenly layer continent. After recounting the story for nearly an hour, the two women finally recovered some of their strength. At the same time, they proposed to follow him back. Tai Budian hadn't seen her son for a long time, and Wu Qianqian had an old father in the lower three heavens. They all had their own concerns in their hearts. At this moment, they actually had the opportunity to go back and take a look. How could he miss it? Chu Yang repeatedly agreed. However, you want to go back? It's not a big deal. As long as you make me thoroughly comfortable today, anything can be discussed. Chu Yang snorted and stated his conditions. This condition made Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian feel a wave of helplessness. They really couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes, a person's strength was limited. Don't tell me you're still not comfortable enough. The two girls thought angrily. She thought of this beast's powerful physical strength and his burgeoning desire. The two women's hearts were beating like drums. It was too difficult to satisfy this beast's appetite with just the two of them. How was this a beast? He was worse than a beast. Thinking of this, the two were a little angry. Mo Qingguo and Zi Shiqing, these two excellent reserves. Why haven't they been taken down after so long? No matter what, I have to quickly drag them down. Otherwise, I really can't handle it. Just as they were thinking, they realized that Chu Yang had already turned over and got up. His two hands were moving mischievously again. The two women instantly exclaimed and wanted to escape. But how could Chu Yang allow the delicious meat in his mouth to fly away? He hugged them forcefully and immediately turned over. The two women begged for mercy. How could Chu Yang allow it? That night, spring came again and again. Minister Chu showed off his power and thoroughly enjoyed himself for once. The next day, Chu Yang was in high spirits and complacent. His face was flushed red as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. It was obvious that he was in a very, very good mood. Mo Qingguo and Zi Shiqing rolled their eyes and ignored him. This bad guy, he must have done something bad last night, and it must have been a lot of bad things. It wasn't until nighttime when Chu Yang had finished dealing with the backlog of things in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that he finally had some free time. And at this time, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian had just woken up. Last night, they had been tormented by a beast for a whole night. They had really been hovering between life and death many times. Now that they saw Chu Yang again, they actually had some lingering fear. Especially when they saw the perverted look in his eyes. Tai Butian's face turned pale and fear overtook her. This animal is worse than a beast. He's too hard to deal with. It's hard to match him. Speaking of returning to the heavenly continent, Zi Shiqing took the initiative to bring it up. I won't go this time. I want to stay here and look after the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. She smiled faintly and said, there has to be someone here to keep watch. Besides, the training here is directly related to the revival of the purple cloud heavens. It's most appropriate for me to stay here. Once Zi Shiqing said this, everyone couldn't persuade her anymore. Firstly, Zi Shiqing indeed didn't have any old friends in the heavenly continent. Secondly, there was indeed a need for someone to stay here. If Zi Shiqing stayed, not only could she replace Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian, but she could also represent Chu Yang to the greatest extent. Thirdly, Zi Shiqing had something that even Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian couldn't compare to. She was originally from the demon clan and had an extremely close relationship with the upper echelons of the demon clan. Tai Budian was very grateful. She held Zi Shiqing's hand and almost choked. Big sister Zi, thank you. Zi Shiqing did this mostly for Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian. This was something that everyone could guess. Who didn't want to go home with Chu Yang? Speaking of which, Zi Shiqing also had many complexes in the heavenly continent. Not to mention others, Mo Qingguo, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian had all married into the Chu clan. As Chu Yang's future wife, how could they not want to marry into the Chu clan? Although Zi Shiqing was cold by nature, she was still a woman after all. This kind of complex was unavoidable. But eventually, someone would have to stay behind. If no one spoke up, it would be awkward. So at this time, Zi Shiqing took the initiative to suggest staying behind. Zi Shiqing smiled and held Tai Butian's hand. Silly, isn't it the same no matter who stays behind? She turned around and walked out. She said, I'll go over and familiarize myself with the work. You guys discuss the itinerary later. We'll do the handover later. Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian got up at the same time. Let's go together. We'll start the handover now. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. Only Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu were left looking at each other. What was the situation now? They had only just started discussing, why was there no one left, but it seemed that the discussion had already been completed. In just 3 days, Xi Xiqing, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian had completed all the handover matters. With Xi Xiqing's intelligence and wisdom, it was naturally easy for her to deal with these matters. Moreover, with Meng Wuya, Chrysanthemum Saber King and Li Guanyu's assistance, Xi Xiqing had basically straightened out her work ideas in these 3 days. And Chu Yang and the others began to pack their bags and prepare to set off. Tai Budian and the other 2 girls began an unprecedented shopping spree to purchase the specialties of the Heaven Imperial Court. There were gifts for her father-in-law, her mother-in-law, her family, and her son, especially for her son. She bought a huge pile of toys and good food. Saying that it was piled up into a small mountain was the most conservative way of saying it. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched. How monstrous was that son of his, Chu Yang had long known in his heart. If that little rascal were to give him divine weapons or heavenly treasures, that little rascal might still raise his eyelids. As for toys and good food, that little rascal probably wouldn't even raise his eyelids. There wouldn't even be a perfunctory plot. As he thought about it, Chu Yang felt his palm itching again. He thought to himself, if this little rascal really dares to show that he doesn't want it, then I'll make his ass bleed. I'll let that little rascal know what his father's authority and dignity are. It was really hard to describe the scale of the purchase this time. In any case, in terms of quantity, it only filled a few space rings. Tai Budian, Wu Qianqian and Mo Qinggu felt that it was about enough. After that, it was just simple shopping. As for the other participant, Chu Yang was so tired that his legs were almost broken. A certain king of hell couldn't help but look up and sigh. Shopping with women is definitely the world's best torture for men. From the way they bought things, one could roughly see the differences between the 3 women. Tai Budian still had some of a man's forthright character. She was generous and classy. Whenever she took a fancy to something, she would buy it with a wave of her hand and directly put it into the space ring. At most, she would just walk around a little more. Mo Qinggu, on the other hand, didn't buy anything after she took a fancy to it. She went to the 3 shops to compare before buying. Although there were some twists and turns, it could be considered clean and straightforward. Only Wu Qianqian, this great aunt, made Chu Yang directly address her as great aunt. This girl's way of doing things could be said to be extremely unconventional. She probably took a fancy to something but didn't buy it first. Then, she continued shopping. After shopping for a round, she went back to the first shop she took a fancy to buy it. Then, she continued shopping, looked for a new target, continued shopping, and went back to buy it. Chu Yang was in so much pain that he wanted to die. What kind of strong physical body of a saint was it? It seemed to be useless here. Grandma, please spare me. Minister Chu's face was full of tears. Poor me, my legs are almost broken. To think that I, Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang, didn't feel the slightest bit of hardship when I traversed 1,000,000 miles. Accompanying you shopping really makes me unable to bear the burden. Please have mercy, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Wu Qianqian snorted and rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything else and continued shopping. In the past, when she saw other women taking their husbands shopping, how satisfied they were, how envious and jealous she was. Now that she finally had the rare opportunity to shop with her man, how could she not shop but shop until she was satisfied? Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth. What good was it for a certain someone to remember her? Would he dare to forget her if he continued to shop with her like this? How dare he continue shopping, disregarding everything else? Just the compliments from the various shops were very pleasing to the ears. Ah, this lady is simply a fairy transformed into a human. Little brother, you are truly blessed to be able to gain the favor of such a beauty. How many lifetimes have you cultivated for this? These words were so pleasant to hear. In the end, Chu Yang simply sat down in front of a shop, and refused to move even a single step no matter what. A certain empress finally showed great mercy and ended this grand shopping event with imperial grace. Finally, on this day, Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian, Mo Qingguo, and Tai Budian bade farewell to Xianxia. Carrying 10 space rings filled with gifts from the Tang clan's third young master, plus 7 or 8 space rings local specialties that they had purchased, they left for Eastern Royal Heavens. Until the day of departure, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty. Torture, absolutely the ultimate torture. No other. Minister Chu swore that in the future, he would never king shop with women again. Until now, his thighs were still sore. With his muscular strength, his thighs were still sore. This was really a little king unbelievable. And Minister Chu's foot odor had completely spread after these 3 days of shopping. At night, when he took off his shoes, Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian immediately covered their noses and ran out. This was too much of a killjoy. Chu Yang was speechless about this. He looked at his own feet. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "What's wrong with you? I'm already a high-level saint. How many times have I been reborn? I've been cleansed, and you still king stink? This is too unreasonable, isn't it? Is there any justice in this?" Calamity soared. A guy rolled his eyes and muttered, "Why is there no justice in this? It's simply too much justice. When the time comes when your feet really don't stink, you can almost fight with that mystery guy. Isn't it good that your feet are smelly? This is simply too good." Muttering like this, he went back to sleep. However, Chu Yang definitely didn't know what he was muttering. Even if he knew, there was no one to reason with. Chu Yang had no choice but to go out and wash his feet. Otherwise, even he would not be able to bear the smell. First, he used the heavenly tribulation divine technique to wash his feet from the inside out. Then, he smelled them and found that they still had a smell. So, he quietly took out a ladle of spring of life and poured it on his feet. Washing his feet with the spring of life, there had never been such a person before. If anyone saw the truth, he would definitely beat him to death, even if it was a reckless waste of resources. But there was no such way to waste it. This person was truly shameless and had no bottom line. However, the spring of life was indeed a peerless spiritual spring and its effects were truly extraordinary. No matter how much he washed his feet, he couldn't get rid of the smell. But now, his feet were fragrant. Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian walked in, and saw Minister Chu holding his feet and smelling them. For a moment, the two women were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. This guy seems to be too talented. The scenery along the way was beautiful and gentle. Chu Yang and the 3 beauties floated away from the Demon Emperor sky. They set off for the next stop, East Royal Heaven. Tan Tan and his wife, Xia Dan Feng, who were previously used as an excuse by Mo Qingguo and Xianxia, had actually gone somewhere after they were separated from the Demon Emperor Heaven. They didn't even return to the Demon Emperor Heaven's base camp. But Chu Yang wasn't worried about the whereabouts of these 2 people at all. It could be said that there were very few people in the current world who could defeat Tan Tan in a head-on manner, except for Di Ho. If they were to talk about dishonest practices, there was probably no one more dishonest than Tan Tan in this world. Once someone took the initiative to provoke Tan Tan, there was basically only one outcome: wait to cry, if there was a chance to cry. As for Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the calamity, they were left behind by Chu Yang to protect Xianxia. Moreover, Brother Hu hadn't fully recovered yet. Staying in a place like the Heaven Imperial Court, where spiritual energy was abundant, would be more conducive to recovery and breakthrough. The divine spirit of the calamity stayed in Luohua City and continued to think of ways to absorb the deathly aura of living creatures. In terms of deathly aura of living creatures, other than purple cloud heavens, Luohua City seemed to be the most suitable place for the divine spirit of the calamity. All the way across the sea, Chu Yang and the others went straight to East Imperial City. Chu Yang and the others were running at full speed along the way. They didn't encounter any obstacles or disturbances along the way. Their journey was smooth sailing. A certain someone who had nothing to do would flirt with the 3 beauties, and would often provoke the 3 beauties to chase after him. So, their speed didn't decrease, but instead increased a little bit, and along the way, because Chu Yang deliberately stood on the opposite side of the 3 beauties, the intimacy between the 3 beauties also improved by leaps and bounds. In any case, it was very good. East Imperial City is in front. Chu Yang pointed to the front, where there was a place where rays of light lingered. It's so beautiful. The three beauties couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Leihan really knows how to enjoy life. Chu Yang pursed his lips and suddenly had an idea. Guess, is Shui Qi here? Definitely not. Mo Qingwu's face was full of certainty. Why? Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian didn't understand. Although they hadn't seen the clown with their own eyes, they had heard of him far and wide and remembered him in their hearts. If I were Shui Leihan, it would be better to chase a good brother like Shui Qi far away. Otherwise, sooner or later, I would be angered to death. Mo Qingwu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Chu Yang felt that Mo Qingwu's words were really true. Great minds think alike. When we reach, let's eat something first before looking for Shui Leihan. Mo Qingwu said excitedly, last time, I heard that the biggest restaurant in East Imperial Sky is located in East Imperial City, and it's called East Heaven's #1 restaurant. It's said to be very delicious. Alright, let's eat first. Let's reward you 3 female foodies. Chu Yang agreed. However, the words female foodie once again caused the 3 girls to pout coquettishly and chase after him. Chu Yang laughed heartily as he fled in panic. They arrived at East Imperial City quickly. At the city gate, after the 4 of them passed the identity verification, the 4 of them walked into East Imperial City with the crowd. After asking a few people, Chu Yang finally knew where the so-called East Heaven's #1 restaurant was. So the 4 of them rushed over excitedly. Satisfying their appetite was the most important thing now. Everything else was temporarily put aside. When they reached the front, they took a look. Even Chu Yang was a little surprised. This is really F***king worthy of that domineering name. East Heaven's #1 restaurant, it lives up to its name. Seeing it in person is even better than hearing about it. The restaurant was dazzling. Just the front hall alone was no less than a few acres of land. The entire restaurant probably occupied no less than 100 acres of land. That was not all. The most surprising thing was that this restaurant actually had dozens of floors. It was really towering into the clouds. This restaurant could accommodate 100,000 people for a meal at once. It was still more than enough. It didn't look cramped at all. Such a grand scale really made Chu Yang and the other 3 feel that it was an eye-opener. It was not much better than the legends of country bumpkins entering the city. Such an exaggerated restaurant. If it was in the lower 3 heavens, it would definitely be a loss. Tai Budian gave a positive evaluation. But it's different here. It's completely different. Chu Yang said lightly, I heard that we eat here. We all pay in purple cloud coins. Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian were a little speechless. It wasn't a problem for them to pay with violet cloud coins, but it was a different story when it came to the value of violet cloud coins. Because a single violet cloud coin was equivalent to 100 million Shuiyun coins, what Chu Yang said was tantamount to saying 100 million Shuiyun coins was probably not enough for a meal. It can't be. Where are so many rich people? Tai Budian was a little puzzled and in disbelief. This is not a joke. It's true. As the capital city of the Eastern Royal Heavens, there are still many rich people here. Chu Yang said, the purpose of eating here is not necessarily to fill one's stomach. What's important is the noodles, the atmosphere, the environment, and the status. Come, your husband will also bring you to eat a good meal today as a reward. We have been nouveau riche for many years, but it's always hard to get a chance to be extravagant. Now that we finally have the chance, let's hurry up. Chu Yang's strange appearance made the 3 women cover their mouths and laugh. At the same time, they scolded coquettishly, stupid face. Which one of the 3 women wasn't a national beauty? Which one of them wasn't a peerless beauty? When they laughed at the same time, it was like 100 flowers blooming in front of the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens at the same time. It was really beautiful beyond compare. Devastatingly beautiful, capable of toppling countries and cities, capable of toppling heaven and earth. Everyone who passed by and saw this scene, without exception, were all dumbfounded. Although those who came to the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens to eat were those who had money, status, and class, and the beauties they brought could also be counted as 1 in 1,000, beauties like Mo Qingwu and Tai Budian had really never appeared before. Now, Big Brother Chu Yang walked into the restaurant alone with three great beauties. He immediately attracted a lot of hatred. Who is this bastard? Why is he so unpleasant to the eye? It's just. Look at this smug look, I really want to beat him up. No, I want to beat him up every time I see him. He actually dares to be so arrogant in the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens? So arrogant, has he never been beaten before? Look at this bumpkin's virtue. If this guy can't pay the bill later, we'll have a chance. A heaven-sent opportunity, this. It's hard to say. To be able to bring three great beauties to eat. I reckon he can't pay the bill, there were whispers all around. There were all kinds of things being said. Chu Yang coughed twice. With an incomparable feeling of vanity, he held Mo Qingwu in his left hand, Tai Budian in his right hand, and Wu Qianxian in his arms. Gorgeously dressed, he walked into the hall with an extremely smug look. I also want to be smug like this. The sound of hearts shattering could be heard all around, accompanied by the sound of spitting out blood. F***ck. I'm going to spit out blood. This guy is too good at showing off. Isn't he too good at acting? I'm also going to spit out blood. He's not a F***king human. He's a beast. No, he's worse than a beast. I also want to be a beast for once. Waiter, where are you? Give me a private room. I don't want to be in the hall. Nouveau riche Chu came to the front desk and said arrogantly. You're joking. Our first inn of the Eastern Sky only has private rooms. We don't have that kind of noisy hall. The beautiful receptionist smiled gently. May I ask which room you'd like to book? They were all private rooms. There wasn't a noisy hall. Chu Yang immediately became embarrassed. Very, very embarrassed. He rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Mo Qingwu saw someone embarrassed and couldn't help but laugh. This receptionist clearly saw that Minister Chu was too extravagant and too bumpkin, so she deliberately stabbed him with a soft knife. Moneybags Chu had no choice but to suffer in silence. He couldn't be angry with a receptionist, right? What are the prices? Moneybags Chu finally exposed his country bumpkin side. Country bumpkin still cared about money. The receptionist introduced the rooms. She was obviously used to it and often greeted country bumpkins who came here to see the world. Okay, I'll take the Sky Room one. Chu Yang waved his hand. I have money. I don't need the best, just give me the most expensive one. Quickly lead the way. Hearing this, everyone was a little speechless. The Sky Room one cost at least 1,000 purple cloud coins for a meal. That wasn't something that could be bought with money alone, especially when Chu Yang said that it was best not to use it. Directly giving the most expensive one, the cost of this meal would be very, very shocking. Moreover, even if you had money, you might not be able to get in. The receptionist couldn't help but look embarrassed. She walked to the side and asked for instructions. Then she smiled and walked over. Sir, please. Please turn left this way. Chu Yang clearly noticed that a young man in embroidered clothes who was standing by the railing upstairs with his hands behind his back seemed to make a gesture. He couldn't help but be moved. This guy didn't look like someone from the restaurant. The aura of nobility he exuded, and the entourage by his side, all of these proved that he was no ordinary man, but why would he testify for him? Minister Chu only wanted to show off, that's all. So, he wasn't even allowed to enter? Alright then. I asked Shui Leihan to bring me in, he would have a lot of face in front of his 3 daughters-in-law. As for what Shui Leihan thought, that was his business. Anyway, since his own brother wanted to show off, he had to let him do it no matter what, right? It was rare for him to want to mess around. Furthermore, it was in the Eastern Royal Heavens. He was really giving Shui Leihan face, giving him such a chance to cooperate and act cool. In the end, even without Shui Leihan's intervention, the matter was resolved just like that. He didn't want to think too much about it. It was fine as long as he could get in. At most, he would stop acting tough, alright, under everyone's envious gazes. Tycoon Chu strode forward with standard steps, amidst the contemptuous laughter of Mo Qingwu and the other 2 girls. This guy is definitely going to be miserable. Someone who was experienced and knowledgeable sighed. Young master Bai just happens to be upstairs. It's really too coincidental, everyone sighed. I was saying that even if he really had money, he wouldn't be able to enter the first room. Why did this guy go in just like that? So it's young Master Bai. Another person said. But why did young Master Bai help him? He. This question really has some deep meaning. Young Master Bai is known as the #1 flower saint. What a pity for those 3 beautiful girls, sigh. I think that's the reason too. Who would have thought that this fellow would so rashly and unknowingly go up against the third person of our Eastern Royal Heaven's 3 princes? This fellow is really unlucky. Another person said. It was unknown if he was rejoicing in the other party's misfortune or if he was gloating. Yes, going up against the latest generation leader of General Bai's family who is currently being doted on. It's indeed a little bad. Young Master Bai. He was the direct descendant of General Bai, one of the 2 most powerful people in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Great General Bai and Great General Lan had always been on par with each other in the military. They kept each other in check. Secretly, the situation was also turbulent. No one was willing to submit to the other. These years, the Bai clan had risen with the rise of General Bai. It could be said that it was one of the few great clans in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Together with Prime Minister Gui's clan and General Lan's clan, they were known as the 3 great clans of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Gui clan, Lan clan, and Bai clan. The 3 princes referred to the 3 descendants of these 3 great clans. As for the descendants of the Eastern Royal Heavens, because of their respected status, they were not included in this list. The 3 of them were all rising stars. Moreover, they were young and full of vigor. Their cultivation and strategies were not ordinary. They were all outstanding talents. They faintly had the demeanor of the rising generation of the Eastern Royal Heavens. As for liking women. Yes, this was indeed a shortcoming. But since ancient times, beauties loved heroes, and heroes loved beauties too. The flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of the jade. It was really not strange for young people to have such a hobby. At this moment, young Master Bai's face revealed a thought-provoking expression. He looked at the 4 people who were walking into the first room with a graceful bearing. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Even with his status, he had never seen such a level of beauty before. It seemed that today was destined to not be a waste of time. Since he had encountered them, he definitely couldn't miss it. No matter what methods or tricks I use, I must get these 3 women. I must get all of them. No matter the cost, no matter the consequences. Young Master. These 3 little ladies. Haha. Beside him, a white-cloaked soldier revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, not bad, really not bad. Young Master Bai smiled and nodded, giving his evaluation. I understand. This white-cloaked soldier understood tacitly. Go ahead. Child Bai smiled with satisfaction. With such a smart and knowledgeable subordinate by his side. There were indeed many things that he didn't need to worry about. Yes. Just when Xianxia had just walked into the Eastern Royal Heavens, the news about his registration had already been spread. This news was immediately transmitted to the city guard's matter. Then, what no one knew was, Xianxia's news was immediately extracted and sent to the Prime Minister matter and General Lan's matter. And the Imperial City. These were 3 special channels. One belonged to the royal family, one belonged to the Prime Minister himself, and the last one belonged to General Lan. Of course. There was another secret channel that led to the Bai clan. But the Bai clan didn't know who Xianxia was, after all, Xianxia's identity. And it was highly confidential. Not everyone was qualified to know the information of this calamity sword master. He's finally here, finally here. The Prime Minister seemed to be looking at this information with blurred eyes. He smiled softly and murmured, he went directly to the Eastern Sky First Pavilion? It seems. This is to give us a chance to react. And such a high attitude. Haha, with 3 beauties? Well. Is he trying to show off? To show off in front of the beauties? This Xianxia is really. He immediately stood up, get ready. I'm going to see His Majesty. See if I need to cooperate. Should I cooperate? Or His Majesty cooperate personally? On the other side, when General Lan received this news, he jumped up as if his boat was on fire. Get dressed immediately, I'm going to the palace to see His Majesty. General Lan was very anxious and didn't lose his pretense at all. Last time, he almost messed things up. This time, he couldn't make any mistakes. Once Prime Minister Gue and General Lan moved, it was like a tiger and a dragon. The higher-ups of the Eastern Royal Heavens were here. It was already a full-scale shock. Everyone was guessing what had happened. These two big shots actually went to see His Majesty Eastern Emperor at the first moment, but no one below knew. The news about Chu Yang had already been blocked at the first moment. Otherwise, many things wouldn't have happened today. Chu Yang's awkwardness was probably not over yet. He pretended to walk into the target's room and began to order. Adhering to the characteristics of being rich and imposing, Chu Yang acted like a nouveau riche and ordered all the signature dishes of this pavilion. Not long after, the dishes began to be served one after another. Chu Yang greeted them and immediately began to eat. Mo Qinggu cheered and didn't want to fall behind. For a moment, the room was full of laughter and toasts. Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian weren't extravagant people, but today was a special day where they could finally relax, so they let Chu Yang do as he pleased. Besides, they also wanted to experience the legendary top-notch food in the Heaven Imperial Court and see if it was really worthy of its reputation. After all, they had been too repressed during this period of time. It was rare to have such a relaxing moment, and they didn't have to worry about anything. The couple went back to their old home, the Heaven Imperial Court, with the mentality of going sightseeing. Once in a while, they felt that it was very interesting and very comfortable. This was also the first time that they saw Chu Yang so happy and relaxed after knowing him for so long. The four of them were eating when they heard someone knocking on the door. A feminine voice said, "May I come in?" Chu Yang and the other three were startled. There were acquaintances here, although there were indeed acquaintances in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, there were at most 3 of them. Other than Shui Leihan and Yan Rushan, there was also Yan Rushan. However, this voice clearly didn't belong to any of them. Who was it? Just as Chu Yang was about to speak, the door unexpectedly opened by itself. The person outside didn't even wait for Chu Yang to say whether he agreed or not. He opened the door automatically and walked in. The person who came in was a middle-aged man. He looked refined and elegant. However, that pair of slender eyes made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. It ruined the overall image. "You are?" Chu Yang frowned. He was already a little unhappy. Chu Yang was infuriated. "Do you think it's easy for me to bring my wife out to relax? To think that someone I don't know would come and disturb us? Could this fellow be someone sent by Shui Leihan? Why is he so unobservant? I'll have to have a good chat with that old and young one later." On second thought, someone sent by Shui Leihan shouldn't be so insensible, right? But if this person wasn't sent by the East Emperor, then who was this person? What was his motive? "Sir, he." The young man smiled reservedly and said in a condescending tone, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am an advisor of young Master Bai's mansion. I have come here to discuss some matters with you. I wonder if it is convenient for you to do so." "Young Master Bai? Who is he?" Chu Yang frowned. "I don't know him. It's inconvenient. Please go ahead." Chu Yang was already giving him a lot of face. He even used the word please. Wasn't that giving him a lot of face and giving him a way out? But when the young man heard that, he was filled with displeasure. Anger immediately appeared on his face. How dare he say that he hasn't heard of young Master Bai in the East Royal Heavens? Are you an idiot? At the very least, you're a complete country bumpkin. You're the kind that hasn't seen the world at all. Forcefully suppressing his anger, he said with a sinister smile, "Our young Master Bai is the direct descendant of great General Bai. Well, you should know what I'm saying, right?" "I still don't know." Chu Yang frowned, also suppressing his anger. "What does it have to do with me who he is? Just tell me what you're here for." "Well, you're also a tactful person." The young man glanced at Mo Qinggu, Tai Budian and the other 2. With a smile, he said, "Then I'll make it clearer. The main thing is that young Master Bai wants to get to know you." "Well, these 3 women." Her. He smiled. Sir. This is a great fortune that has fallen from the heavens and is waiting for you. As he spoke, a meaningful and self-evident tone flowed out spontaneously. Oh? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he shook his head, feeling both angry and amused. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a melodramatic thing, snatching women. Tyrannical? Moreover, they were even trying to take advantage of him. This is really funny. Should he play along, or should he play along? She's really a femme fatale. Xianxia shook his head. Then, he looked at Mo Qingwu with a bitter expression on his face. You guys tell me. What should we do? Mo Qingwu pretended to lose all color in her face. Then, she said in distress, Husband, you have to protect us. You mustn't abandon us. You mustn't be a despicable villain who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. I don't want you to be a heartless and unscrupulous person again. I can't afford to be hurt. Xianxia was speechless. What was this girl talking about, again? Become a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit, again? Cruel and unscrupulous for once, what does again mean? It seems like I'm already heartless, despicable, shameless, and ungrateful. Too much, isn't this too awkward? Stop messing around, or else I'll lose my little sweetheart. Instantly, his face darkened. He said to the young man in a deep voice, Get out. Minister Chu was already very unhappy in his heart. This guy actually reminded Mo Qingwu of how heartless and unscrupulous I was in my previous life. I've already tried my best to make up for it, however. When did I forget righteousness at the sight of profit? Am I very despicable? How am I a villain? You want to open a dye house just because I gave you some color? Refusing a toast? It won't feel good to drink a forfeit. The young man's face was calm. Ha ha ha. Husband. There are some things that you can't do, and some people that you can't provoke. Husband, you'd better think about it carefully. It's not the first time anyway. Think about it, think about it. *CK off. How is it not the first time? What are you thinking about, ha ha ha? Xianxia laughed strangely and shook his head. Qin Wentian shook his head and sighed. Originally, when I came to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, I was very happy in my heart. From the start, I never thought of killing anyone. This is especially so when the person I want to kill is the direct descendant of a high-ranking official of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. However, why must you all force me to kill someone? I can tell that you all have already done your best. As he spoke, a surge of murderous aura appeared. The young man opposite him thought that Xianxia was just a nouveau riche from a nouveau riche clan. He didn't even have the slightest bit of cultivation on him. Who would have thought that the murderous aura would suddenly surge towards him? At this moment, it was as if thousands of ghosts had appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Blood formed a sea, bones piled up like mountains, and ghostly cries rang out. It was like a boundless hell. Although this young man had some cultivation, it was very limited. Facing such a scene, he was shocked to death. He screamed subconsciously and turned around in a panic. As he ran, he screamed, Ghosts! His voice was very shrill. Xianxia's divine sense had already locked onto this guy. He wanted to see where he was running to. How dare he covet my woman, not only this person, but also the people behind him. I can't let any of them off. This sword master wants to see who has the guts to do so. Even Shui Leihan didn't dare to do such a thing. To think that there was someone in the Eastern Royal Heavens who dared to do such a thing so openly. I must definitely meet such a weirdo. Xianxia didn't have to wait for long. Soon, his wish came true. Because a voice suddenly rang out. Useless trash. Then, from the opposite room, a white-clothed youth had already stood up and walked over. This person had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure. He had the demeanor of an elegant duke. His body naturally lingered with a kind of arrogant and commanding aura. It seemed that he had a great background. Just by reaching out his hand, he stopped the young man from running away in panic. The corners of his mouth were still curled up in a mocking smile. Looking at Xianxia, he said, I couldn't tell that you were actually a martial artist. You're hiding your strength everywhere. It's just that, to play with my subordinates so wantonly, I'm afraid it's a little unreasonable, right? He smiled lightly and said nonchalantly, "Isn't there a saying that one has to look at the owner before beating a dog?" Yang sighed and said lightly, "You're that young master by? The owner of this white dog?" Opposite him, the young man in white's eyes sharpened. He said lightly, "Why? Do you have a problem with this?" Yang only felt an unknown fire in his stomach. The cultivation of the young man in white in front of him wasn't very good, but he was very arrogant. Those who didn't know would think that he was the son of Dong Huang. When he was about to teach him a lesson, he saw that there were already a few people flying out. They flew in front of that young master by. And it didn't seem to be over yet. There were also people coming out from other rooms to watch. When they saw that it was young master by here, they instantly understood. One by one, they clamored, "Who dares to make young master by angry? Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. I begged young master by to be merciful and spare my life." That's right. Who ate the heart of a leopard to be so daring? "Young master, what should we do?" An accompanying expert asked. "First, don't disturb the beauty. Don't pay attention to anything else." That young master by instructed lightly. It seemed that the meaning behind his words was, as long as you don't touch the woman. You can do whatever you want with this man. You can do whatever you want with him. It doesn't matter what you do with him. It seemed that it wasn't just Chu Yang who was impatient. Even this young master by was obviously impatient. When those experts received the order, they shouted and pounced forward at the same time. In this #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens, they actually attacked so openly. Take your time to eat. Don't bother with these annoying things, lest it spoils the mood. Chu Yang stood up with a cold face. This time, Chu Yang was obviously really angry. He had lived 2 lives and seemed to have a lot of experience, but he really didn't see such an ignorant person. He didn't expect that when his family came to the Eastern Heavens excitedly and thought that they had reached home, they would actually encounter such a strange existence. If it was in other worlds, it would be fine if he encountered such a thing. Although he would also kill, he wouldn't be so angry, but this Eastern Heavens, was Shui Leihan's territory. Looks like I have to help Dong Huang tidy up this Eastern Heavens. Chu Yang's face was dark, and he was obviously somewhat angry. If he doesn't want to do it anymore, he might as well change someone else to be Dong Huang. This sentence didn't seem to be said casually. Now, Chu Yang calculated that there were still 8 of his brothers. Except for Xia Danqiong who occupied Moyun Heaven and Gu Duxing who occupied Extreme Heaven, he originally didn't intend to touch the Eastern Heavens and Demon Emperor Heaven, and Zixia Heaven was Xiexing's. In that case, he was just short of 1 day to let each of his brothers have one. If he could drag Shui Leihan down, wouldn't it be just right? Take down this madman who dares to blaspheme His Majesty Dong Huang. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Just as they were worried that they didn't have a reason, Chu Yang's sentence gave them a reason to attack. In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted, their attacks were even sharper and more merciless, but the next moment, the weather suddenly changed, and everything changed beyond recognition. Under Chu Yang's glare, abundant murderous aura surged out without warning, and instantly locked down the entire #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens. Everyone in the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens, without exception, all felt this shocking murderous aura. The 2 dukes who were drinking in a private room opposite originally didn't care about what was happening outside. But now, they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Suddenly, they couldn't move at all. What's going on? The young man in green turned pale with fright. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs walk. To have such an aura, he should be at least a high-level saint, or even higher. Why would such a person suddenly go crazy in the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens? To be continued. P.S. Very sad, I'll hurry up and cook. I had beef jerky this afternoon, and I bit my cheek. My mouth was full of blood. Extremely miserable and painful. My wife asked me what happened in a panic. I spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said weakly, I spat out blood. I can't take it anymore. My wife was frightened on the spot. She immediately called 120, and then wanted to carry me to the hospital. Cough, cough, no choice, I bit my cheek when I confessed. Then, my wife flew into a rage, slammed the door, and left. I hurriedly called my friends to help, called my wife and said, my brothers suddenly said they wanted to come to our house to drink. Then, I tricked them into coming back, and the price was that I'll cook all the dishes for this meal. Today, I want to be a house husband. On the opposite side, the young man in white smiled faintly. Using his martial arts to resist the murderous aura, he said, it should be by laying that fellow who provoked a tough opponent. Just now, I heard him shouting outside, go out and take a look. The young man in green frowned. I can't go out. The young man in white smiled bitterly. The murderous aura of a saint has sealed the entire building. I can't move at all. Below a high-level saint, as long as I move, I will be killed by the murderous aura. I can't interfere anymore. This fellow, always targeting women. It's time for him to be taught a lesson. This time, he provoked a tough opponent. However, with great General Bai's strength, he should be able to protect him. The young man in green said, as long as he's not killed on the spot, and it's only a high-level saint, for the sake of great General Bai and Eastern Royal Heaven, anyone will have to consider. That depends on who he provoked. The young man in white smiled bitterly. In this world, as long as you don't provoke that person, it should be fine. You have to know that as long as that person is angry, he even dares to kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud. Moreover, the entire Ink Cloud sky will change dynasties. It can't be so coincidental. The young man in green smiled faintly. Although I also wish that Bai Lang dies earlier. The two looked at each other and smiled. The outside couldn't interfere anymore. The two couldn't move either. Even the guards couldn't move at all. They could only listen to the movements outside. The more they listened, the weirder their expressions became. Two loud paw-paw sounds were heard, and the two people who had rushed forward were sent flying backwards. Chu Yang's two palms had directly broken their necks, and they hung down softly. Not only had their necks been broken, but even their divine souls had been shattered by Chu Yang's palms. Not only had they died in an instant, but their divine souls had also been destroyed, and their souls scattered. The entire space of Eastern Sky's first pavilion seemed to have changed from a warm spring to a cold winter. Under Chu Yang's unrestrained murderous aura, an endless illusion seemed to appear in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone seemed to see a scene of hell coming towards them at the same time. As if in front of them was a boundless sea of blood, white bones, rain of blood, and so on, and in this scene of hell, a young man in black slowly walked out, as if an ancient demon king suddenly appeared. It was filled with endless bloodthirst and endless cruelty. Everyone from the first pavilion had turned into clay sculptures at this moment. They suddenly realized that they couldn't move at all. She couldn't even blink her eyes or move her little finger. He had no idea how the person in front of him did it. Child Bai, who bore the brunt, shrank his pupils and felt that his body could not move. It was not until this moment that Child Bai realized that he had really provoked a tough nut this time. However, he was still fearless and laughed strangely. You dare to touch me? Why don't you try touching me? After all, this place was the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be stronger than Great General Bai, right? But before he could finish his words, Chu Yang had already given him a fierce slap. Try touching you? Alright, let's give it a try. Before his voice died away, with a paw sound, this young Master Bai's face was slapped to the side. A few teeth were spat out from his mouth. His mouth was full of blood. It was just a slap, but more than half of his teeth were knocked out. He was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this guy in front of him would be so merciless when facing the direct descendant of one of the three great clans in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. After being stunned for a long time, he turned his head and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You hit me? You actually dare to hit me? Chu Yang smiled coldly. Didn't you ask me to try? I agreed to your request. How is it? Does it feel good? Child Bai stared at Chu Yang with resentment. Good? You have guts. If you have guts, try hitting me again. If you dare to touch me again, you won't be able to leave the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. If you don't believe me, try it. Chu Yang shook his head subconsciously. Is this guy stupid? His whole body is in my hands and he still dares to shout like this. Is he trying to rush me? He laughed and said, you actually have such a despicable request? Alright, I'll still say the same thing. Try it then. I'll satisfy your request. Then, without another word, he gave Child Bai another 2 slaps. Child Bai's mouth and nose were bleeding from these 2 slaps. His facial features were displaced. His originally handsome face was now full of malevolence. He hissed, "Good. Really good. If you have guts, kill me now. Otherwise." He looked at Chu Yang fiercely. "Otherwise, when I catch you later, I'll definitely play you to death. Including your wife. Do you think I'll play you in front of them or play them in front of you? Ha ha ha. Kill me if you have guts. Do you dare? Do you dare to kill me?" He had lived like a prince for a long time and had been unscrupulous for a long time. The moment he was suddenly humiliated, he flew into a rage as if he had lost his mind. A violent murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said in a soft voice, "There's absolutely no problem. I will certainly satisfy your request. Not only will I satisfy your request, but I will also wait for your backer to arrive, and kill you bit by bit in front of your old ancestor. I can guarantee that your ancestor won't dare to let out half a fart." At this moment, the person in charge of the Eastern Heavens First Pavilion finally rushed over. "That guest, please don't do anything. Calm down, calm down. Child Bai. What's wrong with you, Child Bai?" He immediately stood up and pointed at Chu Yang. "Quickly put Child Bai down. Do you know what you've done? You've got guts. You've caused a big disaster. You actually dare to." Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yang's eyes glare. A dense murderous aura immediately surged out, instantly forcing that person to be speechless. The next moment, Chu Yang waved his hand. A ribbon flew through the air and tied Child Bai's body. His whole body was hung up. His body was not completely in the air. Only one toe was left on the ground. As for why his cultivation was completely sealed, it was because he was purely bearing it with his physical body. This posture was extremely painful. Chu Yang waved his hand again. The several rooms of the Eastern Heavens First Pavilion were all opened with a schwa sound. In an instant, it was a lot more spacious. With a roll of his sleeves, all the dust and debris flew out of the window. A big chair automatically flew over. Chu Yang sat down on it, and crossed his legs high up in the air. At the same time, he released the restriction on everyone and said lightly, "From now on, I'll sit here and wait for this guy's backer to come. If anyone here dares to say a word, I'll kill without caring about burying. If you don't believe me, you can try." He casually grabbed one of Child Bai's attendants and said lightly, "Quickly go back and report. Tell your master that his precious baby has been detained by me. If he doesn't come in a moment, not only will this little one die, his whole family will die." Then he threw him out. This guy's body flew out like a rubber ball. Before his screams fell, he disappeared. After that person landed, he almost subconsciously ran away. Only then did he realize that his cultivation that was sealed had recovered. He wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly ran towards Great General Bai's residence. This was terrible. Wow, the other party was a super ruthless character. Chu Yang sent away the messenger. He simply closed his eyes, swung his legs, and waited quietly. Even though Child Bai finally couldn't bear the pain and screamed in a high and low voice. He was indifferent. Those who knew Chu Yang all knew that this time, Chu Yang was really angry. Once Chu Yang was provoked to this extent, not to mention Great General Bai, even if the East Emperor personally came forward to intercede, none of these people today would be able to escape unscathed. "You still haven't let go of Bai." A certain person hadn't finished speaking when Chu Yang flicked his finger. That person's open mouth suddenly broke a big hole. The next moment, his whole body was completely frozen. Then there was a crashing sound, and the whole ice sculpture shattered into fine powder on the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the ground was covered with ice chips. Not even the slightest trace of blood could be seen. It was completely frozen. Then there were a few people who tried to move. Child Bai was in trouble, so they naturally had to show off. Maybe they would have a meteoric rise from now on. But these people were all killed by Chu Yang without exception. Chu Yang closed his eyes. His fingers were hanging below his body, but he could immediately react to any movement around him. His face was as cold as ice, like mysterious ice that had never melted since ancient times. The entire eastern sky first tower was overflowing with murderous aura. Anyone who entered this area would immediately find that they couldn't move. They couldn't move at all. Only behind Xu Yang, Mo Qingwu and the other two stayed in the room. It was still as warm as spring. It had to be said that Child Bai was still quite famous in this East Royal City. In just a short period of time, there were already thousands of people rushing in to rescue him. But these people were all completely frozen by Chu Yang's murderous aura without exception. No one was allowed to say a word. Time passed little by little. The more people came in, the colder Chu Yang's face became. Is he okay? Wu Qianxian was a little worried about Chu Yang's current state. He's okay. Tai Budian smiled. Chu Yang is preparing to start a massacre. In the East Royal Heaven, he actually encountered such a troublesome matter. No wonder Chu Yang was angry. And this time? I'm afraid it won't be a small matter. Mo Qingwu said softly, how can killing people who deserve to die be counted as starting a massacre? This kind of person, if it were me, I would also kill. A satisfied smile appeared on Tai Butian's face as she said, for our sake, even when his strength was weak, he still dared to kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. He still killed him. Now, killing the descendant of some great general who knows how many generations, what does it count as? As soon as this sentence came out, Mo Qingwu and Wu Qianxian looked over enviously. Because this special honor could only be enjoyed by Tai Budian alone. Actually, I think Chu Yang should have other intentions in it. Tai Budian frowned. Although he's using this as a pretext to make a fuss, it's true that these people must be killed. But I haven't seen through Chu Yang's other intentions. There's other intentions? Wu Qianxian frowned and pondered. Cough cough. Last night, I slept on the sofa, my back was aching. Until now. Cough cough, it's finally clear up. Chu Yang can't be thinking of using this opportunity to shake the military power of the Eastern Royal Heavens, right? Mo Qingwu was startled by her own casual words. It's not impossible, Tai Budian said indifferently. Otherwise, facing such a debauchee, just kill him with one strike. There's really no need to make such a big fuss and let everyone know. But he just did it. Tai Butian's voice was very soft, but Chu Yang's face showed a trace of a smile. As expected of someone who had been an emperor, this point was indeed very accurate and thorough. The three girls were discussing in low voices. Time passed quietly. Finally, the people of the Eastern Sky's first pavilion shouted and neighed, as if there was an orderly army coming from afar. There was also the sound of hurried flying through the air. Obviously, a large number of experts had arrived. And at this time, as Chu Yang released his murderous aura, the two youths on the opposite side could finally move and walk. But as soon as they stepped out of the room, they immediately saw such a grand scene in the corridor. Everyone stood there like clay sculptures, not daring to move at all. Such a scene was really rare. The ground was full of sparkling and translucent particles. That was the result of Chu Yang directly freezing and then crushing a person. It was impossible to tell that it was a human body. It was as if there was no connection between the two youths' hearts inexplicably tightened. Oh my God! What kind of strength did he have to be able to make such a scene? Even an ordinary high-level saint might not be able to make such a big scene, right? At the same time, they looked at Chu Yang. What they saw made the two youths even more puzzled. Wasn't this person a little too young? Although most of the high-level martial artists had techniques to maintain their appearance, they rarely fixed their appearance to that of a teenager. Most of them set their appearance to that of a young man or even a middle-aged man. This way, they would have more grace and bearing. And another reason was that when one was a teenager, they might not really have profound strength, so it was difficult to maintain a youthful appearance. But today, this convention that applied to most people was broken by the young man in front of them. The person in front of them was at most in his 20s, but how could the strength he displayed be so amazing? Seeing the two of them come out, the others present faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the three great young masters would actually gather at the Eastern Sky's first pavilion today? With these two people stepping forward, the matter should be eased a bit, right? No matter how harmonious these three young masters were, they wouldn't turn against each other at such a time. After all, this was related to Donghuang Heaven's reputation. On the other hand, that tyrannical young man should restrain himself a little. Even if he didn't care about offending one of the three hegemonic powers of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, now that the representatives of the three hegemonic powers were gathered here, would he dare to offend all of them? Chu Yang was still sitting on the big chair with his legs crossed. His eyes were staring at the two people with interest. The two of you should be the other two of the so-called three princes of the Eastern Royal Heavens, right? Chu Yang chuckled. Duke Lan? Return to the public? Was he a descendant of Great General Lan and Prime Minister Gui? When the two heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. Actually, when the two of them left the room, they might have other thoughts. Even if the perpetrator was tyrannical, would he really have the guts to offend the three hegemonic powers of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms at the same time? As long as one had some sense, they wouldn't make such a choice. However, although their thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very cruel. The other party's words revealed a strong meaning that was not concealed at all. It was clear that even if Great General Lan, Prime Minister Gui, and Great General Bai joined forces, they would still be in the other party's eyes, whether it was the arrogant words of someone who didn't know the heavens and earth, or the confident words of someone who knew what was going on. This heroic spirit was already admirable. I am Lan Qingji. I am Gui Jiasong. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed at the same time. They didn't dare to show the slightest bit of neglect. Gui Jiasong was the first to speak cautiously. This duke, this Bai Lang has indeed offended you, but as the saying goes, killing people shouldn't go overboard. He has already received the punishment he deserved. Regarding this matter, can you give us some face? Let's end today's matter here. Gui Jiasong's attitude was very humble, and his tone was also as tactful as possible. In his opinion, since he was so humble, the other party should go down the slope and leave some face for everyone. Leaving a way out for everything would make it easier for them to meet again in the future. Give you some face? Chu Yang laughed coldly. Then who will give me some face? If I didn't have some skills, the one who would be miserable now would be me. It wouldn't be impossible for me to be 100 times more miserable, right? Friend. Lan Qingji said indifferently. We also know that you have extraordinary strength, and presumably, you have other things to rely on. But, this is after all the Eastern Royal Heaven. If you make too big of a commotion, are you confident that you can settle this matter? After continuing Gui Jiasong's humble attitude, Lan Qingji changed to using threatening words. However, in Lan Qingji's opinion, this couldn't be considered threatening, and was only stating a fact. After all, if the three big shots of the Eastern Royal Heaven really joined forces, their influence would definitely be able to shake the Eastern Royal Heaven. The surrounding people were convinced. These two, one with a white face, and the other with a red face, cooperated seamlessly. The entire Eastern Royal Heaven? What terrifying strength. Haha. Chu Yang laughed lightly. It's just that, no matter if it's the Eastern Royal Heaven or any other heaven, if someone insults my woman and I still have to give them face, then I'm afraid I'm not fit to be a man. Or if you have other choices when things come to a head, I only have this choice now. Is it very stupid? He raised his eyes, looked at the two people in front of him, and said softly, the people who are going to deal with this matter should be here. If you don't want to get involved, quickly move to the side. His voice was filled with the toughness of an order. Swoosh! Swoosh! A group of people broke through the window and brazenly barged in. Chu Yang and the others were on a high floor. But, for a real expert, it was only a matter of a single leap. That was all. Seeing these people coming in, young Master Bai, who was hung up, looked as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for me! I'm going to kill him!" The people who came were from the Bai clan. One of them was probably the leader of this group. His sharp eyes swept across the scene, and he said coldly, "Put young master down first." He actually ignored Chu Yang completely, as if Chu Yang didn't exist. Yes. A few warriors leaped up and pounced on young Master Bai. However, the next moment, the murderous aura rose again. Those people who just leaped up fell down immediately. That man's pupils shrank. For the first time, he looked at Chu Yang, who was sitting in the middle of the room. Chu Yang raised his head lazily and said lightly, "Put him down?" "Did you ask me?" "You think too highly of yourself, don't you think?" Everyone present didn't see how Chu Yang did it, but everyone knew that it must be Chu Yang who did it. "I'm the chief of the East Royal City Guards. Do I need your permission to do anything in the East Royal City?" The man stared at Chu Yang majestically, and the fierceness in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Come, take this arrogant man down. If he resists, kill him without mercy." Instantly, dozens of figures flew out. Chu Yang was still sitting upright and motionless. However, the stagnant atmosphere in the air seemed to have grown a little more out of nowhere. Dozens of people flew to a place about 10 feet away from Chu Yang. Suddenly, they seemed to have bumped into an invisible but indestructible thick wall. With a series of loud bangs, all of them fell down, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Obviously, their internal organs were injured, and their injuries were not light. This time, the chief of the city guards was obviously shocked. "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the East Royal Heavens?" Obviously, he was shocked by Chu Yang's methods. Even his tone was much more polite. Chu Yang raised his eyelids in disgust. "If you don't dare to do anything, then go to the side and wait. Don't make me angry anymore. You've already flattered me. Now, let's wait for Great General Bai's people, or the higher-ups of the East Royal Heavens to come." With a crash, the group of people who came later seemed to have been forcefully restrained by an invisible force. They were clearly neatly separated into 2 sides. Because of the squeezing, some people were already squeezed to the point that they couldn't breathe. On the other side, the fear in Lan Qingji and Gui Jiasong's eyes became more and more intense. Who exactly is this person? He's so young, his cultivation is so high, and he does things so ruthlessly. His methods are a little too ruthless. After Great General Bai, he was beaten up on the spot, and even tortured. He did not give face to Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan. The city guard's position was not very high, but it was directly under the authority of the East Royal Heavens. It was also disdainful. Who exactly is this person? What is he relying on, to be so arrogant? This Duke. Gui Jiasong's face was solemn, and he said cautiously, "Since Bai Lang asked for it, and Duke's attitude is so firm, we don't want to ask for a rebuff here. We just want to ask one more thing, what's Duke's name?" Chu Yang's eyes were still full of playfulness as he looked at the 2 people. He said lightly, "My surname is Chu. My surname is Chu." With these 3 short words, Gui Jiasong's and Lan Qingji's faces changed greatly. Beads of sweat seeped out from their faces. The 2 of them thought of a person at the same time. A person who they had never met before, but who they absolutely could not offend. That person, who dared to do this, who had this strength, who seemed to have done this kind of thing more than once, could only be him, Chu Yang. It's really him, it's really him. This is a crazy guy. When his strength was still weak, he even dared to kill the son of a heavenly emperor. Is there anything that this person doesn't dare to do? If you provoked others, you could always reason it out. But if you provoked Chu Yang in the aspect of women, it would be worse than provoking a saint monarch. This was the consensus of all the great heavenly emperors. They never thought that the person Grand Duke Bai provoked today was actually the #1 killing star in the world. Gui Jiasho and Lan Qingji originally wanted to stand out and show off their family's foundation and how different they were from the rest. They also wanted to show that they could do what Bai Lang couldn't do. With this, they wanted to completely suppress Bai Lang in the future. But the moment they guessed Chu Yang's identity, this thought disappeared without a trace. They stood aside obediently, their faces ashen. They didn't even dare to leave this troublesome place. If they didn't know Chu Yang's identity, everything would be fine. They could even leave this place. But now that they knew Chu Yang's identity, it wouldn't be so easy to avoid the whirlpool of this matter. They were full of regret. Wouldn't it be good if the 2 of us just sat in that private room and pretended not to know? We could even watch the show. Why did we have to come out? Great, now that we've been dragged into this mess. It's hard to get off now. We can't leave. This is so uncomfortable that we want to die. If their family knew, they definitely couldn't avoid a round of punishment. If it was just a simple punishment, it would at most be physical pain. But if there were other things, the 2 of them didn't dare to think any further. As for suppressing Bai Lang, this was even more out of the question. This fellow had offended Chu Yang directly. He would definitely die. Why should they compete with a dead person, in the Emperor Dong Palace? Dong Huang Shueleihan was high and mighty. He was a little tired and bored as he reclined on the dragon throne, but his attitude was extremely relaxed. Opposite him was Great General Bai, who was saying something. It was obvious that Shueleihan was a little absent-minded. Often, when Great General Bai lowered his head to report, there would be a meaningful look in his eyes, as well as some struggle. Right at this moment, Your Majesty. Prime Minister requests an audience. Your Majesty, Great General Lan requests an audience. Shueleihan and Great General Bai were stunned at the same time. What could make these two big bosses come together? Is there a riot in the Eastern Royal Heavens? If it wasn't such a big matter, it wouldn't alarm these two, right? Summon them. Yes. Before he finished, Prime Minister Gue and Great General Lan rushed in together. Seeing that Great General Bai was present, both of them were surprised. What's the matter? Shueleihan asked lightly. Your Majesty. He's here. General Lan cupped his fists. He said something that only he could understand. Others could hear, but most of them couldn't understand. This matter. Great General Bai didn't seem to know about it yet, so he could only speak vaguely. What if His Majesty doesn't want Great General Bai to know about that matter, but I say it out loud? Wouldn't that be another mistake? Who's here? What are you talking about? Shueleihan was perplexed. Although Great General Lan was usually a concise and comprehensive person, his words had never been so concise and comprehensive. There wasn't even a hint of it. That person, that sword master has come. Prime Minister Gue said very obscurely. Hearing that, Shueleihan instantly responded with an mm. His face lit up with joy as he laughed out loud. This bastard, he's finally willing to come. Great General Bai was puzzled by all the things in front of him. It was obvious that he knew all three of them. Only he was not used to the situation that he did not know. He asked casually, Your Majesty, may I ask, who is this sword master? Why is this subject so confused? I don't understand anything. At this moment, Shueleihan was in an extremely good mood. Since there were no outsiders here, he was about to explain a little when he heard a commotion outside. Someone was rushing in at a high speed. Something important seemed to have happened. Then, a servant came in to report. Your Majesty, someone from Great General Bai's residence came to report that Grand Duke Bai has been detained by a tyrannical villain. His life is in danger and he's waiting for rescue. The other party is at least a great expert at the peak level of a saint. Great General Bai's body shook. There's such a thing? Shueleihan was also very surprised by this incident. In the Eastern Royal Heavens, there weren't many people who dared to do this. Even Great General Lan and Prime Minister Gue didn't seem to dare to do such a thing openly. Who was actually so unscrupulous? Wasn't this too arrogant? This was practically challenging the authority of this Eastern Emperor. Great General Bai's face turned green and red. He finally turned around. Your Majesty, please allow me to go and settle some family matters. One had to admit that Great General Bai was still very rational at this moment. She was very smart and spoke very intelligent words for the occasion. The phrase family matters had defined this incident as a private matter and saved His Majesty the Eastern Emperor's face. But now that the incident had developed to the point where his family members had come to the palace, it meant that it would be completely useless for others to come forward. If he wanted to save the situation, he could only do it himself. At this moment, the anger in Great General Bai's heart could be said to have reached the clouds. I'd like to see who is so daring to humiliate me like this. Well, since we have nothing to do, why don't we go and take a look together? Shueleihan suddenly smiled strangely. The emperor was willing to go to the scene personally, not because of Great General Bai's family matters, but because he vaguely felt that the initiator of this incident should be someone he knew. Great General Lan and Prime Minister Gue understood tacitly and said, Indeed, since we have nothing to do, let's go and take a look together. It's indeed the best. This time, it was Great General Bai's turn to be a little hesitant. For the three of them to come together, this seemed a little inappropriate. When he said that it was a family matter just now, his original intention was to refuse to watch, But why was His Majesty the Eastern Emperor suddenly so interested? If His Majesty went, if the matter was cleared up, it would be fine if his descendant was in the right, but if not, then his family would be embarrassed. But according to his guess, his family was most likely not in the right. After so many years, could it be that he didn't even know what his family was like? But Great General Bai didn't have any position to object, so he could only pinch his nose and agree. He could only pray in his heart, that guy better not go too far. Those rumors that he heard earlier, please don't be rumors. These 4 people were all peerless experts, and even the head of the officials, Prime Minister Gue, was the same. Naturally, they didn't need any attendance and just walked leisurely. They walked out of the palace leisurely. The expert from the Bai family who came to deliver the message was so shocked that he almost wet his pants when he saw this scene. In all honesty, I only wanted to invite Great General Bai from my family. Why did I invite His Majesty Dong Huang as well? This was a really big deal. It was bad news. Who exactly is so arrogant in the Eastern Royal Heavens? In the East Royal Heavens, openly challenging the authority of Great General Bai? Great General Lan seemed to frown unconsciously. It's hard to say. Prime Minister Gue also frowned. Xue Leihan smiled lightly, not commenting. But Prime Minister Gue and Great General Lan both had a vague guess in their hearts. It should be possible, perhaps, it was that person. His Majesty the Eastern Emperor should have guessed it too, otherwise he wouldn't have come personally and taken the initiative to participate in such a small matter. There was no reason for such a coincidence. They had just received news that that person had entered the city, and then something happened to Great General Bai's men. If it was really him, then today's scene would be too lively. They couldn't help but admire the descendant of Great General Bai. He was really too awesome. He had just entered the city and probably hadn't even sat down properly yet. Yet he had already provoked him. Just how astute and how blessed they must be to be able to achieve such a perfect combination. Prime Minister Gue and Great General Lan secretly exchanged glances, somewhat gloating in their hearts. If their guesses were correct, then Great General Bai was really going to be in big trouble today, but this fellow had always been eccentric, and everyone didn't like him. If he was unlucky, then so be it. Both of them were thinking in their hearts, as long as we aren't unlucky. Luckily, the one who provoked that person was the descendant of Great General Bai. If it was their own descendant, they probably wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Both of them secretly swore in their hearts, in the future, they would definitely discipline their own family members strictly. This group of troublemaking brats might really be able to kill someone at any time. They had to guard against this. Great General Bai took the lead. Rushing to the front, his face was very, very ugly. Great General Bai felt that this was no longer a matter of the life and death of his descendants, but an important matter of his own face. In the East Royal City, not giving Great General Bai any face. This was intolerable, so Great General Bai didn't notice the strange expression that flashed across Prime Minister Gue and Great General Lan's faces. As they walked forward, slowly, the expressions of Prime Minister Gue and Great General Lan also became somewhat strange. An expression of "just as I expected" appeared spontaneously on his face. This old man is truly rejoicing in your misfortune. He, Your Majesty, this, in front is the #1 tower of the eastern sky. Prime Minister Gue had a faint smile on his face. Looks like something happened here. #1 tower of the eastern sky? Xue Leihan asked in confusion. So what? Prime Minister Gue sighed. That Lord Sword Master. After entering the East Royal City, the place where he settled down was this #1 tower of the eastern sky. Xue Leihan's expression also became exceptionally interesting at once, almost choking on the wind. He slowly exhaled before saying, in that case, that Great General Bai's descendant is really a rare talent. He has hidden his abilities well. In such a short period of time, he's able to do it. He actually managed to do such a big thing. Prime Minister Gue almost laughed out loud. He said with a hunched back, that's right, the descendant of Great General Bai is indeed a hidden talent. Great General Lan sighed from the bottom of his heart. He's really a genius. Great General Bai sped ahead, the wind whistling, and he was even more worried and anxious. He actually didn't hear clearly what was said at the back. However, he vaguely heard that His Majesty seemed to be praising his descendant as a rare talent. He was delighted and deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Shui Leihan and the other two to catch up. He said, "He's just a child fooling around, how can he be considered a talent? Your Majesty, you're overpraising him, pft." Cough cough, Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan spat towards the sky, and then coughed continuously, coughing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. It took them a long time to recover. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had already arrived at the first tower of the eastern sky. What they saw shocked them. The scene in front of them was too spectacular, too grand. They saw that the first tower was completely surrounded by many soldiers and horses. There were at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses here, surrounding the unusually vast first tower so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Looking carefully, all the soldiers and horses were under Great General Bai's command. In the distance, there were still military experts flying over. Seeing this situation, Shui Leihan frowned slightly. This old Bai was really unlucky this time. There was no end to his bad luck. Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan sighed in their hearts at the same time. No matter what happened, it's not a big deal for you to dispatch the experts. But, dispatching troops on such a large scale is too much of a taboo. The troops still belong to the Eastern Imperial Heavenly Court in name, not your old Bai's private army. It's a fact that you can command them, but it's a bit too much to use them like this, especially, it was seen by His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. This is simply an indescribable tragedy. It's already bad enough that you have such a dishonorable person in your family. But now, you've even done something like this. Great General Lan and Prime Minister Gui seemed to be silent and didn't express any opinions. But they were muttering in their hearts, looks like after this incident, no matter what the final result is, Great General Bai will definitely be unlucky. It's just that, for the time being, we can't be sure how unlucky he will be. Seeing such a grand scene, Great General Bai was also furious. He roared like a thunderbolt, "Who allowed you to dispatch troops? A bunch of bastards. Who gave you the military order? Who gave you the guts?" An officer suddenly stood up. Reporting to the general, this operation was carried out by someone from the residence with the general's military order. We didn't dare to disobey. Hearing this, Great General Bai's breath was stuck in his throat, almost choking to death. That sentence just now was intended to clarify something, but who knew that he would encounter such an honest person who came out to say the truth, intentionally or unintentionally pushing himself to an even more embarrassing state. The military order was left at home? Family members could be used at will? What's more, it was very effective. This was really not nice to hear. Turning around to take a look, Shui Leihan, General Lan, and the others were already nowhere to be seen. Great General Bai glared fiercely at this general and said, "You, take this old man up there. I want to see who has the guts to act so recklessly." Since things were already like this, it was better to see how it would end. Hopefully, the madman upstairs would give him a chance. Great General Bai could only comfort himself like this. Chu Yang heard that the clamor outside had suddenly quieted down. He immediately knew that a heavyweight had finally arrived. However, he still sat on the chair and maintained his previous state. His face was as cold as ice. He only raised his eyes slightly and quietly looked at the entrance. Great General Bai stood in front of Chu Yang with a whoosh sound. He looked majestic and solemn. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw this. Great General Bai actually came in person. It had always been rumored that Great General Bai valued this descendant of his family very much, but he still didn't expect that he would personally make an appearance today. Put Bai Lang down. Great General Bai waved his hand and said lightly. He seemed to be talking to Chu Yang, but also seemed to be ordering his subordinates. Then, the two of them jumped out. Military experts and high-level saints. Both of them, anger rose in Chu Yang's heart. He snorted coldly and said, "Go back." The murderous aura that was like raging waves finally transformed into surging sword energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It surged out violently. However, the murderous aura alone was no longer enough to stop these two high-level saints. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, for a moment, the sword energy was everywhere. The two military experts moved up and down several times, darting left and right. However, they couldn't even take half a step forward. After a while, blood gradually appeared in the air. It was obvious that these two high-level saints had already been injured by Chu Yang's tribulation sword energy. The strength of both sides was clear, but military orders couldn't be disobeyed. The two military experts knew that their chances of winning were slim, but they still tried their best to advance. They would rather die than retreat. Stop. Great General Bai's eagle-like eyes stared at Chu Yang. However, he still maintained his indifferent tone and said, "Who are you?" Chu Yang sat still and said coldly, "You're that great General Bai who raised a nest of unfilial grandchildren? How dare you? How dare you?" Several people shouted angrily. Great General Bai's face turned green. However, he forcibly held back his temper that was about to explode. He said, "What exactly happened here? With your strength, you actually did such a thing. Don't you think you're degrading yourself?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "You'll have to ask your own people about this. Only they know what they did best." General Bai's eyes turned to those followers of young Master Bai. Those people suddenly trembled all over like sifting chaff. "Speak. What exactly happened?" Great General Bai sensed that something bad was going to happen. From when they were in the palace to when they were dragged out, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor was still there. The informant didn't have a chance to explain the whole story. Only now did he have a chance to ask. This feeling of being led by the nose and being passive to the extreme made him very uncomfortable. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, how would those few people dare to lie? They recounted the whole story. Although some avoided the important points and dwell on the trivial, it was basically true. Great General Bai could only hear the veins on his face twitching violently. His own descendant, the descendant that he valued the most, brazenly snatched someone else's wife in broad daylight? Moreover, all three of them at once? That's why he provoked them into a fight. However, the person involved was an extremely tough person, a top expert in this world. This matter was really too shameful, not to mention being in the right, it didn't even touch the slightest edge. "Useless little bastard." Great General Bai scolded fiercely. "Great-grandfather, save me." Young Master Bai cried miserably. Blood and sweat from the pain on his face dripped down. Great General Bai's face was like water. He said, "This matter is indeed Bai Lang's fault. However, you've already beaten him, punished him and killed him. I'm afraid you've gone a little overboard." He pondered for a while and said, "It's just that this matter is ultimately my Bai clan's fault. I also don't have the face to pursue the matter. Everything ends here. I'll let Bai Lang apologize to you solemnly. However, you also have to bear the compensation for the people you've killed. How about we each compromise and let this matter rest?" In Great General Bai's view, he had already given Chu Yang a lot of face by dealing with this matter like this. Over there, young Master Bai had been hung up for so long. Now, his biggest backer had finally come in person. Seeing that he was about to be rescued, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at Chu Yang fiercely and thought, "As long as Grandpa can go back alive today, I will immediately dispatch people to catch this guy at all costs. Together with those three delicate beauties, I'll use the cruelest methods to deal with this guy and play him to death. I'll make you beg for death." Chu Yang laughed strangely and said, "Great General Bai, how did you become a great general? Can you also take a step back when someone wants to touch your wife?" Great General Bai was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shouted angrily, "What did you say? How dare you?" Chu Yang didn't care about Great General Bai's anger. He still laughed and said, "What did I say? To tell you the truth, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. You can't do it yourself, but you're forcing others to do it. You seem to think that you're right. You're giving me a lot of face. I'm really puzzled. How can you say such things? You've opened my eyes again today." Great General Bai's eyes flashed. He said in a deep voice, "What else do you want?" "Kill." Chu Yang said lightly. It seemed as if he was stating a very simple question. Along with this word, waves of murderous aura surged out like the waves of the Xianxia River. It surged and lingered in the air. "Kill?" Great General Bai laughed strangely and said, "Young one, do you know that I've already given you a lot of face?" Chu Yang sneered, "So, indulging in the act of snatching other people's wives is considered giving face? This is really a strange story." Great General Bai's face turned cold. Young one, you're presumptuous. Yang said lightly, presumptuous? Not counted. How is this presumptuous? Do you know that I've waited so long for you to come before killing, just to not give you face? Great General Bai's face stiffened. Young one, what do you mean? Yang smiled faintly and said, I don't know if you know that your grandson's favorite thing to do is to play with other people's wives in front of their men. But, what I like to do the most is to kill these people little by little in front of their biggest backers. Great General Bai's face turned colder. You dare? Yang laughed. What great military power. I'm a coward. I can't stand being threatened. I'll let them go now. I'll let them go a few times. Before he finished speaking, Yang waved his hand. White light suddenly moved. Young Master Bai screamed. One of his hands had already flown out of his body. Before it could land on the ground, it was pulled by an invisible force to the front of Great General Bai. Yang pretended to be respectful and said, I'll return the first part first. Then I'll return the other parts. Great General Bai, please don't be impatient. Don't be anxious. Great General Bai was so angry that his body was trembling. His eyes were about to split open as he shouted, Men, take down this madman for me. Take him down at all costs. Everyone responded loudly. However, a faint voice suddenly sounded, Who dares to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Prime Minister Gui and General Lan had already landed on the ground. No one saw how the two of them appeared, and no one knew where they had been hiding. They just appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The entire Eastern Sky First Tower was instantly shaken. Most probably, no one would have imagined that the publicly acknowledged three pillars of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms would all appear here. When Prime Minister Gui and General Lan came down, they saw Gui Jiasong and Lan Qingji at first glance. These two experienced experts almost fainted. They thought that there was only Bai Lang's matter here, and were only thinking about how to watch the show. Why are people from our two clans here too? Please don't cause any trouble. This is going to kill us. The two hurried forward. Little brats. The two were just about to get angry. Lan Qingji and Gui Jiasong rushed to explain with long faces, This has nothing to do with us. The two of us are just here to watch the show. When Prime Minister Gui and General Lan heard these words, it was as if they had heard the sound of nature. They immediately heaved a big sigh of relief. Mother **Ker, I almost had a heart attack because of you two little brats. Then, he flew into a rage and slapped them twice. Bastards! Don't you know that there are some shows in this world that can be watched, and some that can't be watched? The two dukes were slapped so hard that their heads tilted to the side, and they almost spat out blood. It could be seen how angry these two big shots were, and there was also a lot of hidden fear in their hearts. It was just that not many people noticed this scene of the two old men teaching their grandson. After all, everyone's attention was attracted by Yang and General Bai. But the next change made everyone's eyes widen. These two people jumped out, obviously blocking in front of Yang, and directly facing General Bai. Could it be that these two people had actually stood up to oppose Great General Bai? At this moment, Great General Bai's expression was very unsightly, extremely unsightly. He intuitively realized that today's matter didn't seem to be so simple. But the anger in his chest couldn't be vented. He said angrily, Old Gui, Old Lan, are the two of you going against me? Prime Minister Gui bent his body and said in an aged manner, Cough cough, according to the ways of the world, we naturally should not have internal strife. However, the cause of this matter is clear. It is indeed your descendant who has committed a great taboo. Even if he really dies, he deserves it. It has nothing to do with anyone else. However, Old Bai, you are so indiscriminately biased. We really can't stand it anymore. General Bai almost couldn't believe his ears. You're saying, you're really going to stand on the side of an outsider and go against me? General Lan said righteously, Old Bai, we're not going against you, but we want to protect the Eastern Royal Heavens. Justice is in the hearts of people. How can black and white be inverted? Our Eastern Royal Immortal Realms has always been a place that abides by the law. Bai Lang's actions have angered the heavens and angered the people. He is worse than a beast. Why should we protect it? His words were so righteous that they inspired reverence, General Bai was so angry that he almost blacked out. He said fiercely, "Good, good, good. It's rare for you to have such upright thoughts. But I must kill this person today. Even if we become enemies because of this, even if His Majesty knows, I'm sure he won't blame me." The two old rivals working together made General Bai so angry that he was about to go crazy. He completely gave up his position. How could he lose face in front of so many people? How could he collapse? Naturally, he didn't care about anything. Originally, even if a descendant was really killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, it had turned into a fight for face and pride. "No, I will definitely blame you," a clear voice said, "and this person, no matter what, you can't kill him." As this voice suddenly sounded, the air suddenly shook with the aura of an emperor. It was as if an emperor had come out and ruled over the world. Eastern royal heavens. Xue Leihan had arrived. Xue Leihan's figure suddenly appeared in the air. He was dressed in a yellow robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at General Bai indifferently, his eyes full of disappointment. "If the heavens want to punish us, we can do it. But if we do it ourselves, we can't live." General Bai, such a perverse, shameless, greedy, lustful, shameless, heinous descendant. You are actually still protecting and shielding him so vigorously. What is the reason for this? Xue Leihan said indifferently, "And the military's token is actually left at home so casually, allowing an unfilial descendant to use it to mobilize our army. Bai Shitang, how do you explain this?" General Bai looked at the Eastern Emperor's stern appearance and his face turned pale. And Bai Lang, who was hanging above, also finally widened his eyes in disbelief. His eyes were full of despair. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, but he finally stood up and said in a low voice, "You're here." Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. "Since you're here, how can I not come?" When this sentence came out, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. General Bai was the most shocked. Just now, he was still doubting whether everything before him was a trap set up against him, with Prime Minister Gui and General Lan joining forces to make things difficult for him, with the intention of completely overthrowing him, starting from trapping his descendant and ending with the appearance of the Eastern Emperor. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Because the person that his descendant had provoked wouldn't be used by anyone at all, because, from the meaning of His Majesty's words, it seemed that this person actually didn't even dare to offend His Majesty. Since he was here, His Majesty had to come too. What kind of person was this? Grand Duke Bai, who was hanging on the pillar, finally understood what a sharp iron plate he had kicked this time. The trouble that his lustfulness this time had brought was no longer as simple as him not being able to bear it. Perhaps even his own elder master, or even the entire Bai clan wouldn't be able to bear it. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel so regretful that his intestines turned green. Of course, he was mostly lamenting his bad luck. For such a tyrannical existence, even if he could only see it once in a lifetime, it would be a great blessing. And he not only saw it, but also wanted to snatch his wife. Grand Duke Bai was basically speechless at this moment. Chu Yang said lightly, "I've said before, for such a person, I want to get to the bottom of it. Destroy his greatest reliance, and then kill him. If he only took liberties with my wife, I'll just kill him and be done with it. But if the power behind him still wants to protect him and condone him, then even the power behind him will also be eliminated." He turned his head. "Young Master Bai, I'll kill you now in front of your backer. Now, do you still think that I can't do it?" Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and the whole room was silent. Even His Majesty East Emperor didn't dare to offend such a formidable existence, yet young Master Bai wanted to snatch his wife with great fanfare. Such ability to cause trouble, such outstanding luck to seek death, was really at the peak of perfection. It was still unknown whether there would be no one like him in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Even if Xianxia came back to life, compared to young Master Bai of today, he was still inferior. Xianxia only wanted to snatch one. But Grand Duke Bai wanted all three. This difference couldn't be calculated. Grand General Bai finally understood what kind of existence his descendant had provoked this time. However, now that things had come to this, it was already over. He clearly knew that after this incident, he no longer had the right to speak in the imperial court of the Eastern Royal Heavenly Court. In terms of military power, he no longer had the right to speak. even to the extent that whether the entire Bai clan that he had single-handedly created could be preserved was still uncertain. The huge loss and shock, as well as the kind of regret that came from the depths of his bones, made someone like Grand General Bai almost break down. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Tears flowed down Grand General Bai's face as he slowly knelt down. Your Majesty. I have followed you for hundreds of thousands of years, and I know that I have contributed and worked hard, and even worked endlessly. Could it be that your Majesty today really doesn't care about our past relationship at all? A hint of pain flashed across Shui Leihan's eyes, and he sighed. Bai Shirtang, you and I have lived together for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's indeed not a short period of time. You have indeed contributed and worked hard for me, so I have always been waiting for you. You are a very capable person. It's really not easy for you to walk step by step to where you are now. That's why I waited for you to confess to me. Shock and disbelief immediately appeared on Grand General Bai's face. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. I know my mistake. No, you still don't know your mistake. Shui Leihan shook his head lightly. I was waiting for you to explain some things to me, but you didn't do anything. Now, it's about time. Bai Shirtang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold. Your Majesty. You already know, Shui Leihan heaved a long sigh. I've always been reluctant to part with you as a ruler and subject. But today. He exhaled softly. We're about to launch an attack on the purple cloud heavens, and I can't allow anyone to continue to exist on my side. Grand General Bai knelt down in a daze, his expression seeming to have aged by millions of years in an instant. There was only one thought in his mind, so. His Majesty knew right from the start that I came to the Eastern Royal Heavens as a spy. Chu Yang didn't pay any more attention to Grand General Bai. He stood up and slowly walked towards young Master Bai, saying lightly, remember, Junior. Don't ever lust after other people's wives again. It's not a big problem for a man to like beautiful women, but, if this kind of lust exceeds the bottom line that everyone allows, then it's courting death. He slowly reached out his hand and pressed down on young Master Bai's head, saying softly, you're the leader of all evils. The people I can't forgive the most in this lifetime are people like you. And my women, in this world, not to mention you. Even if a great emperor and a saint join forces, they can't touch them. Whoever touches them, I'll kill them. Chu Yang exerted force in his hand. With a soft paw sound, this young Master Bai's head suddenly exploded entirely. Quite a lot of blood splattered onto the face of Grand General Bai, who was not far away, but he didn't move at all, as if he was in a daze. Chu Yang let go and young Master Bai's corpse fell to the ground. His eyes scanned Lan Qingji and Gui Jiasong's faces. Although the two dukes didn't think that they had done anything evil, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. The leader of all evils, YN. Great General Lan and Prime Minister Gui murmured, looking pensive, as if they had understood something. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. At the same time, they thought of Chu Yang's words, you have a backer, I'll kill you in front of your backer. Let's see who dares to say anything. He really did it, he did it without any pretense. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. At the same time, they were also very excited. They had to admit that, punishing a young thug with a huge backer like this was really too satisfying. From that day onwards, the Eastern Royal Heavens issued a strict order. Greed and lust were listed as the #1 unpardonable crime in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Unpardonable, kill without mercy. I thought you wouldn't do anything. Shui Leihan walked side by side with Chu Yang and said with a smile. When I came here, I never thought that I would have to make a move. But this time, it was that guy who came to me on his own. Especially, he violated my biggest taboo. That day, the Taiyu heaven and earth perished. How could he be an exception? Chu Yang smiled. Shui Leihan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the will of the heavens does exist. Long before they left Mo Yuntian, Shui Leihan had talked to Chu Yang about the internal problems of the Eastern Royal Heavens. And the fact that the military power was divided between the two of them was determined by both of them to be a big drawback. And General Bai was the one with the problem. Shui Leihan had been keeping him for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Secondly, he had another purpose. But for so many years, General Bai didn't do anything strange. Shui Leihan was also a little confused about this. So he had once mentioned to Chu Yang that he should check it out when he passed by the Eastern Royal Heavens. At that time, Chu Yang had sternly refused. He would never work for others for nothing. He didn't expect the heavens to play tricks on him. He had just come to the Eastern Royal Heavens this time, and the first thing he did was to bump into this little guy. He might as well just do it. On one side, Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan were confused when they heard this, and said, "Your Majesty, what is going on here?" Following the death of a profligate son, a huge clan that had been glorious for hundreds of thousands of years was actually uprooted by Shui Leihan. Even Great General Bai was immediately dismissed from his position and sent to prison. Both Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan were at a loss for what to do with this sudden change of events. Although that Bai Lang deserved it, and Great General Bai did not teach him well and was also guilty of negligence, Shui Leihan's way of dealing with him by capturing him all the way and even exterminating his entire family was a little too much. Although Bai Lang's actions were outrageous, he should not have implicated the entire Bai family. This kind of implicating was simply unreasonable. Especially, some of the military officials who were attached to the Bai family, as well as some of the rich and powerful families, were also implicated. The scope of this case was so wide that it was shocking. It was just the beginning, but more than 100,000 people had already suffered, and His Majesty Dong Huang had no intention of stopping. Even if this matter involved Xu Yang, who had a great background, such a way of dealing with it would undoubtedly chill the hearts of the people of Dong Huang Heaven. Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan did not dare to question Dong Huang Heaven's decision in person, so they finally asked what they were puzzled about. Shui Leihan smiled lightly and answered the question with just one sentence. Bai Shitang is actually one of Saint Monarch's men. He came to Dong Huang Heaven as a spy and hid his identity for 100,000 years. Hearing this, Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan turned pale with fright. They never thought that there would be such a reason. I have been tolerating, observing, and even making use of him, to do some things. Sometimes, a spy is very useful. Haha. To be honest, it's not that I didn't really want to subdue him, but, for so many years, he never took the opportunity that I gave him. Shui Leihan said lightly, now, the decisive battle with the extraterrestrial demons is approaching, and Dong Huang Heaven is about to send out millions of troops. And Saint Monarch Master Yun has also reached the point where I no longer need to tolerate him and pretend to be polite with him. If Bai Shitang were to be kept alive, he would only become a disaster. So, I used this opportunity to get rid of him. Shui Leihan smiled and said, although it's a bit of a big fuss to destroy a huge clan for a playboy who kidnapped a girl, after this incident, I believe that there will be fewer people in the Dong Huang Heaven who will dare to violate the law and kidnap girls. This will have a huge effect on the atmosphere of the Dong Huang Heaven. Shui Leihan sighed softly. Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan shuddered at the same time. How would it just be fewer? From now on, for at least 10,000 years, there might not be a single person who would dare to think about this. Just because of this incident, all the top clans with hundreds of thousands of years of history were wiped out. And they were clans that were at the center of power, with hundreds of thousands of people involved, who would be able to bear such a serious consequence. If any playboy from any clan wanted to kidnap a beauty, even if his brain was filled with lust, he would have to first consider whether his clan was more powerful than Great General Bai's clan. Was the pleasure of the lower half of his body more important, or the lives of his entire family more important? If he chose the latter, then he'd better take a rest. And Great General Bai's clan was one of the top clans in the entire Dong Huang Heaven. There was no clan bigger than the Bai clan. In this way, in the future, the safety of the unmarried and beautiful ladies in the Dong Huang Heaven would be guaranteed unprecedented safety. Besides, this time, we'll also completely cut off the Saint Monarch's tentacles in the Dong Huang Heaven. Shui Leihan said softly, we've been preparing for this for a long time. Today is just an opportunity to let it all out. Your Majesty is mighty. Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan were drenched in cold sweat. They didn't expect His Majesty to be so scheming to such an extent. Mighty? How am I mighty? Shui Leihan smiled. Do you think that if I don't do anything, Chu Yang will let them off? This guy has always been someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. His heart may not be as big as the tip of a needle. Especially when it involves his woman, that's where his reverse scale lies. If I don't do anything, Chu Yang will kill until blood flows like a river. Chu Yang is a super fierce person who even dares to kill the son of the Celestial Emperor for his woman. How can Emir Bai Lang and the entire Bai clan be spared? Shui Leihan made a rare joke. Then, he smiled and said, so I might as well take this opportunity to get rid of the spies and clean up the Donghuang heaven. Chu Yang said unhappily, this is blatant slander. I'm right here and haven't left. You're mocking me like this? How am I so unreasonable? My heart must be bigger than the tip of a needle. Shui Leihan smiled. When have you ever been reasonable? You said that your heart is bigger than the tip of a needle. Do you believe it yourself? Everyone laughed. Lan Tianxiao, from now on, do your best to reorganize the army. Select the best from the entire Donghuang Heaven army and gather experts to train their battle strength. Shui Leihan said solemnly, get ready, to fight the extraterrestrial demons and exterminate the demons. Hearing this, Great General Lan was stunned. He felt the blood in his body boiling at this moment. Yes. Shui Leihan said, yes, this time, it's highly likely that the great Celestial Emperor will join forces to fight the extraterrestrial demons. When the time comes, don't embarrass the Donghuang Heaven. Great General Lan said loudly, I'll definitely do my best until my death. I'd rather die than let our Donghuang Heaven be looked down upon by others. That's good. Shui Leihan turned to look at Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister, your task is to take care of all internal affairs. From now on, actively prepare military provisions and supplies. What is needed for a long and cruel war, you know very well. Prime Minister Gue said solemnly, yes. After arranging everything, Shui Leihan's expression was as gentle as usual. He turned to ask Chu Yang, are you going to make a trip down from my place this time? Chu Yang nodded. I do have this intention. However, I also have other objectives. Shui Leihan said, go ahead. Chu Yang said, now, my brothers are stirring up chaos in the world and using all kinds of methods to find the origin of the 10,000 saints' true spirit. They already have a certain goal in mind. Shui Leihan's expression froze. There's such a thing? Therefore, during this period of time when I'm not around, you must pay close attention to the related activities in the Heaven Imperial Court. Once that place is really dug out, we will face the most terrifying enemy. Chu Yang said solemnly, when that time comes. I'm afraid you and the Demon Empress will have to personally help. Otherwise, you know the consequences. It's just one chance. Shui Leihan nodded slowly. I understand. I'll make all the preparations and be ready to fight at any time. The battle that I've been looking forward to for a long time. His expression was filled with anticipation, desire, and great pain. After staying in the Eastern Royal Heavens for 3 days, Chu Yang and the others set off again and returned to the Heaven Imperial Court that they had been away from for many years. Shui Leihan personally sent them to the secret passage. When Chu Yang was about to leave, Shui Leihan asked, if I had sided with Great General Bai in that matter, what would you have done? Chu Yang chuckled. You also said that I'm not ambitious, but I have a lot of brothers. Furthermore, the few of them have always liked to compete with each other. Since one of them has become the Celestial Emperor, the others will definitely have to do the same. However, the space left for us doesn't seem to be enough. If we add in the Eastern Royal Heavens, it would probably be enough. Yes, one for each of us. After Donghuang, Shui Leihan asked, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, he stuck out his thumb and cursed, you're so King ruthless. Heavenly Layer continent, the land that he thought would be difficult to step on was once again under his feet. Standing on top of the mountain, Chu Yang breathed in the familiar air. Suddenly, a strange sour feeling arose spontaneously. Heavenly Layer continent, I, Chu Yang, am finally back. I see you again, I only love the soil of my hometown. I don't care about the gold of other countries. Mo Qingwu, Wu Qianxian, and Tai Badian, the 3 women returned to their hometown. Their eyes were filled with tears. After experiencing the endless killing in the Heavenly Imperial Court, he actually had the urge to cry when he returned to his hometown, which he had not seen for a long time. Just by standing on the land of her hometown, she felt as happy as returning to her mother's embrace. "Let's go home." Xianxia roared excitedly. "Let's go home." The three women's eyes lit up at the same time. The biggest wish that they dreamed of every night was right in front of them. "You can go home, but you have to go back to my house first." Xianxia smiled and got up first. The three women were a little embarrassed at the same time. There was nothing to say. Going back to the Chu clan first was the right thing to do. The three of them had already been confirmed, so they had to go back to their husband's house first. Then, it would be their turn to go back to their mother's house. "Say, when we go back this time, should we settle this matter?" Xianxia touched his chin. His heart was really full of wild thoughts. Now, there were three people behind him. Working together to deal with him, they should be able to fill their stomachs. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were crossed in an instant. Southeast, flat mountain ridge. Since Calamity Sword Master Xianxia led a group of brothers to turn the tide and eliminate the scourge of the continent, Southeast Flat Mountain Ridge became the holy land of the entire Heavenly Layer continent. Every day, many martial artists came from afar just to take a look at the hometown of the heroes. With the mentality of a pilgrimage. Chu Clan Courtyard. As the origin family of Calamity Sword Master, Chu Clan maintained a low profile. They did business as usual and didn't expand the family scale. They were still the same. They weren't afraid of trouble, but they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But the more this was the case, the more praises the Chu family received. Look at the Chu family. It's the family of the Calamity Sword Master who saved the entire Chongtian continent. Look at how humble they are. That's what a great family should be like. This is the true style of nobility. Seeing it is admirable and hearing it is fascinating. That's right, I've never admired a clan so much, except for the Chu clan. Praises like these could be heard all over the place. However, the new clan master, Chu Failing, had strict instructions for everyone in the clan. No one was allowed to become arrogant just because they were favored. They must guard against arrogance and impatience. The Tribulation Sword Master is Xianxia, not anyone else in our clan. Being able to enjoy Xianxia's honor and the courtesy he brings is already a great benefit. Don't think of using this status to do anything. Anyone who violates this rule will be expelled from the clan and killed without mercy. However, no matter how low-key the Chu family members acted, the southeastern flat mountain ridge had already become the publicly acknowledged holy land of the martial world. This was a fact that could not be changed. Yang Ruolan was in the pavilion in the courtyard, doing breathing exercises seriously and concentrating on cultivation. Then, she carefully tidied up her face, washed and groomed seriously. She went to the room where her son used to live and cleaned. She meticulously wiped the table, swept the floor and tidied the bed. Then, she sat quietly for a while before coming out to tidy up her own family. Since her son left, Yang Ruolan did this every day, day after day. Chu Failing was a little puzzled by his wife's actions and had some complaints. "What's the use of tidying me up every day? We've been married for so long, besides, I'm not sure when my son will come back." Maybe, Yang Ruolan was always furious at Chu Failing's doubts. "Of course I have to maintain it. I can't let my son come back and see an old woman. Besides, you said that he's not sure when he'll come back. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow. What if he comes back and sees that his old room is gone or in a mess? How sad will he be? How can I not tidy up carefully?" Chu Failing, who was sprayed with saliva all over his face, ran away gloomily. "What did I say? I'm just stating an objective fact. How can it be misunderstood like that?" Master Chu suddenly realized that he had completely lost his status in front of his wife since his son went missing. After finding him with great difficulty, he thought that he could change his view of him, but he realized that he had lost his status even more. Since his son ascended to the heavenly imperial court, he had completely lost his status. Everything, no matter what, had to give way to his son in front of Yang Ruolan. Even if his son wasn't around, even if he hadn't been home for a long time, it was still the same. Chu Failing was speechless about this, but he couldn't do anything about it. He often sighed, "A woman's motherly love is the most terrible feeling in the world." This sentence was later regarded as the most classic saying in the heavenly imperial court. and was passed down through the ages. Young Ruolan walked out as usual and looked at the gate for a while. She always felt that perhaps one day, under her watchful eyes, her son would suddenly appear from afar, throw himself into her arms, and affectionately call her mother. This feeling of eagerness and expectation made her look forward to and wait for him every day. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting up her dress and making it fly messily. Those who walked past her, whether they were from the same clan or outsiders, couldn't help but bow and greet her respectfully, Madam Chu. Then they walked past. Yang Ruolan nodded and smiled, then continued to look. At this time, the morning light had gradually risen, and the sun was high in the sky. The slanting sunlight pulled her shadow long, as if it could stretch to the end of the world. Young Ruolan was still looking at herself, sometimes looking at her own shadow. Her shadow reached the horizon, and so did her longing. When the sun rose, the shadow would gradually shorten, and her son would come back with her longing, right? When her own shadow was about the same as her own, if her son hadn't come back, then she would have to go back to work. She stood there in a daze, and her eyes were misty. In the eyes of the world, young Ruolan was definitely a mother who was endlessly envied by the world. Her son was the master of Calamity Sword. Her son was a hero. Her son saved the heavenly continent. Her son had unprecedented and astonishing achievements. When he was not even 20 years old, he had ascended to the heavenly imperial court and became the legendary immortal Ascended. Young Ruolan truly had all the glory that her son could earn for his mother. As such a mother, how could she not be satisfied? But young Ruolan was really not satisfied. Because her son was not by her side. No matter how much glory she had, without her son by her side, everything was dim and had lost its radiance. Of course, every mother hoped that her son would have a bright future and be able to do great things. But when her son really had a bright future and was able to do great things, it would be the time for him to leave her. That long-lasting yearning could really drive people crazy. Staying by her side and being able to do great things were undoubtedly a pair of extreme contradictions. But it was also something that every mother had to face and make a choice. The most painful choice in life was nothing more than this. Because no matter what choice one made, it would be accompanied by pain. If her son was useless, she would stay by her side and be angry every day. Why was she so useless? Why can't you do a better job? But if she really had a bright future and walked out, she would be worried every day. As long as she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not be at ease. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world were mostly like this. Seeing that the shadow was gradually shrinking, young Ruolan finally sighed again and prepared to go back. It seemed that her son would not come back today. If he couldn't do it today, there was still tomorrow. If he couldn't do it tomorrow, there was still the day after tomorrow. At the moment when young Ruolan turned around, there was suddenly a long howl from somewhere far away. It floated in the sky and shook the world. It was a shout. "I'm back." Hearing this, young Ruolan, who was about to leave, suddenly stiffened as if she had been struck by lightning. Then, her face suddenly flushed red and 2 streams of hot tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Then, she suddenly flew up and madly ran in the direction of the origin of the sound. This voice. Even if no one in the world could tell who it belonged to, young Ruolan would definitely not hear it wrongly. She would definitely not recognize it wrongly. That was her son's voice. "My son is back. He's back by my side." Young Ruolan felt that there was hot blood in her chest burning and boiling. She ran and sped, oblivious to the strange looks of the passers-by. She even faintly felt a strong sense of dizziness rising. At this moment, young Ruolan almost wanted to cry. Actually, she didn't know that 2 streams of clear tears had already flowed out of her eyes the moment she heard that sound, scattering all over the road she had come from. "Yang Yang!" Young Ruolan shouted loudly. Her tears flowed out along with her shout and fell onto the wind and dust. A few figures flashed from the clouds and a black shadow rushed down from the clouds like a meteor. Chu Yang opened his arms and rushed into his mother's embrace. Mother Chu Yang had lived 2 lives, and had experienced so many things. It could be said that he had experienced a lot of worldly affairs. His state of mind had long been as firm as a rock. It was difficult to find anything in this world that could easily move him. But at this moment, when he saw his mother running wildly in the wind and calling out his name as if she was unconscious, his heart suddenly ached, and tears uncontrollably flowed out of his eyes. Without any hesitation, he rushed down. He rushed into Yang Ruolan's embrace. Yang Ruolan hugged Qu Yang tightly and muttered to herself, "Child. Child, you're back. Yang, I missed you so much." Yang Ruolan's tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Qu Yang also choked with sobs and hugged his mother tightly. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's presence. After a long time, Yang Ruolan lifted her son's head from her arms. She wiped her tears and looked at him carefully. "You child, why have you lost so much weight? Yang, you must have suffered a lot. My poor son, you're so young but your face already shows signs of hardship. How can being outside compare to being at home?" Qu Yang smiled through his tears. "Mother, we've traveled a long way back, how can I not show signs of hardship? Let me wash my face, I'll be fine. Your son is still so handsome. How have I lost weight? I'm 7.5 pounds heavier than when I left. I think I'm going to become fat soon." Yang Ruolan said discontentedly, "You child, you talk back to me the moment you come back. If I say you've lost weight, you've lost weight. How did you become fat? How did you become fat?" In a mother's eyes, as long as the child was not by her side, he would definitely not be able to eat or sleep well. Even if he was really fat, it would be because he had lost weight. Qu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Mother, your daughters-in-law are also here." Yang Ruolan was shocked and almost panicked. "Huh? Is my hair messy? Are my clothes wrinkled? This? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did I say so earlier?" Qu Yang muttered in his heart. The next moment, Qu Yang witnessed his mother's extraordinary face-changing skills. Yang Ruolan pushed Qu Yang away. Then, with an unstoppable speed, she quickly tidied up her hair and wiped her face. She took out a silk handkerchief from her arms and cleaned herself up. Then, with a whoosh, the dust on her body completely disappeared. She turned to Qu Yang and gave him a bright smile. She was graceful and kind, serious and generous. She smiled without showing her teeth and said, Yang, where's your wife?" Qu Yang was dumbfounded. It turned out that his mother was actually so powerful. She changed her appearance so quickly. From a mother who missed her son so much to a mother-in-law who was waiting to meet her new daughter-in-law in an instant. This kind of skill is really incredible, unbelievable, incomprehensible and inexplicable, too shocking. Too powerful. In a flash, Tai Budian was the first to appear. She was pushed out by Wu Qianxian and Mo Qingguo. Her Majesty Butian was the first daughter-in-law to marry into the family and continue the Chu family's bloodline. If she didn't take the lead, who would? The former emperor, who was now the daughter-in-law of the Chu clan, was blushing and at a loss. Well, it wasn't too surprising. The person before him was a standard acquaintance. Other than being his mother-in-law now, she was also his senior sister in the past. This. The empress' heart was also filled with awkwardness. Although they had met before and had acknowledged each other's identities, it was still awkward every time they met, wasn't it? Yang Ruolan was also startled. Then, she smiled, Tian. Tai Budian was shy and went down on her knees. Daughter-in-law Budian pays her respects to mother-in-law. Yang Ruolan couldn't stop smiling. She hurriedly helped her up. Quickly get up. This isn't the first time we've met. Why do you need to be so courteous? You're really. Tai Budian stood up with a red face. Yang Ruolan was about to pull Tai Budian home when she saw two figures moving in front of her. In an instant, there were two more beautiful women who bowed down to her. Daughter-in-law Xianxia pays her respects to mother-in-law. Daughter-in-law Qingguo pays her respects to mother-in-law. Mo Qingguo and Wu Qianxian had actually met Yang Ruolan before. It was just that they weren't Qu Yang's daughter-in-law at that time, so there wasn't that awkwardness. But now, they were greeting their mother-in-law as daughters-in-law. The uneasiness in their hearts was really indescribable. At least, it couldn't be described with words, uneasiness. Will mother-in-law take a liking to me? Will she think I'm too frivolous? Will she have a bad first impression? Will she? The two women were thinking and deliberating. At the same time, they had to try their best to maintain the best side of themselves. But they didn't know which one of their faces had long been burned red. Yang Ruolan was stunned. She didn't expect to welcome 3 daughters-in-law today. And every one of them was beautiful. Every one of them was a peerless beauty that was hard to find in the world. Oh my! Get up, get up. Yang Ruolan hurriedly went forward to help them up. She had finally helped Tai Budian up first. Otherwise, her hands wouldn't be enough. She turned back and glared fiercely at her son. You little brat, you're going to teach me a lesson when you come back. This is our first meeting and I ran out like this without bringing any greeting gift. Such a discourtesy, what do you think I should do? Just as she was thinking, she felt 2 jade bracelets suddenly appear in her hands. Then, she blinked. She hurriedly chuckled. First meeting. You're all people who have seen the world. You don't care about anything good. Yes, this is our Chu clan's heirloom. Come, each of you, put it on. Once you put it on, you're a member of our Chu clan, Chu Yang coughed in his heart. This is, our heirloom? Yang Ruolan smiled amiably and handed the jade bracelets over. The next moment, she was stunned. To think that I said it so modestly. Once these 2 jade bracelets were taken out, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, shining brightly. It was as if the entire galaxy had been condensed in these bracelets. These were the best goods that Chu Yang had made himself after he made a windfall in Yuan Tianjia's treasury. The good things in the personal treasury of a heavenly emperor were definitely not simple goods. As long as one was a woman, they would basically have no resistance when they saw such good things. Yang Ruolan held the bracelets and almost couldn't bear to give them away. Mo Qingwu was delighted to see them. She cheered and put them on her wrist without another word. She turned them up and down, loving them so much that she couldn't bear to put them down. Wu Qianxian also took the bracelets. She kept playing with them while thanking them repeatedly. Obviously, she cherished them very much. The corner of Yang Ruolan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. When she saw Tai Budian standing at the side empty-handed, she felt even more upset. She reached out and twisted Chu Yang's ear. You little bastard, however, he felt a warmth in his palms. 2 more bracelets that radiated radiance appeared. Chu Yang winked in a deliberately mystifying manner. His intention was self-evident. Yang Ruolan, who had her wish fulfilled, immediately regained her grace and generosity. She handed one of the bracelets to Tai Budian and smiled kindly. I forgot to give it to you the last time I came in. I'll make it up to you this time. Thank you, Granny. The 3 girls thanked her at the same time. Yang Ruolan smiled from ear to ear. Good girl. As for the remaining bracelet, it was quietly worn on his wrist, as if it had been there for a long time. After wearing this bracelet, I'll be completely immune to attacks below the level of a sage. Chu Yang kept this in his heart and didn't say it out loud. After all, to Mo Qingwu and the others, saint-level attacks couldn't hurt them, not to mention immunity. But to Yang Ruolan, who was still in the heavenly continent, it was a real treasure for self-defense. In the entire heavenly continent, there wasn't even a heaven-level expert, not to mention a sage. After Yang Ruolan put it on, she could be said to be invincible. That night, the entire Chu clan was brightly lit. Everyone in the Chu clan was in high spirits. Old Master Chu Xiongqing's laughter never stopped. Only Chu Luer's parents were a little disappointed. After all, their daughter didn't come back this time, and they didn't know when she would return. Fortunately, Chu Yang explained that Chu Luer was very powerful now, and she was very happy. She had even found her own happiness. In the near future, she would be able to bring her son-in-law back with her and so on. After a round of consolation, Third Master Chu's parents finally felt relieved and began to look forward to it eagerly. After a sleepless night, everyone in the Chu clan drank to their heart's content. Even Chu Failing, who had always been steady, drank until he was dead drunk. Looking at his son and his 3 beautiful daughters-in-law, First Master Chu only felt extremely comforted. How could he not get drunk? The Tribulation Sword Master was back. This piece of news was undoubtedly earth-shattering news to the entire Heavenly Layer continent. In fact, on that night, the local law enforcement hall came to report. Moon Breeze, the 2 Dharma Supremes, immediately set off with their daughter and came here. The reason why they brought their daughter along was because of the relationship between her and the Chu clan. Along with them was the powerful and indispensable Lord Diwu Qingru. Not long after receiving this news, they received new news one after another. Duke Yu and his wife came together and were currently on their way. There was also news from the lower three heavens palace. Ironclad Emperor Taiyang had already set off and was heading towards the upper three heavens. Looks like this little guy also misses his parents. This news made Chu Yang and Tai Budian very gratified. All in all, the entire heavenly continent fell into an unprecedented storm of frenzy and excitement because of the return of the Tribulation Sword Master. Even some bandit organizations on the continent, some famous assassins, and some unstable groups, regardless of whether they were well known or not, all of them closed their businesses and reorganized in these few days. They closed their doors and didn't come out. They were extremely honest and tactful. What a joke, how could they not know what was good for them? The legendary Tribulation Sword Master was a person who abhorred evil. What if the old man found out that he was being dishonest? If he came to find them, they would be extremely unlucky. He wouldn't even need to make a move. He could just blow them apart. He could even save that breath. As long as he twitched his mouth and gave a signal, there would naturally be many people who would do it for him. It wouldn't even be too easy to kill people, so during this period, it was better to be honest. They only had one life, so it was better to cherish it. The entire upper three heavens was in a state of turmoil. Countless clans rushed their horses as fast as they could. All of them were clan masters. They rushed to the flat mountain ridge in the southeast. They wanted to meet the Legend of Heaven, Lord Tribulation Sword. Of course, these clans must have prepared ample gifts. It could be said that the financial resources made up of the gifts that were still on the way were enough to completely rebuild the dominant clans of the past, or even better. Speaking of which, Chu Yang's return this time brought a lot of benefits. Of course, Chu Yang himself didn't care about these gifts. After all, someone's vision was very high now. But, the Chu clan really cared about these gifts. This time, they had really struck it rich, and a big one. That night, after several comforts, Chu Yang finally helped his mother to sleep. Then, he walked out quietly and went to the backyard along the path that he used in the past. In the backyard, there was a lonely little courtyard in the woods. Chu Yang stepped on the dead branches and walked towards the old ancestor of the Chu clan, Chu Xiaoxin. The old ancestor's indifferent voice seemed to ring in his ears again. Step on the green grass, don't step on my dead grass. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. The gate of the courtyard was still closed as it was that day. Obviously, Chu Xiaoxin didn't allow anyone to disturb his peace. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Chu Yang gave the door a hard push. With a creaking sound, the dust that had accumulated on the door of the courtyard dissipated. As far as the eye could see, there were thick dead grass and dense green grass in the courtyard. Chu Yang floated up and stood on the stone steps that were full of moss. "You're Chu Yang, right?" An indifferent voice sounded. "Yes, it's me. I'm back." "Greetings, old ancestor," Chu Yang said respectfully. This greeting came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have the slightest bit of negligence because his strength had long surpassed that of his ancestors. Very good. That indifferent voice carried a kind of indescribable tiredness and sentimentality. He said, "You've come back at the right time. You can make it in time to send me off." Chu Yang was startled. "Old ancestor, what's wrong with you?" A green shadow flashed and Chu Xiaoxin's thin body and thin face appeared in front of Chu Yang. He smiled lightly. "Nothing's wrong with me. It's just that, these days, I've been feeling that your old ancestor misses me very much." He smiled warmly and longingly. "I miss her too. It's time to go over and accompany her." Chu Yang was speechless. Facing Chu Xiaoxin's aloofness of seeing through life and death, he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Originally, I should have gone there a long time ago. Back then, when you rushed up to the Heaven Palace, I already wanted to go there." Chu Xiaoxin gestured for Chu Yang to sit down. Then, he said calmly, "It's just that you've entered into an unknown situation. To the heavens, it's an end, but to the other side, it's just a beginning. I don't know if you can stand firm, so I've been worried all along. Now that you've finally come back, I know that you've stood firm. I'll go down and see your grandmother." Yang sat down respectfully and said, "Perhaps old grandmother still hopes that you can stay and watch over the healthy growth of her grandchildren. You may not understand old grandmother's true meaning." Xiaoxin chuckled. You're still so crafty. Your grandmother might not want me to go over, but this old man is already very tired, and I really miss her." Yang was silent. He only felt a heart-wrenching feeling rising in his heart all of a sudden. Xiaoxin said sadly, "They've all gone. I'm the only one left here. Every day, I can only talk to myself. There's no one who can accompany me to relieve my boredom. You're all good. You all want to accompany me. But every time I see you, I always feel that I'm one step further away from this world. After all, we're not in the same era anymore." Xiaoxin smiled lightly. "My heart has already dried up. What's the point of forcing myself to live on?" Yang sighed deeply and said, "Back then, old grandmother had said, to let you finish those teas." Xiaoxin looked at the pot of tea in front of him with great nostalgia. His eyes were brimming with infinite tenderness. Finally, he got up, took out the tea, and made a cup for himself and Yang. He said sadly, "Yang, do you know what kind of feeling I actually have in my heart every time I open this pot of tea and drink it?" Yang's heart shook. "This is the tea that my wife personally roasted for me. And my wife has already passed away from me for more than 1,000 years." Xiaoxin sighed. "The fragrance of the tea is still there, but where is she? Where is the young girl who wore a ponytail and picked tea for me back then? Where is she now? Where is the wife who accompanied me through trials and tribulations and never left me? Where is the woman who had given birth to my children and helped me through thick and thin?" Yang lowered his head slowly. Looking at the green tea floating up and down in the teacup, he only felt that his heart was heavy. That was a kind of indescribable sadness. The tea floated up and down, and the passing of 1,000 years. That kind of loneliness and desolation, who else could really understand it? "With you in the Chu clan, I'm very relieved. I can leave in peace." Xiaoxin said softly, "I believe she's also very relieved. But old ancestor, you've always walked the path of sentiments." Yang tried his best to say, "It's still narrow-minded of you to leave like this." Xiaoxin looked at Yang warmly and said softly, "Is it really narrow-minded? What's the path of sentiments?" Yang, when one's feelings reach the depth of one's heart, there's no resentment. When one's feelings reach the depth of one's heart, there's no resentment. It's the same for life and death." Upon hearing that, Yang's heart shook. He was speechless for a long time. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. It was late at night. The wind blew outside, as if crying and complaining. The trees rustled. There was silence. Xiaoxin said softly, "Go ahead." That night, Xiaoxin passed away in that dilapidated small courtyard. His face was serene, and there was still a smile at the corners of his mouth. There was genuine joy and yearning in his eyes. For more than 1,000 years, this was the only thing that he really wanted to do, and he finally did it. This respectable old man who had protected the Chu clan for a generation could finally put down the burden on his shoulders. He passed away very peacefully, very gratified and very relaxed. This day was the greatest expectation of the latter half of his life. In other words, ever since his wife and brothers passed away one by one, he was only alive as a body that could breathe. He was carrying the responsibility of protecting his descendants. Now, he could finally put it all down. The funeral arrangements for the old man were very grand. The patron saint who had protected the Chu clan for a generation could finally rest in peace. He was buried together with his wife. Yang stood in front of the grave for a long time. This was an old grave from more than 1,000 years ago. Now, it was finally opened up and buried again. There were traces of withered grass mixed in the fresh soil. After more than 1,000 years of separation, the husband and wife were finally buried together. Yang carefully put that pot of tea into the grave. "If you found the old grandmother earlier, you naturally didn't have to drink this. But if you couldn't find her for the time being, during the process of searching, the old grandmother's tea would accompany you. Love is not lonely. Love is not lonely." The sun was setting. Yang's figure was elongated. He was still thinking about Xiaoxin's words. "Yang, what is the path of love?" When love reaches the depth of love, there will be no resentment, and no resentment is the path of love. This is the path of love. In a trance, he understood in his heart. It turns out that I'm narrow-minded. It turns out that this is the path of love. It turns out that this is the path of love. Xianxia seemed to have heard something. Breaking. Such a sound rose in his heart. It seemed to be very ethereal, but it was so obvious. In the next few days, the entire courtyard of the Chu clan was busy. But Xianxia was much quieter. His state of mind was constantly changing. Sometimes, he just sat quietly and watched Mo Qinggu and the other two chatting happily for the whole afternoon and night. He didn't show any impatience, as if he was an outsider. This kind of silence was, without a doubt, very abnormal. Xianxia could clearly feel that the little golden man in his dantian was changing. Although the whole process was slow, it was really abnormal. Although it was slow, it could be observed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little golden man slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of eyes without any impurities, as pure as a newborn baby's. Then, the little golden figure, which had never changed in size since it condensed its nascent soul, began to slowly grow. Moreover, its color gradually deepened. In just 3 days, it had transformed into a faint purplish gold color. It was a color that was completely different from its previous appearance. In addition, Xianxia also felt that his own strength was gradually increasing. It seemed that there was a considerable increase every minute and every second. Xianxia felt a little surprised at such a change and such a fast speed. The higher one's strength was, the more difficult it was to increase one's cultivation. For example, Xianxia's current strength was at the level of a senior sage. If he wanted to increase his strength further, he would need countless years of accumulation. Ordinary warriors would often stop at a bottleneck and never be able to make any progress. Xianxia's current situation was almost unimaginable. The only explanation was that it was a breakthrough in the state of mind. In fact, it was also so. That day when he had a chat with old master Chu Xiaoxin, Xianxia's state of mind, which had been stagnant for a long time, had a significant increase. He directly reached the sky in one step, as if he had become a Buddha, and reached a wonderful state. As far as martial artists were concerned, the composition of their state of mind mostly included their own cultivation, skills, and their own state of mind. The so-called state of mind was a level that was produced by the changes in the state of mind. This state of mind couldn't be described with words, and could only be understood and understood. And if martial artists wanted to break through the boundary of the state of mind, it all came from epiphany. Once one had an epiphany, he or she would become a saint immediately. But to achieve epiphany, one could only come across it by chance. Only when the opportunity came, one could achieve epiphany. And now, Xianxia could say that, this opportunity had come. First of all, I wish everyone a happy double festival. I haven't asked for monthly votes for a long time. Today, I finally said it. It's a very strange feeling. These few months, I've been watching the turbulent Jianghu. I'm so envious, really. Because this battlefield belongs to us. The arrogant and uncontentious Ri seem to be living too peacefully. But we're still here. We've been watching coldly from the sidelines, watching the tide rise and fall, watching the heroes of each path display their means. I'm very envious. It's a feeling of wanting to unsheath the sword and fight the world, but it's being suppressed. As I'm writing today, I can clearly feel that Minister Chu is saying goodbye to me. This feeling is very obvious. He's leaving us step by step, and we can't keep him. I'm very disappointed. Haha. I smiled bitterly. So many people who scolded me for being a drag also watched Xianxia walk all the way. We walked together for 3 years, so many people who looked forward to the proud ending, many, many people. Regardless of whether they scolded me or not, looking forward to the ending, or looking forward to the next update, everyone, really, when it's time for the curtain to fall, I don't know how many people will be reluctant to part. Will there be anyone who will feel disappointed, in any case? I'm somewhat reluctant, so, this month, I'll draw my sword and warm up. We'll go for it again, without limiting the ranking. We'll participate in it this time. We'll accompany our minister on this journey. Next month, in July, we'll fight once. We'll use a fanatical and hysterical battle to send our minister on his way. we'll have no regrets in victory or defeat. We're all heroes. The month, warm up, the month of July, battle, the 8th month, and there won't be any more surprises. Minister Chu has been fighting all his life. I hope that we'll use a fighting stance to send our Minister Chu on his last journey, so, I'm asking for monthly votes. Since we have been together for 3 years, then let us finish the last 3 months, the last journey, in peace. I'm asking for monthly votes. How many of our proud brothers and sisters are there? Monthly votes, recommendation votes, warm up. Draw your sword. Fight. There was no definite conclusion to the so-called opportunity. Everything had the opportunity to be enlightened, and the most common opportunity for martial artists was battles and battles between life and death. For example, Chu Yang and his tribulation brothers were young, but they could reach a level that ordinary people could only reach after hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years. Apart from using too many heavenly treasures, it was also because they had experienced too many battles of life and death. It was precisely because they wandered on the edge of life and death that they could repeatedly break through their limits and reach a higher level. However, there were pros and cons to everything in the world. It was precisely because life and death no longer posed a threat to them that this kind of half-artificial opportunity to be enlightened was difficult to create. For example, Chu Yang's current cultivation was not in line with his own realm, so it was difficult for him to exert the true power that he should have. In terms of Chu Yang's own situation, his current realm was that of a high-level saint, and he had the support of the great spiritual infant. His normal power should be more than twice that of an ordinary high-level saint, but the real power that Chu Yang could exert was only 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary high-level saint. Although this power was already commendable, it was actually lacking a lot. In the previous battle with the 2 heavenly demon kings, Chu Yang had gathered all the battle power of several generations of tribulation brothers, as well as the support of tribulation sword technique, and tribulation battle formation. In the end, he was only lucky enough to escape. This result seemed very amazing, but in fact, it was unbearable. And the reason for this was that although Chu Yang's current cultivation was already above that of an ordinary high-level saint, his state of mind was far below the standard. There was even a gap between him and an ordinary high-level saint. And the conversation with old Master Chu had triggered Chu Yang's state of enlightenment in a hidden way. Therefore, Chu Yang felt that his cultivation had improved tremendously, and the golden little person in his body had also improved a lot. This was all reasonable, and where there was an opportunity, there were often all kinds of strange things. A scene, a sentence, or even a word, as long as the spiritual opportunity was triggered, it could produce enlightenment. This was the most typical example of something that could only be encountered by chance. What old Master Chu said to Chu Yang was, in fact, mostly meant for himself. Deep emotions are not the path of sentiments. Without resentment is the true path of sentiments. However, this sentence had touched Chu Yang to the extreme. Its meaning was even more profound. Chu Yang seemed to be able to faintly feel that his state of mind, which had been covered in dust due to countless massacres, was slowly recovering its clarity. It was gradually recovering to a state as pure and flawless as when he was just born. The barrier that had been unbreakable all this while was also slowly disintegrating. It was only a matter of time before it completely shattered. Much of the genuine qi that was normally stored in his meridians and was difficult to mobilize also flowed out of his body. Those obstacles that he knew existed but could not do anything about were now gone. Now, Chu Yang's body was extremely comfortable. It was as if his entire dantian had become a large lake, and the hundreds of meridians had become a river without any obstruction. And in these unobstructed river channels, too much water was surging in without end. It was endless. At the same time, the extremely pure spiritual qi in the world was also madly pouring into the countless meridians in his body. From spiritual qi to yuan qi, it entered his dantian. At the same time, his dantian slowly lit up. The originally pale golden figure was gradually becoming stronger and more robust. Chu Yang was extremely surprised. In just a few days' time, he could clearly feel that his strength had almost doubled compared to when he was in the heavenly imperial court. Or even more, and this kind of improvement was still rapidly increasing, and this time, the growth of his cultivation was completely different from the past. In the past, it was basically because of a kind of excitement and passion for battle. But this time, the growth was hidden with happiness, peace, calmness. Right now, Xianxia's own cultivation was already at the peak of the saint level in the true sense of the word. If before this, Xianxia gave people the feeling of a towering mountain. Although the mountain was high, it still had its limits and one could see the end of it. But now, Xianxia gave people the feeling of a vast ocean, boundless and unfathomable. Brother Chu has really changed a lot compared to when he was in the heavenly imperial court. You're much more composed and indifferent now. If you were to say that you did it deliberately in the past, now you're doing it from the bottom of your heart. You're doing it unintentionally. You can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Yuling Xue observed Xianxia and said sincerely. On the other side, Feng Yuro nodded in agreement. In her arms, there was a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. She was only 2 or 3 years old. She was curiously looking at Xianxia with her clear black and white eyes. Her 2 chubby little hands were holding the toy that she had just received. The Moon Breeze couple was the fastest to rush over. And that little girl was the Moon Breeze couple's only daughter, Yu Xiaodai. This little girl was probably more or less Xianxia's future wife, no, daughter-in-law. Actually. Xianxia smiled and said, just 3 to 5 days ago, I wasn't like this. This kind of change only happened a few days after I returned to the heavenly imperial court. The Moon Breeze couple couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that. They hurriedly asked for the details. Mo Qingguo and the other 2 sat at the side to keep them company. Before long, Yu Xiaodai had already climbed onto Wu Qianqian's lap. The little girl was young but very strong, not at all afraid of strangers. The hall was filled with laughter. The Dharma Supreme is still faster. A gentle voice rang out. Diwu Qingru stepped in. This peerless sage who had confronted Xianxia for several years was still as graceful and indifferent as before. Diwu Qingru's entry into the conversation didn't make anyone feel that it was abrupt. Later on, when Xianxia talked about the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Brother Diwu, as a good man and an unparalleled military advisor, if you can't display your skills in the extraterrestrial battlefield on the other side, it's really one of the biggest regrets of your life. Xianxia said seriously, I wonder if Brother Diwu wants to participate in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons? Diwu Qingru was silent for a long time. After a while, he also said seriously, no. Not anymore. Firstly, for people like me and Mo Tianji, coexisting in the world isn't a fortunate thing. There's no meaning in being friends. Only when we're opponents can we feel the joy of not wasting our lives. And Mo Tianji is already enough as the military advisor of the Heaven Imperial Palace. If there's another one, it may not be a fortunate thing for us. Xianxia sighed and nodded lightly. Diwu Qingru's tone was full of confidence and pride. But Xianxia knew that he had such confidence. Not long after, Dukyu and Jun Lulu came together. These 2 were even more familiar with Xianxia. The moment they met, they started to quarrel with him. Dukyu wasn't polite at all. He opened his palm and said, hurry up and give me all the treasures of the Heaven Imperial Palace. Toys, delicious food, fun things, valuable things, memorable things, heavenly treasures, leave all of them for me. Oh right, leave me more of your heavy pills too. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't holding a saber in his hand and wasn't shouting, I opened this mountain, he was almost like a robber. Greedy. The others laughed and scolded at the same time. What greedy? Dukyu said righteously, now that I've finally met such a rich man again, how can I not squeeze some oil out of him? I should squeeze more oil out of him. Don't you see that he's so much fatter than before? Bah, how is he fatter? This is called healthy, this is called sturdy. These are all muscles, okay? What do you know? Xianxia was a little flustered and exasperated by Dukyu's words. He hurriedly explained and even became a little incoherent. Ha ha ha, that morning, the Chu clan held a banquet. Xianxia and a group of old friends gathered together. Everyone solemnly promised that no one would use their cultivation to force themselves to drink. They would fight with their real alcohol tolerance. In the afternoon, they chatted and talked again. And in the evening, it was almost time for dinner. Suddenly, someone hurriedly reported, young master is here. Yang Rulan's attention was immediately diverted. Without another word, she went out to receive her grandson with a big smile. Tai Budian also rushed out excitedly after her. Sure enough, in just a short while, Yang Rulan and Tai Budian walked in, each holding the hand of a fair-skinned boy. That boy looked to be at most 7 years old. He had a mischievous look on his face and his eyes were darting around. Everyone laughed together. The one who came was Chu Yang's baby, Tai Yang. But he was much taller than the average little boy of this age. Only the Moon Breeze couple smiled a little bitterly. This little devil is here. Just as the atmosphere was bustling, a crisp and somewhat childish voice called out, "Hubby, you're here." This voice struck Chu Yang and everyone else as if they had been struck by lightning. They looked in the direction of the voice in a daze. The faces of the Moon Breeze couple, who were at the source of the voice, were completely bitter. They looked as if they were about to cry. Sigh, this family is so unfortunate. Of course, this extremely shocking sentence was not said by the two of them, but by the little girl in Feng Yuro's arms. With an excited look on her face, she waved her short arms and legs with all her might. After a few struggles, she landed on the ground and ran over to greet them. Just as everyone was petrified, they heard the 7-year-old little boy cheering. "Wow, wifey, you're here too. I missed you so much," a 3-year-old girl called her husband, and a 5-year-old boy called her wifey. Just as everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, they saw that the two little fellows were already hugging each other without any pretense. The little boy kissed the little girl's tender face and asked with a grin, "Wifey, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" The little girl hugged the little boy's neck with her lotus-like arms and nodded obediently. "I missed you so much," smack, smack. A series of kisses came one after another, everyone broke down at the same time. Tai Budian, Mo Qinggu, Wu Qianxian, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro. Everyone was speechless as they watched these two young evildoers hugging and kissing each other. This was too fiery. It was too restrictive. Wu Qinggu, who had always been as unfathomable as the sea, could no longer maintain his image of a wise man. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his fingers were trembling. He muttered, this. Duke Yu stared for a long time before he finally laughed. This little, is indeed Chu Yang's son. Like father, like dog, knows how to pick up girls at such a young age. This little girl, is indeed the daughter of the Moon Breeze couple. I heard that the Moon Breeze couple also started dating when they were 5 years old. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Tai Budian and the Moon Breeze couple were speechless. What the hell was he talking about? Little Yang. What nonsense are you talking about? Come over quickly. Tai Budian had just seen her son and hadn't even had the time to rejoice before she was so angry. This little one was already so, that, what would happen when he grew up, the little fellow paid no attention to his mother's rage. He politely walked to the Feng and Yu couple and bowed. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, your son-in-law greets you. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? The Moon Breeze couple panted heavily. Their eyes were wide open and they were panting like bulls. They didn't respond for a long time. Old man Yu laughed heartily. It was obvious that he was rejoicing in Chu Yang's misfortune. However, he saw that this little guy had turned around and looked for him. Father-in-law, I already have a wife. That little wife, when will you give birth to her for me? You have to work harder. Duke Yu's gloating smile froze on his face. He was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Hubby. I can't take it anymore. Little Lolita Yu Xiaodai pouted and twisted her body. You already have me and you still want to find a second wife? Tai Yang hurriedly smiled apologetically. Honey, don't be angry. You're the first wife, that's for sure. You'll be the empress in the future. I'm the emperor after all. The little loli continued to act coquettishly. I don't care, I'm very angry. The corners of Tai Butian's mouth twitched. Looking at her own son, she started to have strong suspicions. This extremely shameless little bastard. Is he really my son? Why is it that the more I look at him, the more he resembles that bad Chu Yang? It would be strange if Chu Yang didn't sound like Chu Yang. For the past few days, a certain someone, who had always been deep and indifferent, was still deep and indifferent. However, his heart was blooming with joy. So young, he had a way of getting a pretty girl at such a young age. However, this pair of lovey-dovey lovers were separated by a stick. Tai Butian pulled Tai Yong over like a strict mother. Feng Yuro also pulled Yu Xiaodai over and held her in her arms, not letting go. Chu Yang and Tai Butian looked at each other. Then, they laughed hollowly at the same time, cough cough, ha ha, ha ha ha. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro also laughed awkwardly together. Cough cough. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Then, naturally, a show of San Yang's teaching took place. The main actors were naturally Tai Butian and Feng Yuro. Slap, slap, slap. Tai Butian didn't hold back at all as she slapped Tai Yang's buttocks again and again. She was extremely furious. Little bastard, who told you to do this? Outrageous, too outrageous, Tai Yang struggled with all his might. How am I outrageous? You guys were the ones who arranged the marriage for me. It was my father who personally asked for it. Why can't I kiss and hug my own wife? If there's a reason, then there's a reason. You can't hit people. Yang Rulan stepped forward to protect her grandson. What are you doing? The child is not sensible. Can't you just educate him properly? Besides, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too. When Tai Butian saw that her mother-in-law was blocking her, she immediately turned her head to look at Chu Yang, who was still wearing an indifferent expression. Her meaning was very obvious. Are you just going to watch like this? I can't listen to you today. I must teach this little bastard a lesson today. This little bastard is too perverted. He already has one, but he's still not satisfied. He's still thinking about the other one. He's really too perverted. I have to teach him a lesson. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might find 100 of them carrot. That's not good. This sentence once again shocked everyone. Is she blaming her own son? Why does it sound like she's showing off? Is she showing off? Sure enough, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too. How dare you? Yang Rulan roared and stood in front of Tai Yang. The Great Tribulation Sword Master, the weirdo of the generation, Chu Yang, was defeated instantly. Once I show up, who can compete with me? On the other side, Feng Yuro was also teaching her daughter. You guys are still young. Do you know that? Am I not? The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. I only like my husband. I want to be the empress in the future. I want to be the big wife. Chu Yang and Yu Lingxue sighed in unison. Our family is unfortunate, but one of them was from the bottom of his heart, while the other seemed to be pretending to be obedient. As for who was who, please take a seat yourself. Diwu Qingru shook his head repeatedly, a mischievous look on his face. Admirable, admirable. As expected of the Tribulation Sword Master, as expected of the Dharma Supreme's daughter. A true young genius, a hero from a young age. In the end, under everyone's joking persuasion, the farce ended without a result. The two little fellows went out to play, hand in hand. According to them, they went to play in their own private space. I say, let's just settle this matter like this, Chu Yang suddenly said. He said it was sudden, but who knew if it had been premeditated for a long time. Yu Lingxue's face was as red as a jujube. He said decisively, humph. What wishful thinking. You've got a good plan. You abducted my disciple, and your son actually abducted my daughter. Our family owes you. Wu Qianqian's face was red. The abducted disciple was referring to her, but now that things had come to this, there was no other way. Under the circumstances of the Moon Breeze couple's reluctance and resistance, Chu Yang decided to cut the Gordian knot and directly sent over an infinite amount of betrothal gifts. He was really generous: elixirs, all kinds of toys, divine weapons, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, cultivation techniques, all kinds of accessories, and so on. In short, everything that should and shouldn't be there was included. Looking at this posture, the rich and overbearing Minister Chu seemed to want to use all the betrothal gifts to make his in-laws agree. Feng Yuro still accepted it very reluctantly. She said, "Let me say this first. The child is still young, and I don't know what will happen when he grows up. If he can't be together when he grows up, this is also very possible." Chu Yang laughed loudly. Of course, let nature take its course. Haha, let nature take its course. He thought to himself, look at this little fellow's methods, your daughter is no match for him at all. Not to mention when he grows up, he will never be able to escape from my son's grasp. This marriage that came out of a joke was thus settled. In-laws, wahahaha. Xianxia laughed loudly and released his state. He was in an exceptionally good mood. In-laws. Xianxia responded weakly. Obviously, he was extremely unhappy inside. Congratulations, congratulations, Duke Yu, Diwu Qingru, and the rest congratulated him one after another. A match made in heaven, definitely a match made in heaven. Everyone felt as if they had made a joke and started to jeer. However, no one would have thought that today's decision would create a couple that would intimidate the heavens and earth in the distant future. Dominating partners, dominating the heaven and earth respectively, dominating the world, harmonizing with each other, a celestial couple. Of course, that was already another story full of excitement. They stayed at the Chu clan for half a month. In this half a month, Xianxia spent most of his time accompanying his mother and chatting with Tai Budian, Mo Qinggu, and the rest. The remaining time was naturally spent on teaching his son. The Moon Breeze couple and the rest left one after another. They were all busy people. It was already quite nice of them to take time out to come here. It was definitely impossible for them to stay for too long. Only the little lowly Yu Shaodai stayed behind. She followed behind little Taiyang like a shadow every day, as happy as a little mouse that had stolen oil. Before Xianxia left, he said hatefully, it's just that she's still young now. If she grows up a little. I can't just leave her here to play like this. It's so scary. Everyone burst into laughter. Duke Yu and Jun Lulu left in a hurry as if they were escaping. It seemed that they were here to see a friend and join in the fun. They only stayed here for a short while and almost got a son-in-law. We haven't even given birth to a daughter yet. This little guy was actually going to talk to himself and decide on his own. They had better leave quickly. They couldn't stay in a dangerous place for long. Didn't they see what happened to the Moon Breeze couple? They still had lingering fears. How could they not be on guard? Meng Chaoran was now living in the Chu clan, living a super secluded life. Although he knew that Xianxia had returned after a long time, he didn't appear. It was only when Xianxia went to visit him immediately that he realized that his teacher had changed a lot during this period. Meng Chaoran, who didn't care about anything in the first place, was even more obvious now. Every day, he and Yi Chuchen would tidy up the field that they had reclaimed and the plants. The surroundings of the courtyard where they lived were full of lush greenery and full of life. When they had nothing to do, they would drink together in front of Ling Hanwu's portrait. I really like this kind of life now. Meng Chaoran smiled lightly. Perhaps in the next life, I will be an old farmer, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, peaceful and quiet. This kind of day is the so-called immortal day. A day without the existence of the martial world is the greatest happiness. When Meng Chaoran said this, Yi Chuchen expressed her agreement. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia could completely feel that his teacher's state of mind was peaceful and otherworldly, untainted by the affairs of the mortal world. Next to Ling Hanwu's portrait was a handwritten poem by Meng Chaoran. A lifetime of struggle, a lifetime of suffering, a lifetime of loneliness for Ling Hanwu. Only the first two lines of this poem were on the painting. It wasn't until the master and disciple drank until midnight that Meng Chaoran asked, Tan Tan, is still the same as before? Xianxia nodded. Meng Chaoran stroked his beard and smiled. The proudest thing in my life is to be able to train both of you. And the happiest thing is to grow old with Chu Chu. As for the most gratifying thing, it's to have a friend like Ling Hanwu. Meng Chaoran said. I won't go back to Beyond the Heaven sect. Meng Chaoran felt a little melancholy when he talked about the lower three heavens. It wasn't that he didn't miss it, but it was obvious that he didn't want to care about anything in this world. He had no time, no patience, no mood to care about it, although he still missed it, although he would think about it occasionally. Meng Chaoran really didn't want to do anything anymore. This wasn't a passive avoidance of the world, but Meng Chaoran cherished his current life. This was a kind of extreme calmness, an endless joy born from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia was a little sad about this, but he was more happy for Meng Chaoran. That was because Chu Yang knew that this kind of mentality was what Meng Chaoran had yearned for even in his dreams. And what made Chu Yang the happiest was that Meng Chaoran wouldn't recite those little lines that he always talked about. Wind and rain can't wash away the scars in the heart, the vicissitudes of life can't extinguish the sorrow of love, don't speak of eternity lightly, only when separated can one see the desolation. In the past, every time he heard it, he always felt that his master was extremely depressed. But now, that kind of depression was finally gone. Chu Yang, I'll leave you with a few last words. On the day Chu Yang left, Meng Chaoran looked at his disciple and said very indifferently. It's rare to be detached in life. But it's even rarer to be indifferent. True indifference is the state of mind, not the attitude. True detachment is the attitude, not the state of mind. When the world is peaceful, one can be detached and indifferent. But when it's difficult to be detached in troubled times, even the most indifferent person will have to rise up in anger and shed blood in the martial world. There are things that can and cannot be done in life. You still have a long way to go in this life, slowly experience it. Tell Tan Tan that he doesn't have to come back specially to see me. It's enough that he has master in his heart. You too. After returning from Meng Chaoran's place, Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, he remembered the moment when he had first walked out of Beyond the Heavens sect. That determination to go against the heavens will, iron cloud for thousands of miles, great Zhao for frightening every step, strategizing on the battlefield, laughing proudly in Jianghu, upper three heavens, step by step, there had been so many joys and sorrows, so many life and death separations, so many touching moments. But now that he thought about it, it all felt like a dream. Huang Liang finally awoke from his dream, only to see that Ming Xian was at a loss. This dreamlike yet not dreamlike feeling was actually filled with an unreal feeling. In this special state of mind that was somewhat melancholy and somewhat detached, what Chu Yang could feel was that his thoughts were being further refined, these few days at home were warm and happy. Chu Yang finally found an excuse to properly display his dignity as a father. He found an opportunity to spank Tai Yang's little but a few times. However, the son who was beaten didn't cry. Instead, it was the young daughter-in-law who was watching from the side who cried. After that, he still had to face this old lady's thunderbolts. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really embarrassed, he reckoned that a certain someone's buttocks would have been smacked a few times by this old lady. 20 days later, Chu Yang had finally digested the results of this trip. He could clearly feel that his realm had once again reached a critical point. It was a brand new critical point. Perhaps, if he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the level that Dong Huangshui had reached. Chu Yang was very confident that if he were to meet another heavenly demon king, such as the two he had met a few days ago, even if he couldn't defeat them, he was still quite confident that he could escape unscathed. The improvement was so huge that it was really unimaginable. Chu Yang and the other three set off again. Their next stop was naturally the three heavens. They visited the clans of their brothers. Their first destination was Mo Qinggu and Mo Tianji's Mo clan. Then, they visited the Gu clan, Luo clan, Ji clan, Ao clan, Dong clan, and Xia clan one by one. They also briefly visited the extreme north wastelands and other places where they had fought in the past. The old Black Devil of the Black Devil clan was now living in Mo Tianji's clan, which saved them a lot of trouble. The only thing that made Chu Yang a little regretful was that he couldn't find Rui Butong's master, stealing god and thieving ghost. After a round of visits, the 3-day journey came to an end. Chu Yang took Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian and his future daughter-in-law, Yu Xiaodai, and went to the lower three heavens. Iron Cloud Empire. The empire under the rule of my son, walking on the streets of Iron Cloud Empire that they hadn't seen for a long time, they increasingly felt that the past was like a dream. However, the things that they had personally experienced a few years ago seemed to have happened a long time ago. Looking at the bustling scene, Tai Butian could finally rest assured. The empire under the rule of my son was not inferior to my own. Chu Yang went to many places, including the old site of Great Zhao and his own birthplace, Beyond the Heavens sect. It was as if he was picking up the footprints that he had once left behind. Wu Yunliang was naturally very happy about his daughter and Chu Yang's unexpected return. He also knew that his daughter and Chu Yang had become husband and wife. He was greatly comforted. At the banquet that night, he drank until he was dead drunk and couldn't stop smiling. When they left beyond the heavens sect, Chu Yang wanted to sing the song Journey of the Martial World again, but he found that he couldn't sing it. He could only chant it silently in his heart. However, he had completed the entire song. The sky wants to fall, the earth is about to be overturned, who can see the anger of a hero at the end of the world, the anger of a hero, on the road of Jianghu, I will sing for thousands of miles with my sword, the 4 seas and 5 lakes will be the battlefield, who will rule the world, the 8 desolations will unite to sing a war song, I will be the cornerstone, fighting the world, why should I be stingy with my iron bones? My blood is boiling, I will go with my sword. Cold eyes of Jianghu, how can I bear to waste my life, this journey, I will not look back from mountains of knives and seas of fire, this journey, I will die on the road of Jianghu, this journey, I will laugh proudly at the world from now on, this journey, I will go straight to the heavens, I will not look back. This journey, I will let the heavens defy me, this journey, I will let fate be reincarnated, this journey, I will accompany you to dance and laugh at the world of mortals, this journey, I will overturn the heavens. Chu Yang chanted softly. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, Tai Budian was dressed in light yellow, elegant and dignified, Mo Qingwu's red clothes were like blood, and she walked gracefully, Wu Qianxian's white clothes were like snow, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Along with the oncoming mountain wind, the 4 people's clothes fluttered, and their hair danced. They floated away like immortals. The Lake of Despair, along the way, Chu Yang deliberately ignored this final destination. He waited until all the trivial matters were settled before he went to this special place that the 2 sovereigns, Chen Feng and Lu Yun, had specially reminded him of. And this place was also the place where Chu Yang had first encountered the remnant souls of the previous tribulation sword masters. It was at that time that Chu Yang had truly achieved success. He had become invincible in the domain of his divine soul consciousness and divine thoughts. What exactly is there here? Chu Yang looked at the calm lake in front of him and pondered hard. On the surface, this was a calm lake. There was no wind and no waves, and there were no waves. He didn't discover anything unusual, because there didn't seem to be anything unusual. However, many reminders pointed to this place, which undoubtedly meant that this was a rather crucial place. But, where was this crucial place? I want to go down and see for myself, Chu Yang said seriously. We will go down with you, Mo Qingwu and Tai Budian said at the same time. Chu Yang looked at the 3 women and finally nodded, saying, all right. With the combined abilities of the 4 of them, they wouldn't meet any danger even in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Moreover, this was the Heavenly Imperial Court, which was more than 1,000,000 times worse than the Heavenly Imperial Court. It wasn't even the highest level of the upper 3 heavens, but only the lower 3 heavens, hence, Chu Yang agreed without any hesitation. In the next moment, Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and his cultivation circulated rapidly. Then, he pressed his hand down. With a loud boom, the calm waters of the Lake of Despair suddenly formed a whirlpool. Following which, the whirlpool rapidly shot upwards. It was like a huge fountain that shot straight into the sky. Obviously, Chu Yang wanted to use his tyrannical cultivation to directly drain the lake water. In this way, he would be able to clearly see what mysteries were at the bottom of the lake. However, Chu Yang had already circulated his cultivation to the limit. The height of the lake water that rose into the sky was already more than 1,000,000 feet high, but the volume of water in the Lake of Despair didn't even drop by a third. In fact, the difference in the water level was still decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was going on? It was as if there was a spring directly connected to all the oceans in the world below. There was an endless amount of water, it couldn't be drained at all. If not, with Chu Yang's current cultivation, not to mention a lake, even if it was a real ocean, he would still be able to drain it in an instant. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He had already done his best, but it was still futile. He could only try to control the flow of water in the sky and let it fall. Chu Yang was completely sure that the amount of water that he was pouring into the sky was at least 100 times more than what the naked eye could see in the Lake of Despair. It might even be more than that. Chu Yang was even worried that if the water was released, it would drown the entire world. Would the Lake of Despair change its name to the Sea of Despair? Chu Yang's worries were obviously unnecessary. The Lake of Despair would only be the Lake of Despair. So much water flowed down smoothly and flowed back into the Lake of Despair. After the water level of the Lake of Despair returned to its original state, no matter how much water was poured in, there would only be a few ripples. After a few ripples, everything would return to normal. It was as if the rising and falling of water didn't happen at all. There's indeed something strange. When he was writing this chapter, the feeling that Chu Yang was leaving was even more obvious. I don't know if I can write until August. Another round of fierce battle started again. Chu Yang repeatedly used the 30 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique more than 10 times, launching an all-encompassing attack on Yu Lai. Every time he used the sword technique, he actually had some new insights. Yu Qi also clearly felt that the power of Chu Yang's sword moves was slowly increasing. Although the increase was not very obvious, but the power of the sword moves now was almost like two different people compared to the sword moves at the beginning. Is this bastard using me to practice his sword technique? This unimaginable thought appeared in Yu Jiao's mind. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking of this, Yu Lai became unusually angry. Thinking of me, the deputy commander of the Mo Yun Heaven Army, how can I be a puppet that you can use to practice your sword technique? Yu Lai let out a long roar. The sword light suddenly flourished, and actually counterattacked with an unprecedented power. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly somersaulted out and shouted, "Who's there?" Yu Lai was startled. Is there someone else nearby? Why didn't I notice? Instead, it was Chu Yang who noticed. He saw Chu Yang scolding angrily. Yu Lai, I respect you as a senior, a commander of the Mo Yun Heaven Army, so I agreed to fight with you one-on-one, a fair battle. I didn't expect you to arrange for your subordinates to ambush me. Late Rain, can you still be considered as a senior expert with your actions? Are you still a deputy commander of the Mo Yun Heaven Army? Is this how you eat your words and go back on them? Yu Lai said angrily, nonsense. When did I arrange for my subordinates to ambush you here? Chu Yang's face was full of anger. You still dare to not admit it? A man dares to admit what he does, and has a clear conscience. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You dare to do it but fear to admit it? What you did is done, and you still want to deny it and quibble. Do you think everyone in the world is stupid and blind? His face was full of disdain. Yu Lai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Nonsense. There's obviously no one here. Where did the ambush come from? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang sneered mockingly. Shameless person. Are you still trying to cover up the truth? Do you still want me to take out evidence? Do you want to prove that you are despicable? Good, good, good. Yu Qi was a proud and arrogant person. How could she accept such an insult? He shouted, as long as you can show me the evidence, I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake. As he spoke, he circulated his divine sense to search the void carefully. Chu Yang took 8 steps forward. Then, he raised his head and shouted, Heavenly King Mo Yun, you bastard. Hurry up and get your ass out here. You're just a bunch of rats and dogs. You dare to plot against me, but you don't dare to come out and meet me? Yu Qi only sneered at Chu Yang. Chu Yang said furiously, do you think that I won't be able to find you just because you know how to conceal your divine soul? Yu Jiao was startled. Divine soul concealment? Could there really be someone spying on them from the sidelines? Who was it? He had the ability to conceal the traces of his soul. This was no ordinary person. Could it be that there was really someone who would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, intending to be the fisherman and reap the benefits? He couldn't help but concentrate a little more, increasing the strength of his divine sense search. Chu Yang was unable to restrain his anger, and he took another 50 feet forward. Suddenly, he shouted, Are you still not coming out? Chu Yang's wrist suddenly shook. The calamity sword in his hand flew out. Mixed with the unparalleled power of wind and thunder, it shot towards somewhere in the sky. The sword light was dazzling, and it shot straight into the sky. Seeing this, Yu Qi couldn't help but look up, wanting to see what was going on. However, at this moment, Chu Yang, who had just thrown the long sword into the air, suddenly flashed in the moment the long sword left his hand. Yu Qi had just raised his head when he felt a sudden darkness in front of him. He knew that something was wrong. But at this moment, it was already too late for him to do anything. Then, he felt a huge fist smashing violently on his nose. This was really unexpected and impossible to guard against. Yuqi was now fully focused on searching for that inexplicable ambusher in the sky. And Chu Yang had been showing his sword skills all along. Now that the long sword had already left his hand, it was clear that he was already extremely angry. The only thing he was thinking of was that ambusher. Therefore, Yuqi was 10,000% unprepared. This punch landed solidly on Late Rain's nose without any fuss. Yuqi's face was suddenly hit with a white light ripple. That was the protection of the sage's golden body. His whole body flew up from the ground, and he was sent flying backward by this punch. He only felt a sharp pain on his face. Late Rain knew that he had been tricked. He was furious in his heart. Chu Yang had already caught up with him like a shadow. He punched Late Rain's eyes again. Then, Chu Yang went all out. His two fists brought along countless afterimages. It was as if a torrential rain was pouring down on Late Rain's face. Yuqi's body suddenly left the ground. He had just recovered his spirit when he was hit hard. For a moment, he couldn't react in time at all. He could only fly backward passively. White light flickered on his face, and circles of ripples were smashed out by Chu Yang. Chu Yang carried a huge momentum, and each punch was full of strength. Like a storm, it landed heavily on Yuqi's face. On the nose, he didn't hit any other places, but only hit the eyes and nose. Yuqi's body flew out of the mountain like a kite with a broken string. Chu Yang in front of him followed up fiercely. His fists were like meteors, and his hands were like torrential rain. While fighting, Chu Yang shouted, "Yuqi, you despicable and insidious villain! Yuqi, you dare to plot against me! Yuqi, you dare to sneak attack! Yuqi, you've really disgraced Mo Yuntian! Yuqi, you son of a bitch! Yuqi, how can you be so despicable and shameless to this extent? Yuqi, I really feel cold for you! Yuqi, you despicable villain who deserves to be hacked to death! You actually used tricks in a fair duel and ambushed me! Yuqi, I've seen your so-called ability. It turns out that you're such a despicable and filthy villain." Yuqi only felt that his heart was about to explode. Who was despicable and shameless? Who was the one who sneaked attack? Who was the one who schemed? Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Those shady deeds were clearly done by you, Chu Yang. It was you. It was you. It was you who used tricks to sneak attack me. It was you who, after the sneak attack succeeded, actually shamelessly played the blame game. You put all the **T on my head, and now you can actually say it so righteously. What's even more outrageous is that you actually said it so aggrieved and indignant. How can you be so shameless? You're simply despicable and shameless. There's no bottom line at all, but these words were all in Yuqi's heart. He simply didn't have any chance to say it out. Just after his entire body was smashed to flying backward, his feet never landed on the ground. He only needed to land on the ground to be able to catch his breath. Even if he had to take a few hits, he had to get out of this embarrassing situation first. But in this short period of time, Chu Yang actually punched out a total of 310 punches. There wasn't the slightest bit of gap at all. Chu Yang's punches carried a wild and violent force. He didn't seek to injure the enemy. He only wanted to charge forward. Even if Yuqi used the 10,000-pound hammer, he still couldn't step on the ground. He could only fly backwards sullenly all the way. He didn't even dare to open his mouth to forcefully convert his internal energy. Because, once he opened his mouth, his teeth would definitely be knocked out. In the current situation, he was completely relying on the strong defense of the saint's golden body to resist Chu Yang's attacks. Once he forcefully opened his mouth, the operation of the saint's golden body would be temporarily interrupted. Although he wouldn't suffer any serious injuries in other places, his teeth would definitely be knocked out. However, the teeth would definitely be shattered. That was the place where the golden bodies of a few saints could not fully protect. Yuqi's current situation was in line with an old saying, "Eat gold thread in silence." There was bitterness that couldn't be spoken. Eating wontons in silence, he knew what he was doing. He was so sullen that he wanted to go crazy. But he could only endure the beating all the way. In the original open space, the injuries of both sides had been fully bandaged. Everyone was glaring at each other fiercely. If it wasn't for the strict orders of both sides not to fight, they would have already killed each other. If looks could kill, it was believed that everyone on both sides would have died at least 1,000 times by now. All that was left was worry for the two sides that were fighting right now. On the mountain in the distance, vast sword energy shot into the sky and danced in the air like gods and demons were fighting. Such an intense battle was too much for everyone to take in. Even Mo Yuntian and the others who had been full of confidence in Yu Qi couldn't help but feel nervous and uncertain. They were very familiar with martial Yu's fighting style. They could see that the sword light that seemed to want to cut through the world was definitely not martial Yu's sword. Since it wasn't, then it had to be Chu Yang's. If they inferred based on this, then they could come to a shocking, inconceivable, and unbelievable conclusion. Ever since the battle started, Martial Yu had been passively taking the beating? He had been at a disadvantage the entire time? He was definitely at a disadvantage. When they thought about this, everyone frowned deeply. There was great worry on their faces. That Chu Yang's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Just as they were thinking about this, the sword light in the sky suddenly disappeared. It seemed that the battle over there had stopped. Everyone, regardless of friend or foe, stood up in unison. Everyone's heart was beating rapidly. Who was the winner of this battle? Suddenly, a loud boom sounded. Then they heard Chu Yang's furious curses. "Yu Qi, you despicable and shameless person." The voice was clear and powerful, penetrating and shaking the sky. Everyone was shocked. What was it? Why was Chu Yang so angry? Then Chu Yang's curses sounded. "You ambushed me. You ambushed me. You ambushed me. You couldn't beat me, so you used such a lowly method. What kind of hero are you? You really make people laugh." Everyone came to a sudden realization. As expected, this was the truth. The second chapter is still missing one. I will finish it tomorrow. He's gone, he's gone. We're all safe now. Everyone was sobbing. Together with the 800 soldiers of the Dreamslayer army, they all knelt on the ground. For a group of people who were once their enemies, this man who risked his life to save them. Everyone knelt on the ground piously, tears streaming down their faces. Are they gone? Are they all gone? Chu Yang asked in a daze. His face revealed a look of relief. Then, his eyes, which were originally in a daze, suddenly shone with an indescribable pride. I won the battle with Yu Qi, who was at the peak of the saint level. He, Chu Yang sneered and said intermittently, we're all men. We only have one life. You dared to risk your life. Do you think I don't? Haha. He laughed hoarsely. Suddenly, his whole body fell backward. He fell into the arms of Chu Le, whose face was already full of tears. His ribs are all broken. His sternum is broken, his skull is also broken, his neck is broken, his spine is broken, his broken bones have already turned into thousands of pieces. Everyone checked Chu Yang's injuries and was speechless. No one could imagine how Chu Yang had managed to fight with such a tragic injury. Even if an ordinary person had 1% of Chu Yang's injuries, they would not be able to get up. But not only could Chu Yang fight, he could also persevere all the way until the other party admitted defeat. Only then did he collapse. What kind of tenacity was this? What kind of shocking willpower was this? Looking at Chu Yang, who had fallen into a coma, everyone was speechless for a while. What an iron-boned hero. But now, they needed to face the problem. Chu Yang's injuries were too serious. It was so serious that no one dared to move his body. They were afraid that he would fall apart if they moved him. This worry was not excessive, nor was it an exaggeration. A certain king of hell had lost more than 40% of his bones. If they were not careful, he would no longer be in human form, but now, there was no medicine that could save him. Seeing that Chu Yang's breathing was getting weaker and weaker while he was unconscious, everyone was helpless. I have some medicine here. I just don't know if it'll work, Yao Ningning said. What kind of medicine? Tan Tan was overjoyed. Cut the crap, take it out quickly. Chu Le urged her sternly. The little lass was already out of her wits, and she had to grab onto any straw that could save her life. Yao Ningning, on the other hand, was not offended at all. He said, this medicine was given to me by my mother. She said that it could save my life at a critical moment. I just don't know if it's useful for such a serious injury. Since it's already like this, using it should be better than not using it. Then, he took out a purple jade bottle from his bosom. He carefully opened it, and brought it close to Chu Yang's mouth. Just like that, a trace of silvery liquid dripped out of the bottle. As soon as it left the bottle, the liquid immediately emitted a dazzling light that resembled a bright star. Between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it was filled with endless fragrant spiritual energy. It automatically entered his mouth as if it had a life of its own. Then, without any warning, the brightest colors of the stars suddenly appeared on Chu Yang's body. It was as if all the stars in the sky had gathered on Chu Yang's body at this moment, and were emitting endless light. "It's the constellation soul-capturing liquid," Uncle Hu exclaimed. He turned to look at Yao Ningning, as if he could not believe the scene before his eyes. Yao Ningning rolled his eyes and said, "What's the big deal about this? Is it worth making a fuss over?" Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma both stomped their feet and sighed. "What's the big deal about this? Is it worth making a fuss over? What's the big deal about this? Is it worth making a fuss over?" This was a real, true, and deranged prodigal. If the two uncles knew that this was something that someone had given out, the two of them would definitely stop it. Even if they had to fall out with Tan Tan and the others, they would still stop it. It was not that the two uncles were too stingy, but it was really because this thing was really too precious, too rare, too, without a doubt, the constellation soul-capturing liquid was a peerless treasure in the world. As long as one took this constellation soul-capturing liquid, no matter how serious their injuries were, they would still be able to hang on to their last breath and not die. They would be able to wait indefinitely for the medicine that the injured needed. This medicinal effect was not only applicable to ordinary people. Even if the descendants of emperors suffered injuries that were absolutely impossible to heal, they could also use the constellation soul-capturing liquid to maintain their vitality. Therefore, although the constellation soul-capturing liquid could not have an immediate effect, it was definitely a first-rate life-saving medicine in the Heaven Imperial Court. Once this medicine was taken, as long as there was no external interference, even if the injured wanted to die, they would not die. Back then, the Demon Empress had worked hard and even braved the huge risk of almost starting a war with the other Sky Emperors to get this bottle. This guy actually gave it away without batting an eyelid. If this matter was known by the Demon Empress, she would definitely immediately beat this unfilial person until his buttocks blossomed. After taking the constellation soul-capturing liquid, the effect was indeed amazing. Chu Yang's complexion instantly became much better. Moreover, the essence energy in his body also began to circulate on its own. Although he was still in a state of unconsciousness, the essence energy in his body had already begun to heal his injuries on its own. This was undoubtedly an extremely, extremely good sign. In Chu Yang's dantian that no one could see, those little golden people were all dispirited at this moment, almost on the verge of collapse. However, as the constellation soul-capturing liquid quietly entered their bodies, those little people suddenly became like people who had been starving for 30,000 years and suddenly saw nectar. Without any explanation, they all began to madly absorb it. As they absorbed, the power of that supreme true spirit in Chu Yang's body also began to gather again, gathering towards his dantian once again. Slowly, that previously completely dried up dantian slowly appeared that kind of golden liquid from before, and the spirits of the few little people also gradually became uplifted again. Following wave after wave of breathing, traces of golden mist once again came out from the mouth and nose, flowing through the meridians to all parts of Chu Yang's body. And wherever this golden air flow passed, the originally severely damaged meridians began to recover bit by bit. Even those broken and crushed bones were glued together by an inexplicable mucus, returning to their original positions. Although this process of recovery was slow, it was disorderly and layered. Although Chu Yang was still unconscious at this moment, his complexion was getting better and better. However, his complexion was getting better and better. After a day of not moving, a rare trace of blood appeared on his face that was as pale as paper. Until now. Only then did Chu Le and Tan Tan feel slightly relieved. During this period of time, the two had been guarding by Chu Yang's side, not going anywhere. They did not even blink their eyes as they took care of him. Tan Tan seemed to have drained himself of all his energy. He continuously channeled his own energy into Chu Yang's body. After his own cultivation was exhausted, Chu Le took over, and Tan Tan took over after resting for a while. Meng Wuya's injuries were also very serious, and he was also in a state of unconsciousness. However, his life was not in danger. The Dreamslayer army had nowhere to go, and could only temporarily march with Chu Yang and the others. Not to mention anything else, Chu Yang, their savior, was still unconscious. No matter how thick-skinned the Dreamslayer army was, they would not be able to leave without a word. The army started with more than 30 people from Chu Yang and the others. In the blink of an eye, it became close to 1,000 people, marching majestically. However, the army's marching speed was as slow as a snail. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that they traveled less than 100 miles. They set up camp at the foot of a mountain, and prepared to rest. Yu Qi's injuries were about the same as Chu Yang's, and he was definitely unable to pursue. Even if he did not consider Yu Qi's character, just based on his injuries, everyone was still safe. Even if Yu Qi had the elixirs that Yuan Tianji gave him, it was impossible for it to reach the level of the constellation soul-stealing liquid. Hence, his condition was definitely not better than Chu Yang's. Without Yu Qi's presence, they had to worry about the attacks of the tribulation spirits, and it was impossible for them to counterattack. Although Yu Qi's character is not good, his words and promises can still be counted as worth of gold, an officer of the Dreamslayer army said. An officer of the Dreamslayer army said, since he promised to retreat, under normal circumstances, he would not go back on his word. After setting up the camp, they first helped Chu Yang and Meng Wuyu to settle down. Then, everyone began to look around for food. If there was nothing to do, they would set up a big defensive formation on the periphery. Then, everyone would sit down to practice martial arts to restore their condition. After Yao Ningning checked on Chu Yang's injuries, he returned to his own tent. In the tent, there was another person besides the two elders. He was full of Qinghua aura, and was standing solemnly, waiting for someone's return. When he saw Yao Ningning enter, he immediately stood up, "Greetings." No need for formalities. Yao Ningning waved her hand and sat lazily on the chair. "Actually, I didn't ask you to come here for anything important. I just want to ask you about the real situation of the fight between my brother Chu and Yu Lai. After all, you are the Heavenly Patrol and judge the outcome. As the other party involved, you must have seen the entire process." This person was the head of the Demon Emperor's Heavenly Oath Division. After all, Yu Qi had made a bet with someone at Chu Yang's level. Although it was not something that ordinary people could witness, the head of the Oath Division was destined to be the only exception. The four of them did not deliberately lower their volume when they spoke. Therefore, everyone could hear what they were saying even though they were speaking in Yao Tai and Yao Ningning's tent. At this moment, when they heard Yao Ningning's words, everyone's ears suddenly perked up. This topic was too interesting for everyone. "Sai, I have to attend the annual meeting on the 13th again. These few days, I've been saving like crazy. But I'm afraid that I'll still owe it by then. Let me give my brothers and sisters a heads up in advance. If I really owe it, don't scold me. If I don't owe it, then reward me, hee." Chu Yang touched his chin and was suddenly filled with interest. Under such circumstances, there was still no change. If there was nothing strange about it, how could it be justified? With a splash, the four of them jumped into the lake at the same time. Other than the plop at the beginning, which was considered normal, the changes after that were a little strange. The lake water seemed to have automatically parted to two sides, and the four of them went straight to the bottom of the lake, cutting through the waves. The temperature of the lake water was very warm, and it actually felt very pleasant. At the bottom of the lake, a string of bubbles rushed out neatly. However, the current situation was basically the same as when Chu Yang came down that year. There was nothing strange. Of course, this was only for Chu Yang. The other three women were very surprised by this lake. The Lake of Despair, as its name suggested, still had nothing. There were no aquatic plants, not even fishes, turtles, shrimps, or crabs. There was no sign of life. Clean, pure, and transparent water. This is the legendary Lake of Despair? Wu Qianqian, Tai Baidian, and Mo Qinggu were all here for the first time. They couldn't help but feel a little strange about the situation of the lake water. This is the Lake of Despair that is said to be the place of the final battle? The Lake of Despair where thousands of corpses rush into? This doesn't look like it. According to the rumors, this lake was the place where countless corpses returned to. Because of this, the three women were very reluctant to go into the lake at first. It wasn't until they came here and carefully observed the lake water that they decided to follow Chuyang into the lake. Chuyang also touched his head. It doesn't look like it, but it is indeed like it. Unlike the three women, Chuyang had personally witnessed the scene of many corpses being buried in the lake of despair. It was still vivid in his mind, and his memory was still fresh. It was just that he didn't dare to say it out loud this time. Although the three women killed people without hesitation, the place they were in now was actually a different kind of place where corpses returned to. It was very likely that they would directly go berserk. Tai Budian pondered and said, looking at the surrounding situation, the shape of the lake, and the things at the bottom of the lake, it seems like a place specially used for bathing. The water quality is excellent. How can it be a place where corpses are stored? Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Women's thoughts were really unconstrained and hard to follow. However, Tai Butian's words weren't wrong. Just by looking at the bottom of this lake, it really looked like a big bathhouse that was constantly heating up. The temperature was quite comfortable. Even with the cultivation bases of the four of them, they were able to travel at a leisurely pace. It was as if they were on land, and they weren't affected by the environment in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where Chuyang had been last time. This place was something like a door at the bottom of the lake. Although a long period of time had passed, Chuyang still felt his heart tremble the moment he arrived here. Although what he experienced last time was just an illusion, he really didn't want to experience that kind of illusion again. Unlike Chuyang, who had stayed in front of the door, this was the first time the three women had come to the Lake of Despair. They were very curious, so they split up to search for anything special about the lake. Before long, the three women had already searched the entire bottom of the Lake of Despair. However, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The only thing that was a little special was the blowhole at the bottom of the lake, which was constantly bubbling. Other than that, there was really nothing else. This is strange. Chuyang scratched his head. The three women's cultivation bases were extraordinary, and their eyesight was also outstanding. Since they didn't find anything, he believed that he wouldn't be able to find anything even if he personally looked for it. However, here came the problem: what kind of status did Chen Feng and Lu Yun have? There was no reason for them to lie to him. At this moment, the four of them felt the water ripple with extraordinary strength. A special whirlpool of the lake water gradually formed at the bottom of the lake. Slowly, the entire lake water seemed to be spinning along with it. Chuyang and the other three circulated their cultivation and forcefully stabilized their bodies. They didn't go with the flow, and carefully observed the whirlpool that suddenly appeared. They were already prepared to fight at any time. The whirlpool suddenly spun at a high speed, and the water in all directions was expelled. Because of the whirlpool's high speed, a large piece of flat land appeared at the center of the lake. This flat land that appeared out of nowhere didn't have a single drop of water. Then, a further change occurred at that place. A white jade door slowly rose from the ground. Unexpectedly, light shone in all directions, dazzling everyone's eyes. In the holy white light lingering, a huge white jade door, together with its base, quietly rose. The next moment, the two white jade doors that were originally closed opened by themselves. Inside, the faint sound of musical instruments could be heard, and it became clearer and clearer. Melodious music was played, and two bands of musicians were playing their own instruments. They approached from afar, and separated into two columns as they walked out. A clear and melodious voice laughed and said, "Honored guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you." As he spoke, a person walked out with a smile. This person looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His face was round, and he had an amiable face. He cupped his fists and bowed repeatedly. "I'm the housekeeper here. I heard that honored guests have arrived, so I hurriedly came to greet you. Please forgive me if I've neglected you." Mo Qingguo and Wu Qianqian were almost stunned by the changes in the scene before them. No matter what, they couldn't imagine that there was such an existence under such a lake. In merely 3 days, there was such a special existence? Chu Yang's expression didn't change. He said, "May I ask where this place is? Why would you set up your own door at the bottom of the lake?" That person smiled and said, "This is the outer space of the Hall of Conscience." It belongs to the very few among the millions of spaces in the universe, the life and death reversal space. And the Hall of Conscience is also the place that you wish to go. Life and death reversal space? Xianxia muttered, Hall of Conscience? What is conscience? This was the first time he had heard of this name in this life. Life and death reversal space? What a strange name. What can this space do? Xianxia asked. That person bowed and smiled. He said, honored guests, you'll know when you come in. Xianxia nodded. Okay. Please. That person turned sideways and invited the guests. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony. He strode in with Mo Qinggu and the other two women. Amidst the peaceful music, the four of them walked through the white jade door. In front of them was a glittering road. On both sides of the road, there were verdant plants, full of vitality. This place seemed to be an incomparably vast land space. However, the moment the four of them entered, they all sensed something and turned their heads to look. They saw that the white jade door behind them was slowly closing. Soon after, it quietly sank down, just like how it had risen before. The only difference was that the process was the complete opposite. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. When it came to space changes, Xianxia knew far more than the three women. That white jade door, from its appearance to its descent and disappearance, looked simple and pure. But in fact, there was a lot of mystery behind it. It was actually a space passage that connected the heavens and this realm. And it was a space passage that was controlled by someone. It was no small matter, however, there were obviously abnormal changes in space, but the light in this space wasn't affected at all. Xianxia was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He walked forward calmly and said with a smile, are the two seniors Wu Chenfeng and Chen Luyun here? That housekeeper showed a respectful expression and said respectfully, the two sovereigns aren't here now. They have gone to the extraterrestrial battlefield to collect dead souls. I'm afraid they will return later. Xianxia let out a meaningful sigh of relief. He really did let out a sigh of relief. Since that housekeeper knew Wu Chenfeng and Chen Luyun and was very respectful to them, it meant that no matter what, the people in this realm wouldn't be enemies with them. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable tremor in his dantian. The calamity sword suddenly trembled. Xianxia couldn't help but be moved. Before the two sovereigns left, they had solemnly instructed that if Lord Sword Master came, we should treat you with care. We have already arranged according to the two sovereigns' instructions. As long as Lord Sword Master passes 3 tests, you will be able to see the person you want to see and know what you want to know. The butler smiled apologetically and said cautiously. Pass 3 tests? What are the specifics of these 3 tests? Xianxia frowned. The housekeeper was a little frightened and said slowly, it's like this. The so-called 3 tests actually have nothing to do with us two sovereigns. They are tests that have existed since the beginning of time. Even if we two sovereigns want to cancel them, it is impossible. The limits of these tests are extremely high. Even if the two sovereigns want to reach the other end from this path, they still need to pass these 3 tests. Xianxia's heart moved and he said, have your two sovereigns gone through them before? The housekeeper looked embarrassed. No. Xianxia grinned and smiled bitterly. Mo Qinggu also pursed her lips. Wu Qianqian frowned and Tai Budian was deep in thought. Were these 3 tests so difficult? Even the legendary Chen Feng and Luyun couldn't pass them? If even they couldn't pass, could Xianxia pass? Do we fight our way through? Xianxia asked tentatively. This? I don't know. The steward smiled bitterly. I'm just a steward. My cultivation is very low. How could I be qualified to know such a profound thing? I'll send Lord Sword Master to the checkpoint later. Lord Sword Master will know the details. Huh? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. How do you know that I am Tribulation Sword Master? The housekeeper smiled and said, the two sovereigns once said that the other end of the passage can only be opened by one person in the whole world. Only Tribulation Sword Master. Since ancient times, the world has really thought highly of me. Xianxia took a deep breath and said resolutely, take me there. Yes. The housekeeper led the way while Xianxia and the others followed behind. Slowly, they realized that this housekeeper was actually not simple. He walked, by floating. In the blink of an eye, no less than 40 to 50 letters had already turned into ashes. How can it be so easy to get past me? His silent posture and expression clearly expressed such a meaning. He had racked his brains to write dozens of letters in a row. But, all of them had been turned into ashes. Xianxia was truly angry. This bastard is obviously making things difficult for me on purpose, playing with me. Xianxia was unable to restrain his anger. He said that he wanted it simple, so I gave him a simple one, but it didn't work. It didn't work even if it was that simple. Isn't it simple enough to only write one word? He's going too far. Xianxia was furious. He had lived 2 lifetimes and had been through all kinds of storms. He had really never encountered such a predicament. It was too embarrassing. By the way, didn't that butler say just now? Tai Budian reminded him telepathically. Xianxia said furiously, this bastard is obviously unmoved by force or persuasion. In the second letter, I already praised him to be second only to me. How else can I praise him? The 3 women were speechless at the same time. Even I wanted to vomit when I read your second letter. The bootlicking was too obvious, too disgusting. I'll try again. Xianxia wrote another letter fiercely. There was only one word, F*ck, then, he threw the letter in. A cold snort came from inside. Despicable. Xianxia almost broke down. Although Mo Qingguo and Wu Qianqian knew that they shouldn't laugh at this time, they still laughed hysterically. Tai Budian thought for a while. I'll try this time. Then, she took the brush, ink, paper and inkstone from Xianxia. She started writing immediately. Swish swish swish. Tai Butian's brush moved like dragons and snakes. She actually didn't finish writing for a long time. Xianxia was a little surprised by this. He craned his neck to take a look, only to see that Tai Budian had started to fold the book and was still continuing to write. From start to finish, she had written a total of 5 pages and they were all densely packed with words. Her writing speed was rather fast, rather efficient, and rather large. These are enough. Send them in. Tai Budian waved her hand and handed them to Xianxia. So many? Does this have anything to do with simplicity? Xianxia held the letter in his hand. It was thick and heavy, and actually felt quite heavy in his hand. Was this still a letter? It seemed a little like a book. Give it a try. Tai Budian smiled. Against such a person, we really don't have much confidence. We can only try many times. Even if it doesn't work this time, we can always try again. Xianxia had no choice but to take it and throw it in. Unexpectedly, there was actually a reaction this time. In less than a moment, a kacha sound could be heard from the inside, followed by a slap sound. The sound of ox-like breathing could be heard. It seemed like the reaction was extremely strong. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder, returning to a moment ago, he sat silently on the chair like a mountain. With a wave of his hand, the heavy letter flew into his hand. When he opened it, the contents of the first page almost made him explode with anger. The first paragraph, you are called Silent Disaster, right? Was it the gatekeeper? I don't know if you're real or not, but I'll just pretend that you're real. Silent Heart cursed angrily, how can you pretend in a place like this? Why don't you impersonate me? Next was the second paragraph, are you guarding the first level? Was this really the first stage? Why wasn't there even a hint? When we came here, we didn't even know which level we were at. Shouldn't you confirm if this is really the first level? Why isn't there even a card? Even if there isn't a card, you can just write a few words. Even if you don't want to write too much, you can just write a simple one. It's so unclear, how do we know which level this is? What if this is the last level? There were a lot of words below, and the whole article was full of doubts. Just a question of whether this was the first level or not, and there were hundreds of words. Doubts, doubts, disbelief, 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 in any case, he just didn't believe it. When Silent Heart saw this, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Silent Heart was a person who cherished his words like gold. The thing he hated the most was being long-winded. And the level of long-windedness in this letter had obviously reached a considerable level. However, there was indeed a rule that he had to read the letter seriously from the challenger. He couldn't miss a single word, not a single word. Only then could he be considered guarding the level. If he missed anything, he would be disqualified and banished to the land of darkness. This was an extremely cruel and strict requirement. Hence, he could only read word by word, carefully and seriously. But the more he read, the angrier he got. He had never seen someone so long-winded. The third paragraph. You're called Silent Heart, right? And, I don't know if you're Chan or Mo? Or Sunken? Or Silent? Or Chen Mo? Or Chen Mo? Or is it Chan or G or Chan or Chan or Chan or Chen? Mo or Mo? Or Mo? Or Mo or Mo or Mo, could it be Mo? When he read this, Silent Heart felt that he was about to break down. What the heck? What's wrong with this fellow who wrote this letter? He talked for more than 1,000 words, and it was actually just discussing the specific words of his name. At the end, it was still discussing Silent Heart's name. Which word was it exactly? Which two words? Which combination was it exactly? Then it was a question. I just don't understand. I'm really curious. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. I don't know if it was your father, your mother, or one of your elders who gave you this name? No matter if it's mute, Chen Mo, or sunken, they all seem to be a little. Let's discuss. I don't know what your father, your mother, or any of your elders had when they named you. The psychological change. Did they want you to be mute, sunken, or sunken? Oh my God. The usually silent person let out a long sigh towards the sky, silently wailing. My father, my mother, or any of my elders, when they named me, do I need to explain my feelings to you? Who in the world gave me a name? Your name is too difficult to understand. Without 3 to 5 days, I won't be able to explain it clearly. Let's not talk about you first. Next, let's talk about me. And, don't be impatient. You're the guardian, right? You definitely can't get angry, right? As for being impatient and whatnot, that's not important, right? Definitely. Another round of extremely long-winded nagging. Silent Heart used his hands to grab his hair. His eyes were already bloodshot. Who is this person? Who is this person? Who the hell is this person? What he wanted to do the most now was to capture the person who wrote the letter outside and beat him up violently. As he beat him up, he asked, "Can you be any more long-winded? Can you? Can you?" The content of the letter was far from the end. It continued. Where were we just now? Yes, I said I was going to talk about me. I'll explain my name in detail. My surname is Chu. Chu means lovely and moving. It's the Chu of Chu country. However, it's not virgin, nor come out, nor early, nor remove. It's Chu. Do you understand? If you don't understand, I'll use another method to explain it more clearly. That is. Alright, after explaining the 2 words Chu Yang, more than 1,000 words had passed. And this was only the 2 words Chu Yang. Silent Heart was no longer silent. He scratched his head crazily and groaned repeatedly. His breathing was as heavy as a cow's. He couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. Who the hell is this person? Who could write such a letter? This is basically murder, using a soft knife to grind someone to death bit by bit. Save me. All of Silent Heart's emotions were summed up in these 3 words. Just reading this for now, he already had the urge to go crazy countless times. But he still had to endure the soft knife that was grinding someone to death, because this was the duty of the first guardian. Thus, something that made Silent Heart, the guardian of this level, even crazier happened. This time, the ones accompanying me to challenge this level are my wives. The so-called wives are wives, or should I say, wives. Do you understand? If you are inexperienced and don't understand the meaning of this, I can further explain it in detail. If there is a man, there will be a woman, and if there is a woman, there will be a man. It's like the difference between heaven and earth and yin and yang. Yes, speaking of yin and yang, I need to explain it in detail. Heaven and earth are. Yin and yang are. As for yin and yang, there are many explanations. Thousands of words passed. Yes, do you have a wife? That is to say, if you do, if you don't. Just now, I mentioned that the ones accompanying me to challenge this level are my wives. Why do I say wives? It's because I have more than one wife. One of the reasons is because I have a very outstanding appearance. My face is like jade, my eyes are like stars, my features are delicate, and my looks are handsome. Of course, this is only a small part of the reason. The main reason is my character. I have a chivalrous and gentle heart, I have the guts to fight for justice. So they all favor me. One of my wives has the surname M.O. Could it be M.O., 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 M.O.? Before he finished reading the introduction of his wives, Silent Heart went completely crazy. He screamed and threw the letter on the ground. Panting, he felt his heart beating like a drum, his head was about to explode, and his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. I can't take it anymore. I can't King take it anymore. You can't torture me like this, he roared and jumped up without any warning. His hair and beard stood straight as he rushed out and kicked open the black door. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and asked in an extremely frantic voice, who wrote the letter? Who the *CK wrote this letter? Who the *CK wrote this letter? He screamed and suddenly pulled out a few strands of his hair. He roared angrily, writing such a letter, do you still have any humanity left? Aren't you just torturing me? Silent Disaster was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. His generation had always been concise and comprehensive. Every generation cherished their words like gold. Every generation hated chatterboxes the most. Every generation hated being long-winded and long-winded. Yet he had to bear such a burden, to read the letter. Was this not a *King job for a human? Furthermore, he had to finish reading every single word of the book, and he had to finish reading it carefully and seriously. Just as he was in the midst of extreme grief and indignation, he saw the young man in black opposite him smile gently and say, since you've opened the door, we've passed. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Who said you've passed? I'm going to tear all of you to shreds. I'm so pissed off. Silent Disaster screamed at the sky. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the door he was in charge of seemed to have, or should have, already opened. Silent Disaster stood there, dumbfounded. We've passed just like that. I'm so aggrieved. I'm so indignant. Silent Disaster wept bitterly. God, aren't you playing with me now? How can you bully me like that? At this moment, a ray of white light descended from the sky and enveloped Silent Disaster. Silent Disaster's entire body seemed to have become lighter all of a sudden. He floated upwards slowly like an immortal. Gradually, even his face became blurred. Angry and aggrieved roars could still be heard. Just you wait. I'll definitely find you. You can't torture me like this. This isn't over. He floated higher and further away. Finally, he couldn't be seen at all. Even his voice couldn't be heard. We've passed, we've passed. Qian looked at the open black door and laughed. Suddenly, he hugged Tai Butian and gave her a loud kiss. Tai Butian's face was red. She struggled hurriedly. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang had already let go of her. He quickly grabbed Mo Qingguo and Wu Qianqian and kissed each of them. They actually tasted the same. Instantly, the 3 beautiful faces turned the same color. Red. Your Majesty, how did you come up with this idea? This is too brilliant, really brilliant. Chu Yang couldn't help but admire. Especially after reading that letter, he felt like he was about to collapse, and Tai Butian, the Empress of a generation, was actually able to come up with such a plan. She was truly capable of doing what no one else could. There's no other way. I heard from the butler that, we have to do the opposite. And the person we're facing is obviously someone who values his words like gold. Tai Butian said gently, that's why I volunteered to do the opposite. Chu Yang, you've always done things swiftly and without any sloppiness. You definitely wouldn't be able to write such a letter. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, with his temperament, if he were to write this letter, he would definitely not be able to write it. At least, he would not be able to write such an immediate effect. Why is elder sister Tai able to write it? Mo Qingwu asked curiously. Tai Butian was also the empress of a generation. She was decisive in killing and was not inferior to any man. So how could she write such a sloppy and long-winded letter? It was really puzzling. Sigh, actually, it's just that I've seen too much of it. In the past, I had to read memorials every day, so I naturally learned it all by myself. Tai Budian smiled helplessly. The long-winded nature of those helpers is probably not much better than this letter. They keep saying the same thing over and over again just to give the emperor a headache. As long as the emperor has a headache or is annoyed, he'll just casually say, all right, you guys do as you see fit. And so, he'll have all the authority and so on. And in the face of such memorials, you can't even get angry. Because those who dare to do so are all old officials who have worked hard for countless merits. Tai Budian smiled bitterly. So, my self-restraint and self-confidence are definitely much better than this silent one. If I were to be in charge of this, Xianxia, I'm afraid you'll have to write letters outside for the rest of your life. Xianxia shuddered subconsciously. When he thought of the terrible consequences that could happen, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Then, he said angrily, if you dare to do so, I'll just rush in and force myself on you, and then open the door myself. Before he could finish his words, he was chased by a red-faced Tai Budian. Xianxia burst into laughter. Carrying Mo Qinggu in his arms, he took the lead and rushed into the wide-open black door, the second round. What entered their sight was a red door. Apart from the red door, there seemed to be nothing else in this world. Only in front of the door, there seemed to be a man in red standing with his hands behind his back. It was abnormally bright red, like a ball of fire, burning outside the red door. This kind of red was definitely not the same as Mo Qingwu's red. Although Mo Qingwu's red was also extremely bright, it had some gentleness to it. But this red-robed man in front of them was a kind of burning red. Even at a glance, there was a kind of scorching feeling, as if he was a ball of incandescent light. With just one look, Xianxia and the others felt at the same time that this round was definitely not going to be easy to pass. Thinking about how they passed the previous round by just moving the pen, it was probably going to be difficult to replicate this again. You guys have passed the first round so quickly. You have some skills. The red-robed man's voice was very gentle, but there was a kind of feeling of impatience in his bones. Very good. That silent fellow, it's about time someone came to teach him a lesson. The red-robed man slowly turned around. Look at that fellow's drooping face every day, as if everyone in the world owes him money. He gets angry when he can't get a single fart out of him after 3 strikes. Xianxia and the others gradually got closer and closer to observe this red-robed man. They saw that he was tall, had a gentle face, was handsome, and had long eyebrows that reached his temples. He was actually a very gentlemanly man. Xianxia chuckled and said, since this junior thinks that it's senior's intention, then senior might as well open the door and let us pass directly. The red-robed man smiled faintly and shook his head. That won't do. If that's the case, you guys will be happy, but I will be punished. I won't do such a thing that harms myself and benefits others. His eyes looked at the 4 of them and said slowly, my round is not as easy to fool as the previous one. Xianxia said seriously, Senior, please ask for instructions on the conditions to pass this round. The red-robed man smiled. Look at my appearance, you will definitely feel that I'm not easy to get along with. Actually, that's a big mistake. My temper is very gentle, and I judge people by their appearance. He looked at the 4 of them and saw that they didn't speak. He smiled with great satisfaction and said, you guys are very teachable. Let me explain this round. The conditions to pass this round are based on the 3 questions I ask. As long as one of you can answer to my satisfaction, you will pass. I will naturally let you pass. But if your questions can't satisfy me, I won't let you pass willingly. Even if you smash me into pieces, that won't be considered a pass. In the end, you still won't get anything. You will only harm others and yourself, and you won't get anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xianxia said straightforwardly, understood. Senior, you are a straightforward person. We will wait for your questions and try our best to answer them. I'm afraid you have misunderstood. The red-robed man shook his head slowly. My questions can only be answered by one person. And, it can't be you. You have been excluded. Chu Yang was very surprised. What are you saying? I am the leader of this round. Why am I excluded? I am a man, and I don't try my best to pass the round, but let 3 girls pass it for me? This is too unreasonable. The red-robed man smiled. It doesn't matter if it is reasonable or not. Anyway, this is the rule. He didn't wait for Chu Yang to ask, and continued to explain, actually, you were excluded because the first level was broken by your woman. This gave birth to an effect on your path of breaking through. The second and third levels must be broken through by your woman. You have to pass the 3 rounds, and you happen to have 3 women with you. Don't say that this isn't fate. Fate is unpredictable. How can you say that without proof? The red-robed man looked at Chu Yang meaningfully and said softly, this is fate. It is not something that can be changed by human strength. If you insist on answering, you will realize that you have already returned to the lake of despair the moment you answer. And, you won't be able to see the lake of despair in your lifetime. This is the restriction of this place. Since this is the case, we will be the ones to pass the round. Tai Budian said straightforwardly, Chu Yang, passing the 3 rounds shouldn't have anything to do with one's battle prowess. I don't think there will be any danger. It is the same for us to pass the round. Chu Yang nodded. You are my wives. If you pass the round, it is equivalent to me passing the round. I really don't understand why there are so many restrictions on this. The man in red roared with laughter and said, the one who spoke, you don't have the qualifications to pass the trial now because you've already passed the trial. The spirit that exists in you is no longer suitable for my trial. Now, we can only choose one of the remaining 2 to pass the round. If you can pass the round, the remaining person will take on the last round. Although the red-robed man's voice was gentle, it was resolute and unshakable. Mo Qingguo and Wu Qianqian looked at each other and revealed a knowing and confident smile. Mo Qingguo spoke first. Then, I will take on this round. Let me do it. Wu Qianqian also boasted that she was knowledgeable and multi-talented. How could she be willing to fall behind? I will choose someone to pass this round. If her answer is not to my liking, all of you will fail. The red-robed man smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. You can choose. Chu Yang said confidently, there is no round that the 2 of them can't pass. It will be the same for anyone. I believe in them even more than I believe in myself. These words were really pleasant to the ears. At the very least, he had won the hearts of the 2 beauties. The 2 beauties' gazes were filled with praise and happiness. You will be the one to answer. The red-robed man looked at Wu Qianqian and said with a smile. This choice greatly surprised everyone. Even Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and the others had guessed that if the red-robed man were to choose a candidate to break through, he would certainly choose Mo Qingwu. That was because both of them were red. So, Mo Qingwu should be chosen from the perspective of the same color and luster of their clothes. No one had expected that he would choose Wu Qianqian, who was dressed in white. Both of them are dazzling red. In fact, they are somewhat conflicting. I like to wear red, but I don't like others to wear red in front of me. The red-robed man smiled helplessly and said, everything in this world must be matched. For example, black and white, red and green, and so on. A contrast can make things appear more colorful. The best color for red is green. But there is no green here. So, I have no choice but to settle for white. The red-robed man gave a long speech. Chu Yang and Tai Butian looked at each other. They had both seen through the red-robed man's character. This guy had spoken the truth from beginning to end. He hadn't spoken a single lie. He had said that he wasn't an impatient person. And, it turned out to be true. Because these words were enough to show his love for beauty, as well as his indecisiveness. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, since Senior has chosen me, please ask your question. We are all straightforward people. The sooner we answer the question, the sooner we can get this over with. It's convenient for you and convenient for me. The red-robed man stared at Wu Qianqian for a long time. Then, he sighed and said, what a straightforward argument. I like it very much. So, I'll only ask one question. Little girl, your actions have actually reminded me of the past that was covered in dust for a long time. Since you can make me recall the past, I'll spare you 2 questions. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. I hope that this question won't be too difficult." The red-robed man looked up at the sky and said, "There's one thing that has been stuck in my heart for a long time. Today, you must listen to a story if you want to answer my question." Wu Qianqian said, "Please speak." The red-robed man shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was filled with a feeling that he couldn't bear to look back on the past. He was no longer as straightforward as before. The red-robed man waved his sleeve. A table and 2 stools suddenly appeared in front of the red door. Then, he took the lead and sat down on the main seat. Wu Qianqian glanced at Chu Yang. Then, she walked over and sat opposite the red-robed man under Chu Yang's encouraging gaze. "My name is Lai Hua. You can call me that for the time being." The red-robed man Lai Hua said. "Yes." Wu Qianqian agreed, but she firmly engraved these 2 words in her heart. This might be the key to answering the question, raging fire. Many, many years ago, I was born in the capital of a country. My family is one of the most powerful families in the world. I'm the only child in the family. Since I was young, I've been living a life of luxury, and had everything I wanted. Opposite my family's old mansion is an official's mansion. In that mansion, there is a girl called Yu Xiaoxiao. The first show is a beautiful show, and the second show is a show full of spirit and beauty. Chu Yang cursed in his heart, "Aren't those 2 shows still one show?" He actually asked how to show off first and how to show off second. Silence was a man of few words. This self-proclaimed Lai Hua seemed to be a chatterbox. "I liked Yu Xiaoxiao very much. Moreover, our 2 families were engaged since we were young. At that time, everyone knew that Yu Xiaoxiao was my future wife, the future wife of the clan head of our family." Lai Hua slowly narrated, but his words were full of melancholy. Not only me, Yu Xiaoxiao also acknowledged this point. Until one day, she met her destiny. An almighty person saw that Xiaoxiao was a talent with great potential, and took her as a disciple. To her, this was naturally a great fortune, but to me, from then on, Xiaoxiao left my sight, and I never saw her again. I kept waiting. Until I was 28 years old. During that time, Xiaoxiao came to see me many times. Moreover, during this time, my family met with great difficulties several times, and it was always Xiaoxiao and her fellow disciples who helped. It could be said that I received many favors from Xiaoxiao. However, after so many years, Xiaoxiao finally felt that the 2 of us were no longer compatible. Because at that time, she had already achieved some success in her cultivation. She was known as the Cloud Immortal. To the secular world, she was a transcendent existence like an immortal. Although our family was rich and powerful, we were still just an ordinary family. At most, we were just slightly stronger ants in the eyes of an immortal. In order to make up for it, or to shorten the distance between Xiaoxiao and me, I tried my best to catch up, tried my best to cultivate, and would rather use up all my family's wealth, to look for a famous teacher. However, my innate talent was not good, and my bones were not suitable for cultivation. The progress of my cultivation was very slow, and wanting to catch up to Xiaoxiao was simply a fool's dream. Because of this, I used up all my family's wealth, as well as the heavenly treasures that I worked hard to obtain, and asked an expert to help me change the bones in my body, including my skull, one by one, one by one, one by one. My bloodline was not good, so I asked him to drain my blood and replace it with the legendary blood of the divine dragon. My meridians were not good, so I asked someone to break all the meridians in my body, and then I was paralyzed for 3 years. 3 years, one meridian after another was reconnected. All of this was for Xiaoxiao. All of this was so that I could shorten the distance between me and her, and marry her. Finally, I succeeded. I was truly reborn, and became a genius of the world. My cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. When Lai Hua said till here, Chu Yang and the rest were all aghast. Lai Hua's description just now was extremely understated, and did not use any embellished words. It was just a plain description. However, Chu Yang and the rest were all profound cultivators, so how could they not know how difficult it was, how painful it was to change all the bones in one's body, one by one? How painful and dangerous it was to drain all the blood in one's body. As for breaking all the meridians in one's body and being paralyzed for 3 years, how painful was that? It was simply unimaginable, and this Lihua actually did it all, just to catch up to his fiancée's footsteps. This person's perseverance and endurance could be said to be unparalleled since ancient times. This kind of tenacity and perseverance, not to mention Tai Butian and the other two girls, even Chu Yang might not be able to do it if he were in Lihua's shoes. Once, my master told me that the kind of pain I endured could be said to be the best in the world since ancient times. Not only was it unprecedented, it might also be the last. But when I endured such pain that no one could endure, experienced pain that no one could endure, and finally succeeded, and then on the day I found Susu with infinite hope, she told me that she was going to get married. Lihua's eyes flashed with an indescribable sense of loss. We have always been friends. Even in the past, Xiaoxiao and I talked about everything with each other. She respected me, and I liked her. But that day, she stood in front of me and told me that she was going to get married. That kind of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart, and that kind of guilt that begged for my forgiveness, broke my heart into pieces. Lihua laughed bitterly. This is my story. I won't tell you what happened in the future because it has nothing to do with you. I only want to ask you one question, little girl. Lihua laughed miserably and asked, if the person you love at all costs fell in love with someone else at all costs, what would you do? Lihua's question stunned Wu Qianqian. The person you love at all costs fell in love with someone else at all costs. What would you do? There was no way to answer this question, because there was no answer to this question. If the person you love the most had the person you love the most, you could choose to fulfill the wish of the person you love the most, because she is the person you love the most. But the situation now was at all costs. Lihua had paid too much for the person he loved. Could he really be willing to fulfill the wish of the person he loved? Senior's question is really difficult for me. No matter how I answer it, it is not right. At least in my opinion, it is so. Wu Qianqian frowned. The red-robed man Lihua did not speak. He only looked at her quietly. Senior is a man after all, and we live in an era where a man has 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. But a woman can only be faithful to one. This is the law of this era. Wu Qianqian chose her words carefully. You can imagine how tangled your heart would be if you were to encounter such a situation. And, Senior has suffered so much in order to achieve this wish. So, if you were to give up for the sake of the person you love the most, then, all of your previous efforts, all of your hardships, everything would be like a joke, a sad joke, the red-robed man said. If you were the person involved, what would you choose? Wu Qianqian suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. Her beautiful eyes immediately became misty. Her expression was somewhat weak. She said softly, if I... Haha. She laughed bitterly. In fact, wasn't she facing such a situation at that time? The person she loved deeply didn't have her in his eyes. He only loved someone else deeply. I'm not Senior. I don't know how Senior chose. But if I were you, I would only choose to quietly look at him. I love him, I give my all. I won't take the initiative to destroy his situation. I will only silently give and silently bear. Then, I will silently rejoice and silently feel heartache. All my efforts, all my bitterness, all my everything, was for the sake of loving him. As long as he is happy, he is perfect. What else can I not be satisfied with if my heart is fulfilled? Wu Qianqian's eyes were somewhat misty at this moment. She thought of the days when she was secretly in love with Chu Yang. For Wu Qianqian, those days were happy, bitter, miserable, and secretly satisfied days. My heart is the same. My heart is the same. My heart is perfect. Why not? The red-robed man was somewhat stunned. He was speechless for a long time. I don't know what to do, really. Wu Qianqian said in a low voice, you love someone at all costs, but you love someone else at all costs. This is an unsolvable situation. But, the final result won't be perfect if you force her to carry out the engagement. Maybe 2 people will suffer for the rest of their lives. Maybe 3 people will suffer for the rest of their lives. But, you may be the only one who will suffer if you let her go. You have already sacrificed everything for the sake of the person you love. So, what's the harm in sacrificing a little more? Wu Qianqian said. You have to let go for the sake of the person you love even if it's unfair, even if it's uncomfortable. Just for the sake of the person you love. She raised her head and looked at the red-cloaked man. She said, "This is the opinion of this junior. Senior, please don't laugh at me. I don't know if this junior's answer will satisfy you or dissatisfy you." The red-cloaked man let out a long sigh and was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly turned around so that the other four couldn't see the expression on his face. He murmured as if he was sighing, "Pass." Chu Yang and the other three people didn't feel happy when they heard this pass. Instead, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. They thought of the bitterness that Wu Qianqian had suffered in secret. They thought of the despair and helplessness that the red-cloaked man had felt when he was forced to let go of his own accord. Everyone felt an indescribable sadness in their hearts. It took a long time for them to calm down. They didn't feel the joy and pleasure of passing the test. The red door that had been closed all this time suddenly opened, revealing a shining path. It zigzagged into the distance. The red-cloaked man's back was still facing them. He didn't turn his head. But, his figure was slowly fading. Gradually, it became faintly discernible. The four people silently walked on that path. They walked a few steps. Then, Chu Yang finally turned his head and asked, "Senior, may I ask, what did you choose at that time?" This was undoubtedly a question that the four people had in common. They wouldn't forget this question for the rest of their lives if they didn't ask it now. The man in red said in a low voice, "From the beginning to the end, she has never treated me badly. From the beginning to the end, Susu has always believed that being with me is the most relaxing and the most comfortable time. Moreover, it is also the time when she does not need to worry about anything. Thus, from the beginning to the end, she has always regarded me as her father, or as her biological brother. But she has never thought of me as her lover. That is all." His silhouette became fainter and fainter. It was almost impossible to see him clearly. His entire silhouette floated up in a trance. His voice was almost inaudible. "In the end, I had a little sister. But, she was also lonely for the rest of her life. Since that day, I haven't seen her, even once. I didn't let her know about any of the things I did. If she chooses me, perhaps I will let her know what I have sacrificed, let her understand my feelings for her, to deepen our relationship. But since she didn't choose me, I don't want her to know what I've done. That would be too heavy a burden for her. I don't want her to be burdened so heavily. She is happy." The last sentence was followed by a soft chuckle. It was as thin as gossamer. "Haha, when love reaches the depths, no complaints." The voice was still lingering here. But, the man in red silhouette resolutely turned into mist and disappeared in a flash. However, the desolation and deep affection in his last few words turned into a thick melancholy, lingering in the world for a long time. Everyone sighed, and their hearts became even heavier. In the end, he had a little sister. A little sister. How could there be a little sister? It must be that he had helped his beloved to break off their engagement and recognized her as his little sister. Thus, he had cut off his infatuation. More importantly, he had let his beloved let go of the shackles of her heart. She could chase after the happiness she wanted wholeheartedly and live a happy life. What about himself? When love reaches the depths, no complaints. Could he really have no complaints? If it was true, how could he not see her for his entire life? How could he die alone, for a woman, from youth to old age, who knows how many years he had to spend? Congenitally deficient, I changed, I spent all my wealth just to follow your footsteps. I wanted to catch up with your footsteps. I extracted all the bones in my body and replaced them all. Just to chase after your standards, I extracted all the blood in my body and replaced them all, just to be able to match your excellence. I broke all the meridians in my body and reconnected them, just to be able to be with you openly. Your heart is not with me. You are going to marry someone else. When I saw your happiness and pleading, your hope and guilt, I felt that I shouldn't and couldn't destroy your happiness. The moment you begged me, my world collapsed and ceased to exist. My heart was breaking, my feelings were disintegrating, my will was collapsing, but I still had to tell you with a smile, silly girl, actually, I have always treated you as a younger sister. Then, I swallowed all my bitterness, all my difficulties, all my pain, without letting anyone know. From then on, I had a younger sister. From then on, I would be alone for the rest of my life. From then on, I would roam the world. From then on, I would never see you again. Because seeing you would make you sad. Because seeing you would make your other half overthink. Sooner or later, he would be able to see my feelings for you. That would inevitably cause misunderstandings and estrangement between the two of you. More so, as long as I see you. I might never bear to leave again. What kind of feelings were these? Chuyang, if it were you, what would you choose? Tai Budian turned and looked at Chuyang seriously. Chuyang laughed bitterly. I don't know, I really don't know. I also asked myself this question just now. But in the end, I really don't know what kind of choice I would make. Mo Qinggu hugged Chuyang's arm and whispered, I don't know either. Tai Budian shook her head and smiled bitterly. Everyone here was obviously crazy. Those who said they didn't know, basically, would choose the same way as this red-robed man if they really encountered the same situation. How could they put him, her, in a difficult position if they loved him, her, deeply, since he, her, didn't put him, her, in a difficult position, then they could only pay the price by suffering alone. Perhaps Wu Qianqian and herself were blissful on this point. Because this was a society where men and women were unequal after all. Years of war, the huge disparity in the ratio of men and women created this inequality. Fortunately, with this inequality, she didn't have to live a miserable life and die alone, but, if there came a day when this situation improved and the ratio of men and women returned to normal, what would happen? When that time came, wouldn't there be even more crazy men and resentful women? But with the current situation, would there be fewer crazy men and resentful women? This was a heavy topic that no one in the world could truly explain and solve since ancient times. It was love. Perhaps in the future, many years in the future, it would still be an unsolvable problem. Tai Budian shook her head and smiled bitterly. She stopped herself from letting her imagination run wild. Because no matter what, there was absolutely no standard answer to this question. What was right and proper in one's heart might not be so in the eyes of others. Who could say for sure? The four of them strolled slowly on that winding path. They didn't use any cultivation to speed up, just like ordinary people, taking a stroll after dinner. They walked like this for a long time. The story of the red-robed man Lai Hua made the four of them feel very depressed and very heavy. But it also seemed to have unraveled something. Is he really called Lai Hua? Mo Qinggu asked thoughtfully. Silly. Chuyang rubbed Mo Qinggu's hair lovingly. The name Yu Xiaoxiao, may be his real name, but Lai Hua or whatever, is definitely a fake name. Wu Qianqian sighed softly and said, he's only saying that in his entire life, from the beginning to the end, it was the feeling of placing his own body on top of a raging fire. That's why he wore red clothes and was named Lai Hua. That's a painful memory that can never be erased. Could it be that Yu Xiaoxiao, whom he loved deeply, really believed that he only had feelings for her as a brother? And then didn't care about it anymore? Lying to others and herself? Mo Qinggu frowned, somewhat indignant. This woman is too heartless. Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. Silly sister, if you had a fiancé when you were young, and he still loved you deeply, but when you grew up and liked Chuyang, at this time, your fiancé said that he had always treated you as a sister. Even if you knew that this was a lie, would you expose it? Would you give up Chuyang and be with him because of his thoughtfulness, because he had always been giving up without any complaints? Mo Qinggu shook her head resolutely. Of course not. She suddenly realized. Then it's settled. People have the same heart, the same reason, everything is like this. Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. Since you can't give him what he wants, then what can you give him? If you really expose this warm lie, you will face an embarrassing situation where both sides want to die. Or we will no longer be friends, but enemies. Pretending to be confused at this time is the most appropriate choice. Even if outsiders think that you are heartless, you can only do so. That's because this is the best way to understand each other. It's also the best way to protect and respect each other. The other party has already done too much for you. So, what's a little bit of grievance to you if you bear the infamy of being heartless? Wu Qianqian heaved a long sigh. Although it is so bitter. The most difficult thing in the world is this kind of love that you have to let go of but can't bear to. Chuyang sighed deeply. I'm only worried about whether Qingwu will be hurt in this illusory array. As for whether she will succeed or not, that's secondary. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian didn't know this in the end. That's because they couldn't have imagined that Mo Qingwu possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes. Moreover, these memories were the complete opposite of each other. The past and present lives were nothing more than a test for them. However, they would never forget that they were living in this life. But Mo Qingwu was fundamentally different. Her original heart was already confused. Her thoughts were already in chaos. How could she maintain her clarity? Mo Qingwu only felt her vision spinning. Then, it was chaos again. When she opened her eyes again, she found that her body had become smaller. She became an 8-year-old girl again. She was infinitely happy and loved by her clan. She was gifted and had 3 een. Everyone in her clan looked at her as if they were looking at the future supreme martial artist. She was infinitely glorious. She was really loved by everyone. Then, she sneaked out for fun and was plotted against by someone. Only when she returned home did she find out that her 3 een meridian was destroyed. Then, she immediately became a piece of trash that no one cared about. The huge contrast made the little girl, who had always been ignorant of the world, suddenly collapse. From a place of infinite light, she suddenly fell into endless darkness. She grew to the age of 17 or 18 without her family's concern. Then, her family suddenly announced that she was going to marry a notorious licentious person, so, Mo Qingwu ran away from home in anger. Finally, she escaped to a place to live in seclusion. Although this place was remote and unwilling, it was a place that her second brother found for her. It was a purple bamboo forest with purple bamboos. Suddenly, one day, a man came here. His name was Zhu Yang. Mo Qingwu clearly felt that she was going through the miserable experiences of her previous life. And she was going through them once again. Her soul was broken, and her spirit was broken. That time, she watched Zhu Yang leave resolutely. She begged him bitterly, but he was indifferent. That time, she said to him, "If you want to practice your sword, practice with me. Use my heart, use my feelings. Practice your sword." That time, finally, she was ambushed. She was fatally injured. Her life was in danger. That sword came from the sky. How would she feel when she lay in that familiar embrace again? In the last moments of her life, she was lying in the arms of the person she loved the most. And this heartless person had never promised her anything. She looked at his tearful face, crying like a child. Under such circumstances, the dying man felt a trace of joy and happiness in his heart. "So, you are finally willing to shed tears for me. You love me after all," a voice rang out faintly. "Mo Qingwu, did you see that?" Mo Qingwu said in a low voice, "I saw it. It's this man who ruined your life. If it wasn't for this man, you would still be living a peaceful life. It's his appearance that broke your heart, shattered your soul, made your love life difficult, broke your heart and soul, and made it impossible for you to have a good ending. Do you hate him?" Did she hate him? Faced with this question, Mo Qingwu blankly looked at the picture. She had begged time and time again, and she had sacrificed time and time again without any complaints or regrets. But, she had only been ruthlessly left time and time again. Hate? "I hate him." Mo Qingwu bit her lip, immersed in the negative emotions of being abandoned, and finally said in a low voice, "Such a person deserves revenge." That voice was tempting her. Mo Qingwu said in a daze, "Yes. You gave your body, your heart, and your love, but all these can't compare to that cold sword of his." That voice said, Aren't you much better looking than a sword?" Mo Qingwu only felt a fire burning in her heart, and she couldn't control herself anymore. "Think about it. How should you take revenge on him?" That voice was full of bewitchment. "Killing him with one strike is really letting him off too easily, yes. Killing him with one strike is letting him off too easily." Mo Qingwu murmured. "Then how should I take revenge?" That voice said. "How should I take revenge on him?" Mo Qingwu said unconsciously. She stood there in a daze, and suddenly thought of this life. Zhu Yang cherished her so much. He played with her, and thought of everything for her. Everything was because he worked hard for her. Why did he do it? Iron Cloud was full of beauties, but Zhu Yang would rather cover himself with a ferocious mask. Wu Qianqian was deeply in love with him. and remained faithful to him until death. But Chu Yang, who was still weak, resolutely broke into the lower three heavens for her. Butterfly not, dreaming of a gentle dance saber, in a misty place, Mo Qinggu seemed to hear Gmo tell her a poem that Chu Yang softly recited when she left the lower three heavens. The autumn wind is gentle, the autumn water is cold, and the sorrow of separation is sad. In this life, only Qinggu is silent, and I will break through the heavens for you. In this life, only Qinggu is silent, and I will break through the heavens for you, brother Chu Yang, although in the end, you still accepted Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian because you were deeply in love with them. I can understand you. You betrayed me in your previous life, and you can't bear the same debt in this life. That way, you won't be able to repay it in all your lifetimes. I can always feel your love for me. Mo Qingwu's face darkened, and she frowned. The best and most perfect revenge is, of course, to make him fall in love me until the seas run dry, and then marry him, and torture him for the rest of his life. That voice obviously didn't expect to get such an answer. It was very surprised for a moment. She was hurt so badly, and she still wanted to marry him. Mo Qinggu smiled softly and said, I'm not surprised that you can create my past life's experiences. But you think that because I have the memories of both my past and present life, and because it is difficult to merge them, I will be easily manipulated by you, and become your puppet. You are gravely mistaken. Why? That voice asked strangely. You didn't notice, when I was on the verge of death in my past life, he rushed over, and I was so satisfied. Mo Qinggu smiled affectionately. Love is a sacrifice, and sacrifice is a sacrifice without complaint or regret. When I saw him rush over heartbroken, and cry for me, at that time, I had already completely forgiven him. You don't understand. At that time, although I was on the verge of death, I was actually the happiest. That's why I said, Chu Yang, if there is a next life, I hope you will look at me more. I am prettier than the sword. Mo Qinggu smiled miserably. My wish is for him to look at me more. I didn't ask him not to look at his sword. There is no conflict between me and the sword, so you actually didn't know? That voice was speechless. And from that moment on, the Mo Qinggu of my past life was already dead. Mo Qinggu's eyes became brighter and brighter. What belongs to me now is the Mo Qinggu of this life, and only the Mo Qinggu of this life. Why would I reject the happiness of this life for the regret of my past life? Mo Qinggu smiled faintly. Then you are underestimating me, Mo Qinggu, and the infatuation of all the women in the world. Mo Qinggu smiled and said, I guess, the person who set up this hurdle must be a man. And only a man would think this way, and completely not understand what a woman's love is like. At this point, that voice was completely speechless. Perhaps the focus of their worries was different, but not only Chu Yang, even the person who set up these three hurdles in the first place also thought that this third hurdle was the most crucial of the three hurdles, and also the most dangerous one that was highly likely to be impossible to pass. A single mistake would not only cause the entire game to be lost, but it would also cause everyone to perish here. However, no one would have thought that this hurdle would be so easy for Mo Qinggu, and she would be able to walk through it with such ease. There was only one reason for this, and that was as Mo Qinggu said, they didn't understand women, whether it was the person who set up the hurdles or Chu Yang, they didn't really understand women. In the imagination of Chu Yang and that voice, Mo Qinggu's past life was filled with countless negative emotions such as desolation, despair, unwillingness, and so on. It was hard to imagine that Mo Qinggu actually left contentedly and without resentment. The most crucial and most dangerous point of this hurdle, the entry point of the illusory array, was actually completely ineffective to Mo Qinggu. She passed through the seemingly deadly array even more easily than the previous two hurdles. It's just that I still have a lot of feelings for this hurdle, and I'm even full of gratitude, because this hurdle made me think through a lot. Mo Qinggu looked up, her small face glistening, and said softly, the Mo Qinggu of the past life is already a thing of the past. Just like the Chu Yang of the past life, it's impossible for him to become the Chu Yang of this life. So, sometimes I get caught up in the tangled nature of my past life and this life, going back and forth. Not only is it a pressure for me, it's also a great pressure for Chu Yang, and it's also a kind of great injustice. I can't always show the look of a resentful woman in this life just because of a little regret in my past life. It's not beneficial to myself, it's harmful to others, it's harmful to others, it's harmful to others and myself, why bother? Mo Qinggu said proudly, if I let my personality continue to be divided, in the long run, my happiness in this life will also be affected by my past life. That's undoubtedly the most stupid and lamentable result. For a woman, there's nothing more important than the happiness in front of her at this moment. So, I'm sincerely grateful to this illusory array. It made me understand everything, and I understand the importance of cherishing what I have in front of me. So, I've decided, after this illusory array, I'll let the Mo Qinggu of the past life completely hide. Mo Qinggu said resolutely, from now on, only the carefree Mo Qinggu will appear, the carefree little girl who's happy every day, and not the Mo Qinggu who's always full of resentment and sadness. Thank you. Mo Qinggu bowed solemnly in the direction of the voice. And that voice had completely lost its ability to speak. Mo Qinggu looked at the scene in front of her, cherishing every detail of her previous life. Slowly, a smile appeared on her face as she murmured, actually. Qinggu from the previous life, you are you. And I am me. Your life is tragic, but mine is blissful. Please, don't come and destroy my happiness, or rather, don't destroy the happiness that you once dreamed of. Because, we got it, didn't we? He still has the calamity sword in this life, but when he's with me, he looks at me more than the calamity sword. Your wish has already been fulfilled, hasn't it? I'm going to marry him very soon. If you like, we can be together, because you are me. But I'm still me. I'll bring your hopes and wishes with me to marry him. And I won't accept you appearing with resentment again. Please forgive my selfishness, because I really don't want to torture him anymore. Really, he's already compensated Mo Qinggu too much, Mo Qinggu murmured softly, as if talking to herself, but also as if talking to someone else. How did this happen? At a place far, 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 far away. A young man in white opened his eyes wide. He looked at the scene of the past life and present life. His face was full of disbelief, confusion, and doubt. He said gloomily, I originally wanted to watch a good show. Why didn't we follow the script? Preposterous. How preposterous. What about the rest of the script? What to do? Beside him, a peerless beauty laughed heartily. I already said that you don't understand women, but you're still not convinced. Now you know that you're not omnipotent, right? We made a bet. But you lost, so you have to accept your loss. The white-robed youth seemed to be angry out of humiliation. How did I lose? That Mo Qinggu clearly didn't play her cards according to logic. How did I lose? A cold-faced girl beside him laughed mockingly. Winning is winning, losing is losing. There's no excuse for gambling. Could it be that the famous evil monarch? Now, you actually know how to act shamelessly? The white-clothed youth said angrily, but if I lose like this, won't I lose my greatest joy? It's not like you don't know that my biggest wish is to let Big Sister May return to her original form, to rub her little butt for fun. It wasn't easy to get her to bet with me, but she actually lost. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Before he could finish his words, the beauty beside him had already chased after him furiously. A certain white-clothed youth covered his head and scurried away like a rat due to a moment of shame and anger. As he dodged, he said, Spare me, spare me. This level isn't over yet. It's better to watch carefully. What if there's a big reversal? What great reversal? There's no suspense at all. That peerless beauty curled her lips and said, that Chu Yang is a man of emotions. He will absolutely not make a mistake. The white-clothed youth rolled his eyes and said, Not necessarily. You may not necessarily lose if you bet. Do you want to make another bet? The two girls asked at the same time, What are we betting on? The white-clothed youth smiled slyly and said, Let's bet on whether he can pass or not. I bet that Chu Yang can pass. The two girls stared at him with disdain and snorted at the same time. You really know how to take advantage of others. Such a sure-win bet, and you still have the nerve to suggest it. But don't you think that others are too stupid? Who would bet with you? The white-clothed youth laughed loudly. That peerless beauty pondered for a while and said, Xianxia, after Chu Yang passes this time, I'm afraid that he will really walk on the same path as you. The white-clothed youth nodded and said, Yes. This is a great thing. In this world, there are only the few of us. It's really too lonely. The peerless beauty said, you mean, he can reach your level? Her voice revealed a lot of uncertainty. The white-clothed youth pondered and said, this is really hard to say. This little guy. Apart from the beginning, he still followed the rules. Later on, he started to mess around. Maybe, he won't be like me. Instead, he will walk on his own path. The current test. It's basically the last test that I set up. I'm afraid that I won't be able to use it in the future. Because he has already gradually surpassed that level. After breaking through this test, he will be free from the constraints of anyone and any external force. He will start to walk on his own path openly. The white-clothed youth's eyes were full of interest. As for his own path, how far he can go, what realm, and what level he can reach before he can join us. This is an unknown. Now, Xianxia is already in existence that is beyond the estimation of the heavenly Tao. The three words unknown made the white-clothed beauty ask in astonishment. Yes. The white-clothed youth nodded deeply. It's not just him. Even the people around him have also escaped the control of the heavenly Tao because of this. Because, the tribulation is the same. Now, although they have already surpassed the predestined path set by the heavenly Tao, because of the long-term tacit understanding, the feelings between them are inseparable. So as long as one of them reaches it, the others will catch up one by one like there's a string pulling them. Sigh. He sighed softly and said, Old Black must be very happy now. Because suddenly, there will be more than 10 opponents. They will definitely fight to their heart's content. The white-clothed beauty rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, Is Old Black the only one who is happy? The white-clothed youth smiled obsequiously and said, Actually. I'm already very satisfied with you guys. I don't want anything else. Hee hee. Really? You guys must believe what I said, right? The two beauties spat at the same time and said in unison, I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in this world than believe your broken mouth. Your credibility has long been broken, the white-clothed youth said exaggeratedly, Am I really so untrustworthy? In the distance, another white-clothed beauty rushed over and threw herself into his arms with a smile. You are so shameless and untrustworthy, but I just like it, hee hee, the two beauties next to her sighed at the same time. Xiao. Why can't you grow up? People at least know how to turn back after hitting a wall. You say how many times you've hit the wall. The white-clothed youth laughed complacently and suddenly said very seriously, Old Black is here to make trouble again. Let's hurry up and leave. As he said, his eyes turned and muttered, There are so many more opponents. I can't let Old Black take the initiative. I'll increase some hatred first. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the beauties disappeared at the same time. A few shy and embarrassed voices came, Nonsense. Old Black didn't come at all. Let go of me. You indecent pervert. The starry dreamlike space gradually dissipated and returned to reality. Mo Qingwu stood there in her red clothes. The starry door had disappeared at this moment. The third level, broken, although he saw that Qingwu returned safely, Xianxia was still a little worried and called out, Qingwu? Mo Qingwu woke up from a dream and turned around. She cheered, Brother Xianxia. Suddenly, she jumped into Xianxia's arms happily like a swallow in the forest. Then, she whispered in Xianxia's ear, Elder Brother Xianxia. I miss you so much. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia's heart moved and he suddenly hugged her in ecstasy. Qingwu, you finally broke through, Mo Qingwu nodded delicately. Her face was full of playfulness and joy. Xianxia cheered. He held Mo Qingwu in his arms, and started to spin around without restraint. He was obviously very happy in his heart. Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian really didn't understand. Xianxia said that he finally broke through. Was there a need to be so ecstatic? Such vicissitudes? Such apprehension? The two of them didn't know that when Xianxia said that he broke through, he didn't mean that he broke through the illusion of past and present life. Instead, he broke through the illusion of past and present life in the true sense. From now on, the two lives would have nothing to do with each other and there would be no more barriers. Mo Qingwu crawled on Xianxia like an octopus. She said coquettishly, Xianxia, you've already repaid everything from your past life. you don't have to bear it anymore. Your last tears satisfied me from my past life. I've let it go, so you should let it go too. If you continue to feel guilty in this life, it's unfair to us." Chu Yang was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Yes, the past and present life were fundamentally different. If he continued to bear it, it would be unfair to everyone. This hurdle was not only the hurdle of Mo Qingwu's past and present life, but also his own past and present life. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed with emotions. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Mo Qingwu, who was leaning on his shoulder, suddenly blushed, turning into the color of her own clothes. She whispered shyly in Chu Yang's ear, "Brother Chu Yang. When we get out of here, you can eat me." After saying that, she buried her face in Chu Yang's chest and said vaguely, "Brother Chu Yang. Qingwu is yours." Chu Yang, who had let go of all the knots in his heart, shouted excitedly. Almost at the same time, he felt that he had a reaction, a very big reaction. Mo Qingwu, who had almost no gap between them, immediately sensed a certain someone's bad change. She stretched out her slender hand and pinched Chu Yang's waist. She said shyly, "Brother Chu Yang is so naughty." Chu Yang mischievously smiled. Then, he impudently sucked Mo Qingwu's delicate earlobe with his lips. He then murmured vaguely, "Okay. I will chew and swallow slowly. I will eat inch by inch carefully, until even the bones are not left behind. I have missed you so much." At this moment, Chu Yang had an urge to cry from happiness. He truly felt that the past and present life were clearly separated. You are you, the Chu Yang of the past life. I am me, the minister of this life. Mo Qingwu's entire body was on fire. She punched him twice on the back and said, "Bad guy." Her entire body went soft. Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian looked at the two of them in astonishment. They could faintly feel that there was something else going on. Although they didn't understand, they saw how relaxed the two of them were. That was an unprecedented attitude, they couldn't help but feel happy for them. Wu Qianxian said sourly, "All right, let's stop being so lovey-dovey. Since we've broken through, let's hurry over. Let's see what's going on. As for being intimate, Sister Tian Tian and I will make room for the two of you when we're out of the lake of despair." Mo Qingwu was embarrassed. She jumped down from Chu Yang's body and onto Wu Qianxian. She acted coquettishly. Everyone laughed loudly. Finally, the four of them entered the place after the starlight disappeared completely. Mo Qingwu held on to Tai Butian's left hand and Wu Qianxian's right hand. They walked forward happily, talking as they walked. Chu Yang smiled and followed at the side. However, at this moment, another change occurred. Chu Yang's heart was suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of danger. He shouted, "Get out of the way." But his warning came too late. A spot of light appeared in the void in front of them without any warning. The light split into three and flashed past rapidly. It was an extreme speed that could almost be traced back to ancient times. In an instant, it reached the chests of Mo Qingwu, Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian. Their hearts, the light gradually faded and revealed their original form. They were three swords, but how could there be such fast swords in the world? Even if the Calamity Sword was fully activated and used to massacre the world, which was known for its speed, it couldn't match the speed of these three swords. They had just appeared. In the next moment, they had already reached the heart. Chu Yang didn't think much at all. It was a completely instinctive reaction. His body fell horizontally. In the nick of time, he stood horizontally in front of the three ladies. The Heaven Tribulation divine technique was unleashed to its limit at this moment. Poof. Poof. Poof, three swords. Without exception, all of them stabbed deeply into Chu Yang's body. The left sword stabbed deeply into Chu Yang's forehead. The right sword stabbed deeply into Chu Yang's heart. The sword stabbed deeply into Chu Yang's dantian from the right. Amidst the anxious and sorrowful cries of the three women, Chu Yang's body made a plop sound. He fell heavily to the ground and breathed out weakly, heaving a sigh of relief. It was as if he was truly gratified and relieved that he was able to successfully protect the three girls at that moment. Chu Yang, the three women screamed at the top of their lungs at the same time. In an instant, they felt as if the world had lost all color in front of them, without the person he loved. So what if he had the entire world? Looking at the three swords on Chu Yang's body, only the hilts remained. At the same time, the three women felt that their hearts were being shattered into pieces inch by inch at this moment. He had just passed, and he had just had the time to rejoice, but suddenly, such a tragic turn of events occurred. For a moment, the three women's bodies were on the verge of collapse, their mouths wide open. But he couldn't make a sound. Xianxia chuckled mischievously. Even though the extreme pain was invading every nerve in his body, he still forced himself to reveal a smile. Then, he said softly, "In this world, as long as I'm alive, no one can hurt you. I'm very gratified that I did it." Xianxia didn't know why, but his heart suddenly felt extremely relaxed. "Don't speak." Mo Qingguo, Tai Budian, and Wu Qianqian burst into tears. They stood in front of Xianxia, trembling all over. Looking at the three swords that were deeply embedded in Xianxia's body, they wanted to move but didn't dare to. Every sword was inserted deeply into the ground, leaving only the hilt outside. If it was just a simple injury, no matter how serious the injury was, there was nothing that heavy pills couldn't heal. More importantly, the three swords were at the vital points, one on the forehead, one on the heart, one on the dantian. Each was the most fatal point. If he didn't move recklessly, Xianxia might be able to prolong his life for a moment. If he moved recklessly, he would be finished on the spot. The three women felt as if the world had turned dark and there was no more light. Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian suddenly felt infinite regret in their hearts. Just now, they were still vaguely jealous, feeling that Xianxia didn't treat them as well as Mo Qingguo. But now, he fell in front of them just like that for them. This fall without time to think was enough to prove too much. If he only cared about Mo Qingguo, or if Mo Qingguo was the most important in his heart, then his subconscious action should be to step forward bravely, with his whole body in front of Mo Qingguo and his two arms in front of himself. The arms and the body were different. However, in the moment when he didn't have time to think, Xianxia thought of how to protect the three of them at the same time. The only solution was to turn his body horizontally and use his body to block the fatal injuries of the three women. At that moment, there was no hesitation at all. The two women felt despair and regret at the same time. A kind of heart-shattering guilt rose spontaneously. "I shouldn't have doubted you. I shouldn't have been jealous." The three women looked at the satisfied smile on Xianxia's face and suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. Seeing Xianxia's breathing gradually weaken, the three women only felt that their souls were also gradually leaving their bodies. "If you are here, I will accompany you to the ends of the world. If you don't leave me, I will follow you in life and death. If you go, I will accompany you to the netherworld. If you are a lonely soul, I will follow you. If your soul is scattered, I will be destroyed." Mo Qingguo slowly drew out the Qingwu dream saber and looked at Xianxia affectionately. There was endless infatuation in the depths of her eyes. "Xianxia, the moment you take your last breath, I will cut my own throat with my saber. I will walk with you to the fountain, so that we won't be separated and have to search for each other." Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian also made the same choice at the same time. "Xianxia is dead, there is no point in me living anymore. Since this is the case, why don't we go together? We are not fated in this life. I pray that we can be husband and wife again in the next life, together for a lifetime, after a long, long time, eh?" Mo Qingwu's eyes were still sparkling with tears, but she exclaimed in great surprise, "Why, is it like this?" Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian turned to look at her at the same time. At the same time, they also exclaimed in surprise, "Eh?" Because, the three women discovered at the same time that the three swords were stabbed in at the same time and were stabbed very deeply. Not even the slightest trace of blood seeped out from the wounds. Although Xianxia's breath was gradually weakening, why wasn't he vomiting blood? After suffering such a serious injury, shouldn't it be reasonable for him to vomit a few dozen tails of blood? And this didn't seem to be the most bizarre thing. The most bizarre thing was, Xianxia's body fell to the ground, and the three swords were all stabbed into his body. Only the sword hilts were left at the wound, but on the other side of his body, there was no sword tip piercing through. "What's going on, what's going on?" Xianxia, who was lying on the ground and waiting for death, only felt that his body didn't hurt anymore. For a moment, he was a little surprised. He blinked and said, "What's going on? Why am I not dead yet? Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Is it because it's too painful and numb, or is it the final radiance of the setting sun? I'm also afraid of death." Don't play with me anymore, give me a quick death. You. The more Chu Yang spoke, the angrier he became. He didn't show any signs of injury. The three women couldn't help but feel angry. Mo Qingwu cautiously tried to touch the sword hilts on Chu Yang's forehead with her hand. Puff, with a soft sound, the sword hilt, which was in a crucial position, turned into air and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang's forehead was unscathed. It didn't even seem to have a red mark. Wah wah wah. Mo Qingwu cried out excitedly with tears in her eyes. She cried while crying. Wu Qianxian and Tai Butian were also like this. They didn't have any grace or bearing to speak of. Only now did they feel their hearts beating wildly. They were as nervous as a drum. Wu Qianxian and Tai Butian reached for the other two sword hilts almost at the same time. As expected, the other two sword hilts also turned into air with two puff sounds. They also dissipated between heaven and earth. The three women felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. They didn't try to avoid anything. They anxiously tore apart Chu Yang's clothes. Sure enough, there was a smooth skin on the sword wound. There wasn't even a trace of blood. The three women covered their mouths at the same time and started to cry. Fear, ecstasy, happiness, excitement, all kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts at this moment. Of course, happiness and excitement had gained the upper hand this time. They had almost collapsed in grief a moment ago. But now, they were ecstatic to the point of collapse. They spoke incoherently, and danced with joy. You didn't die. Boo-hoo. That's great. You didn't die. Thank God. The three women were sobbing. They were ecstatic as tears flowed down their cheeks. Chu Yang blinked. He pretended to be strained, and said, "What? What's wrong?" The three women threw themselves on his body, and wailed, "You scared me to death just now." Chu Yang opened his eyes. He was at a loss. He didn't feel any pain in his body at this time. He said in bewilderment, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the sky. It was a wretched laugh full of schadenfreude, a mischievous prank, and a very smug satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. You've finally been fooled. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so pleased with itself that it seemed to be filled with the taste of a beating. Humph humph, how can the trap I set be so easy to escape from? Ha 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 ha. I love to see other people's stunned expressions. Ha 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 ha. The image of a young man in white gradually appeared in the air. He held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. I love pranks the most. Ha 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 ha. Every time a prank succeeds, it makes me feel good all over. I can laugh for a long time. Ha ha ha. This young man in white was very handsome and belonged to the type that was pleasing to the eye no matter how one looked at him. But apart from that, he was also the type that felt evil no matter how one looked at him. In any case, it was a kind of indescribable evil. It was evil, a very pure evil. It was definitely not the kind of evil that was lustful or unorthodox. Instead, it was a kind of evil that was full of stubbornness. If you don't want me to do something, I will do it. Chu Yang looked at this guy who suddenly appeared in a daze. You, how is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? The young man in white continued to laugh, rubbing his belly with his hand. Wahahaha. Silly. You have been fooled. You and your wife have been fooled by me. Roar, Mo Qingwu and the other two glared at this guy at the same time. Their gazes were as sharp as swords, piercing the young man in white in the sky until he was full of holes. If their gazes really had killing power. This bastard, he almost scared people to death and yet he was still so excited. He really deserved a beating. Who are you? Mo Qingwu was really angry. She shouted on the spot, come down if you have the guts. I'm not going down. I'm not going down. The young man in white smiled. If you have the guts, ask your husband to come and beat me. Chu Yang had already stood up with Tai Butian's help. He carefully checked his body. There was indeed no injury at all. After being stunned for a long time, he finally flew into a rage. Bastard! Is this very fun? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. The young man in white smiled. I'm just teasing you. What can you do? Bite me? His body slowly turned into nothingness. He laughed and said, I'll wait for you in front of your path. If you have the guts, come and fight with me. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, I'll tease you again and again. It's really too fun. I haven't had so much fun in so long. Ha ha ha. His voice was still echoing. But the figure of the young man in white had completely disappeared. Bastard! 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 Mo Qinggu waved her fists. She was so angry that she couldn't even speak. But that person had already disappeared without a trace. Even if she wanted to vent her anger, she had nowhere to vent it. She shook Chu Yang's arm and said, Chu Yang, promise me, you must find this guy. Give him a good beating. Help us vent our anger. That's right, I was scared to death just now. I'm so pissed off. Even Tai Budian, who had always been well-mannered, had an angry look on her face. Chu Yang snorted and said in an unyielding manner, Don't worry. I'll beat him up so badly that even his wife won't recognize him. His heart was beating like a drum. This guy. I know him. This guy was the one who created Calamity Sword, or the one who created Calamity Space. He was most likely the pinnacle master of the universe. Let me hit him, this idea can be. But, the real problem is. When would he be able to defeat him? It was a good idea to torture others. But when would he have the ability to oppress others? This was a question worth pondering, but no matter what, he had to hit him, especially that hateful smiling face of his. If he didn't slap it until it was purple and red, and the petals were scattered everywhere, and the golden light was dazzling, he wouldn't stop. Not only did he let his wives down, but he also let himself down. After experiencing this sudden life and death experience without any warning, it was a completely real life and death experience. After experiencing death and being reborn, he was able to feel the pain of death. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the invisible barrier that was originally at the peak of the saint level. Now, it had become mottled and broken. It was like a piece of bulletproof glass that had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. Although it was still barely formed and maintained its original shape, and hadn't been completely shattered into pieces, the cracks on it were already like a spider web. He only needed to exert the right amount of force, and he could easily break through. Chu Yang took a deep breath and finally decided not to break through here. It wouldn't be too late to break through after he got out. It was just that. Was it really just because he had experienced life and death that he had gained such a huge improvement in such an inexplicable manner? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. Then, he got a very definite answer. No, at least not completely. Chu Yang could feel that the three stages that Mo Qinggu and the other two had broken through were the ones that were truly significant to him, even crucial, in a very, 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 very distant space-time. The young man in white snapped his fingers. The enmity has been successfully implanted. The degree is indelible. Old Black, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for you to snatch opponents from me in the future. I believe you won't copy my tricks with low-level pirated copies. Wahahaha. After this very discordant little episode, the intimacy between the four of them had obviously increased again, and it was a huge increase in all aspects. Especially between Mo Qinggu, Wu Qianxian, and Tai Budian. Everyone could even disregard their lives for the same man. And this man could even disregard his life for the three of them. If they were to compete with each other out of jealousy, then it would really be meaningless. A wide shining road appeared in front of them. The three of them walked up side by side. This road was filled with a quiet and auspicious atmosphere. Walking up, one could feel peace and tranquility in one's heart. When they walked on this road, the three of them had a feeling at the same time. This road seemed to lead to happiness. A palace suddenly appeared in front of them. Illusory and ethereal. 3 words were inlaid at the entrance of the palace, but also seemed to be suspended in midair. Hall of Hearts. Chu Yang and the three of them found themselves standing at the entrance of a palace for no reason. The door of the palace was wide open, and there seemed to be no one inside. It was just a spacious hall. Chu Yang walked in very calmly. When he walked in, he could feel that Mo Qinggu, Zi Xiqing, Tai Budian, Wu Qianxian, Gu Duxing, and the other brothers were beside him. Everyone accompanied him, talking and laughing as they walked in together. Chu Yang's heart was filled with joy, serenity, and peace, without any negative emotions. He walked in contentedly and blissfully. There was only one thought in his heart, and it was infinitely fulfilling. He didn't think that this was also a test. This was just an ordinary spacious hall, with nothing inside. It was just a path that one had to pass through. Chu Yang, Tai Budian, Mo Qinggu, and Wu Qianqian actually didn't realize that although the four of them had entered the Hall of Hearts at the same time, and were originally very close to each other, but the moment they entered, they actually all separated. They separated very naturally, and each of them went their own way, each of them going their own way. They didn't help each other, nor did they overlap. But everyone could feel that they were beside each other. As Mo Qinggu walked forward, she could clearly feel that she had Chu Yang, Tai Budian, Wu Qianqian, Xianxia, Mo Tianji, all the people close to her were all there, complete and perfect. She also walked forward slowly and happily. Since she had already let go of that obsession, then she should enjoy her own happy life to the fullest. There were still so many people she loved and cared about, accompanying her. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian also walked over, and they were similarly comfortable and happy. All the knots in their hearts had already been untied. Everything that could possibly lead to conflict, was no longer a problem. At this point in life, there was only a bright and smooth path forward, without any obstacles. Other than accompanying Chu Yang all the way forward, there was nothing else in their hearts, and what they didn't know was that at the moment they walked out of this Hall of Hearts, at the moment when their bodies were surrounded by a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, Xianxia, who was far away in the heavenly imperial court, suddenly let out a long and inexplicable sigh of relief. It was as if something that was difficult to solve had suddenly been solved, or could no longer be a problem. The relaxation and joy in her heart at this moment made Xianxia very surprised. For a moment, she completely didn't know what had happened. When the four of them walked out of the palace, they still walked out side by side. None of them realized that they were actually separated in this palace. No one realized this, and they just walked out side by side as if it was very normal. There was nothing unusual. In fact, Mo Qinggu even felt a little strange. What's going on with this strange palace? Why is it so normal to walk over, and there's no scenery at all? It's too. In the end, she actually couldn't think of a very suitable adjective for a moment, and could only attribute it to that. Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian were also very confused at this moment. These two women's thoughts were extremely meticulous, almost no less than Chu Yang's. They didn't believe that after the previous 3 extremely difficult tests, there would actually be such a completely normal empty palace. In fact, before they entered the palace, they had already taken many precautions to guard against the appearance of variables. However, after they entered the palace, there was not the slightest bit of abnormality. Moreover, they quickly entered a state of extreme ease, extreme peace, extreme joy, and extreme bliss. Only after they safely passed through the palace did the two women wake up once again. While they were filled with joy, they were not without some lingering fear. During that period of blank time just now, if any unforeseen event occurred, they would probably only be able to wait for death. How could Chu Yang not understand the danger? His heart stirred, and he carefully checked his cultivation and divine sense cultivation to see if anything strange had happened. Who knew that with one look, he was actually shocked. It wasn't to say that he had really been plotted against, and his cultivation and divine sense had been damaged. The situation was the exact opposite. His cultivation had actually soared by a large margin from what he had just checked. And his own divine sense had also abruptly improved by a large margin. And his original somewhat regretful nature, and even, the faint guilt towards Mo Qinggu, and the faint guilt towards Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian that was hidden in the bottom of his heart had all disappeared without a trace. The man in white said lightly, "I'm just an idle person who is far away from the troubles of the world. What's there to be envious of? I'm afraid you don't mean what you say." After saying this, he finally looked back. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. This person's eyes were very sharp. At a glance, it was like 2 long swords piercing through the air. When he looked at him, Chu Yang felt that he was still a person standing in the clouds, wielding his sword. That kind of elegance and confidence could no longer be described with words. Although the white-robed man didn't do anything else, just a glance was enough for Lin Yun to know what was going on. This person's wind god aura and every move of his seemed to have reached a marvelous level that was completely natural. It was truly admirable. Chu Yang's expression was unchanged, but his heart was full of praise. Such a person was definitely not a nobody. Who was this person? Chu Yang did not know that at this moment, in the eyes of the other party, he was also calm and composed. It was as if he was facing a vast ocean, unfathomable. It was also as if he was facing a towering mountain, majestic and dignified. Naturally, there was also a majestic atmosphere. This person's eyes finally showed some surprise. He said, "May I ask where you are from?" Chu Yang's heart moved. He said, "I'm from the heavenly level continent." Hearing the two words heavenly level continent, the eyes of the man in white quickly shrank. Then he smiled gently and said, "Little brother, the heavenly level continent. I'm afraid it can't give birth to someone like you." When he said this, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly shook. He grabbed it casually. As soon as he lifted it, the fishing line made whooshing sounds. Obviously, another big fish had taken the bait. His face immediately showed a kind of heartfelt joy. He concentrated on stretching the fishing rod and fishing line, fighting a battle of wits and strength with the fish in the lake. The fishing rod moved with the movement of the rod. Sometimes it advanced and sometimes it retreated. It was a cycle, with his cultivation, even if he did not use the fishing rod and fishing line. With just a casual move, even if there was a 10,000 catty fish in the lake, he would still be able to catch it. But he abandoned his cultivation and only used the strength and skills of an ordinary person. He competed with the fish in the lake. He did not know why. When Chu Yang saw him grab the fishing rod with his hand, he saw his elegant demeanor as if he was still sitting high up in the clouds. That imposing manner of looking down on the world with his sword, his heart inexplicably thought of two sentences. Stepping on the firmament, pointing my sword at Baiyundong. The fishing line whooshed and the fishing rod was bent into a bow. It seemed like it was going to bend even further. The direction of the white-robed man's fishing rod was following the struggling of the fish below. Moving from east to west, it was clear that there was still some suspense in this battle of life and death. Chu Yang slowly walked up the tree stump. He praised, "What a fat fish. Look at it, it must weigh at least 8.5 pounds. The man in white laughed out loud. His hands didn't stop moving, releasing and retracting from time to time, further exhausting the endurance of the hook. He smiled and said, "It's more or less the same. Don't look down on this 8 catty fish. It's very strong. If an ordinary person were to enter the water, he would probably be killed by this 8.5 catty fish." Chu Yang smacked his lips and said, "Are you serious? Is it really that powerful? That's the home ground of the fish. How powerful the fish in the water is not something you and I can predict." The man in white smiled. Chu Yang had eaten a lot of fish droplets, but he really never thought that fish could be that powerful. In his eyes, fish was just a kind of food. How could it suddenly turn into a murderer that could kill people in reverse? Chu Yang didn't believe in heresy. He permeated his spiritual power into the water, and followed the movements of the fish as it floated up and down. The final result made Chu Yang surprised. He said, "This fish can exert more than 50 kilograms of strength in the water. And this strength isn't even at its limit." According to this calculation, if an ordinary person with no cultivation and a weak physique fell into the lake, he would definitely be killed by this fish. Because the strength that a person exerted in the water was definitely much weaker than normal. In summary, this 8.5 catty fish really had the ability to kill people. This was a fact, not a joke. Scientific proof shows that the strength that a fish exerts in the water is more than 10 times the weight of the fish itself. This fish is also quite pitiful. It was not easy for it to grow so big, but in the end, it will inevitably be eaten. Mo Qingwu sighed softly as she looked at the golden carp still struggling in the water. Of course it is pitiful. The man in white looked at the water and said lightly, "But, natural selection, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, this is the truth. Since this fish took the bait today, then it is our harvest. There is no reason to let it go. Sometimes compassion is necessary, but sometimes compassion is not necessary and can be ignored." The man in white said, "Because we still have to live. Although anything can fill the stomach, the nutrients that fish can provide to the human body are far more than other foods. And most importantly, the fish is very delicious. He smiled lightly, my guests have come from afar. Today, I will treat you to fish. Xianxia smiled and said, are you going to personally cook? The man in white laughed and said, Chef Junyuan, I have a wife. This sentence made Mo Qingwu, Tai Budian and the others all pursed their lips and smiled. A very strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It was clearly the first time that they had met each other, and they had never seen each other before. They had not even introduced themselves, but when they spoke so warmly, they actually did not regard each other as outsiders at all. Moreover, they did not talk about anything of value. They were just chatting and did not say anything meaningful. In just a few words, they had already confirmed the matter of treating them to a meal. And at this time even the guests did not know who the host was, and the host did not know who the guests were. The origins, backgrounds, positions, motives, and so on of both parties were completely unknown. This was really, extremely strange, but all this happened naturally, logically, and appropriately, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. Xianxia had always been very vigilant. But when faced with this person, he found that he could not raise his vigilance at all. Just as the two of them were talking, the water surface kept splashing. That fish seemed to have finally exhausted all its strength and started to float on the water surface. The man in white did not bat an eyelid. He controlled the fishing rod and the fishing line unhurriedly, gradually retracting it. But he did not lift the fishing rod out of the water in one breath. Obviously, he was guarding against the hidden final counterattack of that big fish. Sure enough, he saw that the carp was no longer struggling. It quickly turned over and dived back into the water as if it had been helped by God. Then, it started to struggle again. According to Chu Yang's divine sense, this time's struggle was perhaps even more intense than the previous one. However, it couldn't escape the control of the fishing line no matter what. It was circling around the fishing line. In the end, that fish finally exhausted all its strength. It was so tired that it turned over and floated on the water surface, lifeless. The man in white laughed, but he still carefully retracted the fishing line bit by bit. It was not until the big fish was loosened into the fish basket that his expression relaxed, as if he had completed a grand task. Xianxia and the other three watched this scene with great interest. They all felt that it was a feast for their eyes. It was a worthwhile trip. Xianxia was delighted to see the prey. He felt his hands itch. He stepped forward and said, let me try. The man in white laughed and did not say much. He stepped aside. Xianxia sat on the stump and carefully hung the fish food. He shook the fishing rod and the bait followed the fishing line in a beautiful arc. It quietly fell into the water and the waves were slightly stirred. The man in white reminded him, well done. But you must retract your divine sense. Don't use it to probe. Using divine sense as a supplement will increase the chance of success, but it will lose the joy of unexpected surprises. It will also lose the freedom. Don't use your own cultivation. Complete the process of fishing with your physical strength. If there is a time when you really can't handle it, you can only use your cultivation to strengthen the fishing rod and line. Let me tell you, the best time of fishing is when the fish has just taken the bait. The fishing line whooshes and you suddenly feel a heavy weight in your hand. You feel the pull from below. The joy at that time is really incomparable. The man in white said with great enjoyment. Xianxia listened carefully and felt. His eyes were fixed on the fishing float on the water surface. He suddenly realized that the fishing float had sunk. He immediately lifted the fishing rod, but it was empty. Ha ha ha. Mo Qingwu and the others laughed. Too rushed again, too slow again, too slow again. The same thing happened again and again. The man in white seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He went forward to snatch the fishing rod and complained, brother, how are you fishing? You're purely here to feed the fish. I'm worried that if this goes on, you'll feed all the fish in this lake until they're full. When they're all full, how can any fish be willing to take the bait? Let me do it. Xianxia handed back the fishing rod, embarrassed. He said awkwardly, the fish in this lake must have been caught by you too many times. They've all learned. I'm just a beginner. Just passable, the man in white rolled his eyes. If you don't have the skills, don't blame the fish for being smart. Originally, when I saw your action of running the hook into the water, I thought you were a veteran. Turns out you're just like that. No matter how smart the fish are, they're definitely not as smart as humans. Other things aside, they don't even have the slightest bit of cultivation. Xianxia grimaced. Are you saying that I'm not even as smart as a fish? The truth was right in front of his eyes. Xianxia, who was speechless, was dumbfounded. Mo Qingwu and the other two girls laughed heartily. It was really rare to see a certain king of hell being ridiculed like this. This round of ridicule was truly incisive, and every sentence was a classic. Minister Chu's face was dull. He had a belly full of anger, but he couldn't vent it. Mo Qingwu and the other two girls laughed. They felt very good to see Xianxia finally suffer. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. When the fishing rod was in the hands of the man in white, it began to whiz again. It seemed that another big fish had taken the bait. The man in white looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes as he lifted the rod. He mocked, this time, it's all thanks to you. Although you couldn't catch the fish and were caught by the fish, you set up a good nest for me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to lure this big guy over. Catching this fish, at least half of the credit goes to you. Hearing this praise, Xianxia was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, F***ck. If you can talk less, you'll definitely catch more fish. The man in white said, I love to see people embarrassed. I haven't seen it in a long time. I'm so happy. Xianxia opened his mouth and said resentfully, it's really rare to see people like you. The man in white laughed and said, you're the same. As he spoke, another big fish was dragged in front of him. The white-robed man suddenly turned around, and a splashing sound was heard. The white-robed man only cared about ridiculing Xianxia, and also looked at Xianxia's expression with interest. In a moment of carelessness, the fishing line was broken by that big fish. The big fish shook its tail, shaking its head and tail. It dived into the lake confidently, like a general who had won a battle. It returned triumphantly. The man in white beat his chest and stamped his feet. What a pity, Xianxia finally found a chance to take revenge. He clicked his tongue and said, oh my, such a big fish, what a pity. Why did you let it escape? Was it you who caught the fish or was the fish playing with you? Oh my. The man in white looked at him speechlessly. He said, you don't have to be like this. Xianxia snorted and said, embarrassing, too embarrassing. This is purely a matter of IQ. Even the fish that is hooked can run away. Truly. Sigh, if I were to say that you're a good for nothing, I'd be a little embarrassed. If I were to say that you're stupid, I'd be somewhat unable to bear it. But if I were to say that you're stupid, I'd be unable to justify it. But if I were to say that you're conceited and deserved it, you'd definitely be angry. Look. You're really angry. How awkward. This is so awkward. Before he could finish his sentence, the man in white had already raised his pole and smashed it down. Xianxia dodged with a jump. But, he was still laughing heartily at Xianxia's misfortune. The man in white clenched his teeth. After a long while of resentment, he went back to his fishing line and started fishing again. He murmured, there are too many people in this world who rejoice in other people's misfortune. There are a total of 7 families living here, and their masters are all very good at it. Now, there's a newcomer, and he's actually the same. Sure enough, enemies are destined to meet. My path is not lonely. Just like that, 2 men and 3 women, the 5 experts swept through the sky with a wave of their hands. The 5 people who had joined hands to look down on the Heaven Imperial Court were actually fishing here. Moreover, they were fishing in high spirits, and the people who were watching them fishing were also in high spirits. It was clear that with a wave of his hand, he could make all the fish in the blue waves fly ashore, but he insisted on using the most primitive method to fish. From start to finish, no one asked for each other's names. The sky gradually darkened, and the white-robed man finally finished his work. When he lifted the fishing net, there was a clattering sound inside. Apart from some small fish that weighed a few kilograms, there were actually more than 10 big fish that weighed more than 5 kilograms. The results of the battle were very obvious. They were very, 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 very rich. This is enough for a meal. The white-robed man smiled cheerfully and released all the small fish back into the lake. He said, please, please come with me. Today's meal, we must have a good meal. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all these delicious big fish. Haha, my wife is a first-class culinary expert. Xianxia said cheerfully, I was just about to disturb you and taste the legendary first-class delicacies. When they heard about cooking, Mo Qinggu and Tai Butian's expressions turned awkward at the same time. The two women were clueless when it came to cooking. They knew how to cook well, but they didn't know anything about how to make it taste good. Only Wu Qianxian was quite delighted. Because Wu Qianxian was a culinary expert herself. Back then, in order to cook a delicious meal for someone, Wu Qianxian had put in a lot of hard work. As they walked into the manor, the white-robed man laughed softly and said, oh, I forgot. When a distinguished guest comes, we should find a few more to accompany the guest. In this case, I'm afraid these fish won't be enough. As he said that, he casually grabbed behind him and said apologetically, there are priorities. I can't talk about it today, so I can only be rude for once. Please don't blame me, please don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, the lake water splashed loudly, and more than 10 big fish that weighed more than 10 kilograms were caught out of the lake by him from hundreds of feet away. The fish were actually affected. They were still struggling and twisting in the air. The scene was extremely spectacular. However, this scene was nothing to Chu Yang and the others. The four of them could easily do this. Compared to catching fish of the same weight, it was much, much easier. It was a piece of cake. Then, the fishing net suddenly opened, and the big fish fell into the net. The white-robed man tightened the net and said, excuse me, please. Chu Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. How many guests does this guy intend to find? Looking at the situation, the weight of these fishes that were caught later. It seems that even if he invited another 50 people to eat together, they might not be able to finish it. Then, the white-robed man pursed his lips and shouted, those around, there are guests coming. Come and accompany them. If you miss it, you'll miss it. His voice was clear and melodious, but it wasn't harsh at all. It rushed up to the sky and exploded loudly. It actually spread far and wide. Instantly, voices came from other directions, and they were even more elegant. A voice said, who's here? Why is it so grand? Is sister-in-law cooking fish again? Is it enough to eat? Another person said, should I go alone or with the whole family? Another person said, this guy isn't lying, right? The other three voices said at the same time, it's rare for this stingy guy to invite guests. No matter who comes, let's go and accompany them. Everyone, bring your family and eat until he's poor. Let's feel heartache for a few decades and see if he can be stingy again. This suggestion received the approval of the other 5 people in time. Their voices fell. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. The guests you mentioned just now can't be more than 100 people, right? The white-robed man looked up and thought for a while. He smiled and said, I'm afraid it's more than that. Speaking of which, there aren't many male guests, only one. But if we add their wives, and my wives, there should be at least 130 or 140 people. At first, the 4 of them didn't quite understand. After thinking carefully, what? Chu Yang was the first to be dumbfounded. He covered his mouth and was speechless. Mo Qinggu, Tai Badian and Wu Qianxian even opened their small mouths at once. Then, the way they looked at Chu Yang instantly became unusually pleasing to the eye. It's better to be a man. He can't be considered a *** at all. Didn't you hear? There's a total of 7 people, plus the wives, there's a total of 130 or 140 people. In other words, on average, each of them has more than 20 wives. Oh, my God. In comparison, Chu Yang only has a total of 4 wives. What a rare and loyal good man this is. At this moment, the 3 women were once again glad that their eyesight was too sharp. They were actually able to find him among all the people. They were too lucky. Entering the manor. Chu Yang had always thought that he had already seen all the beauties. He would never be mesmerized again. Mo Qingguo, Wu Qianxian, Tai Budian, and Zi Shiqing were all exceptional beauties in the world. They each had their own unique beauty. Their facial features were picturesque, graceful, gorgeous, as beautiful as peaches and plums, as cold as frost. But at this moment, seeing the beauties here, he felt that his eyesight was still limited. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of creation. Today, he finally saw what it meant to have beauties everywhere. The beauties who came out to greet him were all peerless in their generation. They were all curvaceous and it could be seen that each and every one of them possessed an extraordinary cultivation. Every one of them seemed to have once been an influential figure in Jianghu. Chu Yang instantly had a guess based on the sharpness that they had inadvertently revealed. Every one of them was very confident, very intelligent and very dignified and virtuous. Chu Yang quietly counted. 1, 2, 3, 17, that's really not a small number. Chu Yang thought. Just as he was sizing up the beauties, he felt a sharp pain in 3 parts of his waist at the same time. Grimacing, he turned his head to look. He saw Mo Qingguo, Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian greeting those women warmly with smiles on their faces. At the same time, their 3 little hands each grabbed a piece of soft flesh on their waist. They were either spinning counterclockwise, or clockwise, or clockwise or counterclockwise irregularly. Chu Yang turned all the pain into a muffled groan. He secretly complained in his heart, the consequences of 3 women being jealous together are actually so serious, these. You should call them sister-in-law. The woman in white clearly saw that Chu Yang was now being tortured, but she pretended not to see. She said with a fake smile. The other women also saw Chu Yang trying to hide his miserable appearance. They all covered their mouths and snickered. Their smiles and frowns were even more magnificent and intoxicating. The friendship between women was really indescribable. It was the first time they met, but they felt like old friends at first sight. They clustered around Mo Qingguo and the other 2 as they walked in. Which one of these women wasn't smart? They could tell the relationship between Chu Yang and the 3 women at a glance. A few words without leaving any trace and they became closer. Mo Qingguo and the other 2 came as guests. Of course, they also spoke carefully. Everyone walked in happily. Only the woman in white and Chu Yang were left standing at the door, ready to welcome the others. The college entrance exam is over. Tomorrow, we'll celebrate with Explode. I don't know how much I can write. Those guys who made the noise just now will be here soon. Don't be scared. The man in white smiled. No, absolutely not. Chu Yang bowed solemnly. Although he said so, when the big group really came over, Chu Yang was really shocked. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A large group of beautiful women flew over with an overwhelming fragrance. They were like countless colorful butterflies dancing in the air. Every one of them was a peerless beauty. Every one of them was devastatingly beautiful, every one of them had a completely different temperament. Some were gentle and demure. Some were as cold as ice. Some were as cold as the moon. Some were as proud as the frost. Some were graceful and elegant. Some were gentle and lovely. Some were lively and cute. Some were fresh and pure. Some were as sharp as swords. Some were as sharp as knives. They had a myriad of manners and were devastatingly beautiful. Chu Yang's eyes widened. He suddenly felt that all the beauties in the universe had gathered here. Oh my God. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide. Hey! 4th brother, who is this lecherous little guy? A rough voice said. That's right. One look and I can tell that he has never seen a beauty before. He has never seen the world. A disdainful voice said. Hey, wake up. Those are all my wives. Are you looking for a beating? Damn you. How are they all your wives? There are so many here. My brother's wives are all here. Especially my wife. If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death. The scene could be said to be very messy. However, the beauties didn't pay any attention to the clamoring men. Each and every one of them smiled and greeted Chu Yang. They rushed into the house like a gust of wind. Then, they heard a burst of cheers from inside. Then, there was chatter. It was as if there were 10,000 birds in the house. As the saying goes, the noise made by a woman can be compared to 500 ducks. Then, 2 people would be more than 1,000 ducks. But if more than 100 women were together, not to mention how many ducks they could be compared to, their aura would definitely shake the sky. Outside the door, the 8 men all had a headache. Speaking of which, there are not many things in this world that I am afraid of. But when they are together, it is definitely the thing that I am most afraid of. One of the guys had a square face and looked quite dignified. At this moment, however, he looked like he had a headache. The others also sighed in agreement. Only the white-robed man laughed heartily. Don't be surprised, the strange will be defeated. Today, we have an important guest. Let me introduce him to you. This little brother just arrived today. You can all call him brother. This guy had never asked for Chu Yang's name from the beginning to the end. Now that he was introducing Chu Yang, the process seemed even weirder. Of course, eccentric people were capable of doing strange things. However, he was used to it, and the strange thing was self-defeating. However, the white-robed man wasn't the only weirdo here. The other people didn't seem to care at all. One of them laughed and said, "Hello, little brother. You can call me boss. I am the oldest among my brothers. I'm the second in age, so I'll be happy if you call me second brother, so please don't call me that, I'm third brother. In fact, I've always wanted to be the boss." Bullshit, who doesn't want to be the boss? Do you think I don't want to? Unfortunately, I'm only ranked 5th. I'm number 1. I'm 7th brother, the last one. However, I'll definitely be the boss one day. I'm 4th brother. The one who's neither above nor below. The white-robed man who was fishing smiled and looked at Chu Yang. Brother, are you 8th brother? With this question, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Yang. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. If we're ranked according to age, it seems so. However, I really don't want to be 8th brother. I also want to be the boss, very much. I'm used to being the boss. I won't be used to being the boss suddenly. Haha. Everyone laughed. That's great, that's great. I'm finally not the youngest one. A certain 7th brother exclaimed. Then, as if they had known each other for many years, these old men entered the door side by side. He shouted, "Hurry up and cook. Sister-in-law, cook fish. My wife, make mushrooms. Second sister-in-law, make bamboo shoots. Who knows how to make bear paws? Do you still have the meat of that black deer? Give me 50 kilograms. This guy really didn't treat himself as an outsider. He actually started to give orders. 50 kilograms, Chu Yang grinned. This was a medium-sized living room. However, it was more than enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people eating at the same time. The women who weren't good at cooking were all gathered together to talk. There were also a dozen or so people who voluntarily went into the kitchen to help cook. Obviously, they had held such gatherings countless times. Each of them was familiar with the process. They did what they could and knew how to do. If they didn't know how to do it, they would just stay away from the fire and not cause trouble for others. Not long after, an unusually rich aroma floated out of the kitchen. It was refreshing. Outside, 8 men were sitting at the table in the center. They were chatting with each other and telling jokes. However, none of them mentioned anything about the outside world. Not even a word. When they looked at Chu Yang, there wasn't even half a similar look. Although everyone was talking, there was no substantive content at all. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he already knew clearly who these 7 people were. He also completely understood the real reason why they didn't ask about the outside world at all. Not only did he not feel the least bit impatient about this, but his heart was filled with bitterness instead. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to ask either. Previous Tribulation Sword Masters, 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters, including Chu Yang, gathered together for the first time in history. This meal, on the surface, looked. Undoubtedly, it was full of smiles and laughter. Both the guests and the host were happy. However, that faint sense of oppression became more and more obvious and harder to hide. The 8 men who were laughing and chatting gradually fell silent. After the meal, more than 100 women clustered around Mo Qinggu and the other two girls and walked into the inner hall. Then, a woman said something in a low voice. Tai Budian and the other two were stunned for a long time. There have never been any guests here. There are only new residents. If you aren't new residents, then you might be the first batch of guests after this space was created between heaven and earth. The women had already left. At this moment, the table of 8 men finally fell into complete silence. In the silence, the white-robed man waved his hand. Instantly, wine jars were piled up beside him, no less than 100 of them. He laughed and said, "Now that the women have all left, everyone is truly free. From now on, let's do whatever we want and get drunk. How about that?" "Okay." Everyone responded loudly, as if deliberately breaking the unhappy and depressing atmosphere from before. All of them were extremely loud. In the next moment, all of them tapped on their own bodies one by one, sealing their own cultivation bases. Not getting drunk after 1,000 cups is actually a kind of pain. The leader laughed loudly. Only by sealing your cultivation can you do it. Let's see who gets drunk first. Everyone agreed in unison. Don't you think we should get rid of this new little brother first? The 7 of them shouted together. Yang didn't show any weakness and immediately sealed his cultivation. He said loudly, "Who's afraid of who? Let's see if I get drunk first or all of you become drunk cats. Let's say this first, no one is allowed to admit defeat. I'd rather drink myself to death than be a coward." Nonsense. That's what I mean. Little Ruthless, you've got guts. Come. Little Ruthless, let's drink a jar first. One of them directly raised a wine jar. Yang shouted and raised the wine jar. With a bang in the air, he raised his head and poured it down. Gulp, gulp, a moment later. Smack, 2 empty wine jars were placed on the ground at the same time. The 2 wiped their mouths at the same time and said loudly, "Satisfying." The other person then raised the wine jar. "Good man, let's drink a jar." Yang didn't say anything. He slapped open a mud seal and the 2 jars touched. Then, he poured it down again. In the blink of an eye, Yang had already drunk 4 jars in a row. He didn't hesitate at all. This made the other 7 people think, this guy isn't here to cheat us of our wine, right? Come, let's start too. There's only this much wine. If you're fast, you'll get it. If you're slow, you won't get it. This round of drinking caused the sky to darken, and the sun and moon to lose their light. And these old men all had the same wish in their hearts, to get drunk, deliberately, to get drunk to the extreme. Some things couldn't be said, asked, or said if they weren't drunk, although they knew that they were deceiving themselves. This was already the best solution. Everyone poured the wine down their throats. As if they were competing, they poured one jar after another into their mouths. Drinking as much as they could to get drunk earlier, the number of wine jars beside them increased one by one. Those that were neatly stacked and unopened also gradually decreased one by one. As the drunkenness got stronger, everyone finally started to talk more. Some topics that they didn't want to talk about before also seemed to be controlled and revealed uncontrollably. Back then, Back then, I tested the world with my sword and rode my horse in Jianghu, satisfying. Finally, the big brother took advantage of his drunkenness and suddenly roared to the sky. He laughed loudly. Back then, when the storm came, brothers came. Overturning the world, conquering the sea. Proud of the world, controlling the rise and fall of the world, heaven, in the chest. Looking at the big brother who seemed to have gone crazy and hearing these words, although everyone was drunk, they suddenly fell silent. Then, they all cheered in unison. Yang immediately confirmed the identity of this person, the 2nd-generation sword master of Calamity Sword, Storm, the legendary figure who overturned the Heaven continent back then. Congratulations to all of you for passing another round. That 2nd brother, Qingzue, said, "Big brother is indeed heroic. But how much worse was I than you back then? Who knows if it's even better?" He knocked on the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and recited slowly, 10,000 years in a dream, white hair, many emotions, many sorrows, brothers roam the heavens, I'm crazy underground. His voice was heroic and sorrowful, but it seemed to evoke everyone's sad past, making everyone's eyes turn red. Immediately, everyone was enraged. What the hell are you talking about? Making everyone so sad, we'll drink as punishment. Drink as punishment. Second brother didn't explain. He laughed loudly, picked up the wine jar and gulped it down. After a few more jars of wine, everyone was drunk, they were a little swayed. At first, it was the white-robed man who sat next to Chu Yang. Suddenly, he put his hand on Chu Yang's shoulder and said drunkenly, "Little brother, where did you come from? Are you here as a guest? Or, are you here to settle down?" Everyone was still noisy, but it could be seen that everyone's ears were perked up. The person who came first had asked this question many times, but no one knew if it was the former or the latter this time. The former represented hope, but the latter represented disappointment again. Chu Yang was tongue-tied. He waved his hand and laughed. I'm definitely not here to settle down. Haha, how can I settle down here? My brothers are still outside, they. Chu Yang waved his hand proudly and said loudly, "I have brothers. They're all waiting for me. Brothers, they're all waiting for me." When he said this, there was a sudden silence. When Chu Yang said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone even forgot to pretend to be drunk, and just looked at him in a daze. The white-robed man's usually calm voice was a little dry. He forced a smile and said, You have so many brothers?" Chu Yang said, "Of course. A good brother." The 7 people fell into silence again. Chu Yang didn't speak again, and the whole hall was silent again. After a long time, Big Brother Storm raised his head and stared at Chu Yang with an extremely sharp gaze. He said, "All right, I'll be frank with you. Let's stop pretending. It's really boring. Every 10,000 years, there's always this once." He had been through this too many times. "I'm really tired of it." Everyone raised their heads and fixed their eyes on Chu Yang, the new visitor. Their eyes were clear, and they didn't look drunk at all. The man in white sat quietly for a while and said, "Since we don't need to disguise ourselves anymore, let's go to the tea room." Silence. "Let's have a good talk." That was because this number was a sensitive word for the people sitting there. Chu Yang made use of his drunkenness to say these words. The veils that had been forcefully placed on everyone's faces were pulled down in an instant. Chi Luo. There was nowhere to hide. Tea room. It was exceptionally quiet. In this place, not a sound could be heard, not a single sound could be heard. The fragrance of the tea was pleasant. After a moment of silence, the boss spoke first. "My name is Storm. I'm the 2nd-generation sword master of the heavenly realm. I'm the first person to settle down here." Chu Yang had already guessed it. He wasn't surprised at all, but he still couldn't help but size him up again. The second brother laughed and said with some melancholy, "I'm Meng Song, the 3rd-generation sword master of the heavenly realm." The third brother smiled, "I'm Duan Tian, the 4th generation." Next was the man in white who was fishing. His face twitched, and he said with some dryness, "I'm Yun Dong, the 5th-generation sword master." The 5th brother said, "I'm Qin Feng, the 6th-generation sword master." "I'm Lin Zun, the 7th generation." "I'm Jun Lai, the 8th generation, the last person to settle down here. I'm the only one here who hasn't received any newcomers." After the self-introduction, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Yang again. His eyes were burning, and they were faintly filled with hope. It could be seen that the words Heavenly Realm Sword Master were a topic that these people rarely talked about since they came here. Everyone's face was a little unnatural. Their muscles were twitching faintly, as if they were enduring some kind of great pain. But their eyes were especially eager. Chu Yang was silent for a moment, and then he said softly, "I'm Chu Yang. I'm the 1st-generation sword master of the heavenly realm." A sword chime sounded, the heavenly realm sword appeared in the air. Its unparalleled sharpness flickered in the air, and it stood there quietly. Everyone's gazes were focused on the sword. Their gazes were filled with a myriad of changes, and they were extremely complicated. This sword was Chu Yang's sword, but it was also the sword of everyone here. It was a long-awaited reunion, a reunion after so many years. The moment this sword suddenly appeared, everyone felt that the time that had passed became clear and alive in their minds again. Yang reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Realm sword, and put it back on the table in front of him. The Heavenly Realm sword was still shining with cold light. Faintly, there was a green sword energy flowing back and forth on the sword, as if it was alive. I'm also the last generation sword master of the Heavenly Realm. Yang seemed to be considering his words. After a moment, he looked at the Heavenly Realm sword and said softly, "After me, perhaps, there won't be another sword master of the Heavenly Realm." A trace of pain flashed across Fengfengjing's face. He said, "In other words, you've already completed the mission of the Heavenly Realm sword?" Yang sighed softly. "Not yet. Not yet, but I'm completing it. I believe it won't take long." Meng Tsang's fair face was abnormally red. He said, "Where are your brothers?" As soon as this question was asked, the 7 people became highly alert. "You're the sword master of the Heavenly Realm, where are your brothers? Where are your tribulation brothers?" Yang took a breath and said seriously, "They're already in the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. This answer. It was both expected and unexpected. The brothers of the previous sword masters were all in the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court, and they were here. Now, the newest sword master of the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court was also here, and his brothers had gone to the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court. Was history repeating itself? Or was it the reincarnation of history? Nothing had changed, the only change was that this little brother had too few family members. Unexpectedly, Yang continued, "The difference between us and you is that my brothers and I ascended together from the Heavenly Realm continent. We ascended to the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court. We were scattered in various places of the Heavenly Realm Imperial Court. Then, we worked hard on our own. Recently, we reunited once again. It's very different from you guys back then. We didn't sacrifice our lives to pave the way, didn't set traps with good intentions, and didn't have indestructible golden bodies. We also didn't have the heart-wrenching pain of tens of thousands of years. We only had one heart, and it would never change." "Huh? You mean, you guys ascended together from the Heavenly Realm continent?" The 7 people opened their eyes wide and muttered to themselves. Their voices were filled with disbelief and extreme envy. The sword master had personally led his brothers to ascend together. It could be said to be something they had dreamed of, but it was just an extravagant hope. Yundong's handsome face flushed with excitement. He gritted his teeth and wanted to speak. But he closed his mouth with difficulty. His cheeks bulged as he gritted his teeth. The others also gritted their teeth. Panting, they looked at Yang. Everyone had a belly full of things to say and questions to ask. But when the words were about to come out of his mouth, there were thousands of words and thousands of questions, but no matter what, he couldn't say or ask. Finally, Storm slammed the table. His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had suddenly broken. He asked, "You know about sacrificing your lives to pave the way and indestructible golden bodies? Then, have you ever seen my brothers?" As he spoke, his breathing became more and more rapid. His voice trembled violently, as if it would break at any time. But he forced himself to speak without stopping. "Have you ever seen Ji Huitian, Yang Yuchen, Qiu Shanhua, Suoqiu Yanguo?" Storm's lips trembled a little, and his voice carried extreme longing. "These people are my brothers." Yang only felt a sense of shame rising from his heart. He took a breath and nodded solemnly. "Of course I've seen them. Not only have we seen them, but we've also fought side by side. They're all very well now. Every one of them is very well." Storm's whole body suddenly shook, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. He got the answer that he had been dreaming of, but as if he had lost all his strength, he slumped on the chair and said in a trembling voice, "Thank God. My brothers are indeed fine. God has mercy on them." He suddenly said in a trembling voice that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time, "As long as you're all fine. Even if I stay here for 80,000 years, 800,000 years, it's also worth it." Then, Meng Tsang asked nervously, "Then, what about my brothers? Have you seen them? You should have, right?" At this moment, Meng Tsung's tone was mixed with a strong and urgent feeling. He hoped to get a positive answer from Chu Yang, but he was also afraid of getting a negative answer. His mentality was extremely contradictory. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. I've seen all the tribulation brothers of each generation. I didn't miss any one of them. I just mentioned that we fought side by side and formed a composite formation together. In fact, they've all been together for each generation of tribulation. They're now fighting against the heavenly demons in the extraterritorial battlefield of Purple Cloud Heaven. They're the heroes of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang really couldn't bear to wait for them to ask one by one, so he simply answered them all directly. They've seen all of them, nothing was left out, they've fought side by side. Junlai took a long breath, trying to control the calmness in his voice. He finally managed to control his voice, but tears flowed down. So, they're all still alive? And they're all living well? Chu Yang pondered for a moment this time and didn't answer immediately. His eyes turned slowly, and whoever his eyes fell on, their breathing would immediately stop nervously. Everyone was worried that Chu Yang's gaze would stop on their faces, so they subconsciously avoided it. They were afraid that Chu Yang would say that one of their brothers was dead. The shock of losing something and then regaining it was hard for anyone to bear. Even the legendary Tribulation Sword Master was no exception. Chu Yang's gaze finally stopped on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng, the Tribulation Sword Master who once dominated the heavenly layer and dominated the rise and fall of the people, was actually a little scared now. He looked at Chu Yang's eyes in panic, then looked at the others helplessly and turned back. Because the others didn't dare to look at him, as if they were afraid of being implicated by him. A room full of Tribulation Sword Masters, their courage was definitely not much bigger than a mouse at this moment. Because he cared too much. Seeing that Chu Yang's gaze stopped on his face, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned pale. He felt cold all over and trembled. He stood up, his lips trembling, and he couldn't say anything. Who is in trouble? Qin Feng stared straight at Chu Yang. His eyes were dull but ferocious. Chu Yang sighed sadly and said in a low voice, among the generations of Tribulation Sword Masters, only one person died, in your generation, the think tank. Cho Cheng. Diwu Cho Cheng. Qin Feng exclaimed, obviously with a strong heartache. Then, he sat down absent-mindedly and murmured, how could it be him? How could it be him? Qin Feng couldn't accept that any of his brothers died. But he really didn't expect that the only one who died was the most stable one. The most resourceful one, the one who shouldn't have died. Yes, it's Diwu Cho Cheng. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He always thought that this matter was very cruel, but he had to mention it again and again. Seeing the grief of Diwu Cho Cheng's brothers, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel heartache as well. Enemy? Dharma Supreme? Diwu Cho Cheng? Think tank? No matter what kind of identity it was, it made people feel sad. My brother, Diwu Cho Cheng, is no longer in this world? Qin Feng sat for a while in a daze. Suddenly, he raised his head, and shot out a crazy sword light from his eyes. He stared intently at Chu Yang, and asked while clenching his teeth. How did he die? Who killed him? It was an extremely dense aura of hatred. Almost instantly, everyone shuddered. Chu Yang closed his eyes and said, he died in the Heavens continent. Double Sky continent. The seven of them murmured the same words. Finally, they exclaimed at the same time, the Chung Tian continent? How could it be the Chung Tian continent? He wanted to take revenge. Everything started from that well-intentioned scam. Chu Yang laughed bitterly. Finally, he recounted everything that had happened to the Dharma Supreme back then. Revenge. Haha. Qin Feng's eyes turned red at once. After all, I'm the one who killed my brothers. I feel sorry for them. Everyone was so sad that they couldn't say anything. Because they had also experienced what Qin Feng had experienced, but they were luckier than Qin Feng. There was no one like Diwu Cho Cheng. But Diwu Cho Cheng hated Qin Feng so much. Wasn't it clear? Did it mean that his brothers also hated him so much? Was his choice back then right or wrong? Although they were mentally prepared, although they knew that this was inevitable, when they heard This news, everyone's heart still ached as if it was being cut by a knife. Storm laughed bitterly, I thought. 80,000 years. 80,000 years is enough for me to forget all the past. But when I suddenly mention it today, it's still, like it was yesterday. It's still heart-wrenching, still, this heart of mine. Qi Yang looked at the heartbroken Qin Feng and suddenly said, actually, before Diwu Choucheng died, he already knew the truth. He didn't hate you. Qin Feng raised his head suddenly. His eyes flashed for a moment, and then dimmed. He said bitterly, if I could, I'd rather he always hate me, than let him die. Qi Yang said, that day, after Diwu Choucheng knew the truth, he wrote a poem to apologize to you. Qin Feng lowered his head, you read it, I'll listen. Qi Yang sighed and said in a low voice, at that time, he said, back then, after the vicissitudes of life, the brotherhood was boundless. In the dream, we drank happily, but woke up in the cold. How can I describe the melancholy of a lifetime? My hands were stained with the blood of heroes, and every step I took was a test of chivalry. I gnashed my teeth and hated the mistakes of heaven, and my nightmare caused my brother to be wronged. My sins couldn't be redeemed by heaven, and my hands were bloody. I let my brothers down, and I couldn't face my brothers or heaven. My heart was full of regret and bitterness, but I couldn't retreat or move forward. As Qin Feng was listening, he suddenly howled miserably, brother. Choucheng. Why are you so stupid? Don't you believe us? No matter what you've become, no matter how you've treated us, we won't really blame you. Why are you so stupid? You can't retreat or move forward? Who said that? You can retreat. Why don't you retreat? You can move forward, why don't you? You and I are brothers, what's so difficult to face? Your sins, your brothers will work together to redeem you. Your hands were bloody, and we'll try our best to wash them off for you. As long as you're alive, there's hope for everything. Why are you so stubborn? Dead, there'll be nothing left when you're dead. His voice was hoarse, as if he was heartbroken at this moment. In the end, Diwu Choucheng took the initiative to die under the sword of calamity. After Qi Yang explained everything, he sighed deeply. In the end, he didn't finish one sentence. What sentence? Qin Feng clenched his fists, but his eyes were empty, and he seemed to ask unconsciously. Life and death are nothing, and my brothers also care about love. I hate that I can't turn back. Qi Yang said. When he said this, he stopped breathing. I added a sentence, Qi Yang said. What I added was endless Choucheng waiting for the next life. Qin Feng smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said dryly, you don't understand my brother. Choucheng didn't want this sentence. He smiled bitterly, and said, Choucheng won't look forward to the next life. Haha, life and death are nothing, and my brothers also care about love. I hate that I can't turn back, Qin Feng said quietly. Let's gather together in this life. Hearing this, Chu Yang's heart shook. After Qin Feng said let's gather together in this life, he started to sit in a daze. After sitting for a while, tears suddenly flowed down his cheeks. He leaned back, and his head hung down deeply. One could faintly hear him exhaling deeply. His heart was filled with endless depression and grief. The tea room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. At this moment, there was a slight ticking sound on the ground, but it wasn't the sound of a needle dropping. It was Qin Feng's tears quietly dripping onto the ground. His tears were audible. His brother was dead, but he couldn't even take revenge. He was still trapped here and couldn't get out. The other sword masters all felt the same way. The only fortunate thing was that their brothers were all safe and sound. If something had happened to them, they might not be much better than Qin Feng, and might even be worse. Qi Yang was silent for a while, and said, when I went to Purple Cloud Heavens, I saw Ji Huitian, Qing Qifei, Wu Jiuqing, Jun Weiling, Lu Long, and the others. Other than the first Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers, I've seen all the other Tribulation Sword Masters. Where's the first Tribulation Sword Master? Even if the Sword Master isn't here, the other Tribulation Sword Masters should be here, right? Why did they all disappear? Storm asked. The others also felt a little strange, and looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Because, since they came here, the first one they saw was the second Tribulation Sword Master. They had never seen the first tribulation sword master. This was already the biggest doubt in everyone's heart. The first tribulation sword master, you've seen him before. Xianxia laughed. At the Lake of Despair, do you remember that you went through a soul test? So it's him? The 7 of them exclaimed together, and then their faces were full of anger. That bastard is the first tribulation sword master? Looking at their expressions, Xianxia knew that they had suffered a lot in the hands of the first tribulation sword master. Thinking of the torture he had gone through, Xianxia also wanted to curse. The first tribulation sword master was different from you. You all chose to sacrifice yourselves to send your brothers up. But the first tribulation sword master chose to really kill his brothers, and then wanted to go up himself. Xianxia laughed disdainfully, so he was punished by the person who created the tribulation sword, and was suppressed at the bottom of the Lake of Despair. Now, his soul has already scattered. He really killed his brothers to fulfill his own wish? Storm widened his eyes in disbelief. He suddenly roared, that heartless son of AB*TCH. He raised his hand and was about to slap the table heavily. Yundong was quick to react, and caught his hand in midair, smiling bitterly. If he really let this furious slap down, he could forget about keeping this tea house. The others also felt that it was inconceivable. In this world, there was actually such a tribulation sword master? Sacrificing all his brothers to fulfill his own wish? How could he bear to do that? He died in my hands, Xianxia said. It's just that, it's a pity for that generation of tribulation brothers. To die in the hands of such a person. Good job. Storm stared and said, what's the point of keeping such scum alive if not killing them? This bastard is also a tribulation sword master, but he put us through such a cruel test. It turns out that he has already lost his mind. Everyone nodded. No one asked how he killed them. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. If these guys knew that he had swallowed that guy alive, cough cough. Lin Zun was obviously burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait for Xianxia to continue. Everyone's breathing became heavy again, but no one spoke. They waited quietly for Xianxia to continue. The other brothers. Well, the misunderstanding back then has been resolved now. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the 7 tribulation sword masters. He said in a deep voice, now, the brothers don't hate you anymore. And they are very regretful and heartbroken. Their biggest wish now is to see you again and say sorry to you. Storm and the others were shocked, their eyes widening. You mean? They already know the truth of what happened back then? Xianxia nodded. How did they know? The 7 people asked together, including Qin Feng, who was in extreme pain. After asking, he opened his mouth again. Did you tell them? Yes. Xianxia nodded and admitted. Who asked you to tell them? The 7 roared together. Their faces were ferocious, as if they wanted to swallow Xianxia alive. Xianxia was flabbergasted and speechless in the face of this unexpected situation. He didn't know what to say or what to do. What's going on? I cleared up the misunderstanding for you. Even if you don't thank me collectively, why are you blaming me in unison? Is there any justice in this? Is there any reason? Is there any reason? What the F***ck is this? Brother Chu, we are shouting at you like this. It's indeed unreasonable, but, you don't know. Sigh. If you tell the truth like this, they won't be able to take it. Storm frowned and said in distress, I know the temper of my brothers. If they know that they wronged me and misunderstood me for such a long time, then I don't know how sad they will be and what they will do. Sigh. My brothers are the same. Meng Song stood up and paced back and forth in a panic. Isn't that so? Yundong was a little upset. He spun a teacup in his hand. He said, those bastards, don't do anything stupid. Xianxia continued to be dumbfounded. Finally, he wasn't speechless anymore. He pointed to his nose and said, brothers, we are all tribulation sword masters, okay? Do you think I haven't thought of the things that you guys have thought of? How could I not have considered the stakes? Since I said it, I must have taken precautions in advance and made arrangements to deal with the aftermath. Do I look unreliable? Everyone turned to look at him. After a long time, they laughed awkwardly. That's true, Chu Yang said fiercely. What? What do you mean by that? That's the truth. I've spent so much effort on behalf of you people of the previous generation. If I spent so much effort, would there be no merit or hard work? At the very least, it was hard work, right? He didn't expect that he wouldn't get a single good word out of it today. Moreover, he had to be reprimanded by all of you in such a manner. The heavens are blind. Yu Feishuang. Her grumbling had diluted the sentimental atmosphere that had just been stirred up. Upon seeing Chu Yang's behavior, although they knew that Chu Yang was putting on an act, many tribulation sword masters still felt embarrassed. The fourth brother, Yun Dong, who had spent the most time with Chu Yang, said awkwardly, "Little brother Chu, we were too anxious just now. I absolutely do not mean to disrespect you or look down on you. You are a magnanimous person. A grand minister's heart can take a boat, while a sword master's heart can run a horse. You definitely won't mind, right?" Chu Yang was so angry that he laughed. "You're a magnanimous person. A sword master's stomach can run horses. Are you praising me or praising yourself? Or are you praising everyone here? We're all tribulation sword masters, okay?" The eldest brother, Storm, said, that's right. You don't even know how to say something nice. You're dragging down the prestige of tribulation sword masters. That. Little brother Chu, what happened next? Chu Yang felt a stomachache. He held back his laughter and said, okay. Our eldest brother knows about our second brother. We're all people who value brotherhood the most. I know you're anxious. Let me tell you in detail. Everyone praised in unison. Little brother Chu is indeed a good brother. You're magnanimous and elegant, to be praised by all the tribulation sword masters except himself. Chu Yang felt a little smug. But, of course, then, the group sat in a circle and listened attentively to Chu Yang's narration. Under everyone's strong request, Chu Yang first narrated the battle that happened in purple cloud heavens. Under the unanimous request of the 7 tribulation sword masters, Chu Yang focused on describing everyone's current appearance, moves, and cultivation. In any case, he described everything in detail. Naturally, this made Chu Yang fall into an extremely difficult memory. Even if Chu Yang's memory was outstanding and amazing, it was already not easy for him to remember all the characteristics of these people. But, it was absolutely impossible for him to describe all of them clearly. But these guys didn't consider the reality of the situation. They didn't give up and kept asking questions. When Chu Yang couldn't say anything, they even kept reminding him. After a few twists and turns, Chu Yang finally finished his narration. He thought that he had done his best, but everyone was still unsatisfied and looked as if he didn't try his best. Then, everyone further requested Chu Yang to recount the story from the heavenly realm all the way to the heavenly imperial court. Chu Yang had finished no less than 4 or 5 pots of water by himself. Then, just when Chu Yang thought that he had finally come to an end and that this painful storytelling career had ended, he was asked again, recount the battle of the purple cloud heavens brothers one more time. Chu Yang broke down instantly. Do you want to kill me? Are you done yet? He resolutely rejected this unreasonable request. Finally, the tribulation sword masters were reasonable people. They all knew that their request was indeed a little too much. Besides, Chu Yang's mouth was really dry at this stage. His vitality was greatly depleted, and his essence, qi, and spirit were seriously exhausted. It was even more exhausting than a big battle. So, he had to let it go for the time being. Just when Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and ask everyone to tell him about their experiences, he realized that the sky was bright. It seemed that this round of storytelling actually lasted for a whole night. But everyone was full of energy, except for Chu Yang. Well, it seemed that it wasn't just Chu Yang. Qin Feng's spirit was also very low. Except for when he asked about the other brothers, he could still laugh happily. Most of the time, he was in a depressed state of grief and silence. There was no other reason except for his brother, Diwu Chouchang. Everyone was in high spirits and reminiscing about the past. So, they just continued talking like this. Even Chu Yang didn't show any signs of fatigue. After this guy secretly drank the spring of life for a while, his essence, qi, and spirit instantly recovered. Naturally, he was full of energy. This discussion lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights. None of these 8 people ever walked out of the tea room. The other sword masters' wives were all very surprised. This kind of situation had never happened in tens of thousands of years. What was going on this time? Although there would be a tribulation sword master entering this special place every 10,000 years or so, there would be a similar gathering every time to welcome the new tribulation sword master. There would also be a gathering of sword masters to talk, but at most one night was enough. It had never lasted for such a long time. It was just that when everyone learned from Emo Qinggu and the other 2 women that Chu Yang was the first and last tribulation sword master, they were collectively silent. Everyone could finally guess what had happened in the past few days. This newcomer had actually surpassed her husband and accomplished something that they had failed to accomplish even after putting in all their efforts. He forcefully changed the destiny of tribulation. Everyone was silent. They silently organized all the meals and side dishes, sent them to the tea room on time, and then quietly left. Everyone knew how difficult and precious it was for them to get together this time. It also seemed to have a very rare commemorative value and epic-making significance, because this was the first gathering of all the tribulation sword masters. Of course, except for the first generation, I'm not interested to know how you came here for the time being. What I'm most concerned about is how to get out. Chu Yang asked. Get out. When the topic returned to these 2 words, everyone returned to silence. And this strange silence lasted for a long time. No one spoke. After a long time, Storm coughed and said in a low voice, "When I first came in, I thought about getting out every day. I tried to think of a way to get out, but I couldn't do it. Slowly, I got used to it. Then, the brothers came one after another. Almost every time we welcomed a new person, we would pool our efforts to think of a way to get out, but it was to no avail. Getting out might be an extravagant hope. Back then, after sending the brothers away, I really felt like a walking corpse for a long time. That kind of discomfort was really indescribable." Meng Song smiled sadly. "Although I knew that they wouldn't die, and that they were actually going to create miracles, become legends, create a new life, and have a brilliant future, but there was always some trepidation in my heart. I was afraid that the decision was wrong and would really cause the death of my brothers." "And?" Meng Song smiled sadly. "Even if you have confirmed that they are still alive. Back then, when the bodies of my brothers were destroyed by my own hands and their limbs were incomplete, the pain in my heart can't be described with words. At that moment, it was equivalent to personally turning all my brothers into ashes and scattering their souls. Now, how can we not want to see them? But, just as they know that they have misunderstood us, how can we not have a knot in our hearts? Even if it was our original intention, how can we not feel uncomfortable when we destroyed our brothers' bodies with our own hands? How can we not have any shadow? To us, that is an unforgettable nightmare, a heart-wrenching memory. Our brothers are eager to see us again, but they may not be afraid of seeing us. And we are the same." Yun Dong sighed deeply and powerlessly. Everyone was sad. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. All along, he had thought about it, but he had never thought about it so deeply. The karma entanglement between the tribulation sword masters and the tribulation seemed simple, but it was actually complicated. It was too difficult to sort it out. It was not something that outsiders could understand. Even though Chu Yang was also a tribulation sword master and had a group of brothers who had gone through life and death together, he still couldn't truly understand the bitterness because he hadn't experienced it before. Now that he heard this, he finally realized that both sides were feeling guilty and missing each other, but they were also afraid. While they were looking forward to seeing each other again, they might also be afraid of seeing each other again. This was an inevitable result. Back then, when we came here, we already knew that one day, the tribulation would gather and the golden light would shine, the golden body would be formed. That would be the time when we go out. Feng Yan shook his head sadly. But what are we going out for? The 7 of them sighed together. For a moment, it was as if they were heroes and brothers. The heroic aspirations of the past, the feelings of the martyrs. Yun Dong said quietly, after being buried for tens of thousands of years. How much is left? Others don't know, but I'm afraid there are only a few left. Qin Feng sneered, now. Except for the first tribulation sword master, everyone else has gathered here. The tribulation has gathered. Then it's the so-called golden light. This golden light. I'm afraid it's not far away. But, the golden body. He chuckled and said, "You're probably talking about the great success of our brothers' golden bodies, forging my brothers into an immortal golden body, fighting the extraterrestrial demons, achieving immortal achievements, and enjoying supreme glory, for a moment." The eyes of the 7 people were a little sparkling. Yundong flew out. After a short while, he returned and said, "The barrier is still the same as before. We can't get out." The others all had an expression that said, "I knew it." Over the past few years, we have been cultivating in this unique environment, and our cultivation base has increased at an astonishing speed. He felt that he had broken through one bottleneck after another. But until now, I've forgotten what cultivation level they have. But, compared to when they were in the level heavens continent, I don't know how many times they have improved. Lin Zun smiled faintly. Brothers are slaughtering heavenly demons. Their cultivation has undoubtedly increased a lot. Although we don't know what level they have reached, we can't be sure. But I'm confident that I won't fall too far behind. Chu Yang nodded. He thought to himself, perhaps it's this mentality that allows these people to cultivate with all their might in such a peaceful situation, and even increase their cultivation at a rapid pace, and I don't know why. Sometimes, when I'm not practicing martial arts, I feel like I can't control myself. I'll also feel my cultivation increase. I'll even automatically break through the bottleneck. Junlai frowned. Obviously, he couldn't understand this situation no matter how much he thought about it. Now that he said that. The others also echoed, "That's right. There's indeed such a situation, and it's happened more than once." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Everyone's situation, could it be related to your brothers?" "I thought so too. That's the only reasonable explanation." Storm said, "Otherwise, there wouldn't be a condition of golden body attainment to come out of seclusion. I'm guessing that every time our brothers kill heavenly demons in the extraterritorial battlefield, or how much contribution they make, it will lead our cultivation to increase at the same time. Other than that, it's really hard to find a more reasonable explanation." The 7 of them fell silent at the same time. Then, they nodded one after another, expressing their agreement. "Actually, brothers share the same fate." Chu Yang said cheerfully, "Even if we're not together physically, when have our hearts ever been apart? At least, everyone's friendship will never change. You've already linked your fates together. In the future, even if you don't want to go out, I'm afraid it's impossible." The 7 of them all smiled bitterly. "Don't you really want to go out and fight with your brothers again, roam the extraterritorial battlefield, and bring glory to the purple heavenly imperial palace?" Chu Yang asked solemnly, "Have you really forgotten that kind of life and death moment, the days when blood and fire intersected? Have you really forgotten?" The eyes of the 7 tribulation sword masters lit up at the same time. How could they forget? Who could forget? Who could forget the martial world when they were young and old? Yundong picked up a cup of tea and gently shook it. The tea color rippled as it flew up. He softly recited, "Thinking back to those days, when we were happy, we sang and roared together, when the wind blew, we rode in the martial world together, when we faced strong enemies, we went through fire and water together, when we were in danger, we went through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives together. Brother, if you're in trouble, I'll go. If you're in trouble, I won't return. With my brothers by my side, I'm invincible." As he recited, his voice suddenly became intense and sonorous, like the clashing of gold and iron. The others listened quietly. Every one of them was radiating brilliance. Those glorious years, those bloody martial world, those brothers and comrades in arms, those everything they once had, they were all so fresh. It was like yesterday. If one day, I can once again join hands with my brothers, roam the martial world, gallop across the martial world, and lie drunk on the battlefield. Storm said softly, "Even if I die, I'll have no regrets." The others nodded. Their heads heavily. In the next few days, Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and the other 2 stayed here. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to leave. Because, in fact, he wasn't very comfortable here. It wasn't that these people weren't good. On the contrary, these 7 people were all good men who valued friendship and loyalty. They definitely deserved the title of Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang felt that it was definitely an honor to be able to be on par with them, but the real problem was, after staying with Yundong for 10 days, they were then taken away by Storm. Since the first night they went to Storm's place, they had been talking night after night. They were still the same people who had gathered before, not a single one was missing. Because of this, Tempest turned hostile and wanted to chase the other sword masters out. However, each and every one of them shamelessly stayed behind without fighting back. They accompanied Tempest to eat, drink, and chat with Tempest. They were the standard 3 escorts. Storm introduced the life of his brothers, how they met each other, and each person's temperament in detail. It had obviously been 80,000 years, but Storm spoke in an orderly manner. His thoughts were unusually clear, and there was no doubt about it. Obviously, his brothers were still alive in his memory, and their images were always very vivid. From the time they met in the lower 3 heavens, to the upper 3 heavens, and then to the upper 3 heavens, what each of them did and said, how many things they experienced, how many battles they fought, and so on, which brother had once blocked a knife for me, which brother had once done something for me. Storm's face had a long-lost expression of enjoyment as he spoke tirelessly. When they were in Storm's house, the others just played the role of listeners, only Storm and Chu Yang talked. Of course, it was mainly Storm who spoke, and Chu Yang who listened, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two. As for the others, they all listened with great interest. They stayed at Storm's house for half a month. Then, they were dragged to Meng Song's house, and naturally, they ate and drank to their heart's content. Then, they talked through the night. Storm and the others became listeners again. When they reached the 4th place, they returned to Yundong's house. Then, finally, when they reached Jun Lai's house, Chu Yang felt that he was going to faint, and could really faint to the ground at any time. I'm really scared now. What kind of people are these? They're the real legends, the Tribulation Sword Master, they're too good at talking. Chu Yang took a break in his room and sighed with a long face. Why don't we leave, really? Mo Qinggu and Tai Budian were startled when they heard this, and then the 3 women burst into laughter. It was the first time they saw Chu Yang so helpless. It's true. Although these people are true heroes, and I'm very touched by their friendship, but everything has to have a limit, right? If they continue to bombard me like this, even if I have a lot of feelings, I can't stand it. With a long face, Chu Yang threw himself on the bed, sprawled out, and sighed repeatedly. I've already given up, really. I'm in so much pain. Yes, Storm and the others had never talked about this kind of conversation in the tens of thousands of years they had been together. Because brothers were always a knot in their hearts that they couldn't untie. It was also a pain that couldn't be mentioned. But with Chu Yang's arrival, this situation was completely broken. At the beginning, there was a subtle feeling of being closer to home. When they suddenly faced the reality of the situation, they were really a little scared, a little fearful, and didn't dare to face it. But as that fear passed, the memories that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years suddenly gushed out. It was the old house on fire, there was no saving it, everyone wanted to get it out, and the best person to pour it out first, the only candidate, was of course this new Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang. Although they didn't say it out loud, all the sword masters were actually very jealous in their hearts. You're so cool. You actually did what we couldn't do. We weren't qualified, but you were. We all needed to use that kind of cruel and heart-wrenching method to send our brothers up, but you actually easily flew up with your brothers. We've all been living in prison for tens of thousands of years, but you've been living a carefree life outside. Why? Please vote. Everyone was thinking that since Chu Yang was the one who started the conversation, then he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Besides, he was so outstanding. Humph, he was even more outstanding than us, we were all unhappy. Although we couldn't do anything, but we could vent a little. Now, you want to leave before we hear you foaming at the mouth and having nervous spasms? How could it be so easy? You want to leave? Sure. You can leave after you finish talking and listening to the story. No one will stop you then, as the saying goes, if the heavens want to punish you, you can do it, but if you bring it on yourself, you can't live. Therefore, in the following period of time, Chu Yang was directly subjected to torture. Torture in shifts. Who could bear to listen to this kind of story for a few months? The story of the Tribulation Brothers and Sword Masters was nothing more than the following: lower three heavens, meeting, forming a brotherhood. Three heavens, working hard, becoming friends. Deepening in the upper three heavens, and then everyone creating the great cause of unifying the heavens. The story of every Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers was basically the same. The soup is different, but the medicine is the same. Whether it is the beginning, the process, the Gao Chao, the end, or the final game, there are no surprises. Chu Yang was continuously bombarded like this. Wave after wave of bombardment. The only advantage seemed to be that the spiritual energy here was unusually thick, which was greatly beneficial to Imo Qinggu, Tai Budian, and Wu Qianqian's cultivation. And the little golden person in Chu Yang's body was also slowly absorbing the spiritual energy and growing stronger, otherwise Chu Yang might have completely collapsed. Just as he was sighing, he heard someone calling from outside the door. It was Junlai's voice. "Brother Chu Yang, let's go to the tea room. It's time. Everyone is waiting for us there." Chu Yang let out a sorrowful cry. He pulled the quilt over his head and sobbed. "Bosses, please let me go. I'm about to collapse mentally. Please have mercy." Footsteps sounded. Junlai walked in. "Oh, you haven't really collapsed. Come, it's rare for us to meet. Let's have a good chat. When you really collapse, we'll definitely have mercy." Chu Yang lifted the quilt and sat up. Then, he said in grief and indignation, "Of course you guys are interested. None of you have talked about this for tens of thousands of years. Now, you finally have the opportunity. Even if I let you guys talk for another year, you guys would still be in high spirits, but I..." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved and indignant he felt. Chu Yang angrily said, "But what about me? He fell straight back onto the bed, lying flat on his stomach as he hammered the bed with his hand. "I've been walking like this all the way, and I'm still walking like this. Aha! Look at how cocky this guy is. He actually keeps walking like this." Someone outside clicked his tongue. "He's obviously looking down on us for not walking like this. Come, I have to reason with you. We are both Calamity Sword Masters. Why are you so awesome? Do you have more that than the others?" Chu Yang looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. "Oh heavens, oh earth, oh heavens, please open your eyes." However, no matter how unwilling Chu Yang was, he was still dragged out by the two masters of the Tribulation Sword. He walked out as if he was being escorted. "Don't worry, my wife will accompany your wife. It's very safe. There's no way you'll be able to escape." Junlai was comforting him. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. "This is comforting, this is obviously blackmailing. This is what I hate the most. If I didn't want to leave with them, and they weren't able to leave because of your wives, I would have escaped long ago." Imo Qinggu looked at the backs of the three people and heaved a long sigh. "Did you guys notice? The temperament of these 7 guys is actually not much different from Chu Yang's. Each of them is a rare hero, each of them is an upright hero. But I don't know why, each of them is more or less a little wretched." Tai Budian smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's true, it doesn't seem right. But this shouldn't be right in front of us." Wu Qianqian felt the same way. Not only are they wretched, but it seems that each of them likes to gloat. Especially towards the people they approve of, they're especially so. They're especially enthusiastic when it comes to greeting them, and tormenting them in different ways. The Tribulation Sword Masters are all freaks. Imo Qinggu concluded. Suddenly, she shuddered all over and was terrified. "Oh, fortunately, they didn't know that I'm actually one of the Tribulations. Otherwise, there would be one more person beside Chu Yang to be tortured. It's scary just thinking about it." "Huh?" Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian looked over at the same time. Imo Qinggu was stunned. The next moment, she immediately raised her hands. "I was wrong, you were wrong?" The two women walked over with evil smiles and sized her up. "What were you wrong about?" Imo Qinggu turned and tried to escape, but Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian jointly restrained her and pinned her down on the bed. They said sarcastically, "Yo, I really couldn't tell that our sister Qinggu is one of the tribulations." What, does that mean that neither of us is? Come, let's teach this girl a lesson. Let's see what one of the tribulations is capable of. As they spoke, they fully activated the divine tickling technique. Mo Qinggu laughed and screamed at once. She curled up and couldn't escape. She repeatedly begged for mercy. Haha. Spare me. Ha ha ha, the three women were in a mess at once. Finally, after one round, Chu Yang left in a hurry, almost as if he was running for his life. He walked all the way to the barrier, but he was still covered in cold sweat. Behind him, the 7 people stopped in their tracks. Chu Yang, have a safe journey. We won't be sending you off. The 7 of them said in unison. Chu Yang turned his head. The 7 people opposite him all looked at him with sincere smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their own brothers. In this short meeting, they had already acknowledged Chu Yang long ago. During this period of long conversations, everyone liked this little brother very much. At this moment, they were actually a little reluctant to part. All of you have to take care too. Chu Yang took a breath. When we slaughter the extraterrestrial demons, we will meet again in the extraterrestrial battlefield. When the time comes, we will roam freely and lie drunk on the battlefield. That's right. When the time comes. When we are together with our brothers, the extraterrestrial demons will be wine. Relive the purple clouds. When we reach the imperial court and see my brothers, don't forget to tell them. Yes, the things that I made myself, give them to my brothers. Tell them that we will look for them very soon. The 7 of them cupped their fists at the same time and bid farewell. Chu Yang turned and left with Mo Qinggu and the other 2. When they passed through the barrier that the previous tribulation sword masters had never been able to pass through. The barrier rippled like water, and then the 4 of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching them leave, Storm let out a long sigh. Sigh, the same origin, but different fates. This tribulation sword master is really strong. Mang Tsong felt the same. Yes. There's a feeling of mountains and oceans on him. Yundong smiled bitterly. So, I wanted to spar with him. But I didn't. The others laughed together. Haha. So as not to embarrass yourself. Junlai said, he's still so young, but he already has such achievements. It's understandable that he can meet the requirements of Tribulation Sword. No wonder we can't do it, but only he can. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Comparisons are odious. Lin Zun nodded. So, there's no need to be unconvinced. Strong is strong, there's no reason to talk about it. If he doesn't meet the requirements, he doesn't meet the requirements. There's no reason to talk about it. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether my cultivation can be compared to my brothers when I meet them in the future. I mustn't fall behind. He looked at the others and said lightly, as for competing with you. I'm not interested. There's nothing to compare. Compared to Chu Yang, I'm even less interested. There's no comparison at all. The others laughed and scolded at the same time. This bastard is so sarcastic. Is he afraid that we'll be jealous? Haha, the group turned around and left. However, everyone could feel that this time, their mood was greatly different from the past. In the past, they were calm and indifferent. But now, there was a faint sense of urgency. There was also a strong sense of anticipation and nervousness. When are we going out? Brothers, I miss you. Chu Yang and the others had just walked out of the barrier when they felt their bodies falling at a very fast speed. Then, they realized that their original position was actually in midair. They were suspended in midair without using their cultivation. It would be strange if they didn't fall. The ripples below them were actually the lake of despair. When did we come here? Chu Yang and the others were all confused. Weren't we still at the bottom of the lake just now? We only entered that door after entering the bottom of the lake. Then, we arrived at that mysterious space. Why are we in the sky now? The 4 of them controlled their bodies and flew back to the side of the lake. Then, they looked at the clear lake water again. The 3 of them were very confused. There must be a reason for this. But they couldn't figure it out now. Where are we going next? Tai Buddy and asked. Let's find someone to ask how long we've been in there. Yang said. The four of them quickly descended the mountain. After finding someone to ask, the four of them were stunned on the spot. This was because a whole year had passed since he entered the Lake of Despair. A year. When they calculated this number, the four of them were almost stunned. How long had they been in there? How could a year have passed so quickly? While they were in disbelief, they found a few more people to ask. They even found a few farmers and a few sects to ask around. The four of them finally confirmed that it was true. A year had passed. This is bad. Yang's expression was very ugly. The four of them looked at each other and said in unison, this is indeed bad. Let's go quickly. Let's go back quickly. Without saying anything else, the four of them used their maximum speed and rushed toward the passage that Shui Leihan had opened up anxiously. It had been a whole year. How many changes had happened in this period of time? How many things had they missed? The four of them didn't even dare to think about it now. They only hoped that it wouldn't be too late and that there wouldn't be any regrets. In a year's time, nothing big could happen. Of course, many big things could happen too. For example, the current Heaven Imperial Palace. The current Heaven Imperial Palace could be said to be a complete mess. First was the extreme heaven. The newly risen Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang, Dong Wu Shang, had fought a few tough battles with Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing. Both sides had wins and losses. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang seemed to have the upper hand in the recent battles. This result made everyone's jaws drop. After Yang left the Heaven Imperial Palace, Missouri Tianji also didn't show his face as promised. However, the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department under him took advantage of the situation and became the only intelligence network in the Heaven Imperial Palace. As for the other old intelligence networks, they were either dismantled, swallowed, subdued, or defeated by Mo Tianji. In any case, those who went against him died. Those who followed him were gone. Of course, other than Brother Jia, no one knew that the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department that had risen to fame recently was actually a team set up by Mo Tianji. Many people even thought that the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department and the newly risen Heavenly Emperors had some unknown grudges. If not, why would the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department collect so much detailed information about the newly risen Heavenly Emperors and sell it out so recklessly? It was because of this illusion that it played a huge role in this period of time, although Mo Tianji hadn't shown his face for a long time, but because of this, the situation of the entire world was still tightly controlled by him. Dong Wushang, the newly risen Heavenly Emperor Wushang, personally led his subordinates and fought bloody battles. He took the lead and defeated 37 of the Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's troops. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Their momentum was unprecedentedly strong. Currently, it had evolved into a four-sided tsunami. The extreme heaven was now in a precarious and tense situation. The Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department undoubtedly played a huge role in this. On the surface, the newly risen Heavenly Emperor's forces seemed to have a deep grudge with the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. Naturally, they couldn't get any information from the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. As for the Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's side, as long as you could take out money, there would be information. The more money, the more detailed the information. However, if they didn't pay or didn't pay enough, they could still get information. They were just not responsible for the accuracy of the information. Under this premise, the army that Zue Wu Qing had sent out had, intentionally or unintentionally, fallen into the trap set by the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It would be strange if they didn't win such a battle. The emotionless Heavenly Emperor's forces were actually helpless against this. Selling information was about mutual consent, and the price was clearly stated. If you did not pay enough money, it would be strange if they could give you comprehensive and complete information. Furthermore, the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department was growing stronger by the day, and the Heavenly Emperor Merciless was unwilling to make another strong enemy. He could only suffer in silence. If he wanted to buy more information, he would have to pay as much as he wanted. The effect of true prices information was extraordinary. For a moment, they were able to fight evenly with Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's forces. The battle entered a stalemate. However, the price of intelligence from the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department was getting higher and higher. to the point where it was harder and harder to accept. As long as you did not buy it, you would definitely be at a disadvantage in the next battle. If you wanted to buy it, it was simply too expensive, and you really could not afford it. Such a vicious cycle caused the Heavenly Emperor Heartless side to complain incessantly. As for Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's side, it seemed like they couldn't buy any information on the surface, but in reality, the information they obtained would always be a step ahead of Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's side. And it was even more detailed. If the Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's subordinates saw the information on Dong Wu Shang's side, they would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood and die from anger on the spot, because this kind of information almost all of them had hemorrhoids, not to mention the target of the operation plan, and such detailed information, they had never enjoyed such treatment before. Comparisons were odious. As for the top experts sent by Zue Wu Qing, they were no match for Dong Wu Shang and Mo Lei, the couple, and Li Xiongtu. Furthermore, GMO had also secretly snuck into the extreme heaven, bringing along his own group of people as a secret support. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, under the continuous attacks of both overt and covert schemes, Zue Wuqing's true strength was not as strong as the other heavenly emperors. The extreme heaven was only nominally under his control, but in reality, it was controlled by the sage's people. And this time, the sage's people had no intention of participating in this battle at all. In addition, the sage did not show his face or say anything from the start to the end. Under the influence of various negative effects, Zue Wuqing was in a complete tragedy. On that day, when Dong Wushang's army was pressing on the border, he even sent out a notice to the world. Zue Wuqing, do you dare to fight with me? Since you don't want to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, since you don't want to work for the benefit of the world, why not abdicate your position? Even if I, Dong Wushang, do not care about the overall situation, I still know how to resist foreign aggression. Slaughter the extraterrestrial demons. How many years have I been heartless and unrighteous? If I become the Heavenly Emperor in the future, the army will go straight to the purple cloud heavens. The first few sentences were obviously written by someone else, and it was only Dong Wushang who read them out. Although Dong Wushang was also righteous and took it as his duty to slaughter the extraterrestrial demons, such sour words and such a refined poem were not something he could write even if he was beaten to death. At most, he could still make do with it. On the night of the full moon, on the peak of the imperial city, merciless and without injury, meet in life and death. The loser has no regrets, falling straight into the spring, the winner is king, dominating the heavens. When this challenge letter came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Right now, Dong Wushang already had the absolute advantage, and his army had arrived at the imperial city, and at this very moment, bringing up the king versus king battle, it was obvious that he did not want to cause unnecessary casualties. This was Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's benevolence, and this kind of battle method was undoubtedly the best way to arouse men's hot-bloodedness. Especially a battle between kings, it would become a legend. No matter who won or lost. As long as this battle was carried out, it would be immortalized in the extreme heaven. For a moment, the whole extreme heaven was shouting. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. You have guts. Come out and fight. Drunk Wu Shang, come out and fight if you are a man. A fair battle. The winner is king. The winner is king. The whole extreme heaven was like boiling water. However, although everyone was shouting like this, not many people really believed that Drunk Wu Shang would really stand out and fight to the death with Dong Wu Shang. Because Drunk Wu Shang's true strength was far from being unleashed. Due to his relationship with the Holy Monarch, Extreme Heaven was Drunk Wu Shang's true trusted aide. Basically, he had long been sent to a place and became a governor of a region. On one hand, Dong Wushang's rapid progress in attacking cities was due to the intelligence from Tianji Intelligence Department. He had caught the other party off guard. On the other hand, it was also because Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's command was not effective, and it was hard for him to execute orders as he wished. Those under Drunk Wu Shang's command that could play a decisive role had only just received the news, and they were rushing over to save the king. Therefore, as long as Drunk Wu Shang's side could hold on for a month, the reinforcements would arrive, and they would be able to turn defeat into victory. They would even be able to catch a turtle in a jar and completely destroy Dong Wu Shang's forces. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang made use of this opportunity to counterattack. Not only could he destroy Dong Wushang's forces, but he could also completely get rid of the people around him who did not belong to him, and truly unify the extreme heaven. This was the best plan, and everyone could see it. As for whether it would be the expected result, and what countermeasures Heavenly Emperor Wushang would have, no one had considered it yet. But at least in this aspect, drunk Wushang was still able to sit back and relax. With such a powerful backup plan, drunk Wushang had no reason to fight Dong Wushang. In fact, even Dong Wushang himself had long known that this challenge was just to build momentum and raise his reputation. He would never be so naive as to think that drunk Wushang would really come out and fight him. That was something that was absolutely impossible. Even if it were a battle maniac like himself, if he were in drunk Wushang's position, he would definitely not come out to fight so recklessly. But in this world, there were many things that happened without reason. Something that was absolutely impossible might not necessarily be absolute. On the second day after Dong Wushang's challenge letter was sent out, Heavenly Emperor Wushang, drunk Wushang gave a personal response. If you want to fight, I'll fight. On the night of the full moon, I won't leave until I see you. One sword and one saber, I won't rest until I'm dead. The winner is king, and the loser has no complaints. When such an unyielding and iron-blooded reply came out, everyone in the Empyrean Pole who knew about it was dumbfounded at the same time. He couldn't believe his ears or his eyes. No one expected drunk Wushang to actually accept this challenge. And such a direct response, would he really accept the challenge head-on? Could it be that this heavenly Emperor Wushang was kicked in the head by a donkey? Did he lose his mind? Just as everyone was filled with doubts, they saw the four gates of the extreme heaven capital and merciless city open at the same time. What most people did not know was that the imperial city was also being cleaned up. All the guards came out. The palace maids and concubines all gathered in the three big palaces. The other places were completely empty and empty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a flat land. The most central place, the Great Heaven Palace, was completely silent. Above, a few servants laid out a bright red carpet on the ground. The battlefield, drunk Wushang had actually started to prepare the battlefield for the final battle. All these signs showed that drunk Wushang was preparing for this battle with all his might. This was a battle that did not have much of a chance of winning, and it was completely unnecessary. He actually agreed to the challenge. He actually accepted the challenge. He actually accepted the challenge in such an unfair situation. He actually accepted the challenge that he could completely refuse. Today, my mother-in-law came, and I drank with her. It was a fair fight. I got drunk, but she didn't. I slept the whole afternoon. For a moment, all the forces and people felt that their brains were not enough to process this. Oh, I'm really confused. What's going on? Wasn't this development a little too ridiculous? What is Zue Wuqing trying to do? Dong Wushang stood in the sky outside the city, looking at the city with a serious expression. Brother Shang, do you think this is a trap for you? Mo Layer asked worriedly. At the side, the majestically Xianxia said, even if it is a trap, with Zue Wuqing's current strength, who can he trap? Dong Wushang may not be invincible in the world, but if he is determined to run away, no one in the current world can stop him. But this is not only the core of Heavenly Emperor Wuqing's authority, but also the headquarters of the saint. If he interferes personally, the consequences are unpredictable. Mo Layer said worriedly. Most likely, the saint won't interfere. Dong Wushang said solemnly, in this year, the saint has been watching from the sidelines, wanting to know what we are up to. But, that guy Mo Tianji has made the situation complicated and confusing. Apart from us, all the other forces are in a state of confusion. Now, Saint Monarch is unable to determine when and where he will make his move. With his character, he won't make his move rashly. Besides, there's another crucial reason. The Eastern Emperor is also secretly restraining him. Another crucial reason is, the Demon Empress has secretly left the Demon Emperor heaven. No one knows where she went. But the saint won't let his guard down. Because these two people are in the heavenly imperial court. They are the only two who can pose a threat to him. Facing us at the same time, there's also the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress who might be hiding nearby. The saint won't show himself unless he is absolutely confident. So, if he really fights with Zue Wuqing, there shouldn't be any unexpected risks. Dong Wushang said thoughtfully. But if you really fight Zue Wuqing alone, are you really confident? Mo Layer was still worried. Dong Wushang smiled confidently and said indifferently, I have absolute confidence in this. Not to mention that my cultivation is on par with his, even if my cultivation is slightly weaker. I have absolute confidence in defeating him. Because I'm human. As for him, he's merely the sage's dog. Well said. Li Xiongtu said in a loud voice, Dong Wushang, you mustn't forget the battle agreement between you and me. Dong Wushang smiled. When you catch up to me, I can battle you anytime. It's a deal. Li Xiongtu's spirits were lifted. At this moment. Imperial City. Extreme Heaven Master Zue Wuqing stood with his hands behind his back, facing the throne he had sat on for hundreds of thousands of years. A beautiful woman stood beside him, full of worry. Dressed in the Empress's robe, she remained silent with him. Must we go? After a long time, the Empress finally asked softly. I'm definitely going. Drunk Merciless was expressionless. The Empress was silent again. After a long time, she opened her mouth again and said, actually, if we don't fight, what else can we do? If you don't fight. Merciless Drunken muttered, you'll only end up worse off. That's good too. The Empress smiled sadly. It's been so many years. We're all tired. But we still can't let go, Drunk Merciless Drunken said indifferently. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. After this battle, we'll be able to let go. Even if we can't, we'll have to let go, right? The Empress seemed to have relaxed. There were tears on her face, but she smiled faintly. Yes. After this battle, we'll be able to let go. Drunk Merciless Drunken was silent for a long time before he sighed deeply. He reached out and pulled the Empress into his arms. After this battle, we'll be truly free, Drunk Merciless Drunken said softly. The Empress nodded with tears in her eyes. If there's an afterlife, we must be careful when making friends. Drunk Merciless Drunken's pupils contracted painfully. After a long time, he sighed. Is there an afterlife? He stood quietly for a while before he said, but he promised me that before this battle, you and the children will be truly free. Drunk Merciless Drunken said in a low voice, I'm waiting. As long as you're truly free. I'll fight. The Empress choked with sobs. Without you, even if the children and I are truly free, what will happen? At the very least, our future grandchildren will be able to decide their own fates. They won't just be a tool, a puppet. Drunk Merciless Drunken sighed softly. My fate has long been decided. He'll never set me free no matter what. I know too many things that I shouldn't know. My fate has long been decided. It has nothing to do with anyone. Back then, during the Purple Cloud Heaven incident, I almost died just because I disobeyed a single sentence. After all these years, I've had enough, the Empress sighed softly as tears streamed down her face. I've been a dog for 1,000,000 years. Drunk Merciless Drunken's face suddenly revealed a look of extreme hysteria. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged. He hissed, I've done enough too. If it weren't for you and the children, I might have. I've had enough of being cursed for over 1,000,000 years. Now, there's finally a suitable opportunity to be free. You don't have to persuade me. To me, this battle might be a gift from the heavens to relieve me of my pain. The Empress nodded with tears in her eyes. Who would have thought that the sworn brother, the one who helped you secure your position as the heavens and earth, would actually control you like this when you're heavily injured? Don't talk about that anymore. Drunk Merciless Drunken took a deep breath and stared into the sky. He said with some pain, from the beginning, he never had a good heart. He was never my brother. I don't have any friends or brothers in my life. Actually, I'm much more pitiful than Zihao. Dong Wushang. Drunk Merciless Drunken laughed bitterly and shook his head. His eyes were filled with desolation. Even if you can defeat me and kill me, but, can you escape from his control? Especially in the extreme heaven. Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed in the sky without warning. It could be clearly seen that a few dark rays of light appeared in the sky, and then, they broke with a bang. The moment they broke, the Empress suddenly groaned and spat out mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the same sound of spitting out blood could be heard from other places in the palace. It was also mixed with a lot of groaning and groaning sounds that could not help but be heard. However, Merciless Drunken's face relaxed. The 10,000 saints' true spirit in you guys has indeed been removed. There was pain in his eyes. This time, he didn't lie to me. It turned out that the great Extreme Heaven Emperor had been enslaved by someone from the beginning to the end. Even his wife and children were in the trap. With such restrictions, even though he had many confidants and many tricks that could turn the situation around, they were all useless. Obviously, the unexpected battle this time was also driven by the person behind the scenes. The Extreme Heaven Emperor was just a puppet, nothing more. The Empress was still spitting out blood. Finally, after spitting out a mouthful of black blood, she sat down weakly and said listlessly, "Yes, it has indeed been removed. But my heart is even emptier now." Merciless Drunken squatted down slowly and reached out his hand to gently wipe away the blood on the Empress's mouth. He stared at his wife for a long time without saying anything. The Empress also looked at her husband affectionately. Her beautiful eyes couldn't bear to leave him for even a moment. Both husband and wife thought of something. After a long while, Merciless Drunken stared into the Empress's eyes and said softly, "Now, I need you to cooperate with me to put on a show. Like this. Then you have to leave the imperial city as fast as you can. Using an irrecoverable technique of changing one's bones to change one's appearance into something completely different from before. Then, they disappear from this world. Remember, no one is allowed to leave the mountain in the future. You are not allowed to take revenge." The Empress collapsed on the ground and stared at her husband in a daze. Her eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. Tears flowed out of her eyes and she said in a trembling voice, "When the children are safe, my sisters and I will go and find you." Merciless Drunken took a deep breath and suddenly stood up, laughing to the sky. "Ha ha ha ha. It has been removed. What's the use of removing it?" He shouted miserably, "Now that we are at the end of the road. So what if we die? What can we do? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, why don't we die together?" His face turned indescribably ferocious and he suddenly roared, "All of you, die." He slapped out his palm, it hit the Empress's chest. The Empress was sent flying without making a sound. All the bones in her body cracked as if they were broken. Her body was still in midair, but her eyes were still staring at her husband in a daze. Not even blinking, tears welled up in Zui Wuqing's eyes and evaporated all of a sudden. He roared and flew out like lightning. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what happened to you?" The Extreme Heaven Guard heard the commotion and rushed in. But he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that everyone in the hall was dead on the ground, and all of them were actually members of the imperial family, including the Empress, the Emperor, the Princess, the imperial grandsons. There were thousands of them. In this room that symbolized the imperial family, corpses were everywhere. "Your Majesty!" The guard leader looked at Merciless Drunken in disbelief. "Your Majesty! Why is this happening?" Zui Wuqing's face was contorted as his muscles twitched violently. "Since there's no way out, what's the point of living? Instead of living to be humiliated, it's better to kill. Ha 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 ha. Dying in my hands today is better than dying in someone else's hands. We'll walk the same path together, so that we won't be lonely in the netherworld. We'll die sooner or later, so the sooner we die, the sooner we can reincarnate." These extremely ruthless words caused the leader of the guards to tremble all over. "That's right, but the people you killed are your loved ones. Drag them all to the burial ground outside the city. There's no need to send them to the imperial tomb." Zui Wuqing laughed hysterically. "We're going to die anyway. Instead of being dug up and thrown into a mass grave, we might as well do it ourselves. That'll save us a lot of trouble. Ha 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 ha. It's over, it's over. Ultimate heaven, it's over. Ha ha ha. So good. This is, a heavenly emperor has gone mad." This was the only possibility the leader of the guards could think of. "Hurry up and go. Do you want to be buried with them too?" Zui Wuqing's eyes were bloodshot like a ghost's. "Yes. I'll do it right away." The leader of the guards backed off in cold sweat, afraid that he would really be buried with them if he was too slow. Even though the Heavenly Emperor had gone mad, his strength was still equivalent to the Grim Reaper. A mad Grim Reaper was actually more terrifying than a sane one. The Heavenly Emperor Merciless, Zui Wuqing, had gone mad, merciless and merciless. It only took a short while. He had personally slaughtered everyone in the imperial family. Every victim's death was too horrible to look at. This was why. Including his wife who had been with him for 1,000,000 years and dozens of concubines. Even the imperial grandson and so on. This shocking news spread throughout the entire imperial city almost immediately. Everyone felt as if thunder was roaring above their heads. How could this be? What was going on? When the imperial carriage came out with the corpses, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to watch. Everyone was in disbelief, however, they had no choice but to accept it. Because this was the truth. As expected of the Heavenly Emperor Merciless, he really lives up to the word merciless. To think that he would even kill his own wife and child. This is truly heartless to a certain extent. His original name was the Most Heartless. Just like his name, he is naturally the most heartless person in the world. The so-called madness is nothing more than this. It's easy to understand why he suddenly went crazy when he was at the end of his rope, mass grave. The bodyguard leader sighed. Although the imperial order could not be disobeyed, the imperial order could not be disobeyed. These people died without entering the imperial mausoleum. However, he couldn't just leave his corpse in the wilderness, right? Bury them all. He waved his hands sadly. Let them rest in peace. Dust flew everywhere, and everyone was buried in a huge pit. On that night, a sudden storm engulfed the entire imperial city. The torrential rain poured down crazily, almost drowning the entire imperial city. There was no one on the other side. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. A figure flashed in the pitch-black darkness and disappeared. No one noticed. However, on the second day, someone made an unexpected discovery. The corpses of the royal family members who had just been properly buried in the graveyard had all disappeared without a trace. Well, it wasn't that their whereabouts were unknown because someone seemed to have dug up the graves. Those corpses that were originally in human form had now become piles of rotten flesh. The degree of cruelty of the scene was unimaginable. It made one's hair stand on end. However, when this news reached the ears of the victim, Zui Wuqing, this Heavenly Emperor Merciless actually acted as heartless as ever. Zui Wuqing was indeed Zui Wuqing, the most heartless. Facing the guard leader who came to report, he opened his eyes indifferently and said, "What's the big deal about this? It's worthy of such a serious report. The people are already dead. Dead. It's fine if they're dead. Won't the corpses turn into minced meat sooner or later? What's the big deal about their graves being dug up? Do they have burial items with them? Arrest the murderer? Why do we have to arrest the murderer? What kind of murderer are you if you lay your hands on the dead? Now that the extreme heaven is in troubled times, is it worth wasting manpower and resources on such trivial matters? Looking for trouble." The guard leader's entire body turned cold, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked at the Heavenly Emperor that he had been loyal to his whole life as if he was looking at a monster. For the first time in his life, he looked at him face to face like this. It was this person that made him loyal to him for a lifetime. It turned out that this person was actually so heartless and cold by nature. In this lifetime, he was simply blind. He actually didn't see that this person was actually such a person in his bones. What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Zui Wuqing glared and said, "Do you believe that I'll kill you if you continue to look?" The guard leader returned to silence, bowed, and left without saying a word. He forcefully suppressed his chest that was about to explode. He silently walked out of the palace and came to the mass grave alone. Facing the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he solemnly kowtowed. Then, he began to collect all the scattered flesh and blood. With one punch, he punched a deep hole in the mass grave. He jumped into the hole and continuously used his tyrannical cultivation to bombard the ground. It was as if he wanted to completely penetrate the ground under his feet. He didn't know how deep it was. At the very least, a depth of several thousand feet was definitely there. He leaped up a few times in a row and buried all the pieces of flesh he had just collected into this deep hole. Then, a lot of the surrounding soil was moved over by him. Even a few mountains were directly carried over by him. He ruthlessly smashed it in. Finally, he used his tyrannical cultivation to turn this place into a flat ground, then, he knelt down again. Empress, Imperial Concubine. Your Highness, from now on, you can rest in peace. This mausoleum. It's very deep and very safe. No one will disturb your peace anymore. That's all I can do. I hope that in your next life, you won't get to know that heartless person. I wish you all the best. He fiercely cowed out again. Without using any cultivation to protect his body, his forehead was dripping with blood. In this lifetime I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been loyal to him. I'm leaving. I hope you all can rest in peace. He stood up, and his lonely figure flew into the air. In just a flash, he had already disappeared from this world. From then on, no one saw this high-level Saints Guard leader again. In fact, he had even lost interest in the upcoming battle of the century between two kings. There were still 2 days until the night of the full moon. Now, the entire extreme sky was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. That pressure made everyone feel heavy and breathless. It was a feeling that they could collapse at any time. Outside the city, Great Emperor Wu Shang's army arrived as scheduled. Inside the city, the battlefield at the peak of the imperial city was ready. This battle was unavoidable. This day had finally arrived. The night of the last night was about to arrive. Half of the bright moon's body was already exposed. Cold light began to sprinkle on the ground. Dong Wushang's burly figure appeared under the moonlight. He strode out of his tent. He walked resolutely toward his target, the imperial city, the heavy black saber. As usual, it was on his shoulder. It flickered with a cold light. There were only 3 people accompanying him. Mo Lei Heir, Li Xiangtu. GMO. At this time, GMO finally stopped hiding his existence. However, he still used another appearance and appeared in the identity of Dong Wushang's guard. Countless people had even started to occupy good viewing positions since a few days ago, preparing to watch this battle of the pinnacle. The bright moon rose slowly. The final battle was approaching. With a long roar, a bright yellow figure that seemed to emit thousands of rays of golden light appeared first under the bright moon, on top of the tallest palace in the imperial city. His entire person was like the sun, emitting a light that ruled the world. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang, Zue Wu Shang. He was already prepared and waiting for the arrival of the challenger. However, if the current Zue Wu Shang was still like the sun, he was only like the setting sun. The setting sun was like blood, but it was past its prime. The moment they saw Zue Wu Shang's majestic figure appear, in an inconspicuous dark corner outside the city, a few women in ragged clothes looked at the heavenly Emperor Wu Shang in the sky without blinking. Suddenly, tears streamed down their faces. Even if they were exposed in front of others, they believed that no one would believe that these ugly women with swollen bodies without any beauty were actually the heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's empress and his concubines. They had already turned themselves into this. Although Zue Wu Shang had strict requirements, they were still worried. They must watch this battle to the end. This is the last, the only chance we have in our lives to see you. We won't let you go. We definitely won't let you go. At the peak of the imperial city, Zue Wu Shang stood there. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the sky in a leisurely and carefree manner. Under the moonlight, his gaze was just so calm as he looked at the distant night sky. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel one thing, and that was that the disputes in the world, the blood-stained Jianghu, the powerful enemies, and the love and hatred that filled the world, all of these had nothing to do with him anymore. He stood alone at the peak that symbolized the power of the extreme heaven, quietly standing there, with his hands behind his back. In the distance, Dong Wu Shang, who was gradually approaching, couldn't help but pause the moment his gaze met Zue Wu Shang's figure. This situation shouldn't have happened, but the person on the other side was just too strange. The person in front of him didn't seem to belong to the human world. Nor did he belong to the heavens, he belonged to a blank space. Absolute emptiness, absolute nothingness, an absolute illusion. But did it mean that he didn't exist? At this moment, Zue Wu Shang's voice came from afar. Dong Wu Shang, come. Everyone's eyes followed Zue Wu Qing's gaze and looked in the same direction. South, in the distance, a long roar could be heard. There was no need to see the person. Just by hearing this long roar, everyone suddenly felt as if their blood was boiling. That indescribable majestic aura and heroic spirit surged through the air with this long howl, and fiercely smashed into everyone's chests and hearts. Everyone could feel that there was only one person coming. However, everyone could feel that this magnificent aura that could swallow the world should be the gathering of all the rivers, lakes, and seas in the world, and rolling over like a 10,000-meter high tide. It was as if all the mountains in the world had lined up and came crashing down. That mighty and majestic aura was simply shocking. Even though they hadn't seen him in person, that aura was already enough to overwhelm others with a show of strength. Zui Wuqing's eyes shone with a strange light. He stood tall and said with his hands behind his back, "Dong Wushang? You're here?" All of a sudden, the sky in the south trembled. Then, a black figure suddenly appeared in the southern sky. His black robes fluttered in the wind. He slowly raised his head and said, "It's me. Of course I'm here." This black figure suddenly appeared in the south of the city. When he first appeared, he was just a small black dot. But for some reason, the moment he spoke, everyone around the city felt as if they had been suffocated. At the same time, they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if an infinitely large shadow had suddenly shrouded the sky above them. That majestic aura seemed to have emerged from the bottom of their hearts. It was suffocating. "Of course I'm here." This was a simple sentence. The confidence, dominance, and arrogance that came with it was as if it could swallow the world. For a moment, everyone was silent. Everyone's attention was focused on that black figure. From afar, he walked over from the sky as if he was walking on flat ground. With every step he took, everyone felt that the pressure on their bodies had increased, and the suffocating feeling had intensified. He walked forward with large strides in the sky. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. He glided through the air, but it didn't seem fast at all. The pitch-black hilt of Changban's saber protruded from his shoulder. Compared to an ordinary saber hilt, it had to be twice as thick. Dong Wushang was not fat. But it was so majestic that it was hard to believe. As he moved, his shoulders didn't move in the slightest, but it gave off the feeling of a deep abyss and a lofty mountain pressing down on him. Just by watching him walk over step by step, facing the entire army and experts of the imperial city, everyone felt that even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. There was simply no way to block it. Dong Wushang's eyes never paid attention to anyone else. His eyes were only focused on one person. Drunk without mercy. Such an imposing manner. This is truly rare since ancient times. In the city, someone sighed from the bottom of his heart. This sentence. Without a doubt, this was what everyone was thinking. Most of the people who dared to watch the battle here were experts, and they were also first-class powerhouses. They had lived for a long time, but they had never seen a person in this world with such a natural, domineering, and majestic aura, when he was only 1,000 feet away from the tallest building in the imperial city. Dong Wushang stopped in his tracks. He stood in the air. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes instantly turned into two sharp swords as he looked at Drunk Without Mercy. Drunk Without Mercy straightened his body and looked back without retreating. 4 pairs of eyes met instantly. And everyone who saw this scene felt as if space had suddenly collapsed, as if even the entire imperial city was shaking because of it. But when they opened their eyes to look, it was clear that nothing had happened. Was it an illusion? Did everyone have the same illusion at the same time? Heavenly Emperor Merciless, are you ready for today's battle? Dong Wushang stood quietly in the air, his black clothes fluttering wildly as if they were about to turn into a black cloud that covered the sky. He took the lead to speak. Drunk Without Mercy said solemnly, "I'm only waiting for you to come here and fight to end this life." "Good." Dong Wushang roared to the sky. He reached out and already held the handle of his dark saber. With a roar and a raise of his hand, the whole world was silent for a moment, shocked for a moment. Then, a black rainbow suddenly appeared in the air. Dong Wushang had already drawn his saber and became one with it, turning into a shooting star in the sky, arriving at the peak of the imperial city. He raised his saber above his head and shouted, "Thousand Mountains Slash." The saber slashed down with a loud bang. The saber was awe-inspiring, the moment the saber fell with the power of thunder and lightning, Dong Wushang's afterimage in the distance had yet to dissipate, and a burst of sword light also flew out like an explosion. Clang! A muffled sound rang out. Dong Wushang's body rose into the air, but a strange color flashed across his eyes. Because, at the moment when the saber and sword clashed, Drunk Without Mercy said something in a low voice, and it went into Dong Wushang's ears in a secret way. My path has already come to an end. Today's battle will end with only death. But, you have to hear me out, you have to hear me out. My life ends today, but the fate of this continent should not end. I've been a dog for 1,000,000 years, but I've also been a celestial emperor for 1,000,000 years. Even if I'm annihilated, I have to do something for this continent. Dong Wushang was stunned. What did this mean? Just as he was thinking, he saw Drunk Without Mercy laughing wildly. His body rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge giant. The sword light swallowed thousands of feet, fiercely coming down with a power that shook the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Dong Wushang was furious. Without thinking about anything else, his body swayed, and he also turned into a giant, tit for tat, not backing down. The dark saber turned into a huge black dragon, meeting the sword rain in the sky. I also don't want to be a dog. But there's no other way. I've been Cloudmaster's 10,000 Saints true spirit for a long time. This was another message. Dong Wushang was shocked when he heard this. His attack slowed down a little. At this point, the two had already exchanged 3 moves. The saber light and sword light in the air were as bright as huge fireworks. Continue fighting. Don't stop. Don't hold back. Drunk Without Mercy's body was like a dragon. With a long roar, he took the lead and soared into the sky. Dong Wushang's dark saber was like a dragon, following closely behind. Why? Dong Wushang asked through telepathy. Drunk Without Mercy's long sword danced like the wind. It turned into a ball of light, surrounding Dong Wushang like a storm. Like mercury flowing down the ground, the attacks were non-stop, penetrating every opening. No one wants to be a dog. And no one wants to be a dog for life. In the intense battle, the conversation between the two continued. But in the eyes of outsiders, the intensity of the battle was already earth-shattering. Around them, the space collapsed and reassembled. The cycle repeated. Although the moon hung high in the sky, the moonlight was also intermittent. There's a reason for a good man to be a dog. After 1,000,000 years, I've finally come to freedom. It's finally time for me to be free. Drunken Wuqing's calm voice was filled with other meanings. The bitterness in his voice was so thick that it was almost tangible. There was a loud explosion in the air. The entire earth started to shake with the sound of the explosion. Many things on the ground jumped up with a bang. This was the first time the black saber and the sword of the heavenly emperor of ruthlessness met. It was a real, unpretentious, all-out collision. Dong Wushang's body instantly floated back in the air. Drunk Without Mercy also flew back. In this fight, neither side had the upper hand. After the two of them retreated, before they could completely stop their retreat, they had already forcefully reversed the momentum and fiercely flew back, fighting once again. But the conversation between the two did not stop. Below, many cultivation experts were looking up to watch. They were all in awe and admiration. As expected of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor who leads a part of the world. Just this level of cultivation alone is enough to make ghosts cry and gods tremble. Watching today's battle has really benefited me a lot. I'm afraid there's no hope for such a realm in this lifetime. That's right. But to be able to watch such a fierce battle in my lifetime, this trip has not been in vain. In the air, the two of them each made strange moves, not giving in to each other. They were like two dragons overturning rivers and seas, fighting until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. 1,000,000 years ago, I, Drunk Without Mercy, was as famous as the Cloud Master, Shui Leihan, Zihao, Yao Xian and the rest. The Cloud Master was my sworn brother. We came from the same city and depended on each other. He was older than me, so I respected him as my brother. Xianxia and I were 3 brothers. A sworn brother who cowed out until his head bled and burned until it burned. We were so close that there were no secrets between us. Or it could be said that I had no secrets from the two of them. At that time, we, Shui Leihan and Zi Hao, could be said to be sworn enemies. But in the end, we all became heavenly emperors. Speaking of which, I was the first person to discover that Xianxia was an extraterrestrial demon. It was on a certain day. I suddenly discovered that Xianxia was actually an extraterrestrial demon. My close brother was actually not of my race. I was furious about this and immediately went to inform the Cloud Master, wanting to join forces with him to kill the demon. Haha, haha. Drunk Without Mercy laughed bitterly. Dong Wushang's expression remained unchanged, but he was sighing inexplicably in his heart. It must have been at that time that something happened. The Cloud Master was also filled with righteous indignation on the surface. The two of us discussed how to get rid of Xianxia, this extraterrestrial demon, without affecting our reputation. Although we were sworn brothers, since he was not of our race, his heart would definitely be different. How could he work together with the demon? At that time, everyone would be embarrassed. That night, the Cloud Master suggested a plan, and I agreed. So, the next day, we set off together. This matter was confidential, so naturally, it couldn't be known to outsiders. So the two of us went alone. But after leaving the extreme heaven, the Cloud Master suddenly used extreme means to restrain me. At first, I thought that he had some difficulties, such as wanting to eliminate Xianxia by himself or something. But later, I found out that wasn't the case. When he took me to a secret villa, I was shocked to find that my parents, family, wives, children, and all my concubines, were all there. Right in front of me, Master Yun used the extremely cruel cultivation method of the Myriad Holiness True Devil to turn my entire family into his Myriad Holiness True Spirits. What kind of pain was that? There are my birth parents, my wife, my beloved daughter, all my family members. He forced me to become his Thousand Saints True Spirit. If I didn't agree, he would kill my father and control my wives' and concubines' minds to have sex with other men. Without any other choice, I could only agree. Zui Wuqing's eyes were red. He attacked crazily as he talked about the biggest secret and the biggest shame in the world. I'm his sworn brother. For so many years, I risked my life for him. I used my body and my life to block too many fatal threats for him. But in the end, I was treated like this. I couldn't accept it. I really couldn't accept it. Why did he treat me like this? He. Zui Wuqing laughed bitterly. Do you know? It was from that moment onwards that I turned from the Celestial Emperor, who was respected by everyone in the Heaven Tower, into Lord Yun's dog. He became my sworn brother's dog. At that time I had just joined forces to kill the Myriad Saints True Devil, but in the blink of an eye, the Myriad Saints True Devil was killed. But in the blink of an eye, I became the Thousand Saints True Spirit. Isn't that the biggest irony? Dong Wuqing was sad. In that situation, Zui Wuqing was really in a dilemma. All his family members were controlled. Even he was in the hands of others. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't. What could he do? Then, under his control, he made me write a boolsh *T letter of repentance. He made up countless heartless things and made me write them down myself. He controlled my body and made me rape and pillage. He made me commit all kinds of crimes and kill the loyal. He killed the innocent. And he only had evidence of my crimes. He made me walk step by step into the abyss he had set for me, but I was unable to extricate myself from it. I am the Celestial Emperor of a generation. But his mind was controlled by someone to rape women. My persistence, my self-respect, my dignity, all my beliefs. Everything happened at that moment. It collapsed with a loud crash. I've become a complete walking corpse. But I can't die yet, because all my family members are still under his control. If I die, my clansmen and all my family members will be finished. There will be no tomorrow, no future. There's no hope left. A muffled groan. Dong Wushang suddenly retreated with a roar, and Zui Wuqing did the same. On their bodies, blood spurted out from all of them, and they were all injured. In the next moment, the two of them fought fiercely again without caring about their injuries. After that, during the Purple Cloud Heavens incident, I wanted to send out troops, but I was firmly suppressed by Master Yun. Moreover, at that time, my most beloved emperor suddenly died, and my old father suddenly died of a serious illness. I knew that it was all a warning to me. Anyway, I was already a sinner. I couldn't care less about the purple cloud heavens incident. But I still secretly sent someone to send a letter to Shui Leihan. I didn't expect Shui Leihan to be in seclusion at that time, and the person I sent was also brutally killed by Great General Bai of the Eastern Emperor. He even reported it to the Saint Lord. Only then did I know that Cloud Master's minions were all around the Celestial Emperors. Because of that one letter, I was tortured again. Since then, I didn't dare to do anything rash. I couldn't bear the blow of losing more family members. For millions of years, I've lived like a dog without any dignity. Although in the eyes of others, I'm shining brightly, but I know that every moment is worse than death. It's all humiliation and pain. Until today. Before this battle, Cloudmaster suddenly sent me a message asking me to fight. Moreover, he wanted to know what your motive was. Moreover, he wanted me to die in your hands so that you could smoothly become the new Celestial Emperor of the ultimate heaven. Then, he would use the method he used to deal with me to control you and the forces behind you. In fact, it's not difficult to control you. As long as he controls your wife, he can control you. As long as he controls you, he can further control the forces behind you. He even guessed that there's a huge force behind you that's still in hiding. That includes the forces of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress that he doesn't know about. As long as I die in your hands, you'll naturally become the Celestial Emperor of the ultimate heaven. As long as you're in the ultimate heaven, you won't be able to escape from his control. At that time, when he controls you, he'll be able to take over the hidden forces behind you bit by bit. Moreover, there's a high chance that he'll control the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress as well. They'll become his slaves just like me. As long as you don't know anything, he'll have the opportunity to do so. Zui Wuqing spoke faster and faster as if he was venting the humiliation and anger he had accumulated over the past million years. The two of them attacked faster and faster, and the battle became more and more intense. Both of them were already covered in blood. However, as Dong Wushang listened, he felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if a venomous snake was crawling on his back, and his hair stood on end. What would happen if Zui Wuqing didn't betray him and strictly followed the great sage's orders? Once Mo Lei was really under his control, how could he not give in? If he really gave in, what about his brothers? Would they be spared? Dong Wushang didn't even dare to think about the consequences. However, he was very sure of one thing. What Zui Wuqing said now was definitely true. This was something that could be clearly felt. Continue to fight. Don't hold back. If you can kill me, do it quickly. It doesn't matter if I can't finish talking. As long as there's a chance, kill me in one go. Zui Wuqing's voice suddenly became urgent. Pay attention, I can feel that Master Yun is here. He's hiding in the dark. My death is certain. He's definitely going to reap the harvest he sowed 1,000,000 years ago. He's watching our battle. Don't reveal any flaws. You're still useful to him now, so he won't kill you. However, if he finds out that you know his secret, he'll definitely take your life and kill everyone related to you. Dong Wushang roared and swung his dark saber. It was as if he was risking his life, bringing with him a domineering aura. His heart, however, was dry and bitter. The last thing I want to tell you. Zui Wuqing's voice became softer. There are a total of 3 places where the great sage cultivated the 10,000 saints' true spirit. One of them is in the terrifying forest of the Heavenly Stem Mountain. I only know of this place. There are 2 other places that I don't know about, but there must be 2 more. The great sage's real palace was never in the so-called Holy Emperor's palace. It's located somewhere else, but I don't know the exact location. The Holy Emperor's palace is just a facade where Xianxia occasionally stays. However, what Xianxia has here is only a doppelganger. There's one more thing to take note of. This woman, Xianxia, is not inferior to Lord Yun in terms of viciousness and treachery. Moreover, she will do anything to achieve her goals. This woman is the same as Lord Yun. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Tell Shui Leihan to pass on a message to Zishao Tian for me. Zui Wuqing wielded his sword crazily. I'm sorry. Dong Wushang hurriedly sent him a telepathic message. Then, your family? I didn't kill them. The reason why I was humiliated for 1,000,000 years was because of them. How could I really kill them? Zui Wuqing's sharp eyes revealed a trace of relief. They've already left this troublesome place. Releasing all the restrictions on them and only controlling myself is my condition for this attack. I know what you're thinking and what you want to do. However, I can't tell you where they are. I don't dare to trust anyone in this world now. It's the same for you. You can only leave them to their own devices. After I die, you won't be able to destroy my real soul. You can only become nourishment for Lord Yun. When the time comes, Lord Yun will be even more terrifying. This is actually one of the reasons why he wants me dead. It's not just because he has a replacement like you. Being able to stab him in the back before I die, I'll die happy. Ha ha ha. Zui Wuqing let out an extremely shrill howl. Suddenly, he somersaulted a few times in the air and stood at the peak of the imperial city far away. His bright yellow robe was already soaked in blood. Dong Wushang also staggered, but immediately steadied himself in the air. He knew that Zui Wuqing had already said what he wanted to say. Now, Zui Wuqing was going to have a real battle of life and death with him. Dong Wushang. Zui Wuqing stood there and let out a long howl. His entire body emitted a crazy murderous aura. If we continue fighting like this, even if we fight for another day and night, we won't be able to determine the winner. Dong Wushang, since you want this position, then show me what you've got. Fight to the death with me. Zui Wuqing laughed wildly. The winner is the king. Don't complain that you're dying in my hands. Dong Wushang held his saber in front of his chest and said indifferently, today, you must die. Zui Wuqing laughed mockingly. Is that so? I don't think so. Try it. Dong Wushang moved and was about to strike. Wait. Zui Wuqing waved his hand. Dong Wushang, since we're about to fight to the death, then I'd like to ask you a question. I believe that at this moment, you won't lie to me. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone who was watching the battle was shaken. End of chapter 2492. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.